The story begins in the magnificent ancient capital city of Thongchao. Within the city, old houses stood closely together, and the streets were bustling with activity. A notice was posted, declaring that tomorrow would be an important day, the princess's wedding to Zhao Dian. In the middle of the bustling streets stood a towering pillar. A notice posted on it stated that because the Zhao immortal clan bravely ventured into the great wilderness and rescued the descendants of the Qin family, they had performed a great service for the imperial court. Since Qin Yu of the Qin family was also gravely injured and his recovery uncertain, his engagement to the princess would be annulled. People gathered around the pillar, and after reading the notice, they began to chatter amongst themselves. So, Li Qinghua is getting married soon. Does she even deserve Qin Yu? 2 generations of war gods from the Qin family have perished venturing deep into the great wilderness. Even Qin Yu, Thongchao's most talented sword god and war god, has become a cripple. A couple also stood nearby, discussing the news that in just 1 month, it's unexpected that this woman would rush to marry someone else, the man remarked. The woman replied, young Master Zhao is a descendant of the immortal clan. What woman wouldn't want to marry him? I heard that today, young Master Zhao and Miss Li personally visited the Qin manor to see Master Qin Yu. How noble and admirable. After reading the notice, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed to attend to their livelihoods. The scene shifts to the inner courtyard of the Qin manor, where Qin Yu lay in bed, covered in wounds. After the great wilderness battle, 2 figures suddenly appeared before Qin Yu, calling his name Qin Yu. It turned out to be the adulterous couple. Zhao Dian, the adulterer, spoke. Since childhood, you've been the pride of Thongchao. At 3 years old, you achieved Great Perfection Foundation. At 9, postnatal Great Perfection. At 13, prenatal Great Perfection. And at 18, you stepped into the divine realm. Zhao Dian continued, squeezing Qin Yu's throat, but look at you now. Your meridians are crippled. Your divine sense is in chaos. You've become a useless cripple. And me, Zhao Dian, I've become a great hero, single-handedly venturing into the great wilderness to rescue you all. Zhao Dian tightened his grip on Qin Yu's throat. Qin Yu raised his head and glared at him with demonic eyes. Zhao Dian laughed loudly. Now, I'm here to take your fiancé. Ha ha! The adulteress, Li Qinghua, also began to speak. I, Li Qinghua, carry the bloodline of the royal family, destined to walk a unique path in this world. The Qin family has shown kindness to the royal family, and my father, under pressure, could only promise me to Qin Yu. She glared at Qin Yu and shouted, the Qin family? They're nothing but dogs of our royal family. What right do they have to marry the royal princess? This time, with just a small scheme, I caused the deaths of Qin Zhan and Qin Heng. Even this Qin Yu, in a single night, became a cripple. As for me, Li Qinghua, I will surely reach even greater heights. She continued, placing her hand on Zhao Dian's chest and nestling against him. Young Master Zhao, you are a descendant of the immortal clan. We are truly a match made in heaven. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Zhao Dian gazed intently at Li Qinghua. Qinghua, you truly are someone who accomplishes great things. Tomorrow is our wedding day. Tonight, I will make sure you are satisfied. Then, the adulterous couple laughed loudly and left the Qin manor. Suddenly, Qin Yu's body began to emit a golden light. A monstrous figure appeared in his subconscious, whispering in his mind, do you want to continue living? Countless rays of light slowly emanated, enveloping Qin Yu's entire body. Within his divine sense, the great wilderness beasts roared. A scroll containing 180 desolate beast spirits gradually appeared, transferring power to Qin Yu. Another voice transmitted into Qin Yu's mind. Let me see Qin Yu's last bit of patience. After a series of sounds rang out, Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He sat up and pulled back the blanket to examine his body. He looked at his hands, trembling. This is what's happening. Have I returned? Then Qin Yu held his head, remembering his father and grandfather. But why did I return at this time? If I could have returned earlier, even just a little earlier, my father and grandfather wouldn't have died. Qin Yu's heart was filled with hatred, his whole body enveloped in light. He roared, "Li Qinghua, Zhao Dian, you adulterous couple! In my past life, you schemed and plotted against my Qin family, killing my father and grandfather, crippling me, then holding your wedding ceremony, making my Qin family lose all face. Waking up at this time isn't wrong. Even though back then I couldn't accept such a huge change and immediately ran to where you adulterous couple held your wedding ceremony. Just you wait and see. It was that dog Zhao Dian. You humiliated and trampled on me. I never thought I would be humiliated by a person like Zhao Dian in front of everyone, then covered in wounds, thrown into the great wilderness by you, you dog Zhao Dian. I was in pain, desperately struggling to survive. Fortunately, Li Qinghua's younger sister, Li Qingdao, saved my life. Thanks to her day and night meticulous care, sparing no effort. 10 years later, I encountered an opportunity in the great wilderness and awakened, obtaining the inheritance and returning. But unexpectedly, during my cultivation, Li Qinghua kept pursuing and trying to kill me. Later, she found Qingdao and tortured her to death. I was injured and in despair, determined to avenge Qingdao and wash away the humiliation of the Qin family. I went to the royal family alone, and on the way, I learned that Li Qinghua and Zhao Dian had left. So I once again embarked on the path of cultivation. Becoming a supreme, I continued to pursue Li Qinghua and Zhao Dian. By then, Li Qinghua had become the empress of the entire continent, and Zhao Dian had become the lord of the immortal clan. You adulterous couple united the cultivators of the world to hunt me down. So Zhao Dian and I engaged in a death match in the great wilderness. In the end, I was no match for them and was surrounded by Zhao Dian. He came before me, uttering countless insults, wanting to kill me. I also said, "You adulterous couple, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me." Finally, I unleashed all my energy, condensing the remaining divine power in my body and self-destructing. In this life, I will definitely make you pay with your blood. This is the opportunity one obtained in the great wilderness, called the Desolate Heaven Scripture. Within it are sealed 108 ancient ferocious beasts and 72 ancient divine beasts. As Chinu spoke, he used his divine power to open the Desolate Heaven Scripture. Chinu looked at each type of desolate beast. Now I can directly summon one of them. Then, Qin Yu chose an ancient divine beast, a dragon-bodied, wolf-headed creature. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Appear, Niti." In an instant, the image of Niti appeared, accompanied by a terrifying aura of killing intent, bowing its head before Qin Yu. Qin Yu's body also emitted a flame, which martial cultivators of this era called the saintly fire of the desolate beast. Niti strengthened his master's physical power, making his tendons and bones incredibly strong, unmatched at the same level, and even capable of increasing his cultivation, helping him break through to the spirit-severing realm. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with hatred as he thought of the adulterous couple. "Niti, you must avenge me. Li Qinghua, Zhao Dian, prepare to face my wrath." Just then, someone was slowly walking towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu stared in surprise. The old man had reached his side, his eyes filled with a hint of panic. "Qin Yu, you're finally awake." Qin Yu struggled to sit up and moved to the edge of the bed, then glared at the hateful old man in front of him. This man was Chin Shien, an elder of the Qin family. He used to act like brothers with my father, but unexpectedly, he secretly colluded with Li Qinghua, plotting to send us to the great wilderness first, then betrayed the Qin family, becoming Zhao Dian's dog, and slaughtering everyone in the Qin family. The old dog Chin Shien carefully observed Qin Yu, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, his meridians are dried up. He really has become a cripple." Qin Yu remained seated, glaring at the old dog's antics. Old man Chin Shien began to laugh loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha!" From a lofty genius, falling from grace in an instant, turning into a cripple, this feeling isn't very pleasant, is it? Qin Yu stared at the barking dog in front of him. A bad dog is still a dog. Do you think changing owners means you're not a dog anymore? Even if I've fallen from grace, it's not your place, you old dog, to humiliate me. Chin Shien waved his hand and shouted, "Shut up. I devoted myself to the Qin family, and what did I get in the end? You all forced me to do this. You're all dead, and this Qin family is mine, Chin Shien's." Chin Yu slowly stood up, his face full of long-accumulated resentment. His eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Chin Shien. Then he slowly walked towards the beast before him, his entire body emitting a crimson aura, killing intent radiating in all directions. Old man Chin Shien continued to loudly insult Chin Yu. "Chin Yu, it's all your fault." Chin Shien continued to glare and shout, "Today, I'll send you to hell. Remember to tell Qin Hung that it was Chin Shien who killed you." In an instant, Chin Yu's hand tightened around Chin Shien's throat. Chin Shien's face looked like a strangled chicken. Chin Yu continued to press Chin Shien down on the ground, blood splattering everywhere, the ground cracking from the impact. Chin Shien was choked to the point of being unable to speak, only able to let out muffled groans. Chin Yu's eyes were filled with hatred as he grinned fiercely. A dog is still a dog after all. A dog that bites its master has only one end, and that is death. Chin Yu made his killing move, snapping Chin Shien's neck. Chin Shien's neck bones were twisted and broken into several pieces. Then, Chin Yu donned the Qin family's battle armor and continued his revenge. It's time to set off. Chin Yu walked out of the Qin family residence step by step, saying loudly, "Adulterous couple Zhao Dian and Li Qinghua, I'm coming." Leaving behind Chin Shien's twisted corpse, he began his journey of revenge. The scene shifted to the magnificent imperial palace in the capital of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Guards stood on both sides, strictly guarding and welcoming the nobles and guests attending the wedding of Zhao Dian and Li Qinghua. Several guards were gossiping about the wedding. "Brothers, did you know? I heard the groom is from the immortal clan. Heavens, what a fearsome existence. With such a massive tree to lean on, who would dare to touch the princess?" Suddenly, the captain of the guard overheard them and barked, "Silence. Is the groom someone you can casually discuss? Guard the gates strictly." The guards hastily replied, "Yes, sir." A while later, within the capital, a procession of palace maids slowly approached, led by an older woman. She arrived before the princess's chambers, bowed, and announced, "Your Highness, this old servant intrudes." Inside, Li Qinghua was applying her makeup, already dressed in her wedding attire. After a while, Li Qinghua finished and allowed the palace maids to enter. Upon entering, the old woman bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed to the imperial palace to prepare for the ceremony." Li Qinghua's face was filled with joy as she hurriedly prepared to depart for the wedding. Meanwhile, the wedding musicians began to play. The bride and groom slowly ascended the steps of the imperial palace. An attendant beside the emperor announced in a loud voice, "The princess and groom have arrived." Zhao Dian and Li Qinghua walked step by step towards the emperor, followed by a group of attendants. Zhao Dian and Li Qinghua stood before Li Jianhe and knelt respectfully. This was Li Jianhe, the old emperor of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Seated on his dragon throne, Li Jianhe spoke, "Zhao Dian, I entrust Xinghua's future to you. You must take good care of my daughter." Zhao Dian bowed his head respectfully and agreed. He then took Li Qinghua's hand and declared passionately, "I will never fail Qinghua in this lifetime." Before he could finish, a spear suddenly flew towards them, carrying a fierce gale. A deafening explosion rocked the air, and the palace gates crumbled. Several guards, unable to withstand the impact, were sent flying, crying out in pain. Emperor Li Jianhe roared in fury, "Today is a joyous occasion for our imperial family. Who dares to disrupt it?" Li Qinghua, startled by the explosion, turned to look. Zhao Dian, sweating and with a panicked look in his eyes, stammered, Who are you?" Amidst the dust and smoke, the spear gradually came into view, and Chin Yu slowly emerged, standing before the adulterous couple. Chin Yu glared at the pair, defying fate indeed. Though only at the first level of the divine transformation realm, his cultivation is several times stronger than in my previous life. Before my death, I couldn't fully unlock the desolate beast. I wonder how terrifying its power will be if I can fully unlock it this time. Xiaoen frowned, staring at Chinu. Chinu, your cultivation. Li Qinghua broke out in a cold sweat, her face filled with disbelief. Looking at Chinu, she couldn't believe it. His meridians were clearly completely shattered, rendering him a cripple. How could this be? Chinu walked step by step towards the adulterous couple. The surrounding palace maids were terrified and trembling. Zhao Jian and Li Qinghua watched Chinu approach, unable to believe their eyes. Oh, this is impossible. Li Jianha glared at Chinu, his brow furrowed. Zhao Jian, although you are a descendant of the immortal clan, acting like this is truly unreliable. Chinu's cultivation is clearly much stronger than before. Li Jianha forced a smile. Ha, so it's you. He stroked his beard, trying to maintain his composure. I didn't summon you today. I intended to let you recuperate at home. But it seems you're doing quite well. At this moment, Chinu pointed a spear directly at Li Jianha's forehead, causing the emperor's forced smile to vanish. Wipe that fake smile off your face, Li Jianha. If it weren't for my father saving you all those years ago, you would have become a ghost long ago. How could you still be standing here? The Qin family charged into the jaws of death for you, Li Jianha, achieving glorious feats. Yet this is how you repay the Qin family. The old dog emperor's gaze darkened as he stared at Chinu, listening to him continue. Zhao Jian and Li Qinghua conspired together, plotting to assassinate my grandfather and father in the great wilderness. Chinu stood before the old dog emperor and roared, "This blood feud is irreconcilable." The surrounding citizens and nobles, hearing these words, erupted in murmurs. At this moment, Zhao Jian shouted, "Silence, Chinu." Zhao Dian's entire body radiated killing intent as he glared at Chinu. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your previous serious injuries were all an act. But even if your cultivation has recovered, with only the first level of the Tongshan realm, how dare you be so arrogant? Chinu glared back at Zhao Dian. You can try me. Following this, Chinu brandished his spear and threw a punch, his entire body enveloped in shimmering golden light. All the guards simultaneously surrounded the emperor, shouting, "Protect his majesty." The old Emperor Li Jianha had already made his calculations. Both Zhao Dian and Qin were at the first level of the Tongshan realm, but Zhao Dian possessed the bloodline of the immortal clan. No matter what, Qin couldn't be his match. The old emperor declared smugly, "Zhao Dian, don't be too heavy-handed. Qin is still a member of the Qin family, after all, and has made great contributions to our dynasty. Crippling his cultivation as punishment will suffice." Zhao Dian acknowledged the order, channeling his energy in his hands, his eyes fixed on Qin with a sinister gaze. Qin glared at the old dog emperor Li Jianha. A little punishment? Fine, bring it on. Simultaneously, Zhao Dian channeled his energy, summoning his immortal weapon, the surrounding immortal energy enveloped by divine power. This was the first-grade immortal weapon, the Azure Flame Blade, also Zhao Dian's family heirloom. The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. An immortal weapon. It's an immortal weapon. Zhao Dian truly is a descendant of the immortal clan. With this immortal blade, I fear Qin will be hard-pressed to defend himself. Zhao Jian reached out and grasped the immortal weapon, staring intently at Qin. Qin, this blade is my family heirloom, a first-grade immortal weapon. Qin focused his gaze on Zhao Dian. I wield the Qin family's war god spear, a sixth-grade mortal weapon, which has tasted the blood of 10,000 men and severed the souls of 10,000 more. Zhao Dian roared furiously, shameless boasting. In the end, it's just a mortal weapon. As he shouted, he dragged the blade across the ground, creating a furrow, then swung it fiercely towards Qin. Qin, take this. Qin spun his spear, adopting a defensive stance. The divine beast mark on his forehead lit up. and behind him appeared the wicked aura of the nether swallow, filling the sky. Qin Yu and his nascent soul entered an attack state, the phantom image of the nether swallow manifesting. Then, Qin Yu thrust his spear forward with a powerful punch, and the nether swallow lunged forward with the spear. Zhao Dian's attack was broken by a move from Qin Yu, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Suddenly, the war god spear and nether swallow merged, swirling like a dragon as they counterattacked toward Zhao Dian, giving him a feeling of indescribable surprise. Zhao Dian immediately grasped the situation, gritting his teeth as he turned and swung his saber to block, shouting, "Qin Yu, you dare underestimate me." He poured all his strength into blocking the war god spear with his saber. The immortal energy on the saber erupted, aiding him in his defense. In that instant, Zhao Dian's eyes widened as he discovered cracks appearing on his immortal saber after blocking the war god spear. He frowned, staring at the war god spear, and bellowed, "How is this possible? You're just immortal. How can you break my immortal weapon?" A loud explosion echoed as the immortal saber shattered. In a flash, the war god spear pierced through Zhao Dian's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhao Dian cried out in despair and agony, blood spraying like rain. The surrounding people gasped in shock. What? Qin Yu was able to break the immortal clan's immortal weapon with a single move. Emperor Li Jianha's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Li Qinghua furrowed her brow in thought. How can he be this strong? Absolutely impossible. This can't be happening. She immediately reached out toward Zhao Dian, commanding loudly, "Zhao Dian, get up. I won't allow you to lose to that Qin Yu." After delivering the blow, Qin Yu slowly walked toward Zhao Dian, his expression indifferent as, "Oh, you're the descendant of the immortal clan?" Severely wounded, Zhao Dian gripped the war god spear, his body trembling in pain. "Damn it, up." Qin Yu remained indifferent, reaching out and grabbing the war god spear, yanking it out forcefully. "This is the son-in-law your royal family is so proud of?" Zhao Dian cried out in pain as Qin Yu pulled out the war god spear, blood gushing like a fountain. Qin Yu glared at the pathetic figure before him that can't even withstand a single blow. "If you're this weak, don't try to act tough." Zhao Dian stumbled back, clutching his chest wound. "Your spear, it can break my immortal weapon. It's definitely not ordinary. I can't believe the Qin family dared to hide an immortal weapon." Qin Yu wiped the blood off the spear tip, then stood up straight, exuding the aura of a war god. "The war god spear was earned through generations of bloodshed by my Qin family. Is it not comparable to your broken saber?" Qin Yu looked at the war god spear, thinking another divine power of the nether swallow can be integrated into weapons. Ordinary weapons are divided into two main grades, mortal and immortal. Right now, the war god spear has at least the power of a second-grade immortal weapon. Hidden behind his guards, Emperor Li Jianha stared at the war god spear, deep in thought. The Qin family dared to hide an immortal weapon. Impossible. Every move of the Qin family is under my surveillance. Could this be one of the opportunities he obtained in the great wilderness? I must continue to observe what other tricks this boy has. Emperor Li Jianha clasped his hand behind his back and addressed Zhao Dian in a loud voice. "You can't even defeat a single Qin Yu. It seems I was wrong to give you my daughter's hand in marriage." Zhao Dian's whole body trembled as he turned around. "And oh, your majesty." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhao Dian shakily tried to stand, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Damn you, Qin Yu, damn you." The immortal clan mark on Zhao Dian's forehead began to radiate power. His entire body radiated a dense, killing intent as he angrily roared, "Qin Yu, I underestimated you. But you should know, I'm still a descendant of the immortal clan." Zhao Dian leaped into the air. Where he had just been standing, an immense pressure descended, cracking the ground beneath. He lunged forward, roaring incessantly. "A mere mortal like you could never." His words were cut short by a punch that shattered his face, sending him tumbling head over heels, dazed and disoriented. Chinu shouted as he attacked. "Get the hell out of here!" Zhao Dian, sent sprawling by the punch, hadn't even regained his senses. When Chinu followed up with a kick to the groin, nearly shattering his manhood, he cried out in agony. "Ah, my jewels!" Chinu glared at Zhao Dian. "Zhao Dian, you harmed my grandfather. You harmed my father. Today, you'll pay with your blood." Chinu gripped the war god's spear tightly in both hands, pointing its tip at Zhao Dian. His foot pressed down on Zhao Dian's wound as he viciously thrust downwards. "D!" Chinu roared. Li Qinghua, standing beside the old dog emperor, cried out anxiously, "Save him!" Seeing the spear tip descending, Zhao Dian screamed in terror, "Save me! Save me!" At that moment, a figure appeared, flashing towards Chinu like a bolt of lightning, leaving a streak of golden light in its wake. Chinu turned his head in astonishment as the newcomer slammed a golden hand against the war god's spear. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Chinu hastily raised the war god's spear to block. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to sever Zhao Dian's arm, causing him to shriek in pain. "Ah! My arm! My arm is gone!" Having felt the force of the attack, Chinu thought to himself, "Such strength! Who is this?" The newcomer, clad in golden armor, had just saved Zhao Dian's life. He quickly set Zhao Dian down on the ground, then turned to Chinu and bellowed, "Chinu, you are incredibly audacious, causing such chaos in the imperial city." This person was By Wui, an imperial guard, his entire body encased in golden armor. Chinu frowned at By Wui, thinking to himself, By Wui is Li Jianha's personal guard, his entire being honed through cultivation. He's already a second-stage divine realm expert. Seeing her savior arrive, the vile Li Qinghua rushed to Zhao Dian's side, crying, "Uncle Bai, kill him!" From behind, Li Jianha began to issue his decree. Chinu has defied the rules, acted with boundless arrogance, and disrupted the court. He has offended the divine sanctity of the imperial family. This crime is punishable by death. However, in consideration of the Qin family's past contributions, I shall have his limbs and cultivation crippled. The battle-hungry By Wui glared at Chinu and charged forward, accepting the command. He leaped into the air, closing the distance to Chinu in the blink of an eye with lightning speed, laughing boisterously, "Ha ha!" Astonished by Wui's speed, Chinu hurriedly raised the war god's spear to defend himself. By Wui charged forward, sending Chinu flying with a powerful punch. Unable to withstand the force, Chinu was knocked back. He gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, By Wui appeared behind him, a sinister smile on his face. He lunged with his golden gauntlets, intending to cripple Chinu's limbs. Break! Unexpectedly, he noticed the mark on Chinu's forehead glowing once more, the divine beast's image intensifying, its light rapidly enveloping Chinu's entire body. By Wui cried out in panic, What is this?" He saw Chinu protected by the phantom image of the swallowing abyss and was utterly terrified. Then, Chinu seized the opportunity and firmly grasped By Wui's hand. After grabbing By Wui's hand, Chinu used a steel kick aimed directly at his opponent's dantian, that "You're the one who should break." Chinu's eyes flashed with hatred. With this strike, By Wui's two hands were severed from his body, slowly falling to the ground as blood gushed out. Chinu easily defeated another opponent and lightly landed on the ground. He then reached out to retrieve the war god's spear from the dust and smoke, slowly walking towards the old dog emperor. "My turn!" Chinu frowned and glared, shouting, "Li Jianha!" Li Jianha feigned anger and also shouted, "Chinu, you?" "Good, very good. Chinu, it seems that living under the Qin family's protection, you seem to have forgotten." Chinu was stunned, surprised by the old dog emperor's words. Li Jianha said smugly, "You underestimate the power of the imperial family. You've gone too far." At that moment, the imperial guards jumped down from the roof, surrounding Chinu with extreme speed. Shouting in unison, "Chinu, prepare to die." Chinu stood in the middle of the encirclement and sneered, So this is the so-called power of the imperial family. Chinu once again channeled his power, his entire body radiating golden light. Li Jianha, it seems you also underestimate the power of my Qin family. In the blink of an eye, Chinu broke through the encirclement, swiftly passing by each guard. Reaching out and tightly gripping the old dog Emperor Li Jianha's throat. Li Jianha was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. What? In an instant, Chinu stood before Li Jianha, his hands still gripping his throat, causing Li Qinghua to cry out in alarm, "Father!" The guards also turned their heads in shock to look at the emperor. Li Jianha's lips trembled as he stammered, "Chinu, think carefully. These are all divine physician guards of the second level of the spirit-severing realm. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave here alive." Chinu's eyes were filled with killing intent, his tone resolute. "That's none of your concern." Chinu's gaze swept towards the divine physician guards. The layout was exactly the same as in his previous life. The divine physician guards wore heavy black iron armor, possessing extremely strong offensive power, but they all had a fatal weakness: their speed. At this moment, Chinu's grip tightened. The old dog emperor was so terrified he couldn't breathe, only able to make choked sounds. His eyes rolling back as he called out Chinu's name. Chinu glared and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Die, old dog!" Suddenly, countless lightning bolts appeared in the sky, and the immortal clan's aura shone directly into the main hall. Sensing the pressure from the sky, Chinu raised his head to observe. At the same time, a figure appeared in the sky and spoke. "Chinu, you have been shown leniency. You should also show leniency to others." Chinu's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. Peak spirit-severing realm. In my previous life, I didn't know such a powerful expert was hidden around here. A figure appeared in the sky, with an immortal clan mark on his forehead and angel wings on his back. This person was the immortal clan's envoy, Xiaoen. He hovered in mid-air and began to lecture. The immortal clan and the imperial clan both have long histories. "Chinu, could you give this old man some face and spare his life?" Xiaoen slowly descended to the ground, confronting Chinu. Seeing his savior arrive, Zhao Jian cried out joyfully, "Second uncle, kill him quickly." The old dog emperor also stopped trembling and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Chinu, it seems you won't be able to kill me today." Chinu frowned, a worried look on his face as he pondered. He was currently no match for the immortal clan envoy. Zhao Huan continued his lecture. "Chinu, the immortal clan has always looked after the human clan. I can forgive your actions today and won't make things difficult for you." He then turned to Zhao Jian and said, "Zhao Jian, you are a descendant of the immortal clan, yet you committed such a despicable act. There will be clan rules to punish you when you return." Then he turned to Li Jianha. "Li Jianha, for my sake today, you must not hold Chinu accountable for what he did to the imperial clan. What do you say?" Li Jianha immediately agreed obediently. "Yes, I obey the immortal's command." The mark on Zhao Huan's forehead began to glow as he glared at Chinu. Chinu's eyes suddenly widened. He felt his body become uncontrollable. His entire being was enveloped by a summoning force, and his hand involuntarily loosened its grip on Li Jianha's neck. Seeing his body being controlled, Chinu thought to himself, "So this is the pressure of the 9th level of the Tongshan realm." Suddenly, Chinu unleashed all his divine power. His entire body was enveloped in a radiant light as he roared, "Your pressure alone is not enough. You will never control me." A beam of light descended from the sky, increasing Chinu's power 10,000-fold. He tightened his grip on the old dog emperor's neck once more. Zhao Huan was taken aback by Chinu. "What is this? A first-level Tongshan realm cultivator can actually dispel my pressure." Chinu's entire body shone with a golden light, his eyes filled with killing intent. "The immortal asked me to spare his life, so—" In a flash, Chinu snapped Li Jianha's neck. Li Jianha coughed up blood, groaning weakly. Seeing this, Li Qinghua cried out in despair, "Father!" The common people were terrified and screamed, He killed the emperor. The imperial guards rushed forward. Zhao Huan thought in a panic. This brat really did obtain a great opportunity in the grand desolation. Then, Chinu grabbed the corpse of the old dog emperor, Li Jianhe, and spun it around 500 times, before throwing it toward Zhao Huan. Your emperor, take him back yourself. Zhao Huan coldly spread his wings and caught Li Jianhe's corpse. Chinu seized the opportunity to leave. Farewell, immortal clan envoy. We shall meet again. Suddenly, a streak of green energy shot towards Chinu, forming a claw that pinned him to the ground. Zhao Huan said smugly, Chinu, did you really think you could escape from my grasp? You truly overestimate yourself. Chinu struggled to his feet, thinking this pressure is at least 10 times stronger than before. This immortal clan envoy is truly troublesome. Chinu began to activate the mark on his forehead, summoning, Xiaohe, come help me. A surge of purple energy erupted, enveloping Chinu. Xiaohe's primordial spirit roared once more. Chinu grasped the war god spear and unleashed countless spear strikes toward Zhao Dian. The adulterous couple, seeing this, were terrified and their eyes went wide. Zhao Huan extended a finger, casting a spell, and sneered small tricks. While unleashing his power, Zhao Huan blocked the attack for the adulterous couple, revealing an opening. Chinu seized the opportunity, using his lightness skill to escape. Farewell. Zhao Huan roared angrily. Chinu. Chinu turned around and laughed loudly. Haha, is it necessary? Zhao Dian is seriously injured. If you insist on chasing me, he will certainly die. Which is more important, I believe you can guess. Zhao Huan turned and saw Zhao Dian continuously crying for help. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and his eyes darkened. This little brat is quite interesting. Chinu, I will give you a way out. Chinu thus leisurely left the imperial palace. Zhao Huan turned and used his divine power to heal Zhao Dian. After checking the injury, he said, Your injury isn't too serious. Zhao Dian angrily clutched his arm and yelled, This grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. Zhao Huan calmly comforted him. Second uncle will definitely help you get your revenge. He turned to face the crowd, his eyes becoming sinister, and thought to himself, Li Jianhe, ha ha ha, this good-for-nothing. Li Qinghua, seeing her father killed by Chinu, curled up in a corner, crying and trembling. Zhao Huan said to Li Qinghua, your father has passed away. From now on, you must assist your husband well, understand? Li Qinghua continued to cry, lowering her head and obeying his command. At the same time, Zhao Huan slowly flew up, looked down at everyone, and declared, Citizens of the Divine Sword Dynasty, listen up. Your monarch is now dead, so the Divine Sword Dynasty temporarily belongs to the Immortal Clan. You must obey my commands. He glared and continued to order, Everyone, with all your might, pursue and capture Chinu. He must be taken alive. Do you understand? Several guards looked at Li Qinghua, who was holding the monarch's body, and stammered, Princess. Li Qinghua gritted her teeth, her fury burning, and glared as she began to order, Everyone, follow the immortal's command. Zhao Huan smiled with satisfaction. Very good. By this time, Chinu had already reached the outskirts of the Divine Sword Dynasty's capital. As he ran, he thought, I've killed Li Jianhe. Next, I will certainly face an incredibly intense pursuit. I can't stay in this Divine Sword Dynasty any longer. It's just that, why did this Zhao Huan suddenly appear? It wasn't like this in my past life. Well, being able to kill Li Jianhe today is already a great victory. As for Zhao Dian and Li Qinghua, let them live a while longer for now. Reaching the edge of the cliff, Chinu used his lightness skill to leap repeatedly towards the edge of the forest. In the sky, the Divine Sword Dynasty had dispatched a divine eagle to deliver a message. The Divine Sword Dynasty issued a wanted order. Chinu of the Qin family, of depraved character and extreme cruelty, assassinated the monarch of the Divine Sword Dynasty, Li Jianhe, before the eyes of all. A special assassination order is issued, Anyone who can capture Chinu will be rewarded with 10,000 households and granted a city. Below the message-bearing eagle, a carriage appeared, speeding along. Chinu was temporarily hiding inside. He sat in a corner, his expression cold, constantly vigilant of his surroundings. The girl opposite him frowned, staring at Chinu, seemingly annoyed. Chinu pondered for a moment. The Divine Sword Dynasty had issued a warrant for his arrest. The most urgent matter was to leave the Divine Sword Dynasty's territory and seek refuge in the Heavenly River Dynasty. Although the Divine Sword Dynasty had hundreds of cities, it was only a small dynasty. The Heavenly River Dynasty, on the other hand, had over 1,000 cities, including many powerful sects and countless clans. Compared to it, the Divine Sword Dynasty was merely a grain of sand in the desert. Zhao Dian, Li Qinghua, just wait. I will quickly return and grind your bones into dust. At this moment, the girl stared at Chinu and anxiously said to the old man beside her, Grandpa, why did you let this rogue cultivator on the carriage? Look at him. His hair is disheveled, and he looks suspicious. He doesn't look like a good person at all. The old man smiled and said, Xiao Yu, although this person is a rogue cultivator, his physique is extraordinary. He could be considered a valuable helper. Our journey to the Heavenly River Dynasty is fraught with danger. Having an additional expert for protection will make us safer. Xiao Yu innocently said, Grandpa, you are the Jinan king of the Heavenly River Dynasty. Who would dare threaten our safety? Chinu overheard their conversation and looked at the old man in astonishment. Unexpectedly, this old man is the Jinan king. The Jinan king of the Heavenly River Dynasty defends the border against the demon race. His bones are as hard as steel, a true hero of the human race. It's a pity that later, with the Immortal Clan's assistance, the Divine Sword Dynasty quickly defeated the Heavenly River Dynasty, and Jinan King was killed by Zhao Dian personally. To be riding in his carriage today is truly a twist of fate. Xiao Yu blushed when she saw Chinu staring at her. Chinu, lost in thought, was oblivious to what was happening. He abruptly turned his head away, feigning disinterest. As if I care about you. Get in line. Oomph. Xiao Yu clenched her fists and shouted angrily. Hey, what's with your attitude? So annoying. Meanwhile, outside, a stranger was secretly following the carriage. At this moment, two women with murderous auras appeared, constantly observing the carriage's every move. The carriage continued at high speed. Jinan King's subordinate, holding the reins tightly, informed his master, We will reach the territory of the Heavenly River Dynasty in about 100 miles. Jinan King's cheerful voice came from inside the carriage. Hurry up. Try to reach the Heavenly River Dynasty as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Then, Jinan King turned to Chinu. By the way, young friend. Chinu stared at Jinan King. As expected of the Jinan King, you must have seen through my identity. You said this deliberately for me to hear. Truly resourceful, huh? Suddenly, countless arrows enveloped in divine power appeared in the air, flying towards them at breakneck speed. An arrow struck the horse's neck, causing it to leap up in pain. The carriage shook violently, and everyone inside struggled to keep their balance. Chinu widened his eyes and looked outside. What's happening? Xiao Yu, also unaware of what was happening, cried out, What's going on? Then, a large blade flew towards Jinan King's carriage. A surge of divine power swiftly swept past the carriage, instantly slicing it in two. Then, the large saber slowly retreated into the dust cloud ahead. A burst of laughter rang out from within the dust. Following this, a woman wielding the large saber emerged, her entire body radiating a cold, domineering aura. She declared, Ha ha ha, Jinan King, I've come on orders to take your head. Jinan King narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the person before him. Be careful. This is an assassin from the Assassination sect of the Heavenly River Dynasty. Chinu turned his head in surprise. The Assassination sect. They are one of the most notorious assassination forces in the Heavenly River Dynasty. The woman slammed her large saber into the ground and then touched her lips. Just obediently accept your death. Jinan King stroked his beard with a smile. Your assassination sect underestimates this old man. His gaze turned serious as he stared at the assassin. Jinan King's subordinates simultaneously summoned their immortal weapons, preparing for battle. You think you can kill me with just yourself? The female assassin chuckled softly. Of course not. At the same time, a flashing aura appeared above Jinan King's head, rapidly approaching. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he shouted, "Look out!" Qin Yu reached out and summoned his war god spear. Then, gripping the war god spear tightly, he leaped up to intercept the projectile hurtling towards Jinan King. Jinan King looked at Qin Yu, astonished by his strength. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, struggling to hold back the force of the sun-piercing divine arrow. With a spin, Qin Yu finally snapped the arrow in two. He landed back down in front of Jinan King's subordinates, and with a sweep of his spear, deflected all the remaining arrows. After neutralizing the attack, Qin Yu slid back a distance due to the sheer power of the arrow. Panting, he gripped his war god's spear tightly and frowned at the assassin. A smile slowly spread across his face. The female assassin stared intently at Qin Yu. You actually blocked my sun-piercing divine arrow. She jumped down and landed beside her companion. Jinan King's eyes widened in shock. The sun-piercing divine arrow. The sun-piercing divine arrow. One of the three mystic grade saint weapons of the assassination sect. He sighed, feeling the pressure emanating from the assassins. To kill this old man, it seems you've spared no expense. Jinan King stared at the two female assassins and declared, Listen carefully. This old man is willing to accept death, but I have only one request. Let everyone here with me leave safely. Xiaoen cried out anxiously. No. The female assassin pointed her saber at Jinan King. Fine, I'll grant your wish. It will save us some time. Qin Yu immediately stepped in front of Jinan King. Looking at him, he said, Stop pretending. With me here, you won't die. Then, glaring at the assassins, he added, This old man is under my protection. The two assassins from the assassination sect immediately unleashed their domineering auras. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yu spun his spear, ready for battle. State your names. I don't kill those I don't know. The two assassins spoke in unison. Wu Yu, assassination sect. Wu Si, assassination sect. Qin Yu stared at the two, then thought to himself, As I suspected, it's the Wu sisters from my past life. After their dynasty was overthrown, these two sisters came to the great wilderness to seek opportunities. They were quite impressive, killing many renowned figures. It's a pity they ultimately couldn't withstand Zhao Dian and were beheaded by him. A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Taking them as subordinates doesn't seem like a bad idea. Wu Si retreated a few steps, then with a powerful surge of force, threw her great saber towards Qin Yu. Seeing the opponent begin her attack, a bellicose expression appeared on Qin Yu's face. Just what I wanted. At this moment, Qin Yu also powerfully hurled his war god spear forward. The war god spear and the great saber collided violently, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave. After the shockwave, dust and smoke filled the air. Xiao Yu and the Jinan King's subordinates also felt the powerful pressure, and they simultaneously raised their hands to shield themselves. Qin Yu gripped the war god spear tightly and glared at Wu Si, saying, Compared to the Qin family's war god spear, yours is a bit lacking. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly widened as he discovered Wu Si, wielding her great saber, had already charged in front of him. He hurriedly raised the war god spear to block. Wu Si, having gained the upper hand, confidently declared, So what if it's the war god spear? Following this, Wu Yu supplemented with the sun-piercing divine arrow, shooting it straight towards Qin Yu. Being able to withstand 30% of the power of my sun-piercing divine arrow, consider yourself lucky. Wu Yu aimed the arrow at Qin Yu's chest, but this time, the sun-piercing divine arrow will definitely take your life. Qin Yu lightly flicked his spear, then with a spin, easily repelled Wu Si. Wu Si, having been knocked back, stared at Chinu and said, "Being at the first level of the Tongshan realm and able to withstand 2 of my saber strikes, not bad at all. It seems you're naturally gifted with divine strength. It's a pity the difference in our realms is too great." The phantom image of the blazing sun saber flew out, following her. This was the high-grade Emperor rank martial skill, Blazing Sun Saber. Chinu glared and shouted, "Niti, phantom image." Immediately, the Niti phantom image began to appear, letting out a domineering roar that shook the heavens. The Niti phantom image flapped its wings, easily blocking the blazing sun saber. The sound of the collision echoed in all directions. Blocking this attack consumed a considerable amount of Chinu's strength, and he gritted his teeth to endure. Wu Si stared wide-eyed at Chinu and said, "It seems that even just me alone, you can barely manage to cope." Countless cracks began to appear on the Niti's primordial spirit phantom image, after which it transformed into spiritual energy and returned to Chinu's body. After that blow, Chinu was sent tumbling backward. He was knocked back a considerable distance, and he extended his hand to grip the ground and steady himself. Then he raised his head and stared at Wu Si, thinking to himself, "Although I've unleashed the Niti phantom image at the first level of the Tongshan realm, it's still very difficult to deal with 2 experts at the 9th level of the Tongshan realm. I have no way to use powerful martial skills to deal with Wu Si at the 9th level of the Tongshan realm. It's truly a bit of pressure." But Chinu stood up and laughed loudly. There's a problem with your martial skill." Wu Si's entire body radiated power as she pressed forward step by step. "Don't boast." Chinu brandished his spear again, taking a stance, and continued, "Your martial skill is incomplete, imperfect. It originally could unleash the full power of a mystic rank martial skill, but in your hands, it's only a high-grade emperor rank." Wu Si continued to slash towards Chinu, countless saber, chi phantom images appearing. Chinu calmly closed his eyes. With a slight shift, his body nimbly dodged, evading all the illusory blade images. At this moment, Chinu gripped the war god spear tightly, pointing its tip directly at Wu Si. With a single move, he knocked the broadsword from Wu Si's hand, easily gaining the upper hand. He placed the spear tip against Wu Si's neck, ready to end her life at any moment. Wu Si, utterly astonished by Chinu's speed, widened her eyes. Chinu said smugly, "I told you, your martial arts have problems. This move has too many flaws." Wu Yu, on the other side, drew her bow, aiming at Chinu and shouting, "Bastard, release my sister." Chinu glanced at Wu Yu, then turned back to Wu Si that "I can help you perfect your technique, but on one condition." Wu Si glared at him and shouted, "I don't need it. My martial arts are clearly inferior to yours. If you want to kill me, then do it." She turned to look at Wu Yu. "Sister, don't worry about me. Just kill them and complete the mission." Wu Yu, deeply worried for her sister, kept her bow drawn but didn't dare release the arrow. Qin Yu's gaze shifted between the 2 sisters. "You two have a strong bond." At this moment, Xiao Yu stood behind Jinan King, a look of astonishment on her face that he's actually that strong. Jinan King stared intently at Qin Yu, making a preliminary assessment. This Qin family brat is indeed formidable. It seems he's gained quite a bit on his journey to the great wilderness. It seems this old man bet correctly. Qin Yu tightened his grip on the war god spear and pushed it forward slightly, the tip digging into Wu Si's neck, causing her considerable pain. Wu Yu thought for a moment, then slowly lowered her weapon and knelt down. "Please spare her life. I'm willing to die in her place." Qin Yu closed his eyes and thought. Having achieved his desired outcome, he began to withdraw the war god spear. Looking at Wu Si, he said, "The people of the Deathbringer sect are despicable and shameless. Though they raised you, their actions go against your wishes. Do you still want to follow such a power?" Wu Si covered the wound on her neck with her hand, staring at Qin Yu. "How do you know that?" Holding the war god spear, Qin Yu said coldly, "Of course I know. Not only that, I also know that the Deathbringer sect master has long been meddling in your affairs." Hearing this, Wu Si's eyes widened. "Impossible." Chinu continued speaking about the Deathbringer sect. The people you killed before, their families were all secretly controlled by the Deathbringer sect and refined into puppets, constantly tortured. Wu Yu stepped forward, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. The sect master only kills those who deserve to die. It absolutely can't be like that. Qin Yu turned to look at Wu Yu. Whether it's true or not, you can investigate it yourself. After looking at Wu Yu, Qin Yu turned back to Wu Si. The Wu sisters are completely unaware of the Deathbringer sect's conspiracy. My words will definitely make them suspicious. It's only a matter of time before the Wu sisters fall into my hands. Now, I'll give you a path. Leave the Deathbringer sect and submit to me. Wu Si's eyes widened in astonishment. After hearing Qin Yu's words, she said, "You have quite the nerve. Do you know how powerful the Deathbringer sect is? If we leave, we'll only face death. How can you possibly protect us?" Qin Yu withdrew his war god spear and turned to leave. "Don't rush. I'll give you time to think. If you have an answer, you can come find me anytime. I'll be waiting for you at the largest inn in the Heavenly River Dynasty." Wu Si watched Qin Yu's retreating figure. "You had the chance to kill me, but left. Aren't you afraid we'll kill you instead?" Qin Yu turned his head slightly as he walked, replying coldly, "Such big words. Then try it." Wu Si began to ponder, growing suspicious of her own Deathbringer sect and the Qin Yu before her. Wu Yu stared at Qin Yu's back unwillingly. "The Wu sisters will never be indebted to you. If I let you go this time, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." Then she pointed at Jinan King. "Jinan King, don't think you're safe just because you're in the Heavenly River Dynasty. The Deathbringer sect has 1,000 ways to kill you." Having finished speaking, the Wu sisters immediately used their lightness skill to leave. Jinan King sighed, coughed a few times, and felt a little more at ease. The matter was resolved. Xiaoyu spoke up. "Thank you for this." Her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. Qin Yu approached Xiaoyu and said cheerfully, "To have Jinan King's granddaughter thank me, I must have cultivated good fortune for 8 lifetimes." He then turned to Jinan King. "Jinan King, why don't you marry your granddaughter to me?" Xiaoyu jumped up in embarrassment, shouting, "Marry? What marry?" Jinan King stroked his beard, smiling at Qin Yu. "Young brother, in terms of cultivation, among the younger generation, you can be called a prodigy. In terms of courage, you are also considered an outstanding talent of the Heavenly River Dynasty." Jinan King raised a finger and continued smiling. "In terms of background, you are even more outstanding, second to none." Xiaoyu, still embarrassed, propped her chin in her hand, thinking, "Background? In our Heavenly River Dynasty, isn't the Qin family?" Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed in alarm, You're the Qin Yu on the wanted poster." Xiaoyu turned to Jinan King, looking annoyed. "So you knew all along, didn't you?" Jinan King stroked his beard, laughing heartily. This girl, so slow to react. Jinan King turned to Qin Yu, gently pushing his granddaughter forward. "If young brother Qin is sincere, this old man can be a witness right now." Xiaoyu blushed, stealing a glance at Qin Yu, stammering, I. Qin Yu scratched his head, looking at Jinan King and saying, "Cough, cough. Let's not talk about this anymore. I was just joking." Hearing Qin Yu's words, Xiaoyu suddenly deflated, looking very disappointed. Qin Yu said to Jinan King, "All right, Jinan King, we should be on our way." Jinan King nodded and followed Qin Yu. Right, let's hurry up and leave." They left Xiaoyu sitting there, embarrassed and alone. Left behind, Xiaoyu clenched her fists, looking furious, silently remembering this grudge. That brat dared to tease me. I'm so angry. Am I not good enough for him? A moment later, everyone arrived at the Heavenly River Dynasty. Many soldiers guarded both sides strictly. As Jinan King entered the city gates, everyone welcomed him enthusiastically. The surrounding commoners were in an uproar. Is that Jinan King? That old man is actually Jinan King. Walking beside him, wasn't that Princess Yuehua? At this moment, a man pushed through the crowd and approached. This person was Huang Fei. He continued towards Jinan King. Huang Fei excitedly spoke up. "Jinan King, you finally returned. My father misses you dearly. Jinnan King stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. It has been a while since I've seen your father as well. Huang Fei turned to Yuehua and said, Yuehua, little sister, it's been a while since I've seen you. I missed you very much. Yuehua appeared flustered and anxious. Huang Fei, we've never been that close. Huang Fei gazed intently at Yuehua. Yuehua, we're childhood sweethearts. Our engagement was decided even before we were born. How can you say such things? Chinu extended his hand and smiled at Princess Yuehua. So this is your fiancé? He looks all right, quite the talented individual. Princess Yuehua, both angry and embarrassed, shouted, He is not my fiancé. Seeing this, Huang Fei stepped in front of Chinu, striking a pose. Ha 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 ha. You flatter me. Princess Yuehua gritted her teeth, clenching her fists in fury. Looking at Chin Yu's smug face, she began to smile slyly. She started her scheme, running to embrace Chin Yu. Chin Yu, are you angry? Huang Fei, witnessing this scene, was so furious his eyes nearly bulged out. Chin Yu, bewildered, fell victim to this honey trap. This girl is setting me up again with that cunning smile of hers. Jinnan King and his entourage nodded and closed their eyes, pretending not to see what was unfolding before them. Huang Fei, somewhat enraged, pointed at Princess Yuehua. Yuehua. Princess Yuehua linked her arm with Chin Yu's. Let me formally introduce you. This is the man I love. Huang Fei grew increasingly furious, his foot stomping hard enough to crack the tiles. Yuehua, stop playing games with me. Yuehua continued. We've set our wedding date long ago. We will grow old together. The ceremony will be held soon. Huang Fei's eyes were filled with rage, his grip so tight that his fan snapped in two. Yuehua, you must be tired from your journey. I prepared a banquet. He turned to Jinnan King, cupping his hands in a salute. Jinnan King, please allow me to host a welcoming feast for you first. Jinnan King stroked his beard again and nodded in agreement. Very well, very well. Amidst the vast heavenly river city, a procession rode Triceratops and a dinosaur. These two dinosaurs were escorting Jinnan King to Huang Fei's Lianqi sect. Commoners lined the streets, excitedly watching the escort. The procession traveled for a while. Princess Yuehua, seated upon her mount, admired the surrounding scenery and began conversing with Jinnan King. It's been a long time since I returned here. Chin Yu and Huang Fei crossed their arms in silence, neither uttering a word. Huang Fei began to act arrogantly, threatening Chin Yu. I don't know who you are, but let me make this clear, Yuehua is my woman. I advise you to get out of Heavenly River City immediately. I'll give you one night. If you're still here tomorrow, I will flay you alive and grind your bones to dust. Chin Yu turned to Huang Fei, a smile spreading across his face. Leave Heavenly River City? I can leave, but you'll have to give me some time. Chin Yu's smile gradually broadened, carrying a provocative hint as he continued. Wait until Li Yu and I finish our wedding ceremony and have a son and a daughter. Then we could talk about leaving. Huang Fei clutched his chest, the thought of Chin Yu and his princess Yuehua together forever, even having children, absolutely unbearable. Huang Fei angrily grabbed Chin Yu's collar. Do you want to die? Don't think you can act so arrogant just because my sister Li Yu is protecting you. Chin Yu's expression became even more obnoxious. Sorry, but I am this arrogant. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Huang Fei was furious but couldn't do anything, so he let go. You little punk, just you wait. Chin Yu brushed off his clothes and sighed. This Li Yu has caused me quite a bit of trouble since she arrived. Not long after, Chin Yu and the others arrived at the Refining Chi sect, one of the largest sects in Heavenly River City. The first thing that caught their eye was the holy fire furnace burning fiercely. Huang Fei jumped down from his dinosaur mount, walked to the main gate of his sect, then looked up at Jinnan King, cupping his hands and greeting Jinnan King, Sister Yuehua, please come in. Princess Yuehua and Jinnan King then dismounted and entered, admiring the architecture of the Refining Chi sect. It truly lived up to its reputation as the largest Refining Chi sect in Heavenly River City. Even the main gate's arrangement was of low-grade imperial level. Princess Yuehua crossed her arms, glared, and snorted. Huang Fei continued to bow to Jinnan King. Jinnan King, you flatter us. The arrangement of the main gate is just my father's whim. It's nothing to mention. Let's go inside. Huang Fei gestured for everyone to enter, leading the way to the main hall of the refining Qi sect. Why father has some urgent matters to attend to and is not currently at the residence. Huang Fei explained that I will be in charge of entertaining Jinnan King today. Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the food right away. Chinu entered, looked around, stroked his chin, and thought to himself, as expected of a major sect, it's truly luxurious. A moment later, a table laden with a sumptuous feast, emitting a rich aroma, was prepared. Huang Fei emerged from the kitchen, chattering, "Here it comes, here it comes." He carried a plate of earth dragon meat and placed it on the table, saying, "Sister Yuehua, this is earth dragon meat. It's very good for martial artists, especially those who are body refining. Especially since you went through the trouble of coming here." He was speaking to Yuehua when he suddenly heard Chinu say, "The food smells delicious," and turned around in alarm. "What the hell? My dragon meat." Huang Fei immediately rushed over to snatch back the plate of earth dragon meat. "This isn't for you." Chinu swung his hand and struck Huang Fei, nearly knocking him off his feet. Damn, that kid hits hard. In the blink of an eye, Chinu had devoured the earth dragon meat, leaving only a bone. He then felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, his entire being emitting a golden light as his meridians broke through on the spot. Chinu looked at his hands, brimming with power, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Invigorating." He then proceeded to grab 8 bowls of rice, continuously sweeping away the food on the table. Huang Fei turned to Jinnan King, cupping his hands, and said, "By the way, Jinnan King, I have some good news to report to you." Jinnan King looked at Huang Fei in surprise, his face full of questions. Huang Fei smiled and continued, "You know, a while ago I awakened the 5th grade Saint Flame and also became a disciple of the Qi Immortal Patriarch." Jinnan King and Princess Yuehua stared at Huang Fei in astonishment. Huang Fei continued, widening his eyes, "Regarding the marriage agreement between me and younger sister Liu, my master is also aware. In a few days, he will personally come to Heavenly River City to preside over our wedding ceremony." Hearing this, Jinnan King and Yuehua's faces darkened, and they were speechless. Chinu sat to the side, eating while listening to Huang Fei, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this Huang Fei to be able to awaken a Saint Flame. In this era, Saint Flames are bestowed upon martial artists by the heavens and earth. All those who awaken them possess special divine abilities. Saint Flames have a total of 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the weakest and the 9th grade the strongest. All martial artists who awaken a Saint Flame can attain the most respected status on the continent, that of a refiner. In my opinion, although Huang Fei only awakened a 5th grade Saint Flame, even so, in the Heavenly River Dynasty, he is considered a rare existence. Moreover, the Qi Immortal Patriarch is also an extraordinary figure. His cultivation is at the peak of the Spirit's Severing realm, and it can be said that he is a powerful figure in the Heavenly River Dynasty. Huang Fei narrowed his eyes, giving Princess Yuehua a sinister smile. Furthermore, my master has agreed to give younger sister Liu the grandest wedding ceremony ever seen. Jinnan King sat in deep thought for a moment, speechless. This is going to be troublesome. That night, the moon hung high. After dinner, Chinu went to the largest inn in Heavenly River City. Yuehua followed behind Chinu, her face full of confusion. "You could clearly stay at the Jinnan King's mansion. Why are you going to this inn?" Chinu reached the entrance of the inn and turned back to look at Yuehua, smiling. "Huh, do you not want me to leave?" Suddenly, Chinu's eyes widened, as if he had seen something. At this moment, Princess Yuehua's face was filled with sadness, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She didn't know what to say. Then, she turned around, silently covering her face as she walked back towards the Jinnan King's mansion. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he watched Yuehua's retreating figure, pondering, "Don't worry, this Huang Fei is definitely not a good person. We are fated, and I won't let you fall into his clutches." A moment later, Qin Yu entered the inn and rented a room to rest. Then, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. In an instant, Qin Yu's body was enveloped in golden light, and a phantom image of the rock appeared behind him. The fastest way to improve cultivation is not by consuming large quantities of natural treasures, but by using the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. Tomorrow, I must go find some good ones. Once I enter the second level of the spirit-severing realm, I can unlock the second desolate beast, the nine-legged golden crow. That's the nine-legged golden crow, a golden bird with 9 legs, possessing the heavenly earth's strange fire. That Huang Fei has no idea what kind of expression he'll have when he sees the 9th-grade Saint Flame. Ha ha! At the same time, at the refining Qi sect, after having someone investigate Qin Yu's background, Huang Fei had also obtained the information. Huang Fei's subordinate cupped his hands and bowed. "Young master, I've investigated clearly. Qin Yu is a member of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty." As soon as Huang Fei heard Qin family, he exclaimed, "What? Is he that Qin Yu who was cuckolded by the immortal clan and then pursued?" Huang Fei started to let out a sinister, evil laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! This is hilarious. I wonder who it was. No matter how powerful, you're just a good-for-nothing. Fine, I'll spare your life for now. I want you to witness with your own eyes Li Yu becoming Huang Fei's wife." Meanwhile, at the inn, after Qin Yu finished riding the wind and thunder palm martial skill using his divine power, he put it away and sighed. Riding this martial skill is truly tiring. This wind and thunder palm is something I luckily obtained in my previous life. Although it's only a low-grade Xian rank, it's enough to exchange for a large amount of natural treasures. Qin Yu slowly got out of bed and dressed, then set off for the Tianhe auction house. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the Tianhe auction house. Inside the auction house, countless people were gathered there, both demon and human races. Qin Yu entered and looked around. "I'm back again. This place is full of memories." At this moment, a chameleon demon walked up to Qin Yu. "Welcome, welcome, young master. What are you looking for?" Qin Yu pondered and shook his head. "You can't handle what I want." Then, pointing in a direction, he said, "Quickly call Miss Warner over here." The chameleon demon was stunned and hurriedly ran off. "Please wait a moment, young master." Nearby, a 3-headed snake slowly slithered out, with a woman on its back, holding a tobacco pipe and exhaling a puff of smoke. "I am Dugal Warner. I don't think I've met this young master before." Qin Yu stared at Warner and said, "Long time no see, Miss Warner." Warner, sitting on the back of the 3-headed snake, carefully assessed Qin Yu and thought, "Who is this person? I've clearly never met him." Qin Yu walked up to Warner and gestured with his hand. "I want to participate in today's auction." Warner stared at Qin Yu for a moment, then softly let out an "oh." The chameleon demon narrowed his eyes and looked thoughtfully at Qin Yu. "We've encountered a formidable person." Dugu Warner turned around and began to lead the way. "Young master, please follow me." A few minutes later, Qin Yu was led down a corridor and into the main auction hall. The old chameleon bowed and opened the door, inviting Qin Yu to enter. After entering the waiting room, Qin Yu stretched and said, "It's good to be back again." Dugu Warner started to light her pipe. Took a deep puff. "This young master looks very unfamiliar. I wonder who recommended you?" Qin Yu crossed his arms and said indifferently, "You don't need to know that. I'm well aware of the auction rules." Then Qin Yu took out the Wind and Thunder Palm manual. "Take a look at this. Is it enough? How much is it worth?" Dugu Warner took the manual and carefully examined it. Then her eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't this a low-grade Xian rank cultivation technique?" Qin Yu also crossed his arms, looking smug. "That's right. This is a low-grade Xian rank cultivation technique." Dugu Warner held the cultivation technique and said, "Such a precious Xian rank technique. Do you really want to auction it off?" Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. "Of course." Dugu Warner started to consider, preparing to offer a price. This low-grade Xian rank cultivation technique, if auctioned, could sell for 1 million gold coins. But if you trust me, for 1.5 million gold coins, our Tian He auction house can purchase it from you directly. Chinu's eyes widened as he thought. One second-grade body refining pill is worth about 10,000 gold coins. So 1.5 million gold coins could buy 150 pills. Then, excitedly, he agreed to Warner's price deal. But I want to exchange the money for body refining pills. Duga Warner was overjoyed, having bought a Shien rank technique at a low price. All right, this isn't difficult for me. Thank you, young master. Duga Warner took a deep drag from her pipe, thinking, I didn't expect someone so young to already possess a low-grade Shien rank technique. Could he be a disciple from some large power here in the Heavenly River Dynasty for training? Then Warner invited Chinu to the evening auction. Aren't you participating in the auction tonight? Chinu nodded repeatedly. Of course I'll participate. Then Chinu stroked his chin, recalling his previous life. If I remember correctly, an extraordinary treasure will appear at the Tian He auction house today. Dugu Warner happily offered to guide Chinu. Then let me lead you to a special seat. Chinu followed Warner to the main hall for the auction. Warner spread her arms and announced, Welcome to the underground auction hall. The guests attending the auction chattered amongst themselves. Did you see that? I'm this old, and I've attended dozens of auctions, but I've never seen her smile so radiantly. That's right. I wonder who that young man beside her is. Chinu then sat in the special seat to participate in the auction. The view here isn't bad. Very good. Warner, holding her pipe, smiled happily at Chinu. Of course, only honored guests of our Tian He auction house can sit here. Suddenly, a hand shot up. A pockmarked man with thick lips appeared behind Warner, waving his hand continuously as he slowly approached. Warner, I'm here. Warner glanced at him and took another deep drag from her pipe. Oh, isn't it young Master Wang? The pockmarked, thick-lipped man continued. Warner, today our Divine Spear sect has brought a very good item. It turned out this person was named Wang Xian, the heir of the Divine Spear sect. Warner gracefully covered her mouth with a smile. Thank you, young Master Wang, for your support. Wang Xian continued to prattle. Warner, my father has come to propose marriage many times, wanting to form an alliance. Why do you keep refusing? Wang Xian rambled on, but his hand unconsciously reached out, attempting to grope her. Warner, with a charming smile, quickly dodged to the side, covering her chest with her hand. Wang Xian leered at Warner. Is Warner shy? I've already arranged everything. I don't need the item the Divine Spear sect is auctioning today. Consider it all a betrothal gift to marry you. Wang Xian revealed a lewd smile, his eyes filled with lust as he looked at Warner. Even your father can't refuse this. At this moment, Warner felt fear and wanted to escape. Just as the lecher finished speaking, Chinu suddenly glared at him, turning his head. A long spear, brimming with immortal energy, began to emit a blue light. Seeing this, Chinu thought to himself, as expected, my memory isn't wrong. Today, the Divine Spear sect is auctioning the damaged, immortal artifact, the Shattered God Spear. Wang Xian looked closely and realized that the seat he usually occupied had been taken by Chinu. He slammed his hand on Chinu's shoulder and yelled, Hey, you little punk, do you know whose seat this is? This is young master's seat, not somewhere you could just sit as you please. Get lost. Duga Warner quickly stepped forward to stop Wang Xian. This is my honored guest. Don't be so rude. Wang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression turning furious at Warner. This has always been my seat. Chinu responded with a provocative look, further enraging Wang Xian. Well, it's mine now. If you have the guts, try and take it. Wang Xian stepped closer and sneered. You think you're worthy of sitting here? You're just a pathetic first-stage, spiritual god realm cultivator. Chinu promptly slapped Wang Xian across the face. The slap sent Wang Xian sprawling to the ground. He clutched his face and glared fiercely at Chinu. Just you wait. After the auction, I'll have someone deal with you. Chinu looked at him coldly. Stop yapping. Say another word, and I'll wipe out your entire family. Wang Xian gritted his teeth. Still shouting, No one has ever dared to hit or insult me all these years. You want to die? I'll gladly send you on your way. Dugu Wanner shouted angrily. Enough. Hearing her voice, Wang Xian flinched. Wanner glared at Wang Xian, and no matter who you are, no one is allowed to cause trouble in my Tianhe auction house. These are the rules. Wang Xian pointed at Chinu angrily, but Wanner fixed Wang Xian with a terrifying stare. Silence. Wang Xian immediately obeyed. Yes, I understand. He clutched his arm and found a seat, muttering under his breath, for Wanner's sake, I'll swallow my anger for now. But once we're out of the Tianhe auction house, I'll slaughter your entire family. One of Huang Fei's subordinates, who had witnessed the entire incident, took out a communication token and informed Huang Fei, Young Master, I've located that Chinu. He's at the Tianhe auction house, and he's offended Wang Xian. At that moment, in the imperial residence at the Qi refinement sect, Huang Fei was enjoying himself, being served fruit by beautiful women. Suddenly, his communication token buzzed with his subordinate's message. After listening, Huang Fei smiled sinisterly. Offended Wang Xian? Has he? This Chinu is really looking for death everywhere he goes. He then used his token to send a message to Wang Xian. Wang Xian also took out his communication token. Oh, a message from Huang Fei. That little brat, I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a bastard abandoned by a fallen royal family. On the auction stage, Wanner gracefully ascended the platform and addressed the large crowd. Welcome, everyone, to today's Tianhe auction. Today's items are unprecedentedly exceptional, even 100 times more precious and high-grade than those of previous auctions. The guests attending the auction called out, Miss Wanner, stop keeping us in suspense. Let the auction begin. Wanner signaled for her subordinates to bring out the first item. She lifted the box containing the item. The first item up for auction today is a second-grade medicinal pill, the Vitality Restoration Pill. As Wanner opened the box, countless dazzling rays of light emanated from the pill. Wanner continued her introduction. This medicinal pill can revive the dead and regenerate flesh and blood from bone. For anyone at the Tong Shun realm, level 1 and below, regardless of the severity of their injuries, as long as they consume this pill, their life can be prolonged. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. Guests, please begin bidding. The guests began bidding clamorously, vying for the pill. 15,000. 18,000. Chinu appeared tired, yawning widely, thinking to himself, these things are useless to me. I'll take a nap first and wait for the final treasure. Having said that, he began to snore softly. From afar, Wang Xian continuously observed Chinu, revealing a sinister smile, his expression incredibly eerie. Sleep, little brat. These will be your last peaceful days. Half an hour later, Wanner was presiding over the auction. Congratulations to this young master for obtaining this treasure. She then spread her arms, signaling for her subordinates to bring up the next auction item. From backstage, Wanner's subordinates slowly carried up a box containing the next item. This is the penultimate treasure of today's auction. At this moment, Chinu was also awakened, excitedly sitting up to observe the treasure he had long awaited. It's here. It's here. The treasure is here. Huang Fei's subordinate clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. It's here, the damaged, immortal artifact that young master wants. Wanner, on the stage, waved her hand, signaling for her subordinate to open the box, and then introduced, this is the first-grade immortal artifact, the Shattered God Spear. Although it is damaged, it is still an immortal artifact. The starting price is 1,000,000 gold coins. Please begin bidding. Huang Fei's subordinate immediately raised his hand and shouted, then bowed towards the surroundings. 1.5 million gold coins. Everyone, this item is extremely important to the refining Qi sect. I hope you'll give us face. Wanner glared at Huang Fei's subordinate. Damn refining Qi sect, using these tactics to suppress the bidding again. Chinu furrowed his brows in thought. It's my turn to act. At the same time, a girl cloaked in black appeared, shouting, 2 million. I want this. Chinu glanced over in surprise, then realized it was Wu Si. Huang Fei's subordinate's eyes widened, pointing at Wu Si and yelling, "You dare compete with our refining chi sect for this item? You'd best think carefully about whether you can walk out of here alive." At this moment, Wu Si removed her hood, glaring at Huang Fei's subordinate. Seeing Wu Si, Huang Fei's subordinate immediately trembled. Deaf person sect. He hurriedly sat down, sighing in relief, thinking to himself, "Forget it, with the deaf person sect involved, young master surely won't blame me." Wu Si revealed a satisfied smile, saying loudly, "Ha! This thing is returned to my hands." At this moment, Chinu stood up, excitedly raising his hand and shouting, 3,000,000. He then looked up at Wu Si, a provocative expression on his face. Wu Si snorted, glancing at Chinu. "Is this little brat doing this on purpose?" Wang Xian curled his lip, beginning to think. 3,000,000 gold coins. Where did this little brat get so much money? Dugawaner, standing on the stage, began to raise her hand and shout, "Is there anyone who will bid higher than 3,000,000 gold coins? If not, this auction will conclude. Is there anyone else who dares to bid and compete?" Everyone remained silent. Wanner, standing on the stage, blew a kiss to Chinu. "Since that's the case, this first-grade immortal artifact belongs to this young master." Chinu shivered, feeling a chill from the blown kiss, and quickly dodged to the side. Wanner hurriedly announced the next auction item. An attendant, obeying the command, brought a box containing the auction item onto the stage. Wanner gestured towards it and introduced, "This is the final treasure of tonight's auction, a low-grade mystic rank martial skill, the secret manual of the Wind and Thunder Palm." Seeing the Wind and Thunder Palm manual, all the guests began to clamor. Wanner then announced the starting price. "The lowest starting bid is 5,000,000 gold coins. Please begin bidding." All the guests scrambled to bid on the Wind and Thunder Palm. 6,000,000, 7,000,000. From afar, Wang Xian raised his hand and shouted, wanting to secure the Wind and Thunder Palm, 10,000,000. Huang Fei's subordinate also began to compete with Wang Xian, 12,000,000. Wang Xian angrily turned around and glared, shouting, "Huang Fei's dog, what do you mean? Go tell Huang Fei this is what I want. Get the hell out of here." The subordinate retorted, "Young master has given the order. We must obtain this. Young master Wang, please forgive me." He then clapped his hands and shouted, 15,000,000 gold coins. Wang Xian angrily cursed Huang Fei in his mind. "Damn it, Huang Fei. You still want my help? You want me to teach Chinu a lesson? Dream on, absolutely not." Wu Si glanced at the guests and curled her lip, saying 15,000,000? Do you really want this low-grade mystic rank cultivation technique that badly? Wu Si then raised her hand and shouted, 18,000,000. But Chinu suddenly covered her mouth and waved his hand, signaling her not to bid anymore. Wu Si glared at Chinu. "Why should I trust someone like you? I want to continue bidding, so what?" Wu Si raised her hand, prepared to bid, but hesitated and lowered it. She crossed her arms and faced Chinu. "Fine, I don't want it anymore." Chinu looked at Wu Si happily. "You did the right thing." Wu Si frowned and looked at Chinu thoughtfully. "That's strange. Why did I listen to him?" Wanner, standing on the stage, gestured towards the guests. "If no one bids higher, then—" She then pointed at Huang Fei's subordinate and announced loudly, "This treasure belongs to you." Huang Fei's subordinate was overjoyed and laughed with satisfaction. "Haha, a low-grade mystic rank. A low-grade mystic rank." Chinu leaned close to Wu Si and said, "Do you remember what I said earlier?" Then, turning around but still looking back, he continued, "I'm at the largest inn in Tianhe. Think it over, and come find me. I'll be going now." With that, Chinu hurriedly left the Tianhe auction house. A moment later, Dugawaner walked towards Chinu. "I've kept you waiting, young Master Chen." Chinu shook his head slightly, feigning indifference. "I just arrived." Dugawaner smiled happily at Chinu. "Young Master Chen, thank you for this." Chinu looked at Wanner with a feigning innocence. "Miss, they say there's no business without treachery. I didn't expect it to reach such a high price. Chinu crossed his arms and stared at Warner. Dugu Warner, do you owe me a big favor? Warner then slowly pressed her body closer, her ample bosom brushing against Chinu. Indeed, a very big favor. Chinu's lips curled up into a smile. He then reached out, embracing Warner's waist and pulling her closer, causing her to blush shyly. Since it's like this, can I ask you for a favor? Warner's cheeks flushed crimson as she looked intently at Chinu. Young Master Chen, you're like this. Chinu's smile faded. I'm not teasing you anymore. Warner then took out a storage ring and placed it in his hand. Her cheeks still flushed, she coughed awkwardly. Ahem, everything is inside this storage ring. This ring is a gift from the Tianhe auction house for you, young master. Chinu took the ring, immediately putting it on his finger and examining it closely at a mid-grade yellow rank storage ring. Not bad at all. Oh, right. If Wang Xian ever invites you to explore the ancient ruins, let me know beforehand. I definitely want to go with you. Chinu turned around, waving goodbye. See you later. Warner watched Chinu's retreating figure, curiously thinking, what are the ancient ruins? On the main street of Tianhe City, Chinu strolled leisurely amidst the bustling crowd. As he walked, he recalled his past life that I met Dugu Warner after she returned from the ancient ruins. Back then, Dugu Warner was harmed by Wang Xian in the ancient ruins and forced to marry him. Hatefully, after they married, Wang Xian revealed his true colors. Dugu Warner's life became a living hell. In my past life, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I couldn't save her from that abyss. In this life, I will definitely let her soar freely in the sky. That night, in the largest inn of Tianhe City, Chinu's entire body was enveloped in holy fire, the energy of body refining pills filling the room. He began absorbing the pills floating in midair. For martial artists with ordinary talent, at the first level of the Tongshan realm, they can only use one pill at a time. Those with better talent can use 3 simultaneously. True geniuses can use 10 at once. But I have an incredibly strong qi absorption ability. 150 pills are more than enough. As Chinu sat absorbing the body-refining pills, his divine sense began connecting the pills, awakening their ultimate power and activating the 9-footed golden crow. He then used the body-refining pills to awaken the holy fire within his body. The powerful energy was continuously absorbed by Chinu's body to its limit. His entire body began to emit a dazzling light, muscles bulging, and his clothes were torn to shreds, scattering around him. Chinu slowly stood up, slightly fatigued from the breakthrough. The mark on his forehead lit up with the image of the 9-footed golden crow. He sighed. 150 body refining pills have indeed helped me advance to the 2nd level of the Tongshan realm. Chinu then took out the desolate heaven scripture, opened it with his divine power, and looked towards the 9-footed golden crow. He extended his hand and touched its image. A phantom of the 9-footed golden crow slowly appeared, bowing its head in submission to its master. Chinu reached out again, and a small spark from the 9-footed golden crow leaped out, gradually enveloping his muscles. Chinu gazed at the flame in his hand. Long time no see, 9 heavens profound annihilation fire. The flame danced in his palm, like a pet nuzzling its owner. Chinu gently opened the storage ring, summoning the god-slaying spear and the world-shattering spear, and commanded the 9 heavens profound annihilation fire to fuse with both. Boost combat power. Chinu looked at his weapons and thought to himself, the 9 heavens profound annihilation fire can refine all things in the world. Fusing this broken immortal weapon with the god-slaying spear is truly as easy as flipping my hand. After the weapon was strengthened, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a beam of light shot straight up, illuminating the entire Tianhe city. At this moment, the god-slaying spear had been successfully strengthened, taking on a completely new appearance and becoming a heaven-destroying immortal weapon. Chinu reached out and gripped the god-slaying spear, carefully examining his successfully refined divine weapon. After refining the broken immortal weapon, the god-slaying spear has finally transcended its mortal form, becoming a first-grade immortal weapon. Now I have a new source of power. As long as they are below the 5th level of the Tongshan realm, I can defeat them with a single spear thrust. After refining the weapon, Chinu withdrew the 9 heavens' profound annihilation fire and collapsed, somewhat exhausted. He then fell asleep. His speed of falling asleep was truly comparable to Nobita's. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Tianhe dynasty, a group of people were traveling in palanquins. Suddenly, they heard the sound of thunder and saw the aura of an immortal weapon appear. Inside a palanquin, an old man lifted the curtain and observed carefully, thinking to himself, "Did this old man just have an illusion? I seem to have seen the immortal aura of a first-grade immortal weapon. If a first-grade immortal weapon has truly appeared, I must find a way to obtain it. How can a small Tianhe city be worthy of possessing such a treasure?" The old man pondered for a moment, a sinister and eerie smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in the territory of the corpse man's sect, the atmosphere was gloomy and terrifying, thick with murderous intent. Under the flickering light of ghost flames burning in 2 skulls, Wu Si and Wu Yu were respectfully bowing to the corpse man's sect master. Wu Si and Wu Yu lowered their heads and spoke with some anxiety. "Sect master." This person was the corpse man's sect master, Huasi Run, neither male nor female, a demon person. They rested their chin on their hand, looking at the 2 Wu sisters. "Wu Yu, Wu Si, you 2 have failed repeatedly. How should I deal with you?" Wu Si placed her hand on her chest, showing respect, and said, "I respectfully request the sect master to punish this useless one." Huasi Ren began to laugh strangely, then walked in front of Wu Si and lifted her chin. "Ha ha ha! You 2 sisters were raised by me since childhood. How could I bear to punish you?" Their gaze fixed on Wu Si, their face carrying a strange expression. "A new mission has arrived. I hope you won't fail this time." Upon hearing this, Wu Si and Wu Yu's faces fell, filled with worry, and they said in unison, asking the sect master for instructions. Huasi Run raised their head and said, "The one who ruined your operation is Chinu, a descendant of the Qin family in the Divine Sword Dynasty. Because he killed Li Jianhe, he was forced to flee to Tianhe. The Zhao Immortal Clan has issued an order to capture Chinu alive. This task is entrusted to you." After hearing the mission assigned by Huasi Run, the 2 sisters bowed and accepted the order, then used instantaneous teleportation, disappearing from Huasi Ren's sight in the blink of an eye. Useless 2 useless things. You can't even handle such a small matter. It was a waste of all the years I spent raising you. They then covered their monstrous face with their hand. "If you fail again this time, it seems I'll have to cultivate some new disciples." Then they spread their arms, summoning a door leading to a secret place. The next morning, at the largest inn in Tianhe City, Princess Yuhua was already standing in front of the inn's entrance, calling out Chinyu's name. After waiting a while, Chinyu finally emerged, yawning and stretching. He tiredly rubbed his head, looking at Yu Hua quizzically. "Girl, what's the matter? Making such a racket this early in the morning?" Princess Yu Hua walked up to Chinyu and pointed at him. "From today onwards, you will stay in our Zhennan royal mansion. You're not allowed to stay at this Tianhe Inn anymore." Chinyu looked at Yu Hua seriously, grinning. "What's this? Have you missed your fiancé this much already?" Yu Hua's cheeks flushed red. She looked at Chinyu shyly and said loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Yesterday at the auction, didn't you fight with Huang Fei over that damaged immortal artifact? Not only that, but you also offended Wang Xian of the Divine Spear sect. Neither Wang Xian nor Huang Fei are good people. You're something else, offending both of them single-handedly." Chinyu laughed heartily and gently stroked Princess Yu Hua's head. "Oh, what are you afraid of? I'm here." Princess Yu Hua stomped her foot angrily and shouted, "Not only that, but the corpse man sect has also accepted a mission from the Divine Sword Dynasty to send people to kill you. Do you even know how dangerous your current situation is?" Chinyu ignored her shrill words and put his hand on Yu Hua's shoulder. "I'm not afraid of them. So what are you afraid of? Come on, let's go explore Tianhe City. Princess Yuhua frowned and looked at Chinu seriously. Humph, I don't know what to say to you anymore. Afterwards, the two of them happily sat at a bun stall, enjoying their food together. Then they went to watch street performers doing magic tricks. After watching the performance, the two strolled leisurely along the main street of Tianhe City. On a bridge, a familiar figure stood before Chinu and Princess Yuhua. Yuhua looked and said in surprise, "Who is that? Why are they blocking the way on the bridge?" The girl exhaled a long plume of smoke. It turned out to be Duel. That figure, well, how could anyone forget? Yuhua carefully appraised Duel. That's Duel from the Tianhe auction house. I didn't expect her to be so breathtakingly beautiful. Chinu turned to look at Yuhua and compared. Yes, look at yourself. It's really hard to describe. Yuhua covered her chest with her hands. Shut up. Chinu continued towards Duel and greeted her. Duel turned to look at Princess Yuhua and Chinu. Greetings, Princess Yuhua and young Master Chen. We've met before, so no introductions are needed. Princess Yuhua smiled and said to Waner, Sister Waner, we haven't seen each other in years. Why are you acting so formally? Just call me Yuhua. Waner smiled back at Yuhua. All right, Yuhua. Then Waner turned to look at Chinu. Young Master Chen, I apologize for blocking your way. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Chinu crossed his arms and nodded slightly. How could meeting a beautiful woman be a disturbance? But you should still get to the point. Waner's expression turned serious. If you were here, she would definitely tell me the same thing. Young Master Chen, you must be especially careful of the Corpse Man sect during this time. Their sect master has accepted a mission from the Immortal Clan and ordered his disciples to assassinate you. Chinu clapped his hands, maintaining a calm demeanor. I anticipated this. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. After hearing this, Waner reluctantly said her goodbyes. If that's the case, Waner will take her leave and not bother you two any longer. Princess Yuhua suddenly rushed forward and hugged Waner. Since you're already here, Sister Waner, why don't you come stroll with us? It's been a while since I've been back to Tianhe City, and there are many places I'm not familiar with. Chinu crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. Yuhua is right. Then Chinu stepped forward, spread his arms wide, and embraced both girls around their waists, causing them to blush crimson. It's decided then. Let's go together, haha. Waner's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Chinu. This guy really. After that, Chinu put his arms around the two beauties and walked forward, calling out loudly, Let's go. The surrounding commoners all looked at Chinu in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, Isn't that Princess Yuhua? And beside her is Duel. Who is that guy, daring to embrace them like that? Does he even deserve to? You don't even know him? Yesterday, at the Tianhe auction house, he was full of himself, incredibly arrogant, and offended quite a few people. Hearing the surrounding gossip, Chinu sighed. It seems their reputations are even greater than I imagined. Duel covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't worry, young Master Chen. Yuhua, already accustomed to Chinu, chimed in. It would be strange if he was worried. Suddenly, Chinu heard the continuous cracking of a whip coming from the crowd ahead. A young demon girl was being tortured by a fat man. You beast, trying to run away? The young demon girl, whipped countless times by the fat man, fell to the ground in pain, her body covered in wounds. The fat man gnashed his teeth and glared at her, roaring, I paid money to buy you, not for you to run away. I'll beat you to death. Duel, standing beside Chinu, stared at the fat man. That's Li Pengzi's voice. Judging by his appearance, he's torturing a newly bought slave again. Princess Yuhua glared at Li Pengzi with indignation. One day, I will abolish the slave trade throughout the entire Tianhe dynasty. Waner also spoke sternly. That Li Pengzi is arrogant and domineering. He relies on being a relative of the Qi refinement sect's royal family to act recklessly and disregard everyone. For at least half of every month, he's out on the streets torturing slaves. Yuhua clenched her fists, frowning at the fat man. Is there no one to control him? Waner could only shake her head and explain. Those are his slaves. How can others interfere? There's no reason for them to intervene. Li Pengzi continued to whip the young demon girl repeatedly, causing her to collapse in pain as soon as she tried to stand up. Li Pengzi gripped the whip tightly and roared, "Try running away again. I give you food and drink, and you ungrateful beasts still aren't satisfied?" The young demon girl coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand before Li Pengzi, shouting, "Li Pengzi, you slaughtered my entire clan. Even as a ghost, I will not forgive you." Li Pengzi continued to brutally kick the young demon girl in the stomach. "So what if I slaughtered your entire clan? They were just a bunch of lowly demons. If it weren't for your somewhat decent looks, I would have killed you already. Spending a single silver tael to buy you is already 8 lifetimes of fortune for you. Now, I am your master, your grandfather. Understand." He continued forward, grabbing the chain and pulling the girl's head up. "Jiruyu, if I catch you running away again, it won't just be a beating." The young demon girl's eyes were filled with fury and resentment as she glared at the beast before her. Suddenly, upon hearing the name, Chinu blurted out, "What did he just say? Jiruyu?" Wanner beside him nodded slightly. "Yes, what about it, Chinu?" Chinu smiled faintly. "I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest." Yuhua, seeing this familiar smile, was startled. What is he planning now? Whenever he smiles, it's definitely nothing good. Then Chinu slowly walked towards the beast. "I must save this girl. Otherwise, the human race will face a great calamity in the future, and the lives of tens of thousands will perish at her hands." Li Pengzi, exhausted after his torment, loosened the chain and gasped, "I'm worn out." He turned to look at the surrounding people and said loudly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen anyone discipline their own slave?" The young demon girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, her gaze filled with suppressed hatred. Even the fat man shuddered at her gaze. "Damn it! How can I be scared by the look of a slave?" He raised his whip again and lunged towards the girl, yelling, "Kneel down, or I'll kill you right now." At this moment, Chinu reached out and grabbed the fat man's hand. Li Pengzi turned to look at Chinu in astonishment, his eyes wide. He looked furious. "Who dares interfere in my business?" Chinu released his hand and said softly, "I want to buy this girl. Name your price." The fat man remained arrogant and shouted, "Not for sale. Get lost." Chinu turned and pointed at the young demon girl. "Just now, that girl said she was forced to be bought. If that's the case, I'll force you to sell." Li Pengzi, ignorant and unaware of who he was facing, clutched his belly and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Then, glaring at Chinu, he threatened, "You ignorant little brat. All right then. Do you know who I am? While you still have a chance, get lost." Chinu nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curling up. "If that's the case, then there's no other way." While the fat man was still talking, Chinu's fist arrived in front of his face. With just a light punch, Li Pengzi flew back 10 meters, crashing lightly against the city wall. The surrounding people were shocked, but still gossiped. "This kid dared to hit Li Pengzi. This is bad. This young man is in trouble." Li Pengzi is from the Qi refinement sect. The young demon girl looked at Chinu, surprised, but didn't know what to say. Li Pengzi rose from the rubble, his whole body ablaze, and shouted at Chinu, "You little punk." He channeled his qi, summoning the image of a boar, his body burning fiercely. He continued to yell, "I'll kill you." He focused all his divine power, activating the high-grade Huang ranked martial skill, while bore fist and charged toward Chinu. Chinu looked at him with a grim expression for a moment. Then electricity flashed in his eyes, and a powerful energy erupted from his body, forming a solid shield. Li Pengzi crashed into Chinu's shield, pig blood spraying from his mouth. Then, with a burst of divine power from Chinu, he was flung into the air, screaming helplessly. Chinu watched him intently from below. "Wild boar fist? I think you're just a pig." The battle ended. Chinu slowly walked forward, reached out, and rubbed the head of the young demon girl in front of him. "From now on, little girl, you are mine." Chinu placed his hand on the little girl's head, releasing his divine power, shattering all the shackles on her body. Ji Ruiyu stared at Chinu in astonishment. The light of divine power, shattering the shackles of the slave, contract shone brilliantly. Wanner lifted her chin with her hand and looked at Chinu. This is truly an interesting person. Princess Yuhua beside her sighed worriedly. If Huang Fei finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll be angered to death. Oh well, Li Pengzi brought this upon himself. Chinu has done a good deed. Chinu waved his hand, picked up Ji Ruiyu, and strode forward majestically. Afterwards, the four of them left, and the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Isn't that Princess Yuhua and Dugu Wanner? Who is that white-haired rogue cultivator? Li Pengzi has probably offended someone important this time. I think that since Li Pengzi is a member of the Qi refinement sect, this matter probably won't end well. On the way, Yuhua glanced at Chinu. Chinu, what are you planning to do with this girl? Wanner also spoke up. If you don't have a place for her to stay, she can temporarily stay at the Tianhe auction house. Chinu already had a plan in mind. Don't worry, I have arrangements. Chinu looked intently at Ji Ruiyu. This girl indeed possesses the bloodline of an ancient demon race. It's definitely her. Yuhua stared at Chinu. I didn't expect you to have this kind of preference. Chinu turned to explain to Yuhua. Well, you know, this girl will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Yuhua looked at Chinu suspiciously. Right. You know so much, always acting so mysterious. What is it? Chinu glared and said, She is the demon venerable Yu-Rua-E. Several tens of millennia later, she will lead tens of thousands of demonic beasts, a terrifying existence capable of sweeping across the human territories. No wonder demon venerable Yu-Rua-E hates humans so much. Her years as a slave must have left a deep impression on her. Seeing Ji Ruiyu's ragged clothes, Chinu suddenly remembered. That's right, I can't let her keep wearing such tattered clothes. Wanner cheerfully said to Chinu, There's no larger merchant association in Tianhe City than Yenyu Pavilion. Let me lead the way. Then Wanner turned around and decisively led the way for Chinu and Yuhua. Not long after, Chinu arrived at Yenyu Pavilion. This place was extremely bustling and prosperous, the largest merchant association in Tianhe City. Inside, a girl recognized Wanner and came forward to greet her. Miss Wanner, what an honor to have you here. What would you like to buy? Wanner glanced at Chinu. I'm not buying anything. This young master wants to buy clothes for the girl he fancies. The merchant girl enthusiastically led the way. I see. Young master, please follow me. Then, Chinu, holding Ji Ruiyu in his arms, followed her into the shop. Wanner looked at Princess Yuhua. Shall we take a look around as well? Yuhua happily nodded in agreement. At the same time, Huang Fei also appeared at Yenyu Pavilion, excitedly thinking about the new battle attire. It's been a while since I've been to Yenyu Pavilion. The 9-colored eagle feather garment should be on sale now. As he was excitedly thinking, he happened to see a familiar figure from behind. Huang Fei happily reached out to greet her. Younger sister Yuhua, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, and I unexpectedly ran into you here. Yuhua heard Huang Fei's voice and turned to look at him. What are you doing here? Huang Fei immediately mentioned the 9-colored eagle feather garment. Not long ago, I heard that Yenyu Pavilion had a high-grade garment. I happened to be passing by today, so I thought I'd take a look and buy it for you, younger sister Yuhua. It's called the 9-colored eagle feather garment, made from the feathers of the 9-colored eagle. It's extremely valuable. Our Tianhe City can't even produce one a year. Since younger sister Yuhua is also here, why don't we go take a look together? Yuhua frowned at Huang Fei and quickly declined. No need. Suddenly, a commotion came from upstairs, causing everyone in Yenyu Pavilion to look up in surprise. Huang Fei also looked up doubtfully. What's all the commotion upstairs? Everyone in the trading company looked up and started whispering amongst themselves. Quick, look, it's the 9-colored eagle feather garment. Chinu slowly walked out. Ji Ruiyu, wearing the 9-colored eagle feather garment, followed behind him. Huang Fei gaped at Ji Ruiyu, thinking to himself, this young lady is truly beautiful. Yuhua looked at Ji Ruiyu in astonishment. I didn't expect this girl to look so beautiful in that garment. Then Yuhua pointed at Chinu. Wait, how is that so fast? Chinu looked bewildered. It's just a garment, of course it's fast. Huang Fei suddenly remembered and glared at Chinu, shouting, Isn't that the garment I wanted to buy? As he shouted, he walked up the stairs towards Chinu. Hey, I had my eye on that garment first. Chinu put his hands on his hips and glared back at Huang Fei. What? Are you saying I stole it from you? Huang Fei frowned angrily at Chinu. Yes, that's the garment I had my eye on. Chinu laughed loudly. So what do you suggest we do about it? Huang Fei's expression grew angrier. Of course you have to return the garment to me. Name your price. Don't say I'm bullying you. Chinu grinned and began to name his price. Pointing at Huang Fei, he said, I want your entire qi refinement sect. Princess Yuhua and Wanner, observing from below, secretly chuckled. Hee, is this guy trying to annoy Huang Fei to death? Huang Fei couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed Chinu by the collar. Are you provoking me? Chinu reached out and patted Jiroyu's head, but his face was close to Huang Fei's. Don't scare the children. I am provoking you. What are you going to do about it? Huang Fei glared, his entire body erupting with divine power, and roared furiously. You bastard. You're pushing it too far. At the same time, someone came running, shouting nonstop. Young master. Young master. Huang Fei turned to look and saw that it was Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi ran while clutching his stomach and wailing. Young master, please, you must get justice for me. I was beaten. My servant was also taken. I'm your subordinate. Isn't this a slap in your face? Huang Fei glared at Li Pengzi. What are you talking about? Chinu, seeing the miserably beaten man, turned around and placed a hand on Huang Fei's shoulder, leaning in for a closer look. Oh, isn't the person who beat you me? Li Pengzi recognized Chinu and quickly pointed at him. That little punk. It's him, young master. He's the one who beat me and stole my servant. Huang Fei became even angrier. He turned to look at Chinu. Chinu, considering your acquaintance with Yue, I originally intended to give you some face. But you have humiliated me time and time again. Huang Fei then turned to look at Princess Yuhua. Younger sister Yue, please forgive me, but this man must die. Yuhua crossed her arms and frowned at Huang Fei. Huang Fei, do you not take my southern prince's mansion seriously? Huang Fei angrily pointed at Chinu and shouted, Do you want to protect him? Must you use the southern prince's mansion to threaten me? Yuhua stared at Huang Fei and continued, Because he is my future fiancé. Huang Fei's eyes widened in anger. He quickly walked past Yuhua and said, Very well. Younger sister Yue, just wait until my master arrives. Even your southern prince's mansion won't be able to protect him. Seeing that Huang Fei wasn't helping him get revenge, Li Pengzi desperately blocked his path and pleaded, Young master, we can't just let this go. What about your reputation? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Pengzi received another punch. Yuhua looked up at Chinu with a worried expression. Chinu, that Qi immortal patriarch will be here soon. Chinu smiled brightly. It's all right, I have a plan. Then Chinu pointed his chest and said, By the way, since everyone is here today, feel free to buy whatever you want. Yuhua and Wanner's eyes lit up, and they excitedly said in unison, Really? Chinu pointed at Yuhua and said something that made her want to turn to stone. You're paying. That evening, after they finished shopping, Yuhua and Wanner saw Chinu back to the Tianhe Inn. Wanner looked at Chinu seriously. Well, goodbye for now. Yuhua also pointed at Chinu and warned, Don't do anything bad to this girl. Chinu reached out and rubbed Jiroyu's head. Do I look like that kind of person? Yuhua blushed and hurriedly turned back to the southern prince's mansion. Afterwards, Chinu took Jiroyu to a room to rest, while he busied himself arranging their belongings. Jiroyu then started to ask Chinu curiously, Why did you buy me? Chinu replied while arranging his things, There aren't so many whys in this world. You just need to know that there are still good people like me among humans. After saying that, Chinu walked out the door and waved his hand. All right, go to sleep. I'm going to the next room. Chinu went out the door and closed it, walking while lost in thought. Next, I just need to quietly wait for the moment when the bloodline in Ji Ruiyu's body awakens. Ji Ruiyu sat in the room, constantly thinking about Qin Yu's words. At the same time, at the Qi refinement sect, Huang Fei resentfully returned and stood in front of his father, constantly thinking about Qin Yu, muttering, "Damn it." Seeing this, his father said, "Feier, I have taught you many times. No matter what happens, you must remain calm, don't panic. Look at you now, angered to this state by a stray dog. It's truly shameful." This old man was the sect master of the Qi refinement sect, named Huang Ding. As soon as Huang Fei heard his father's words, he bowed his head and saluted. "Father is right." Huang Ding sat in the head seat and waved his hand towards Huang Fei. "Don't worry anymore. Your master will arrive in Tianhe City in 3 days. By then, Liu will definitely be yours for the taking." But compared to this, the more important matter is the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. Huang Fei furrowed his brows, his tone extremely confident. "Yes, I understand. I will definitely win first place in this Sacred Flame Grand Competition." Old Huang Ding, sitting in the head seat, covered his mouth and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. Very good. And you also have your master's support. If you win the championship in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition again, you can do whatever you want in the Tianhe dynasty, and you won't have to fear anyone." Huang Fei looked intently at his father and said excitedly, "Yes, father." In the quiet of midnight, at the largest inn in Tianhe City, Qin Yu was resting in his room. Suddenly, noises continuously erupted outside, and immediately after, 2 female assassins appeared from above, rushing towards Qin Yu to assassinate him. The 2 swords, as they lunged forward, suddenly stopped beside Qin Yu's neck. Only then did Qin Yu open his mouth. "Why aren't you making your move?" The female assassins were surprised to discover Qin Yu had been feigning sleep and sheathed their swords. Qin Yu suddenly sat up and stretched. Qin Yu continued, "Isn't it uncomfortable wearing veils in the middle of the night?" The 2 female assassins also removed their veils, and they turned out to be the Wu sisters. Wu Si began to speak. "Did you discover us long ago?" Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at the Wu sisters. 2 stunning beauties standing by my bed in the middle of the night. How could I possibly sleep?" Suddenly, Wu Si charged forward with her sword to Qin Yu's neck, glaring at him. "If that's the case, you should also know why we're here." Qin Yu remained calm and indifferent. "Stop pretending. There's no killing intent on you at all." Wu Yu, sitting beside her, also began to speak. "Regarding the corpseman sect, what you said before, how did you know?" Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged as he gently pushed the sword away. "It seems you've investigated something." The Wu sisters, Wu Si and Wu Yu, remained silent, unable to deceive Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked intently at the Wu sisters and continued, "You don't need to know where I learned it from. You just need to know that the corpseman sect is definitely not a good place. It's not too late to turn back now." Wu Si remained silent, her expression somewhat melancholic. "Leaving the corpseman sect is not that easy. We've long had the corpseman sect's mark on us, and as long as that mark isn't removed, we'll never be able to betray the corpseman sect. My sister and I have searched for a way to remove that mark. But to remove the mark, only sacred flame of the 6th rank or higher can be used." After hearing this, Qin Yu turned and got off the bed, then stood in front of the Wu sisters and made a beckoning gesture. The Wu sisters stared at Qin Yu. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu didn't explain but reached out and grabbed Wu Si's hand, pulling her to his side. Wu Si, being pulled over, still had a bewildered look on her face. "You idiot! What are you doing?" Qin Yu began to circulate his divine power, activating his sacred flame, and looked coldly at Wu Si. "Removing the corpseman's sect's mark for you." Qin Yu then extended his hand, transmitting the 9-sun golden crow, carrying the sacred flame, into Wu Si's body. In an instant, Wu Si felt the 9-sun golden crow's energy. At this moment, within her divine sense, Wu Si even saw the 9-sun golden crow. After that, the 9-sun golden crow directly charged into Wu Si's body, erasing the corpseman's sect's mark within her divine sense. A moment later, Wu Si knelt on the ground, the yin energy within her body gradually dissipating. Wu Si, somewhat exhausted, frowned at Qin Yu. You possess a 6th rank sacred flame? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth lifted, smiling as he looked at Wu Si. 6th rank? You underestimate me. Qin Yu then activated the divine power of the 9th rank sacred flame, the 9-sun golden crow glaring at Wu Si. What if I told you I've already reached the 9th rank sacred flame? Wu Si's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Qin Yu, her expression filled with surprise. Qin Yu then turned to Wu Yu and said, "Your turn." A moment later, the yin energy on Wu Yu's body also gradually dissipated. Wu Yu raised her hand to examine herself. My mark has also disappeared. Qin Yu extended his hand, withdrawing the 9-sun golden crow sacred flame. Now, the corpseman's sex mark within both of your bodies has disappeared. From today onwards, you two are no longer controlled by the corpseman's sect. The Wu sisters were overjoyed, embracing each other. That's wonderful. Qin Yu took the opportunity to extend his hand and say, "Now, I'll ask again, are you two willing to follow me from now on and devote yourselves to me?" The two sisters exchanged a look of understanding, then bowed to Qin Yu, saying in unison, "Wu Si, Wu Yu from now on, pledge our loyalty to young Master Qin." Qin Yu looked happily at Wu Si. "Wu Si, I said before, your cultivation technique has many flaws. It's clearly a low-grade profound rank, but it can only unleash yellow rank energy. For now on, perfect this technique for me." Qin Yu then pointed at Wu Si's forehead, transmitting martial skills and cultivation techniques to her. Qin Yu, holding the 9th rank sacred flame, continued, "Your current cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the divine sense realm. You can't cultivate stronger blade techniques. Wait until you reach the 3rd level of the divine sense realm, and I will impart to you a mid-grade profound rank martial skill." Wu Si clenched her fists in joy, saying, "Thank you, young Master Qin." Qin Yu then looked towards Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, do you have the sun-chasing divine arrow with you?" Hearing this, Wu Yu took out the sun-chasing divine arrow from her person and placed it in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu extended his hand, using the 9th rank sacred flame to strengthen it and impart a skill to Wu Yu. "I'm imparting to you a low-grade profound rank martial skill that can be combined with the sun-chasing divine arrow to unleash its ultimate power." Wu Yu also felt the martial skill enveloping her divine weapon and body. A moment later, Wu Yu successfully fused the martial skill into the sun-chasing divine arrow, looking intently at Qin Yu. "Young Master Qin, did you obtain all these divine martial skills from the great wilderness?" Qin Yu crossed his arms and smiled. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll naturally tell you." Qin Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "It's getting late. Why don't we get some rest?" The Wu sisters, Wu Si and Wu Yu, were startled and embarrassed, their cheeks flushing as they stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu bowed before the two sisters and laughed heartily. Don't get any wrong ideas. You two can go to another room." The two sisters then bowed to Qin Yu and excused themselves. Watching the two sisters leave, Qin Yu relaxed his body, collapsing onto the bed to continue pondering his plan. The Qi Immortal Patriarch will be arriving soon, and next up is the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. The Sacred Flame Grand Competition is a major event held every 3 years in Tianhe City, jointly organized by the 4 great sects that guard the 4 directions of the city. Its purpose is to select outstanding disciples and cultivate them into the strongest refining masters. The 4 great sects are the Sacred Heart Hall, the Extreme Sun Sect, the Unfeeling Sword Sect, and the Jade Maiden Sect. The 4 great sects check and balance each other, creating a balance of power. That Qi Immortal Patriarch also once achieved the championship in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition, which led to his current accomplishments. The 4 great sects all have deep foundations, and the cultivation levels of their sect masters are earth-shattering. Even if ordinary martial artists receive just a little guidance from them, their future prospects are boundless. For this Sacred Flame Grand Competition, the 4 great sects have jointly refined a 4th-grade medicinal pill called the Dragon Tiger Transformation Pill as a reward for the champion. It contains terrifying spiritual energy, enough for me to immediately break through to the 5th level of the Divine Sense realm. After entering the 5th level of the Divine Sense realm, I will be able to unlock my 3rd desolate beast, Xiaoen I. Xiaoen's illusory image can grant me endless divine power and spiritual connection, which is the undying steel technique. By then, my combat power will be comparable to a peak Divine Sense realm expert. That will also be the time for me to go to the Divine Sword Dynasty to avenge the Qin family. You adulterous couple, and that celestial clan Xiaoen, just you wait. Your doomsday is not far off. On a small street in Tianhe City, crowds of people were flocking towards the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. Chinu also slowly followed, observing his surroundings as he walked. Thinking to himself, as expected of the Sacred Flame Grand Competition, it's still a long time before it begins, but the entire Tianhe City is already bustling with excitement. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves rang out as a luxurious carriage sped past. The people seeing this began to chatter amongst themselves. Is this an expert from the Sacred Heart Hall arriving? I heard that the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall is coming personally this time. If I have a chance to admire the Sacred Maiden's beauty, hee. Inside the carriage, the curtains slowly parted, revealing the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall, Lung Tianshuang. The people gasped in admiration. Is that really the Sacred Maiden? She's so beautiful. If only I could speak to the Sacred Maiden, even just a single sentence. Suddenly, Lung Tianshuang's gaze fell upon Chinu standing in the crowd. Chinu didn't avoid her gaze, but instead raised his hand in greeting. Hey, isn't that Lung Tianshuang? Long time no see. At this moment, Chinu suddenly remembered something, patting his head as he thought to himself. I almost forgot. Lung Tianshuang doesn't know me yet. Seeing Chinu standing out from the crowd and even proactively greeting her as if they were old acquaintances, Lung Tianshuang thought to herself, who is he? He seems very familiar with me. The Duzo immediately drew the carriage curtains, muttering, he must be just another lecher. Sitting beside Lung Tianshuang, Duzo frowned and said, Tianshuang, this time you've come to Tianhe City. You must invite the champion of the Sacred Flame Grand Competition to join our Sacred Heart Hall. Lung Tianshuang looked slightly troubled. Father's orders? I will naturally do my utmost to fulfill them. Duzo placed a hand on Tianshuang's shoulder. Tianshuang, the one who wins the Sacred Flame Grand Competition will naturally be an outstanding individual. If it's a man, having him as the son-in-law of our Sacred Heart Hall might not be as bad as you think. Lung Tianshuang pondered for a moment. Duzo, I'm sorry, I won't sell myself short so easily. Duzo was about to continue speaking, but Lung Tianshuang interrupted her. Duzo, I understand. Let's go. We should pay our respects to the Zhen Nanking first. The carriage then quickly headed towards the Zhen Nanking's residence. A moment later, the Sacred Heart Hall's carriage slowly brought the Sacred Maiden to the front of the Zhen Nanking's residence. Lung Tianshuang slowly stepped out of the carriage, when suddenly a man walked over and spoke. Isn't this the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall? This person was the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, Chulin. He began to sneer. It seems the rumors are true. The Sacred Heart Hall is willing to even sell off their Sacred Maiden to recruit talented individuals. Lung Tianshuang simply replied with a few pointed words. Chulin, it seems I haven't taught you a sufficient lesson in the past. Your mouth is still as foul as ever. Chulin continued to speak carelessly. Before, it was out of respect for you being a woman that I deliberately yielded to you. Do you really think you're that formidable? Lung Tianshuang maintained a cold and indifferent expression, looking down on Chulin, and then instructed Duzo to turn and enter the Zhen Nanking's residence. Chulin started to shout angrily. Bitch, you dare look down on me? Suddenly, he saw Chinu walking into the Zhen Nanking's residence and thought to himself, who is this kid? Chinu walked calmly into the Zhen Nanking's residence, raising his hand in greeting. Hey, Tianshuang, are you here to pay respects to the Zhen Nanking too? It just so happens I'm very familiar with this place. I'll take you in. Duzo narrowed her eyes at Chinu, suspicion growing. This lecher, he actually followed us all the way here. Suddenly Chu Lin burst out laughing, even placing a hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. Haha, Lung Tian Shuang, I truly underestimated you. I never thought you'd hook up with someone as soon as you arrived in the Heavenly River Dynasty. Lung Tian Shuang turned around, glaring at Chu Lin. Chu Lin, you slander me time and time again. Do you really think I won't get angry? Chu Lin also glared at Lung Tian Shuang, raising his hand provocatively. Come on, then. Qin Yu raised his hand and shouted, Shut your foul mouth. Startled by Qin Yu's shout, Chu Lin stumbled back a few steps. Qin Yu, his entire body radiating a domineering aura, continued to yell, Who do you think you are? Chu Lin glared at Qin Yu, arrogantly stating, I am the divine son of the Extreme Sun sect. Suddenly, he noticed the immense energy before him and recoiled in shock. At this moment, Qin Yu's entire body exuded a domineering aura, and the phantom image of Xiao He appeared. Pointing at Chu Lin, he said, If you dare utter another word insulting Lung Tian Shuang, I will make sure you go from divine son to a dead son. Chu Lin's face paled, and he retreated several steps in fright, thinking to himself, Just who is this kid? How can he, at only the first level of the divine path realm, exude such a terrifying pressure? I am the dignified divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, yet I'm actually scared by him. How humiliating. Chu Lin then started shouting loudly, You little brat, I don't want to kill anyone in front of the Zhen Nanking's residence. Kneel down and apologize, and I'll let you off. Qin Yu, with a cold expression, raised his hand, provoking Chu Lin. I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Chu Lin summoned his flame blade, glared at Qin Yu, and said, You're courting death. He then began to gather his strength and charged towards Qin Yu. He moved as fast as lightning, shouting, Die. Lung Tian Shuang was extremely worried and also started shouting, Be careful. That's the flame blade condensed from 5th grade sacred fire. Qin Yu just let out a cold laugh and didn't dodge. Chu Lin brought the flame blade down from above his head, triumphantly shouting, I got you. Then he suddenly discovered that the flame blade, condensed from 5th grade sacred fire, was actually trembling in front of Qin Yu. Chu Lin's eyes widened, his mouth agape, unsure of what was happening. He saw the 5th grade sacred fire trembling beneath Qin Yu's feet. Qin Yu simply stomped on it, easily extinguishing it. Then, Qin Yu spoke to Chu Lin in a contemptuous tone. Is this 5th grade sacred fire a fake? Why is it so weak? Chu Lin gnashed his teeth and glared at Qin Yu. You, what did you do? Why is my sacred fire? Lung Tian Shuang and Duzo were also extremely shocked by what had just happened. Lung Tian Shuang carefully observed Qin Yu. The 5th grade sacred fire is actually afraid of him. Could it be that he possesses a sacred fire higher than 5th grade? Or is he a natural fire physique? Duzo was also very surprised after hearing this, then looked at Qin Yu as if suddenly realizing something and said, So that's it. Suddenly, Qin Yu's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chu Lin stared wide-eyed at Qin Yu and shouted loudly, Impossible! Impossible! How can the 5th grade sacred fire be suppressed by a piece of trash at the first level of the divine path realm? You must have used some kind of trickery that ordinary people can't see. At this moment, the Zhen Nanking finally appeared, shouting loudly, Enough! This is my Zhen Nanking's residence, not a marketplace. Seeing the Zhen Nanking, Chu Lin immediately cupped his hands in salute. 5th divine son of the Extreme Sun sect, Chu Lin greets the Zhen Nanking. The Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall also bowed to the Zhen Nanking. Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall, Lung Tian Shuang, greets the Zhen Nanking. The Zhen Nanking slowly walked toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu carefully assessed the Zhen Nanking, thinking to himself, This old man clearly came out a while ago, but only now speaks up. He's truly unfathomable. The Zhen Nanking was also thoughtfully looking at Qin Yu, I didn't expect this Chinu to obtain a high-level sacred fire in the great wilderness. My decision that day was indeed correct. The Zhennan king continued to stroke his beard and said to Chinu with a smile, "Haha, young brother, you've finally arrived. Come in with me." Chinu curled his lip in disdain and looked at Chu Lin mockingly, chuckling. Chu Lin gritted his teeth, spun around resentfully, and left. "Zhennan king, you've been too hospitable. Today's formalities conclude here. Farewell." Lung Tianshuang, while following Zhennan king inside, glanced at Chu Lin's retreating figure and cursed under her breath. Idiot, like a dog biting someone. A moment later, everyone gathered in the guest hall. Zhennan king smiled courteously and said, "Young Chinu, I called you here today because I have something to announce." Chinu quickly replied, "Go ahead. I already know about the Sacred Flame Grand Competition." Zhennan king smiled and continued, "Indeed, it's about the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. My Zhennan king's mansion has one spot to participate, and I can give you this opportunity." Chinu agreed and cupped his hands respectfully toward Zhennan king. "Thank you, Zhennan king." Lung Tian Shuang then spoke to Chinu, "Young Master Qin, would you like to join our Sacred Heart Hall?" Chinu pointed to himself with his thumb. "If I can win first place in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition, we can discuss this matter then." Lung Tian Shuang nodded in understanding. "I understand." Then she turned to look at Duzo. Duzo also understood, taking out a storage ring and respectfully offering it to Zhennan king. "Zhennan king, this is a small token of appreciation from the Sacred Heart Hall. Please accept it." Zhennan king happily accepted it. "Ha! The Sacred Heart Hall is truly thoughtful." Duzo moved closer and whispered in Lung Tianshuang's ear, "Holy Maiden, this person is favored by the Zhennan king and possesses high-level strange fire. You should be more proactive and build a good relationship with him." Lung Tianshuang blushed shyly and nodded. Then she stood up and called to Chinu, "Young Master Qin, I haven't been in Tianhe City for many years. I wonder if you have time to stroll around with me." Chinu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Zhennan king now understood the Sacred Heart Hall's intentions. "Since the Holy Maiden has extended an invitation, then you should go. But remember to return to the mansion for dinner." Zhennan king continued to apply psychological pressure. "Your fiancé will personally be cooking." Chinu's eyes widened in surprise. "This old man is really something, daring to tease me." Hearing Zhennan king's words, a hint of melancholy appeared on Lung Tianshuang's face. Having finished his teasing, Zhennan king stroked his beard and chuckled. All right, you two go on. I won't take up any more of your time." Zhennan king watched Qin use receding figure and began to ponder. The Sacred Heart Hall, to recruit talent, doesn't hesitate to have their Holy Maiden personally make a move. What a pity that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Isn't my granddaughter that bright moon? Then Zhennan king's hearty laughter echoed throughout the Zhennan king's mansion. The scene shifted to the guest hall of the Qi refinement sect. Chu Lin was currently waiting for Huang Fei. Huang Fei walked out, smiling. "I didn't expect you to come here personally. This is truly a great honor for the Qi refinement sect." Chu Lin silently looked at Huang Fei. "Huang Fei, do you think you have a firm grasp on first place in this Sacred Flame Grand Competition?" Huang Fei bowed respectfully to Chu Lin. "Rest assured, I can guarantee it. My master, the Qi Immortal Patriarch, is about to arrive. With my master and you backing me, who else could threaten me?" Chu Lin frowned repeatedly, remembering Chinu. "Not necessarily. I just met someone. This person is only at the first level of the divine transformation realm, but he was able to suppress my sacred flame." Huang Fei was extremely surprised. "What? That's impossible. Since when did Tianhe City have such a person?" Chu Lin extended his hand and used a spell to conjure an image of Chinu. "Do you recognize this person?" Huang Fei saw Chinu's image. His eyes widened in anger. "It's him." Chu Lin saw Huang Fei's anger and asked suspiciously, "Do you know him?" Huang Fei, seeing Chinu's image, felt a surge of anger. "This brat is Chinu." Chu Lin asked in surprise, confirming. Is he the Qin Yu who killed Li Jianhe, the one wanted by the Divine Sword Dynasty? Huang Fei immediately replied, yes, it's him. That country bumpkin from the Divine Sword Dynasty. Chu Lin continued speaking about Qin Yu. There are rumors that this Qin Yu went deep into the great wilderness and obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. It seems these rumors are true. Huang Fei's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Qin Yu obtained a sacred flame in the great wilderness? Then, this sacred flame grand competition isn't. Chu Lin emphasized Qin Yu's sacred flame. The rank of Qin Yu's sacred flame is even higher than mine. In this sacred flame grand competition, I'm afraid no one is his match. Huang Fei offered his opinion, waving his hand and saying loudly, Divine Son Chu Lin, we absolutely cannot let him win this sacred flame grand competition. Chu Lin clenched his fist, thinking about how to take revenge on Qin Yu. Of course. Huang Fei, when is your master arriving? Huang Fei cupped his hands, showing respect. My master will probably arrive tomorrow. Chu Lin waved his hand, signaling Huang Fei to leave. We'll discuss this matter after your master arrives. You may go. Chu Lin leaned back in his chair. Scheming, a high-rank sacred flame. Haha, if I can seize that sacred flame for my own use, then the future sect master position of the Extreme Sun sect will definitely be mine. At that time, both Huang Fei and the Qi Immortal Patriarch will become my stepping stones. Within Tianhe City, beneath ancient houses, amidst the bustling crowds, Qin Yu and Lung Tianshuang were strolling down the street. Suddenly, Lung Tianshuang's hand emitted a light. She raised her hand in front of her face, a notification appearing. Lung Tianshuang, after reading the notification, seemed to understand something. Young Master Qin. So you're the Qin Yu of the Qin family, from the Divine Sword Dynasty. Lung Tianshuang suddenly stopped, calling Qin Yu's name. Young Master Qin. I'm truly sorry about what happened to the Qin family. Qin Yu turned to look at Lung Tianshuang. Lady Lung is kind. Lung Tianshuang placed her hand on her chest, expressing sympathy for Qin Yu. If there is anything you need, our Sacred Heart Hall will do our utmost to help. Qin Yu was about to speak. If I must ultimately go to war with the Zhao Immortal Clan, will your stance remain as firm? Lung Tianshuang kept her hand on her chest, speaking resolutely. Although the Zhao Immortal Clan is powerful, the Sacred Heart Hall behind me is not to be trifled with. Qin Yu looked intently at Lung Tianshuang. Lady Lung is kind. I will handle my revenge personally. However, before I take my revenge, I still need more help from Lady Lung and the Sacred Heart Hall. Lung Tianshuang understood Qin Yu's meaning. Young Master Qin, you mean? Before she could finish, Qin Yu placed a finger on Tianshuang's lips, signaling her. Lady Lung, you understand. Lung Tianshuang blushed shyly, then continued to stroll down the street with Qin Yu. The surrounding people unintentionally noticed them and recognized Lung Tianshuang. Oh, that shy beauty. Isn't she the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall? Who is that white-haired kid? Are you new here? You don't even know this young master? Let me tell you, the person beside him changes every day. Princess Yuhua one day, Dugawan Air the next. He's quite something. Wow, he's way better than me. Suddenly, Qin Yu and Lung Tianshuang became the center of attention. Qin Yu pretended to cough, then took Lung Tianshuang's hand and quickly left. Lady Lung, let me take you somewhere else for a stroll. Elsewhere in Tianhe City, Li Bangzi trailed behind Wang Xian. Li Bangzi respectfully said to Wang Xian, Young Master Wang, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Wang Xian turned his head to look at Li Bangzi. Li Bangzi, are you sure you want to follow me? Li Bangzi was as obedient as a dog in front of Wang Xian. I toiled for the Qi Refinement sect, but they unexpectedly abandoned me like that. I only hope you won't dislike old Li. From now on, I will be at your service. Moreover, I recently acquired a dozen or so slaves, all of them from the Mei Ma clan. Upon hearing Mei Ma, Wang Xian's wicked thoughts surfaced, imagining the naked forms of beautiful demon women, a base desire rising within him. Li Bangzi continued. Furthermore, these Mei Ma are all carefully selected by me top-quality goods. Wang Xian agreed to take Li Bangzi as his subordinate. Very well, from now on, you are one of mine. Bring all the Mei Ma to my residence tonight. Suddenly, Li Bangzi saw something. His eyes widened as he stared intently, surprised to discover it was Chinu. He pointed at him and yelled, "It's him! It's that damned brat again!" Wang Xian looked closely at Lung Tian Shuang beside Chinu. Chinu. Ha! The woman beside him is quite beautiful too. Li Bangzi pointed at Chinu and shouted, "It's him, the one who stole my slave. You don't know, the female slave he stole. If you compare their beauty, even the woman beside him is just ordinary. Moreover, I've investigated him thoroughly. This brat is arrogant and has made enemies everywhere. He only relies on the Zhunnan king's residence for backing, so he stirs up trouble everywhere." Wang Xian boasted to Li Bangzi, "That dog Huang Fei wants to curry favor with Princess Yuhua, so naturally, he has reservations. But our Divine Spear sect is different. We don't give a damn about the Zhunnan king." Then he and Li Bangzi stepped forward, intending to provoke Chinu. "Li Bangzi, since you're one of mine now, I'll help you vent your anger." Chinu and Lung Tian Shuang were leisurely strolling down the street, when suddenly two bastards blocked their way. Li Bangzi, with his new master's backing, became arrogant. "Long time no see, Chinu." Chinu, seeing the dog had found a new owner, taunted, "I remember last time you were still Huang Fei's boar. You've changed owners now?" Li Bangzi's face turned purple with rage, and he roared, "What did you say?" Wang Xian, standing beside Li Bangzi, spoke up, "Li Bangzi is one of mine from now on. You stole his slave. Huang Fei didn't dare to settle the score with you. But I do." Lung Tian Shuang looked at Chinu worriedly. "Young Master Chen, you've certainly made quite a few enemies." Chinu stepped forward, facing the two scoundrels. "So, according to you, how do you want to take revenge?" Wang Xian pointed at Chinu and sneered, "The condition is, of course, to return my slave. And that little girl beside you, she's not bad looking either. From today onwards, she belongs to me, Wang Xian." Lung Tian Shuang felt insulted. Her eyes flashed with divine power, and she said with a compelling aura, "You lowlifes will all die here today." She was about to step forward and teach Wang Xian a lesson, but Chinu stopped her with a hand. "Lady Lung, don't be rash. Let me handle these two fools alone." Chinu crossed his arms and stood in front, speaking to Wang Xian with a provocative tone. "What if I don't agree? Barking dogs seldom bite." Wang Xian's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. "Then I'll kill you." Chinu clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. "Good. I just so happen to want to loosen up my muscles a bit." At this moment, Wang Xian spread his legs wide, and countless lightning bolts appeared around him. A whirlwind arose, roaring loudly that you're courting death. I'll let you experience a bit of the profound ranked martial skill I just learned. Wind Thunderpalm. Countless waves of stormy shockwaves converged towards Wang Xian, sweeping past Chinu and Lung Tian Shuang. Even Li Bangzi couldn't withstand the impact of the storm and was thrown to the ground. Lung Tian Shuang turned her head and looked at Chinu with a worried expression. "Young Master Chen, the power of this wind thunderpalm is truly astonishing." Chinu stood calmly in place, looking at Wang Xian, and said, "Lady Lung, it's just a low-grade profound ranked martial skill. There's no need for you to intervene." Wang Xian glared at Chinu. "I spent a fortune obtaining this wind thunderpalm from Huang Fei. Today, I'll use you as practice." D. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, absorbing all the spiritual energy in front of him. Then aimed at Chinu, began his palm strike, and shouted loudly. A powerful surge of energy rushed straight towards Chinu. Facing the wind thunder palm, Chinu calmly took a deep breath, absorbing all the spiritual energy in front of him. Then he unleashed his divine power and summoned his nascent soul. The phantom image of the swallowing beast let out a roar. The swallowing beast's roar shot out, a massive surge of energy rushing towards Wang Xian, sending him flying into the air. He opened his mouth in pain, then fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing that Wang Xian was knocked unconscious with just one move, Li Bangzi cried out in terror. Heavens! After making his move, Chinu breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at Wang Xian and said to Lung Tianshuang, Lady Lung, I suppose this matter is settled. Lung Tianshuang was utterly astonished by Qin Yu's immense power. Wang Xian's cultivation is already at the 4th level of the divine transformation realm, and he even used a low-grade profound ranked martial skill. Yet he couldn't withstand a single move from young Master Qin. Moreover, young Master Qin's move also seems to be a profound ranked martial skill. Qin Yu walked towards Li Bangzi, causing him to tremble. Now it's your turn. Seeing Qin Yu's frightening expression, Li Bangzi trembled like a leaf, hastily kneeling down and kowtowing, begging for mercy. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I'm willing to offer all my possessions. Just please don't kill me. Qin Yu stared at Li Bangzi and said, You said all your possessions. Li Bangzi trembled and nodded repeatedly, Yes, yes. Qin Yu turned to Lung Tianshuang, Lady Lung, would you like to come with me and take a look? Then Qin Yu kicked Li Bangzi in the rear and barked, Lead the way. Li Bangzi hurriedly scurried off to lead the way. A moment later, Qin Yu was led by Li Bangzi to his estate. After walking around and inspecting all of Li Bangzi's possessions, Qin Yu turned back and asked, Li Bangzi, are these all of your possessions? Li Bangzi hastily nodded, Yes, yes. Qin Yu glared at him. With just this, you can't buy your life. Li Bangzi hurriedly waved his hands and said, Please spare me. I truly have nothing else. Qin Yu clenched his fists and shouted, Then die. Li Bangzi trembled, drenched in sweat. Wait. I still have slaves, many slaves. Qin Yu's cold voice terrified Li Bangzi. Take me to them. Li Bangzi frantically went to the wall ahead. Let me open the secret chamber for you. Having said that, Li Bangzi reached out and pressed hard on a brick in the wall. The door to the secret chamber slowly opened. A foul, putrid smell wafted out from within. Lung Tianshuang covered her nose. Ugh, the smell is terrible. Qin Yu glanced at Li Bangzi. Keeping slaves in a place like this, your heart is truly vicious, beyond my imagination. Then Qin Yu grabbed Li Bangzi by the collar and dragged him into the secret chamber. Come and see, Lady Lung. Please bear with it for a moment. The three of them stepped inside and discovered countless prison cells, the stench pervasive. Lung Tianshuang, seeing the countless imprisoned slaves, said in horror, These slaves are always kept in an environment like this. There are women and demon children here, and they've been tortured to the point of crippling. He keeps so many slaves. Suddenly, a slave reached out and tried to grab Li Bangzi, yelling, Li Bangzi, you killed my whole family and made me a slave. You won't die peacefully. Seeing the slave shouting in front of him, Li Bangzi trembled and retreated, utterly terrified. Seeing this scene, Lung Tianshuang was furious and snapped, A person like you is unforgivable. Li Bangzi, seeing Lung Tianshuang's anger, anxiously pleaded, Lady, please calm down. I won't dare do such a thing again. Qin Yu angrily grabbed him and continued to inspect the other cells. You're worse than a beast. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped and looked at the cell in front of him, observing it carefully. He then realized that before him were two female bewitching demons, completely chained. Qin Yu stared at the two female bewitching demons. Are these also your slaves? Li Bangzi excitedly said yes. Li Bangzi said to Qin Yu, Yes, yes, yes. These are bewitching demons that I just acquired. My goods are all high quality. Qin Yu sneered, Li Bangzi, you're very capable, very capable. Li Bangzi gave a forced laugh and said to Qin Yu, As long as you're satisfied, then I can. Qin Yu waved his hand, dismissing Li Bangzi. I said I wouldn't kill you. You can go. Li Bangzi, spared by Qin Yu, laughed loudly. Wonderful. Thank you, young Master Qin. Suddenly, from behind, Lung Tianshuang's hand, swift as a knife, pierced through Li Bangzi's back and out his chest. Li Bangzi's eyes rolled back in his head, his agony immense. Chinu stared down at him. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean Lady Lung won't. Lung Tian Shuang then withdrew her hand. Her eyes filled with resentment. For a lowlife like you, who takes pleasure in abusing slaves, mere death isn't enough. Young Master Qin, how do you plan to deal with these slaves? Chinu looked seriously at the surrounding slaves. They are all pitiful people. I will summon the Zhen Nanking to arrange for their care. Lung Tian Shuang wiped Li Bangzi's blood from her hand. That's good. I'll trouble you with that, young Master Qin. A moment later, people from the Zhen Nanking's estate quickly arrived. Princess Yuhua stepped forward and commanded, quickly rescue all the slaves. That damn Li Bangzi, death is too good for him. He should be imprisoned here and punished. Chinu looked intently at Yuhua. Killing one Li Bangzi isn't enough to improve the slave trade situation. You must always remember your responsibility, which is to abolish the Tian He dynasty's slave trade. I'll leave the rest to you and Lady Lung. I can't come to the estate for dinner tonight. I'll take my leave. Princess Yuhua glared at Chinu and yelled angrily, You bastard! Do you know how much effort, how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into making a meal? Next time, I definitely won't let you off the hook. Lung Tian Shuang looked thoughtfully at Yuhua. It seems that young Master Qin's relationship with Li Yu isn't quite at that level yet. Yuhua walked over and patted Tian Shuang's shoulder. Sister Lung, why is your face so red? Lung Tian Shuang startled, waving her hands hurriedly. I'm fine. Yuhua looked at Lung Tian Shuang's expression thoughtfully. I wonder what's going on. The scene shifted to the largest inn in Tianhe City. Inside a room, Qin Yu was using the divine power of the 9th grade Saint Fire to refine existing items to enhance his aptitude. Qin Yu's entire body was enveloped by the 9-footed golden crow's 9th grade Saint Fire. Qin Yu extended his hand to refine and absorb it, strengthening his cultivation. The Saint Fire Grand Competition is about to begin. I won't miss any opportunity to enhance my cultivation. At the same time, at the Divine Spear sect, the old sect master, Wang Taishang, was receiving an esteemed guest. I didn't expect you to come in person. Young Master Lu's presence truly brings great honor to our Divine Spear sect. Standing before Wang Taishang was young Master Lu Zhulang, of the Unfeeling Sword sect. He stared at Wang Taishang and said, Cut the crap. Is your Divine Spear sect sending anyone to participate in this Saint Fire Grand Competition? Hearing this, Wang Taishang's voice became hesitant. Well, Lu Zhulang shook his head repeatedly, saying in disappointment, I knew it. The Divine Spear sect is becoming increasingly incompetent. The major sects have decided. The Extreme Sun sect will support the Imperial family's Qi Refinement sect. The Jade Maiden sect will support the Eye Soul sect. And as for the Sacred Heart Hall, I haven't confirmed yet. Then Lu Zhulang extended his hand, channeling his divine power, and took out a 6th grade Saint Fire. I came here this time to offer you an opportunity. Wang Taishang's eyes widened as he saw the Saint Fire in Lu Zhulang's hand, his mouth agape. This is a 6th grade Saint Fire? Lu Zhulang continued to stare at Wang Taishang. This is the 6th grade Saint Fire, heart-devouring frost flame. With 6th grade Saint Fire, plus the support of our Unfeeling Sword sect, you should be able to compete. Hearing this, Wang Taishang immediately knelt down and bowed to Lu Zhulang. Thank you, young Master Lu. Suddenly, Wang Xian, after being injured by Qin Yu, ran back to the Divine Spear sect. Calling loudly for his father, he clutched his face and cried, Father, you must avenge me. Looking at the useless wretch before him, Lu Zhulang remained silent, his disappointment evident. Seeing the stranger, Wang Xian pointed and asked his father, Father, who is this? Wang Taishang roared angrily, Stop your bawling. Have you no shame? This is young Master Lu of the Unfeeling Sword sect. Hearing Unfeeling Sword sect, Wang Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lu Zhulang. Lu Zhulang handed the 6th grade Saint Fire to Wang Taishang, then turned and left. I hope your Divine Spear sect won't disappoint me. Wang Xian watched Lu Zhulang's retreating figure, then looked at the sixth-grade Saint Fire in astonishment and asked, "Father, what is this?" He then received a flick on the forehead from Wang Taishang. "You stupid fool, this is sixth-grade Saint Fire." Hearing sixth-grade Saint Fire, Wang Xian's eyes went wide, his mouth agape in shock. Sixth-grade Saint Fire. Wang Taishang clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "The unfeeling sword sect has decided to support our divine spear sect. Quickly refine this sixth-grade Saint Fire and strive to win first place in the Saint Fire Grand Competition." He then threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Chinu, even if your thunderclap palm can't harm me, I now have sixth-grade Saint Fire. With my talent, after refining the Saint Fire, I will definitely advance further. At that time, you will die by my hand." Wang Taishang, noticing the injuries on Wang Xian's face, asked, "What are all these injuries on your face?" Wang Xian immediately reached out to absorb the sixth-grade Saint Fire. "It's nothing, father. I'll be going now." He turned and left, a satisfied smile on his face. "Ha!" Wang Taishang watched Wang Xian's retreating figure, a pleased smile on his own face. "I never thought my son would one day possess Saint Fire. It seems our divine spear sect is destined to rise again." Ha ha ha! At that moment, at the entrance to Tianhe City, a luxurious palanquin entered. Huang Fei was also standing there, hands clasped, waiting excitedly. I finally waited for Master's arrival. The luxurious palanquin slowly lowered before Huang Fei. Huang Fei stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Disciple greets Master. From within, a hand gently parted the curtains, issuing a command. "Follow me to the Zhennan King's estate first." Huang Fei happily nodded in agreement and stepped into the palanquin. The old man inside continued to speak to Huang Fei. "This time, Master has come, first to set the date for your wedding with Li Yu, and then to help you win first place in the Saint Fire Grand Competition." Huang Fei turned to look at his master. "Master, speaking of this, I have something to report regarding Chinu, someone from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty." The old man glanced over, his face surprised as he looked at Huang Fei. "Chinu." A moment after Huang Fei finished reporting Chinu's matters, the old man, Chin Shien, stroked his beard and said, "Master already knows. It seems this Qin Yu has obtained a great opportunity in the great wilderness. This Qin Yu possesses Saint Fire and even remnants of immortal Qi. Perhaps the immortal Qi that I sensed also emanated from him." Huang Fei appeared indignant. "Master, the Saint Fire on Qin Yu is of extremely high grade. Even Chu Lin cannot compare. He absolutely cannot be allowed to participate in the Saint Fire Grand Competition." Chin Shien replied to Huang Fei, "It's all right, let him participate. Master coming here naturally has a way to help you win." Saying this, Chin Shien stretched out his hand and took out a mass of blue Saint Fire, placing it in front of Huang Fei. "This is Master's sixth-grade Saint Fire, Netherworld Ghost Flame. Although it's sixth grade, Master has nurtured it for many years. Although it's not equal to seventh grade, it's not far off. Master will use a secret technique to help you fuse with this Saint Fire." Huang Fei looked at the Netherworld Ghost Flame Saint Fire in Chin Shien hand in astonishment. Chin Shien continued, "Saint Fires above sixth grade are extremely rare. Master guesses that little brat Qin Yu also only has sixth grade. With Master's Netherworld Ghost Flame, you have a 90% chance of winning." After finishing speaking, the old man used a secret technique to help Huang Fei refine the Saint Fire into his body. After refining it, Huang Fei immediately circulated his energy, condensing the Saint Fire in his hand. "So this is the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Thank you, Master. This disciple will definitely not disappoint you. Qin Yu, your cultivation is inferior to mine. Before you had demonic power and Saint Fire protecting you. But now I have an incredibly powerful Ghost Flame. Let's see how you will fight against me." The scene shifted to the Zhennan King's residence. Yu Hua anxiously said to Zhennan King, "Grandfather, I've thought of a way. That arrogant Huang Fei is about to arrive. Then she pointed at Chinu. Why don't you just find him? Chinu was stunned in surprise. Now it's become my affair. Yuhua walked in front of Chinu. At that time, you must perform well and defeat that Huang Fei's arrogance. At the same time, Qi Xian Laozu and Huang Fei entered the main hall of the Zhennan King's residence. Zhennan King said, "It's been a long time." Chinu glanced at Huang Fei, thinking to himself, has the grade of the Saint Fire on this Huang Fei been raised? Initially, he was 5th grade. Now he has reached 6th grade, even close to 7th grade. His master has also put in a lot of effort. Huang Fei walked in front of Yuhua, bowing, "Sister Yuhua, today my master has come here precisely to set the date for our wedding." Yuhua immediately pulled Chinu to her side. "There's no need. I already have a fiancé. You and I are not close. We only knew each other as children. I advise you not to pester me anymore in the future." Qi Xian Laozu stepped forward and said, "This young brother must be Chinu of the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty." Chinu also stepped forward to face the old man before him. "It is I." Qi Xian Laozu glared at Chinu and said loudly, "Chinu, what qualifications do you have to become Li Yu's husband? You are nothing more than a stray dog from the Divine Sword Dynasty. Huang Fei is my direct disciple, and in the future, he will become the champion of the Saint Fire Grand Competition. From this competition, he will rise to great heights, while you, what do you have to compare with him?" Yuhua stepped forward, glaring and shouting. Chinu also has Saint Fire. In this grand competition, the top rank will definitely be Chinu's. Chinu looked at the furious Yuhua and thought to himself, this girl fell for such a simple provocation. This old man pretends to be angering Yuhua, but in reality, he wants to disturb my mind, lure me to the Saint Fire Grand Competition for a death match, and use this opportunity to kill me. But this plays right into my hands. You want to kill me? I won't let you off so easily. Qi Xian Laozu laughed sinisterly. Well said. So, if Chinu wins first place in this Saint Fire Grand Competition, Huang Fei naturally can't compare. But what if he doesn't win first place? Yuhua angrily shouted, "Impossible. Chinu will definitely not lose to you." Huang Fei seized the opportunity to propose a wager. "If I win first place in the Saint Fire Grand Competition, you must immediately marry me, without any delay. What do you think? Since you trust him so much, why don't we make a bet? You won't refuse, will you?" Yuhua resolutely said, "Fine. Who's afraid of who?" Then she turned to Chinu. "Did you hear that? You must win first place, or I'll fall into the hands of that devil." Having achieved his goal, Qi Xian Laozu turned and left. "Very well. I'll be watching closely on the day of the Saint Fire Grand Competition." Yuhua glared at the back of the hateful old man. "I'm so angry. Chinu, in this Saint Fire Grand Competition, you must teach that Huang Fei a lesson." Chinu pretended to be weaker than Huang Fei. "Are you sure? Huang Fei is different now. Before, he only had 5th grade Saint Fire, but now the Saint Fire pressure in his body has increased to 6th grade, almost reaching 7th grade. Yuhua innocently spread her arms and said, "So what if it's almost 7th grade? Isn't that even better?" Yuhua suddenly understood and exclaimed, "What? Almost 7th grade? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chinu pretended to hold his head and sigh. "That's right. Now I have no way to surpass him. I'm afraid you really will have to marry him." Yuhua slumped to the ground in despair, saying, "It's over, I'm doomed. How could I be so impulsive? I'm so stupid." Chinu couldn't help but laugh at Yuhua's appearance. Zhennan King also laughed loudly. Little brother, stop teasing you air. For you, whether it's 6th grade or 7th grade, I'm afraid it makes no difference." Yuhua looked at Chinu with teary eyes, startling him. He touched his head and pretended to say, "Who knows?" That night, at the Tianhe Inn, Chinu continued to use his divine power to refine items to break through his realm. His whole body emitted a brilliant light that filled the room. Suddenly, Chinu opened his eyes and stared straight ahead, then raised both hands, summoning the illusory image of the 9-legged golden crow on one side and the illusory image of the swallowing python on the other, focusing on condensing these two forces and fusing them together, then absorbing the energy sphere he had just fused into his body. After the shockwave, Chinu sat on the ground, his whole body enveloped in blue domineering aura. He let out a sigh, staring straight ahead, spirit severing realm, 3rd level, complete. Tomorrow is the main event. Then, exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the scene shifted to the Saint Fire Grand Competition arena. Countless spectators roared from the stands, their eyes fixed on the stage. Zhen Nan King, seated beside Lung Tian Shuang, the sacred maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall, stroked his beard and said, "The Saint Fire Grand Competition has finally begun." Lung Tian Shuang replied, "Indeed, I hope, young Master Qin, you can compete smoothly." At this moment, the arena was incredibly lively, with the 4 great sects seated in the 4 corners for a clear view. Qi Xian Laozu was also seated in one of the 4 corners. The people below began to murmur amongst themselves. The Saint Fire Grand Competition has truly begun. It's such a pity. If only I also had Saint Fire. This Saint Fire Grand Competition has attracted many experts. Huang Fei was also mixed within the observing crowd. A bunch of naive ants, innocently participating in this competition. But they don't know, the outcome of this competition has long been decided. These insignificant ants without talent or background have no hope of winning. Wang Xian also appeared behind Huang Fei and began to mock him. "Oh, Huang Fei, look at how confident you are. It seems you're certain you'll win the championship." Huang Fei turned around, a look of contempt on his face. "Wang Xian, today is the Saint Fire Grand Competition. What are you doing here? You don't even have Saint Fire. Are you here to watch the excitement?" Wang Xian looked at Huang Fei smugly and laughed. "Whether I have Saint Fire or not, you'll find out soon enough." The 2 fools, with smug looks on their faces, began to size each other up. At this moment, Chinu also appeared, clad in the majestic battle robes of the Qin family. The 2 fools turned their astonished gazes towards Chinu. Huang Fei spoke. "Wang Xian, let's put aside our grievances for now. Our common enemy is this Chinu." Wang Xian nodded. "That goes without saying." Chinu silently gave a sinister smile. "What a pair of idiots." He then extended his hand with a provocative smile. "Greetings to you both. I hope you both perform well today, and try not to lose too badly." Wang Xian glared and shouted, "Such arrogant boasting. Chinu, today is your death day." Huang Fei was not to be outdone, gnashing his teeth and roaring, "Keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Countless participants had gathered on the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 great sects of the Tianhe dynasty, a representative of the Jade Maiden sect began to speak. This year's Saint Fire Grand Competition has gathered many experts, and the representatives of the 4 great sects are also very strong." Then, focusing her attention on Chinu, she continued, "But that martial artist over there has particularly caught my attention." Suddenly, the woman beside her realized something. That person is... and then lightly leaped into the air, gracefully landing in front of Chinu with an umbrella. In front of everyone, she spoke loudly, causing Chinu to look at her in surprise. "Chinu, is it really you?" This beautiful woman was none other than Li Qingdao, a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. Chinu walked up to Li Qingdao and said, "Qingdao, it's been 3 years since you joined the Jade Maiden sect for cultivation. We haven't seen each other in all that time. I never imagined you'd become such a graceful and charming young woman." Li Qingdao looked seriously at Chinu. "Chinu, you've changed quite a bit too. I just never expected you to participate in the Saint Fire Grand Competition." Chinu smiled and said to Qingdao, "I'm determined to win the championship in this Saint Fire Grand Competition." Qingdao looked at Chinu with a hint of sadness. "Chinu, I've heard about what happened with your family. The Qin family has dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the Divine Sword Dynasty, establishing illustrious merit, but I never expected my father and older sister to be like that." Chinu reached out and stroked Qingdao's head. "It's all right. This is between me and them. It has nothing to do with you." A female representative of the Jade Maiden sect carefully observed the conversation between Chinu and Li Qingdao. Then, she suddenly had a realization and mused to herself, "So this is the Chinu who killed Li Jianha. Ah, Chinu and little junior sister grew up together. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. If Chinu really becomes the champion of this competition, perhaps I can use this to accomplish something big. Someone below, seeing Chinu being so intimate with someone from the Jade Maiden sect, whispered, "What's going on? Who is this white-haired guy? How is he so close with someone from the Jade Maiden sect?" The person beside him explained, "You're such an idiot. This is the love saint. Just watch. If there are fewer than 3 women around him, I, Zhao Ri Tian, will write my name backwards. Otherwise." At this moment, Wan Er also slowly walked up to Chinu and said, "Young Master Chinu is indeed never short of beautiful women around him." The other person immediately pointed at Chinu and said, "See? Another one. And they're all top-notch beauties." Chinu looked at Wan Er and laughed heartily. "Ha, Miss Wan Er, you flatter me." At the same time, Qing Dao closed her umbrella and bid farewell to Chinu. "Well then, Chinu, I'll head up first." After saying this, Qing Dao used her lightness skill to fly towards the 4 representatives, turning her head back to say, "You must do your best in this Saint Fire Grand Competition." Then she flew out of Qin Yu's sight. Qin Yu watched Li Qing Dao and began to think, "Don't worry, the champion of this Saint Fire Grand Competition will definitely be me." Qing Dao flew back to where the 4 representatives were and was immediately called over by her senior sister. If this Qin Yu really wins the top spot in the Saint Fire Grand Competition, then we'll have to rely on junior sister Qing Dao later. At this time, another young woman walked over, and the surrounding participants began to chatter, "Quick, look, she's here too." Qin Yu also looked towards the approaching figure in surprise. This young woman was a disciple of the Ice Soul sect, Chu Han Yi. The surrounding participants started whispering amongst themselves, "See? That's the once-in-a-century genius, a disciple of the Ice Soul sect. At only 16 years old, she already has the Tong Tian cultivation level. She even carries a rank 6 Saint Fire. So that's Chu Han Yi of the Ice Soul sect. Chu Han Yi has been in seclusion for 3 years. I never imagined she'd become such a beauty. I remember when I met her, she was just a child, with snot running down her nose." Chu Han Yi slowly walked up to Qin Yu, and Qin Yu also looked intently at Chu Han Yi. 2 foolish men started shouting loudly. How did this kid Qin Yu even manage to snag Chu Han Yi too? Chu Han Yi walked past Qin Yu and called out to him, surprising him. "Qin Yu, I feel a connection with you and the Qin family. If you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. However, if we meet in the Saint Fire Grand Competition, I won't hold back." Qin Yu chuckled inwardly, this girl. A moment later, countless contestants gathered on the arena, waiting for the Saint Fire Grand Competition to begin. Qin Yu also stood among the crowd of contestants, waiting for the matches to start. Suddenly, a girl walked over and greeted him. Qin Yu pondered, trying to recall who this girl was. She had a pair of dark red horns and a tail behind her full buttocks, clearly a member of the Wildlands clan. The girl looked around continuously, waving cheerfully, "Hello everyone, please guide me well." Then she walked up to Qin Yu and greeted him amicably. Qin Yu politely returned the greeting. Wan Er, standing behind him, stared at Qin Yu. Young Master Qin has so many acquaintances. Qin Yu stared at the girl in front of him, recalling his previous life. Sure enough, she's here too. In my past life, she won the championship of the Saint Fire Grand Competition, Asterisk. This time, her background is very mysterious, claiming to be a rogue cultivator. In my past life, her victory was due to overwhelming strength, displaying a cultivation level that had reached the 9th level of the Divine Passing Realm. Moreover, she also possessed a Saint Fire no lower than 8th grade. But strangely, after winning the Saint Fire Grand Competition, she vanished without a trace, never to be seen again, Asterisk. This time, I must observe carefully and see what this woman's background truly is. Just then, Chin Shien Laozu spoke loudly. "The time is almost upon us." He then jumped down to the arena along with Zhennan Wang. Zhennan Wang stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, please maintain order. The Saint Fire Grand Competition is a major event of the Tianhe dynasty. Today, I hope everyone can rely on their own abilities to achieve a high ranking. Then, Zhennan Wang extended his hand, inviting representatives from the four great sects onto the stage. The representatives of the four great sects slowly jumped down, each standing in a different direction. Then, the four great sects cooperated, once again using their divine power to create a giant blue energy field. From that energy field, a golden crystal slowly materialized. Huang Fei looked at the crystal in astonishment and said, "This is the Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone." Wang Xian looked at the Saint Firestone and continued, "The Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone is one of the most mystical treasures of the Tianhe dynasty, said to be born from heaven and earth. Not only can it help martial artists control their Saint Fire more easily, but it can even enhance the grade of the Saint Fire within their bodies. Because the Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone is so precious, it has always been jointly owned by the four great sections." All the contestants on the arena were astonished, their gazes turning towards the calm Chinu. Chinu thought to himself, this alone is enough to amaze them. If they knew that deep within the great wilderness there's a Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone as big as a mountain, what would they think? Lung Tian Shuang of the Sacred Heart Temple also spoke up. "Surely everyone understands, this is the Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone. For those who possess Saint Fire, this is an extremely important treasure. The Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone is jointly managed by the four great sections. Each sect can use it for 3 months. But if one can win the championship in the Saint Fire Grand Competition and join one of the four great sects, then they can exclusively use the Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone for the following year." As soon as the words were finished, the Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone suddenly erupted in a giant flame, concluding the introduction. The surrounding crowd cheered, preparing to watch the competition. Lung Tian Shuang turned to look at Qin Yu thoughtfully. "Young Master Qin, I hope you can walk the walk." Xiaoen also stepped forward and began to announce the rules of the competition. The rules of the Saint Fire Grand Competition are very simple. It's divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a one-on-one elimination match. The winner will advance to the next round. Now, everyone, please come forward and draw lots. Xiaoen then used his divine power, shuffling all the tokens before spreading them out. Each contestant stepped forward to receive their token. When it was Qin Yu's turn, he approached Xiaoen and glanced at him. "Little godchild of the Extreme Sun sect, we meet again. You're not going to play any tricks with these draw tokens, are you?" Xiaoen replied to Qin Yu with a hint of anger. "You seem to be looking down on me, Xiaoen." Qin Yu reached out to take his token and laughed loudly. "Haha, even if you do play tricks, it doesn't matter to me." Continuously provoked, Xiaoen glared at Qin Yu and said, "You talk big. I'll wait and see how far you can actually go." Qin Yu whistled mockingly at Xiaoen as he walked away. "Then keep your eyes peeled and watch carefully." After distributing the draw tokens, Xiaoen announced loudly, "Everyone, please look at the tokens in your hands. There are different numbers on the tokens for identification. Those with the same number will be opponents in this round." Qin Yu raised his token to look, saw the number 5, and thought, "I wonder who my opponent will be in this round." Xiaoen raised his hand and continued to announce, "Those who drew token number 1, please prepare yourselves. Other contestants, please temporarily leave the arena." The first match of the Saint Fire Grand Competition has officially begun. A one-eyed demon faced off against a collision-loving master. Both respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Then the one-eyed demon bared its fangs, using the flame breath technique, easily defeating the collision-loving opponent with a single move, knocking him off the stage. Huang Fei observed the match and chuckled to himself. A first-grade Saint Fire actually dares to participate in the competition. Wang Xian, standing beside him, couldn't help but say, "There are truly countless fools in this world." Next, Zhang Wuji, Li Mo Cho, and Zhou Xingqi also easily defeated their opponents with single moves, successfully advancing to the next round. Following that, the 5th match between Qin Yu and the Quail Chin Man officially began. As soon as the Quail Chin Man stepped onto the stage, he spoke to Qin Yu with disdain. "You pretty boy, I advise you to surrender early, lest you lose your life." Chinu sighed. He raised his middle finger at the quail chin man, provoking him. Stop your nonsense, and come try your luck against your grandpa, you undeveloped little brat. The quail chin man's face turned purple with rage as he focused all his divine power, summoning the illusory image of a roaring tiger. You're asking for death. Chinu crossed his arms and looked directly at him with disdain. Lung Tian Shuang, standing on a pillar, carefully observed Chinu's opponent. Third-level Saint Fire isn't bad, but unfortunately, he's met young Master Chen. The quail chin man suddenly charged forward, followed closely by the illusory image of a roaring tiger, shouting, Die, you weak little rabbit! Chinu stood still, lightly raising his foot and kicking the man directly in the chin, sending him flying unconscious off the stage, his mouth still agape. The surrounding contestants couldn't help but be astonished. Chuhan Yi, who had been observing the match, began to contemplate Chinu. Chinu's opponent was a third-level Saint Fire cultivator, yet he defeated him instantly with a single, ordinary kick. Chinu is much stronger than I imagined. After the match, Chinu walked away with his hands clasped behind his head, grumbling, they're all so weak. Wang Xian glanced at Chinu's back, so cocky. Just wait, I'll chop you into 100 pieces. The sixth round followed, with Huang Fei easily securing victory in the blink of an eye. After that, Wang Xian also finished off his opponent with a single move, advancing to the next round. Next, the nameless Wildlands woman and Chu Han each won their matches and moved on. Suolin, standing outside the arena, found the matches boring and suggested starting a wager. Everyone, this is too dull. Why don't we start a betting pool? What do you all think? Xian Laozu nodded in agreement with enthusiasm. I agree, but I wonder what everyone else thinks. One by one, the representatives of the Unfeeling Sword sect and the Jade Maiden sect also nodded their agreement. Suolin channeled his divine power and produced a third-grade medicinal pill. In that case, I'll wager this third-grade tendon reconnecting pill on Huang Fei's victory. Xian Laozu laughed heartily and took out his wager. Haha, I'll also bet on Huang Fei. And my wager is the Frost Arrogant Sword, personally forged by myself. Lung Tian Shuang of the Sacred Heart Temple smiled. Playing for high stakes, I see. Since the two of you are so generous, the Sacred Heart Temple can appear weak. With that, Lung Tian Shuang waved a hand and produced a set of golden armor. This Celestial Star armor is the Sacred Heart Temple's wager. I bet on young Master Chen's victory. The representative of the Unfeeling Sword sect, Lu Zhulang, also took out his wager. This is a third-grade Unfeeling pill. I'm betting on Wang Xian. Next, the representative of the Jade Maiden sect presented her wager. I'll use the low-grade Earth rank martial skill, Flowing Cloud Steps, and bet on Chu Han Yi. The commoners and all the contestants looked up at the treasures wagered by the four great sects, murmuring in astonishment. As expected of the four great sects, they only bring out the good stuff. Sigh. If only I had Saint Fire. Even if I couldn't join the four great sects, just being a cleaner that would be 1,000 times better than this. The nameless Wildlands woman spoke up and asked, Everyone, what happens if all of you lose your bets? Suolin turned his head and replied, These wagered items will all be given to the champion of the Saint Fire Grand Competition. It doesn't matter if we all lose our bets. The nameless Wildlands woman stroked her chin and said, That's good then. In my opinion, in this Saint Fire Grand Competition, the only people who can compete for the top spot are me and that young Master Chen. Chinu, standing beside them, was stunned upon hearing this. Why is this Wildlands woman shifting the conflict to me? Wang Xian, standing outside, shouted loudly, so arrogant. Just you and Chinu wanting to claim the championship of the Saint Fire Grand Competition? With me, Wang Xian, here, that position is definitely mine. The surrounding people also started shouting, That's right, winning won't be that easy. Suolin stepped forward to continue informing the contestants. All right, next we will proceed with the second round of the Saint Fire Grand Competition. The second round is a free-for-all. All contestants can freely challenge each other. Hearing the announcement, Wang Xian's and Huang Fei's gazes both turned towards Chinu. Not only Huang Fei and Wang Xian, it seemed everyone's attention was focused on Chinu. Chinu stroked his chin, pondering, it seems these people have all been bribed. What a bunch of idiots. Xiaoen continued the announcement. The duration of the second round is 1 stick of incense. After the time is up, the 4 remaining individuals on the arena will enter the finals. If the first round was just to eliminate the weak, then the second round is the real test of your Saint Fire abilities. In the second round, all martial artists are only allowed to use Saint Fire to battle. You're not allowed to use martial skills or cultivation to suppress others. Now, the second round of the Saint Fire Grand Competition officially begins. The spectators in the stands cheered in unison, excitedly continuing to watch the competition. On the arena, those who had been bribed by Wang Xian and Huang Fei charged towards Chinu together. One person condensed their Saint Fire, glaring at Chinu and yelling, "Die!" Chinu calmly and nonchalantly provoked them. "Come on, I'll stand here without moving. Let's see what kind of waves you can make." Everyone surrounded Chinu, focusing all their Saint Fire power to attack him. "Still talking big when you're about to die? Shameless. Take this." Just like that, everyone lunged towards Chinu. Princess Yuehua, standing below the arena, shouted angrily, "So many against one. How despicable and shameless." Li Qingdao, standing on one of the 4 pillars, watched Chinu intently, his expression filled with worry. When everyone used all their Saint Fire power to attack Chinu, it immediately caused a huge explosion, shaking the entire arena. One martial artist, after attacking Chinu, said triumphantly, "We all possess 4th grade Saint Fire, and we've painstakingly practiced our combined attack technique for this moment. Facing this attack, even if you don't die, you'll be skinned alive." Chinu smirked and laughed loudly, standing in the center of the explosion, his entire body enveloped by the 9-footed golden crow. He said, "Skinned alive? There's not even a speck of dust on me. If you're done attacking, then let me broaden your horizons." Chin Shien, sitting on one of the 4 pillars, thought to himself, "As expected, it's only 6th grade power. It seems my guess was correct." Yuehua, standing below the arena, cheered for Chinu without any concealment. "Amazing. You really do have 6th grade Saint Fire." Chinu extended his hand provocatively. "Wang Xian and Huang Fei, relying on these small fries, you two are truly foolish. If you want to take my life, then come at me yourselves." Huang Fei glared, gnashing his teeth at Chinu, filled with rage. "It's just 6th grade Saint Fire. Do you really think you're invincible? If you want to die that badly, I'll grant your wish." Wang Xian echoed, "I also have 6th grade Saint Fire. Brat, today is your death day." Yuehua's eyes widened in surprise. "Even Wang Xian has 6th grade Saint Fire?" From the 4 pillars, Xiaoen looked at Lu Zhulang and thought to himself, "Unfeeling sword sect, you guys really went all out." At this moment, Huang Fei and Wang Xian joined forces against Chinu. "Both of us have 6th grade Saint Fire. Let's see how you fight against the 2 of us." Then, both of them simultaneously used their 6th grade Saint Fire yin-yang power, creating a netherworld ghost flame and a molten rock flame, striking directly at Chinu. Chinu confidently declared, "I was just warming up. Who said my Saint Fire is 6th grade?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chinu's eyes sharpened, and the phantom image of the 9-footed golden crow appeared. His entire body erupted with 9th grade Saint Fire, an overbearing aura filling the entire arena. Then, with a single, effortless move, the phantom image of the 9-footed golden crow repelled the attacks of the 2 good-for-nothings. Chinu stood in the middle of the arena, countless shockwaves radiating outwards, his pressure terrifyingly powerful. Chin Shien, sitting on one of the 4 pillars, said in astonishment, "This power, could it be 7th grade? No, not even 8th grade. This is 9th grade Saint Fire." Divine Envoy Xiaoen also felt the pressure and was shocked. 9th grade Saint Fire? Even the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect only has 8th grade Saint Fire. Everyone in the audience was stunned. their attention shifting to Chinu. This is ninth grade Saint Fire. Chinu stood before the two good-for-nothings, his expression cold. The flames around his body surged violently. Wang Xian and Huang Fei's eyes widened in terror, and they cried out ninth grade. He has ninth grade Saint Fire. Zhennan Wang, sitting on one of the four pillars, thought triumphantly, jackpot. Ninth grade Saint Fire. In the entire history of the Tianhe dynasty, only a dozen or so people have possessed ninth grade Saint Fire. The weakest among them is currently at the peak of the Shattered Void Realm. Not only in the Tianhe dynasty, but even across the entire continent. This is a peak existence. Zhen and Wang finished his thought and laughed loudly. Ha ha, good, very good. I never expected our Tianhe city to produce someone with ninth grade Saint Fire. The chosen child of the heavens, Lung Tianshuang, stared intently at Chinu, utterly astonished. It's actually ninth grade Saint Fire. Even Master only has 8th grade Saint Fire. Young Master Qin's future achievements will definitely surpass Master's. Li Qing Dao, from atop one of the four pillars, had also been observing Qin use every move. Chinu, is this the opportunity you obtained in the great wilderness? My father, in order to curry favor with the Zhao immortal clan, chose to sacrifice Chinu, but in the end, he met his demise. Our divine sword dynasty lost a chosen child of the heavens like Chinu. Father, if you knew this in the afterlife, you would surely be filled with regret now. Back to Chinu, he pointed at the two good-for-nothings and said, you plotted and schemed, using all sorts of despicable tricks to try and kill me. Unfortunately, in the face of ninth grade Saint Fire, all your actions are laughable. Having said that, Chinu made his move. The phantom image of a 9-footed golden crow repeatedly lunged at the two good-for-nothings, sending them flying. Looking at the two motionless good-for-nothings, Chinu sneered, I'm not killing you now because you're still somewhat useful. The day the ancient ruins open will be the day you die. Chinu slowly rose into the air, an overbearing aura radiating from his body. The Saint Fire Grand Competition should end now. Since I've revealed my 9th grade Saint Fire, there's no need for a third round. Chinu then raised his hand, condensing flames. His 9th grade Saint Fire formed a massive fireball above the arena. Yuehua, standing below, widened her eyes in shock and worried. What is he doing? The Wildlands woman recognized the technique as the Nine Heavens' profound annihilation fire. She smiled to herself, thinking it seems coming down to the lower realm this time was the right decision. Having gathered enough power, Chinu swung his arm, unleashing the deadly technique. He roared, Nine Heavens' annihilation. Erupt from within. The fireball pulsed, countless flames shooting downwards, striking everyone on the arena. The faces of those on the arena changed, their eyes filled with terror. They screamed, run. Countless explosions echoed as the flames blasted Chinu's opponents in all directions. From afar, the destructive power of Chinu's technique was immense, shaking the entire Tianhe city. Zhennan Wang also felt the terrifying pressure. The Saint Fire Grand Competition has only reached the 2nd round, and the champion has already been decided. In all my years, I've never witnessed such a world-destroying technique. Smoke and dust filled the arena, ash raining down everywhere. Those who had just faced Chinu were all grievously injured and collapsed. Only Chu Han-yi survived, having jumped off the arena in time. Chu Han-yi stared at Chinu. Chinu, you're insane. Within the smoke and dust, the figure of the Wildlands woman gradually appeared. Standing at a distance, she watched Chinu intently. Father was right. The mortal world truly offers many interesting things. Chinu, I hope the next time we meet, your Saint Fire will be even stronger. Chinu gently landed, standing proudly amidst the smoke-filled arena. He declared in a cold voice, now, only I remain. It seems the champion of this Saint Fire Grand Competition belongs to me. Suo Lin, the representatives of the Unfeeling Sword sect, the Jade Maiden sect, and Lung Tianshuang were all left speechless by the events that had just transpired. At this moment, A heavily injured Huang Fei struggled to his feet, roaring in fury. Damn it. I have 6th grade Saint Fire. Yet I'm not the champion of the Saint Fire Grand Competition. How can this be? Chinu, you abandoned wretch, lowly servant of the Divine Sword Dynasty, plaything of the royal family. What right do you have? I'll kill you. So what if you have 9th grade Saint Fire? You're just a pathetic first-stage Tong Shun realm cultivator. Huang Fei unleashed all his divine power, strengthening his body, his aura swirling around him. He continued to bellow. The champion of the Saint Fire Grand Competition can only be me, Huang Fei. No one can stop me. With that, he charged towards Chinu again, resuming his attack. He extended his hand, summoning a flame blade, and roared as he attacked Chinu from behind. Die, Chinu! Lung Tian Shuang cried out in alarm. Young Master Qin, be careful. Chinu stood firm, his body enveloped in the power of Niti. He said coldly, if you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Chinu further unleashed the power of Niti. The phantom image of Niti roaring as it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Huang Fei's eyes widened in shock and fear. Then, Niti swung his hand, striking Huang Fei with a palm. Huang Fei was sent flying, crying out in pain as he vomited blood. Why can't I kill him? Why? He's clearly just trash, someone I should be able to crush beneath my feet. Why has it become like this? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Chinu summoned the war god spear and thrust it straight into Huang Fei's chest. Pinned to the wall by the spear, Huang Fei died tragically on the spot as the impact shattered the surrounding ground. The audience in the stands screamed in terror and scattered. Chin Shien Laozu gritted his teeth as he looked at the war god spear impaling Huang Fei high on the wall, a first-grade immortal artifact. So that's how it is. That day, what I saw was the fortune of an immortal artifact. This thing, Chinu, not only do you have a 9th grade Saint Fire, but you also possess a first-grade immortal artifact. Suo Lin glared furiously at Chinu. Chinu, you dare to kill someone in the arena? You even dare to kill someone under the Su family's protection. Chinu retracted the war god spear, gripped it tightly, and pointed it at Suo Lin. He could try to kill me, but I can't kill him. If you say another word, I can kill you too. Humiliated in front of everyone, Suo Lin roared with all his might. What an arrogant brat. I want to see how you'll kill me. Lung Tian Shuang rushed forward and stopped Suo Lin. Stop. Young Master Qin is someone valued by our Sacred Heart Temple. If you want to attack him, you'll have to ask me first. Do you intend to defy even the Sacred Heart Temple? Qin Yu's voice turned cold. Tian Shuang, let him come. If he wants to join Huang Fei in the underworld, I'll gladly send him on his way. Suo Lin continued to roar furiously. This is you courting death. He then soared into the air, his entire body enveloped in a halo. Bringing his hands together, he began to use the mid-grade Xian level martial skill, Extreme Sun Divine Yang. A massive, blood-red sphere of fire energy appeared behind him. Lung Tian Shuang recognized it with surprise. Extreme Sun Divine Yang was a martial skill only taught to the top 3 figures of the Extreme Sun sect. Its power, when cultivated to perfection, could even rival a high-grade Xian level skill. Suo Lin glared at Qin Yu smugly. Even if you've awakened the 9th grade Saint Fire, even if you've killed Huang Fei, you're nothing but an ant before a mid-grade Xian level martial skill. He launched the attack towards Qin Yu, shouting die. The energy sphere flew towards Qin Yu. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Mid-grade Xian level. He raised a war god spear, swirling it as he channeled Niti's power. Let me use you to test if I can unleash my strongest strike yet. With a powerful swing, Qin Yu raised the war god spear high, activating the high-grade Earth Level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder Spear. The spear pierced through Suo Lin's Extreme Sun Divine Yang, the immense energy destroying everything in its path. Its world-shattering power was no less than Erlang Shun's Heavenly Pillar. Suo Lin, witnessing the immense power before him, was terrified. Then, the nine heavens' divine thunder spear pierced through his body, causing him to scream in agony. Seen from afar, the might of the nine heavens' divine thunder spear pierced through 9 layers of clouds, destroying everything in its path. Such world-destroying power was unstoppable. Li Qingdao and Lung Tian Shuang stared intently at Chinu, astonished, recognizing it as an Earth-rank martial skill. Yuehua stared at Chinu in amazement. Chinu, just how many trump cards do you have? Qi Xian Laozu clenched his fists in fury, gnashing his teeth as he glared at Chinu. Is the great wilderness's fortuitous encounter truly this powerful? Chinu pressed closer, the spear tip against Xiaoen's throat. Is this all the godly son of the extreme sun sect is capable of? Go join Huang Fei. Lung Tian Shuang cried out in alarm, wanting to save Xiaoen's life. Young Master Qin, don't kill him. Chinu remained resolute, increasing the pressure of the spear tip against Xiaoen's throat. Xiaoen stared at Qi Xian Laozu in pain and yelled, Qi Xian Laozu, aren't you going to do anything? If I die, how will you explain this to the extreme sun sect? At this point, Qi Xian Laozu had no choice but to act, stepping forward and shouting, Chinu, stop! Don't harm him any further. Then, the old man used an immortal Qi palm strike towards Chinu. Chinu remained cold and indifferent, summoning the spectral image of Niti. Niti appeared, gnashing his teeth, gripping his immortal weapon tightly. Then his eyes widened, and an immense divine power surged forth, shattering the immortal weapon into hundreds of pieces. Seeing the perilous situation, Xiaoen cried out in pain. Chinu casually swung his spear, decapitating Xiaoen. Blood sprayed like rain as his body fell to the ground, motionless. Chinu glanced at Xiaoen's corpse, his voice ice-cold. I told you, he'd be joining Huang Fei in the underworld. He's on his way. Qi Xian Laozu leaped forward, glaring at Chinu and roaring. You bastard, Chinu! First, you killed my beloved disciple, and now you've killed the godly son of the extreme sun sect. Such brutal slaughter of innocents is unforgivable. Heaven will not tolerate such heinous crimes. Even if you have awakened the 9th grade Saint Fire, I will not let you leave this place alive. Chinu laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Not let me leave this place alive. Old dog, do you think I'll let you live? You murdered the one I loved most and humiliated them in every way possible. Chinu pointed his spear at the old man. You and I are sworn enemies. The Zhennan king's residents watched Chinu intently, thinking that it turned out Chinu had a prior grudge against Qi Xian Laozu. But who was the person he loved most? Qi Xian Laozu glared at Chinu. I never imagined I had such a deep hatred with you. He continued to sneer. At such a young age, you were able to kill Xiaoen. Moreover, you possess the 9th grade Saint Fire and an Earth-rank martial skill. You truly are a chosen one. Qi Xian Laozu channeled his energy, using his divine power to summon the skeletal spectral image of the purple demon, its entire body enveloped in an overbearing aura, its crimson eyes fixated on Chinu. It's a pity that I am already at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. He then summoned the 1st grade immortal artifact, the purple demon scythe, its murderous aura radiating in all directions. Lu Zhulang carefully observed Qi Xian Laozu pondering. A 1st grade immortal artifact, the purple demon scythe, plus the mysterious grade, high-tier cultivation technique, the purple demon immortal art. It seems this old man is determined to kill. Qi Xian Laozu began brandishing the immortal artifact, quickly charging towards Chinu. Chinu is also prepared to counterattack, summoning the 9-legged golden crow and Niti's phantom images. The combined attack flew towards the old man. The two immense forces colliding head-on, resulting in an earth-shattering battle. Chinu then found himself at a slight disadvantage, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. Qi Xian Laozu glared, laughing triumphantly, his words laced with contempt as he mocked Chinu's weakness. Unable to withstand the attack, Chinu was sent flying by the immortal artifact. Qi Xian Laozu continued to laugh boisterously, confident in his victory. Chinu, is this all you've got? Chinu gritted his teeth, withdrawing the phantom images of the nine-legged golden crow and Nit. Then turned and shouted to Zhennan Wang. Zhennan Wang, the Dragon Tiger transformation pill. Zhennan Wang immediately understood, quickly retrieving the pill and tossing it towards Chinu. Chinu swiftly caught the Dragon Tiger transformation pill and immediately swallowed it. In an instant, Chinu felt the pressure of the pig demon, its marks suddenly glowing brightly. His entire body was then enveloped by the pig demon's energy. Qi Xian Laozu was still laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, a fourth-grade pill, the Dragon Tiger transformation pill. Without years of painstaking cultivation, you won't have time to refine it now. Sharpening your sword on the battlefield, do you really think you can break through? Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Qin Yu's body instantaneously refine and absorb the pill, achieving a breakthrough. His entire body radiated a brilliant golden light. His whole body shone with a brilliant golden light. The pig demon mark on Qin Yu's forehead became even clearer. At the same time, he summoned the pig demon's phantom image behind him, glaring at Qi Xian Laozu. The old man's legs trembled as he began to retreat, staring at Qin Yu in fear. How is this possible? You actually refined the Dragon Tiger transformation pill in an instant. This is the energy of the Peak Tong Shun realm. Just refining the Dragon Tiger transformation pill increased your power this much? At this moment, Qin Yu's god-slaying spear began hurtling towards the old man. Nit, nine-legged golden crow, and pig demon all transformed into phantom images, following Qin Yu, ready to attack. Qin Yu glared at Qi Xian Laozu with furious eyes. Old dog, take my spear. Qin Yu gripped the god-slaying spear tightly and charged forward, carrying the power to destroy all obstacles. Qi Xian Laozu felt the terrifying pressure bearing down on him and hastily used the purple demon scythe to defend himself. In an instant, Qin Yu's immense power collided with the purple demon scythe, the shockwave rippling outwards, the sound of the impact deafening. Qi Xian Laozu screamed in despair. Aya! He could no longer withstand the attack, and the energy unleashed by Qin Yu exploded brilliantly, turning the surrounding earth and rocks into dust. The spectators in the stands recoiled in terror, trying to avoid the shockwave from the explosion. Lung Tian Shuang and the members of the Jade Maiden sect also endured this immense pressure, and even Zhennan Wang furrowed his brows in astonishment, exclaiming, "Such immense pressure!" As the energy dissipated, Zhennan Wang's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. The previous blow had left a giant hole in the arena. Qi Xian Laozu began to bleed, his entire body stiff with pain and covered in wounds. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and then collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Qin Yu walked towards him step by step, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Qi Xian Laozu. Lung Tian Shuang, covered in sweat, stared intently at Qin Yu. A breakthrough mid-battle, defeating a peak divine realm Qi Xian Laozu with a single move. Young Master Qin is even more terrifying than I imagined. Zhennan Wang stared at Qin Yu, his eyes wide with shock. Lu Zhulang also stared intently at Qin Yu, scrutinizing him. It's a good thing I didn't offend this monster. Otherwise, even if the sword were unintentional, I wouldn't have been able to save my life. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was dragging the god-slaying spear as he walked step by step towards Qi Xian Laozu. The terrified old man slowly retreated, shouting, "Qin Yu, I admit defeat. You've won. You've won. Tell me what you want, but don't kill me." Qin Yu continued to advance, coldly saying, "I only want your dog life." At this moment, Qin Yu accidentally fell into the old man's trap. His eyes widened in surprise as he unintentionally stepped on Qi Xian Laozu's trap, activating a barrier. A surge of evil energy erupted, enveloping him, attempting to imprison him within. The evil energy continuously swept over Qin Yu, and then the barrier gradually materialized, trapping him inside. Li Qingdao, on one of the four pillars, panicked and worried, repeatedly calling out Chin Yu's name. Inside the barrier, Chin Yu stood facing Qi Xian Laozu, glaring at him. After his success, Qi Xian Laozu burst into laughter. Ha ha! Chin Yu, even if you're a peerless genius, no, I should probably call you a monster. That wouldn't be an exaggeration. But you're still too naive. I spent many years using so much blood and sweat to refine this formation. Once trapped inside, your soul will be continuously destroyed, and you will become nothing but an empty shell. Chin Yu stared at the old man, continuing to listen. Qi Xian Laozu slowly stood up, gathering his energy and raising his hand as he stared at Chin Yu. I have lived for over 100 years, killing countless people. Did you think you could kill me with that filthy mouth of yours? With that, he swung his hand, sending a wave of divine power towards Chin Yu, intending to use the barrier to kill him. Chin Yu's entire body was engulfed in flames, his rage reaching its peak as he glared at the old man before him. Qi Xian Laozu continued to yell at Chin Yu. Once I destroy your soul, the saint fire within your body will be mine. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the spectral image of the swan and I charged out, shattering Qi Xian Laozu's barrier, causing the old man's eyes to widen in shock. The swan and I continued to roar, releasing a terrifying pressure. Chin Yu continued to stare at the old dog, his eyes filled with murderous hatred. After breaking the barrier, the swan and I turned its head, revealing its fangs and glowing eyes as it looked at Qi Xian Laozu. Qi Xian Laozu couldn't believe his eyes. My grand formation! Broken! In the blink of an eye, Chin Yu reached out and grabbed the old man by the throat, slowly lifting him up as he declared, "The fortuitous encounters I had in the great wilderness weren't limited to just the saint fire. It's not that your grand formation was broken, but rather any attack aimed at my soul is completely ineffective. It's truly pathetic. This old fool thinks he knows everything, yet he has no idea how laughable his every action against me is." Qi Xian Laozu's eyes widened in terror as he cried out, "Chin Yu, I was truly blind. This time, I dare not harbor any further ill intentions. You've already killed Suo Lin and offended the Extreme Sun sect. If you kill me too, the Extreme Sun sect will never let you go. Spare my life, and from now on, I will obey your every command, helping you avenge the Zhao clan of the immortal race." The moment he finished speaking, Chin Yu, with lightning speed, swung his fist, landing a direct blow on the old man's left hand. The old dog cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chin Yu then released his grip, letting him fall to the ground. Qi Xian Laozu pleaded incessantly, "Chin Yu, you must think this through. Even if the Sacred Heart Temple protects you, the Extreme Sun sect will absolutely not spare you. Sparing my life is the same as sparing your own." Hearing this, Chin Yu furiously raised his foot and stomped on the old dog's leg. "You talk about sparing my own life? My life is my own. No one, absolutely no one, can take it away. Does your disgusting, old dog life even deserve to be bargained with?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Yu delivered another powerful kick, crippling Qi Xian Laozu's other leg. He glared in agony and roared, You are a demon." Hearing the word demon, Chin Yu glared at the wretched old man before him. "You call me a demon? Umph, old dog, do you know something? The first time I saw you at the Zhennan King's residence, I couldn't control the killing intent in my heart. I knew then that I wasn't strong enough to kill you, so I constantly told myself to suppress this rage." As Chin Yu spoke, the long-suppressed rage within him suddenly erupted. He swung his fist, crippling the old dog's remaining arm. Qi Xian Laozu was in such extreme pain that he wished for death, but couldn't die, his cries echoing continuously. All four of his limbs were now useless. Chin Yu glared and continued, "But now, the rage in my heart is too great." Qi Xian Laozu, in agonizing pain, knew he wouldn't survive and uttered his last words, "Haha, I admit defeat. Dying at the hands of a monster like you isn't so unjust. But I want to die understanding. Just who did I kill that belonged to you?" Chin Yu raised his foot again, stomping hard on the old dog's dantian, continuing the torture. Chinu stared coldly at Chin Shien Laozu. In the first year of the Great Calendar, you followed Li Qinghe's orders and captured Li Qingdao. Not only did you break Qingdao's bones, but you also imprisoned her in the black mire of the Great Wilderness. The black mire can amplify a person's pain infinitely. Just a slight touch against the skin brings the ultimate despair and agony. Yet, you cruelly imprison her there for 3 whole months. Tormented by this resentment, Chinu spoke as tears streamed down his face. Chin Shien Laozu, writhing in pain, didn't understand what Chinu was talking about. What are you talking about? I don't even know who Li Qingdao is. Li Qingdao isn't dead, is she? Please, let me die understanding. I beg you. Chinu gathered his qi, condensing it into a ball of energy that radiated light, beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Chinu glared at Chin Shien Laozu, swung his hand, and struck out with a palm, shouting die. The attack once again shook the entire Tianhe city. The explosion pierced through the barrier and soared into the sky. After the explosion, the ceiling barrier gradually dissipated, slowly revealing Chinu's figure. Amidst the rubble of the battle, Chinu stood silently, watching the flames consume Chin Shien Laozu's body. Princess Yuhua, Zhenan Wang, Li Qingdao, Du Guan Air, and everyone else looked at Chinu in astonishment. Chinu stood beside the flames, slowly raising his head to look at the sky that it's over. Chin Shien Laozu is dead. Next is that adulterous couple, Li Qinghe and Zhao Dian. The scene shifted to the imperial palace of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Zhao Dian was using immortal techniques to absorb Li Qinghe's yang qi bloodline. Li Qinghe's body continuously emitted countless streams of blood-red energy. Zhao Dian sat beside Li Qinghe, circulating his energy to absorb it. Awakening the immortal inscription, success or failure depends on this. Then Zhao Dian widened his eyes and shouted, "Appear!" All the blood-red energy instantly surged towards him. Zhao Dian was in immense pain, and within the energy sphere, the absorbed energy gradually enveloped him, causing his figure to become blurry. The pressure from this energy was incredibly powerful. Zhao Huan, upon seeing and feeling the might of the energy sphere, couldn't help but exclaim, "This pressure! This time, Zhao Dian has successfully awakened the immortal inscription." After successfully breaking through to the immortal inscription, Zhao Dian slowly landed in front of Zhao Huan. At this moment, Zhao Dian let out a slight grunt, his entire body radiating domineering aura, and the mark between his eyebrows lit up. After awakening the immortal inscription, Zhao Dian laughed loudly. "Ha ha, the supreme divine inscription. I never thought I would awaken the supreme divine inscription." Zhao Huan stared intently at Zhao Dian's back and said, "Excellent. I originally thought that the bloodline in Li Qinghe's body could help you awaken the immortal inscription, which is why I had you marry her, so she would willingly hand over her bloodline to help you awaken. But unexpectedly, it has exceeded all expectations. You were able to surpass the immortal inscription and awaken the supreme divine inscription. Haha, the Zhao immortal clan has hope of revival. The supreme divine inscription, looking back at the tens of thousands of years of our clan's history, has never appeared before. Even considering the entire immortal clan, those who possess a divine inscription can be counted on one hand, let alone the supreme divine inscription. You are the pinnacle representative of the divine inscription. With this supreme divine inscription, we can return to the immortal clan. We no longer need to stay in this world. After returning, as long as you focus on cultivation, you will unify the immortal clan in the future, and our Zhao immortal clan will become the overlords." Zhao Dian began to curl his lip and said, "Second uncle, the Zhao immortal clan has rules. Awakening the supreme divine inscription allows one to immediately become the clan leader and control the entire clan." A worried expression appeared on Zhao Huan's face. That is indeed the case. Zhao Dian's expression changed, and he glared at Zhao Huan, shouting, "If that's the case, second uncle, you should kneel down and speak to me." Zhao Huan was extremely shocked, staring at Zhao Dian. Then a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Huh? Good, good, good. If you had continued speaking to me civilly. I'm actually a little worried about the Zhao Immortal Clan. The Immortal Clan needs a ruthless and domineering person like you." After saying that, Zhao Huan immediately walked to Zhao Dian and knelt down, bowing and saying, "Great Protector, Zhao Huan, the 147 clan leader of the Zhao Immortal Clan, greets the master." Zhao Dian widened his eyes imposingly. "Order the clan to quickly lower the Ascension path and bring me back." Zhao Huan immediately placed his hand on his chest and respectfully said, "As you command." After giving the order, Zhao Dian waved his hand, signaling Zhao Huan to stand up. Zhao Huan turned to look at Li Qinghe. How should this woman be dealt with? Zhao Dian turned to Zhao Huan and said, "Although she is a woman of the mortal world, she has pleased me greatly. She knows how to please." Then, looking at Li Qinghe, he continued, "Let her come with me." Zhao Huan nodded repeatedly and stood up, starting to walk towards Li Qinghe, glaring at her. How should this piece of meat be carried? The scene shifts to the Zhenan King's mansion in Tianhe City. In the main hall, everyone is gathered in the living room. Zhenan Wang stroked his beard and said, "I've lived to this age, and this is the first time I've met someone with such astonishing talent as young Master Qin. Not yet 18 years old, and he was able to kill a peak divine ability realm expert like Qi Xian Laozu." Zhenan Wang continued, placing his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. "Qi Xian Laozu and the Extreme Sun sect have a deep relationship. You killed Chu Lin before, and now you've killed Qi Xian Laozu. The Extreme Sun sect will definitely be irreconcilable with you." Lung Tianchuang placed her hand on her chest as a sign of respect. "Although the Extreme Sun sect is slightly stronger than our Sacred Heart Hall, they wouldn't dare to openly antagonize us. After young Master Qin enters the Sacred Heart Hall, we will protect him." Someone from a Jade Maiden sect began to argue with the Sacred Heart Hall. "You can protect him in the Sacred Heart Hall? Can't our Jade Maiden sect protect him as well? Besides, even so, young Master Qin isn't necessarily going to join your Sacred Heart Hall." Lung Tianchuang glared back at Bai Feifei. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Feifei immediately continued, "Qing Dao is a core disciple of our Jade Maiden sect, the next generation's divine maiden. Moreover, Qing Dao is young Master Qin's childhood sweetheart. Just think, young Master Qin might join our Jade Maiden sect for Qing Dao." Bai Feifei placed her hand on the table, making a motion to stand up, and continued, "Young Master Qin, if you join our Jade Maiden sect, I can promise you on behalf of the Jade Maiden sect, within 3 years, Qing Dao will definitely become the divine maiden of our Jade Maiden sect. And young Master Qin, you will take the position of intersect steward of the Jade Maiden sect, a position equivalent to vice sect master." Lung Tianchuang was a little angry and also stood up, saying loudly, "The conditions offered by the Jade Maiden sect, the Sacred Heart Hall, can also meet." Zhenan Wang, seeing the situation before him, thought to himself, "Little brother Qin, I can't help you with this situation. The choice is yours." Qin Yu calmly opened his mouth. "I will not join either of your sects." Lung Tianchuang and Bai Feifei's gazes immediately shifted to Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at the two and continued, "However, I will go to the Sacred Heart Hall to cultivate for a period of time. The previous promise regarding the Heavenly Heart Saint Firestone will naturally be exclusively for the Sacred Heart Hall." Lung Tianchuang sensed Qin Yu's sincerity and respectfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Qin." Then, after a moment of thought, she added, "It's understandable that young Master Qin doesn't want to join the Sacred Heart Hall. With young Master Qin's talent, you deserve a better choice." Bai Feifei, having lost the opportunity to benefit, also turned to leave. "In that case, I won't impose. I'll take my leave." Bai Feifei's figure gradually disappeared from the main hall. Qin Yu watched her with eyes filled with murderous rage, roaring inwardly, "Jade Maiden sect. In the previous life, When Qi Xian Laozu came to demand someone, you didn't hesitate to hand over Qing Dao. In this life, the Jade Maiden sect doesn't need to exist anymore. At this moment, Zhenan Wang took out a storage ring from his chest and handed it to Qin. Little brother Qin, the spoils of war from the 4 great sects are all here. You've reaped quite a harvest this time. Seeing this, Qin immediately reached out and grasped Zhenan Wang's hand. Looking seriously at Zhenan Wang, Zhenan Wang, I don't need these. Zhenan Wang didn't understand. Qin respectfully said to Zhenan Wang, this is a small token of my appreciation for the Divine Might Army of the Zhenan King's Mansion. You and your can also use this to have a better life. Hearing Qin mention the Divine Might Army, Zhenan Wang was immediately astonished. His hands trembled as he tightly gripped the storage ring, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The Divine Might Army, the Divine Might Army. Qin stood with his feet together, cupping his hands in a respectful salute. The Zhenan King's Mansion, undefeated through 100 battles, their iron will transforming into blood arrows piercing the azure sky. For nearly 100 years, the Zhenan King's Mansion has continuously fought for humanity. To protect humanity, your 9 sons and 14 grandsons all sacrificed themselves on the frontier for the Divine Might Army. You spared no effort in digging numerous pits within the Zhenan King's Mansion, and because of a 15-year hidden injury, you lost your illustrious cultivation. Qin Yu continued to bow. Such spirit deserves the 4 words, hero of humanity. On behalf of those who have been saved by the Divine Might Army, I, Qin Yu, express my highest respect to you. Zhenan Wang was deeply moved, placing his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. Good, Qin Yu. Then this old man will rely on you. Qin Yu smiled confidently, patting his chest and saying, rest assured, Zhenan Wang. No matter what realm I, Qin Yu, may reach in the future, I swear to protect humanity with my life, protect my people from annihilation, and maintain the eternal existence of humanity. Seeing Qin Yu's determination to protect humanity, Zhenan Wang was overjoyed. Standing beside them, Saintess Lung Tianchuan also felt immense respect. Young Master Qin is truly righteous and awe-inspiring. The scene shifts to the ancestral hall of the Divine Spear sect, where Wang Taizhang and Wang Xian are kneeling before the ancestral tablets. Wang Taizhang kowtowed repeatedly, then burst into tears. Ancestor, I am incompetent. I couldn't revive the Divine Spear sect. Wang Xian, his entire body wrapped in bandages, turned to look at his father and was just about to speak. Wang Taizhang didn't wait for Wang Xian to finish, raising his hand and slapping him. Quickly confess your sins to the ancestors. This slap splattered Wang Xian's blood onto the ancestral tablet. Wang Xian, struck, immediately kowtowed and confessed to the tablet. Ancestor, it's not that your grandson is incompetent, but that Qin Yu is too monstrous. I truly have no way to deal with him. Wang Taizhang, furious, clenched his fists, glared at Wang Xian, and roared, insolent wretch, you still dare to make excuses at this point. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot out from the ancestral tablet. Then, the spectral image of the Divine Spear sect's ancestor appeared. Wang Taizhang and his son widened their eyes in astonishment. The ancestor's spectral image glared at them. To think that the descendants of the once illustrious Wang family have fallen to such a state. Wang Taizhang and his son stared, stunned. And see, ancestor, have you manifested? The ancestor's image snorted, looked intently at Wang Xian, and said, fate has been decided. There's nothing that can be done. Wang Xian, the blood of the Wang family flows within you, allowing you to unlock my divine consciousness. I can only entrust the great undertaking of reviving the Wang family to you. Having said this, the ancestor's spectral image reached into his chest and took out a green energy sphere, for which a secret command token gradually materialized. He then presented it to Wang Xian. This is the command token of the Wang clan. which can open the hidden abode I built during my lifetime. Go, refine everything I've left behind, and then revive the clan." After these words, the spectral image of the divine spear sect's ancestor gradually dissipated, leaving behind the command token for Wang Xian. Wang Xian excitedly took the token with both hands. "Father, father, this is the ancestor's token, the ancestor's token." Wang Taizhang stroked his beard and said to Wang Xian, "I once heard great-grandfather mention that our Wang family was once a top-tier clan in the world. The ancestor's cultivation was earth-shattering. Only because he offended the celestial clan of the upper realm was he banished overnight. This time, if we can obtain the treasures left behind by the ancestor, our Wang family will definitely have hope of revival." Wang Xian grinned excitedly. "Chinu, even if you encountered some fortuitous opportunity in the great wilderness, once I obtain the Wang family's inheritance, you will surely die. A blood debt must be paid in blood." Behind him, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. Chu Lin slowly appeared behind Wang Xian. "To think that the Divine Spear sect is actually descended from a great clan. It seems I've come to the right place." Wang Taizhang and Wang Xian's eyes widened. They turned around in astonishment and discovered it was Chu Lin, whom Chinu had killed at the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. Wang Xian fell back in fright, staring at Chu Lin with terror. Chu Lin, you. Are you a man or a ghost?" Chu Lin removed his cloak and began to speak. "I am, of course, a man." Wang Xian asked with some doubt. "But weren't you killed by Chinu?" A sinister smile spread across Chu Lin's lips. "Haha, the Extreme Sun sect once had a total of 18 divine sons. A year ago, I became the final divine son. But now, I've become the 5th divine son. Do you know why? Let me tell you, it's because the Extreme Sun sect now only has 5 divine sons left. How do you think the other 13 died? I, Chu Lin, can paint rivers with blood. How could I die so easily?" He continued, his eyes filled with a terrifying glint. "The death substitution technique, I learned it from the 8th divine son's secret arts after I killed him." "Wang Xian, you really want to kill Chinu, don't you?" Upon hearing Chinu's name, Wang Xian's eyes widened and he shouted, "Chinu and I are sworn enemies." Chu Lin began to lay out his plan. "The opportunity is right in front of you. Let him into the hidden abode, then kill him. Don't worry, I won't take the Wang family inheritance after you inherit it." He let out a sinister laugh and declared, "I only want the 9th grade Saint Fire on Chinu." Wang Xian asked worriedly, "But can you defeat Chinu?" Even a peak spirit severing realm Qi immortal died at his hands. Chu Lin, having carefully calculated, replied, "I have my methods. After killing the Qi immortal, Chinu will likely return to the Divine Sword Dynasty. If we can't lead Chinu into the hidden abode tomorrow, then I think we both know what the consequences will be." Having said this, Chu Lin used instantaneous movement and vanished from the sight of Wang Xian and Wang Taizhang. Wang Xian turned to his father and asked, "Father, what should we do now?" Wang Taizhang furrowed his brow in thought. "At this point, we have no other choice. Tomorrow, the 2 of us will personally invite Chinu." It was late at night. At the Tianhe City Inn, in Chinu's room, Wu Si and Wu Yu were bowing in congratulations. "Congratulations, young Master Qin, on achieving first place in the Saint Fire Grand Competition. The great wilderness truly lives up to its expectations. The opportunity young Master Qin encountered there actually allowed you to kill a Qi immortal." Chinu looked intently at the Wu sisters. "It's just first place in the Saint Fire Grand Competition. Nothing worth celebrating. Tomorrow, I will begin my journey back to the Divine Sword Dynasty for revenge." As he spoke, Chinu approached the 2 sisters. "As for the 2 of you, I have a task for you. Listen carefully." After receiving their task, the Wu sisters were extremely surprised. The next morning at the Zhennan King's mansion, everyone gathered in the main hall to see Chinu off on his journey back to the Divine Sword Dynasty for revenge. Du Guan Air looked at Chinu cheerfully. "Young Master Qin, I wish you a safe journey." Yu Hua, standing beside her, also spoke, her expression somewhat worried. Chinu, you must be careful. Although you killed the Qi immortal, Zhao Jian has the backing of the Celestial clan, and there may be other powerful figures supporting him. Chinu spoke calmly and cheerfully. Don't worry, this time, Zhao Jian is sure to die when he meets me. Lung Tianchuang gazed intently at Chinu. Young Master Qin, I will go with you this time. After you've taken your revenge, we will go to the Sacred Heart Hall. Suddenly, a subordinate of the Zhennan king ran in, shouting, Urgent report, Your Majesty. Wang Taizhang and Wang Xian of the Divine Spear sect have arrived. The Zhennan king, leaning on his cane, looked somewhat surprised and ordered his subordinates. Well then, let them in. Chinu thought to himself. Could it be that these two are here because the ancient ruins have opened? At that moment, Wang Taizhang and Wang Xian entered the main hall, and upon entering, they cupped their hands and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the Zhennan king. The Zhennan king stared at the father and son duo with suspicion and asked, What brings you two here today? Suddenly, Wang Xian knelt before Chinu. This humble one has come here today to apologize to young Master Qin. This humble one was ignorant and offended young Master Qin. Wang Taizhang also stepped forward and knelt, placing his hand on Wang Xian's head. We beg young Master to be magnanimous and not hold it against him. Wang Xian looked intently at Chinu. Young Master Qin, as an apology, our Divine Spear sect offers you a fortuitous opportunity. He then glanced around repeatedly. Chinu understood his meaning and said, There are no outsiders here. You don't need to be guarded in your words. Hearing this, Wang Xian began to explain the opportunity. Our Divine Spear sect accidentally discovered a hidden abode left behind by an ancient expert, and we have come to invite young Master Qin to join us in obtaining this fortuitous opportunity. Chinu immediately realized that this was the opportunity to explore the ancient ruins that he knew from his past life. Sure enough, they came for this, but it seems much earlier than in my previous life. Lung Tianchuang stared at Wang Xian, immediately recognizing his scheme. Wang Xian, I suspect you intend to set a trap in the hidden abode to deal with young Master Qin. Do you think young Master Qin will fall for it so easily? Upon hearing Lung Tianchuang's words, Wang Taizhang panicked. He forced a smile and waved his hands, starting to deny it. No, absolutely not. We sincerely want to apologize. Wang Xian was afraid and kept praying. Chinu, please agree. Please agree. Yuhua angrily raised her middle finger at Wang Xian. With such clumsy tactics, Chinu won't go. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chinu suddenly nodded in agreement. All right, since it's like this, I'll accept your apology. So, when shall we depart? Yuhua, standing beside him, cried out in alarm, What? Wang Taizhang immediately looked at Chinu with joy. Of course, the sooner the better. The secret realm is located at the foot of Mount Chimeng, west of Tianhe City. If we depart tomorrow, we can arrive in just one day. Chinu nodded repeatedly in response to Wang Taizhang. Then it's settled. We'll depart tomorrow. Having achieved their goal, Wang Taizhang and Wang Xian hurriedly bowed and took their leave. The father and son then hastily left the Zhennan king's mansion. After they left, Yuhua immediately stepped forward and rebuked Chinu. Chinu, this is clearly a plot against you. Why would you still go? Chinu turned to look at Yuhua. Even you can see through it. How could I not? But don't worry, since I've decided to go, I have my own way of handling it. Lung Tianchuang was a little worried and hurriedly asked Chinu for permission to go with him. Chinu shook his head upon hearing this. Don't worry about me. It's enough for me to go alone. Lung Tianchuang sighed in disappointment. Then I'll listen to young Master Qin. Zhennan king, standing opposite Chinu, stroked his beard and offered a piece of advice. Little brother Qin, although you have countless opportunities, you must still be careful on your journey. Don't be too conceited. Chinu looked intently at Zhennan king. I will keep Zhennan king's words in my heart. As promised to the Divine Spear sect, the next morning, Chinu departed with Wang Taizhang and his son for the foot of Chimeng Mountain. After riding the dinosaur for a while, they arrived, and Chinu immediately jumped down. Then, Chinu looked around, lost in thought. This is where Wan Er met with misfortune in my past life, but in this life, she wasn't invited. It seems that because I won the Sacred Fire competition, I've changed the course of the future, making it vastly different from the original world. Wang Taizhang approached Xinyu and said, "Young Master Qin, the ancient ruins lie right at the foot of this Qimeng mountain. There's a hidden cave entrance ahead. We just need to enter it to reach the destination." Upon hearing this, Qinyu ordered Wang Taizhang and his son to lead the way. Afterwards, Qinyu glanced at the two of them, thinking to himself, who are these two inheriting from? The Death Person sect? I'm getting more and more curious. Not long after, Wang Taizhang led Qinyu to the hidden cave entrance. "Young Master Qin, we've arrived." He approached the entrance to the hidden chamber and immediately threw a punch. In an instant, the cave entrance shattered into pieces, revealing a passage. Wang Taizhang continued to point forward. "Young Master Qin, the hidden chamber is just ahead." Seeing that Qinyu had entered, the father and son of the Wang family nodded to each other. Not long after, Wang Taizhang led Qinyu to the hidden chamber where the treasures were stored. Before Qinyu's eyes were 3 first-grade immortal artifacts from the previous generation of the Divine Spear sect's leader. Wang Xian, seeing the 3 immortal artifacts before him, exclaimed, "Heavens! These are all first-grade immortal artifacts." Wang Taizhang smiled, pointing 2 fingers towards the 3 treasures ahead. "Young Master Qin, these 3 treasures all belong to you." Qinyu stared, observing the statue in front of him and thinking, there's not a trace of a soul within this sculpture, or to be more precise, within the owner of these ruins. These 3 first-grade immortal artifacts are all restricted magical weapons. It seems only those recognized can take them. If someone who isn't recognized touches these forbidden objects, they'll be crushed to dust. For me, this kind of restriction is a trivial matter. After thinking for a moment, Qinyu immediately stepped forward and firmly grasped the immortal artifact placed on the rack. The immortal qi within the spear suddenly erupted into a fierce flame, attempting to engulf Qinyu. But Qinyu simply took a deep breath, and then blew away the flames that had just erupted so fiercely. Just like that, Qinyu easily took one of the 3 immortal artifacts. Next, Qinyu took out a storage ring from his person, using his divine power to control it, and stored all the immortal artifacts within the storage ring. Qinyu stared at the storage ring, lost in thought. Next, I just need to refine these 3 first-grade immortal artifacts. The power of the War God Spear will be further enhanced. Suddenly, the hidden passage began to shake violently, startling the father and son of the Wang family. An orange light suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire passage, emanating from between the statue's legs. Then, the light gradually disappeared, revealing a block of immortal inscription plaques. Qinyu observed carefully and thought, "This is an immortal inscription plaque. The pattern is a bit different. This type of immortal inscription can only be awakened by the immortal clan or their descendants. After awakening the immortal inscription, based on the different grades of immortal inscriptions, one will receive enhancements at different levels. At the very least, one can obtain a stronger body, and their cultivation will increase tenfold. As for the human clan, if they want to obtain immortal inscriptions, there's only one way. Kill members of the immortal clan and use secret techniques to seize their immortal inscriptions. Wang Xian must have obtained an immortal inscription plaque in his previous life, which is why he awakened his immortal inscription. It's just that this immortal inscription plaque is still incomplete." Wang Xian, seeing the immortal inscription plaque, widened his eyes in shock. This is something that can allow a mortal to obtain the body of an immortal to awaken the immortal inscription plaque? The methods passed down by the ancestors are this terrifying? Then Qinyu pointed his finger at Wang Xian and commanded loudly, "You still have another plaque, right? Quickly give it to me." Suddenly, the 5 teleportation gates of the Corpse Man sect gradually appeared, causing Qinyu to be somewhat surprised. After that, the subordinates of the Corpse Man sect also began to appear. The corpse man sect master stood side by side with his subordinates and said loudly to Chinu, "Hand over your little life first, Chinu." Chinu glared at the corpse man sect master. "This is Hua Si-run, the corpse man sect master?" Hua Si-run stared at Chinu and said, "Chinu, you recognize me?" Chinu waved his hand and said disdainfully, "A sissy like you, neither man nor woman, neither human nor ghost, it's hard not to recognize you. However, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to subdue the two Wu sisters." Hua Si-ren raised his sharp claws, his face filled with rage as he looked at Chinu. "Chinu, don't think that just because you killed the Qi immortal ancestor, you're qualified to be on equal footing with me. They were just two pieces of trash. What good is it that they surrendered to you? My corpse man sect's strength is greater than you imagine. These four are all elders of my corpse man sect, and their cultivation is at the peak of the divine transformation realm. Along with this old man, there are a total of 5 of us. Chinu, how can you fight against us?" Hua Si-ren started to glare and roar. "Chinu, you were able to escape from the hands of my corpse man sect once, but the second time, your only path is death. Elders, attack." As soon as Hua Si-ren gave the order to attack, the 4 corpse man sect elders immediately charged towards Chinu. In an instant, Chinu summoned the war god spear, spinning it around, preparing to attack. Then Chinu glared at Hua Si-ren. "It seems you still don't understand. Just because I can kill a Qi immortal ancestor doesn't mean I can only kill those at the peak of the divine transformation realm." As Chinu spoke, he swung the war god spear and struck out, creating afterimages of Niti and the 9-footed golden crow. An immense pressure surged towards the corpse man sect elders. Niti and the 9-footed golden crow, just like that, sent the 4 elders flying. In the blink of an eye, the 4 corpse man sect elders were easily smashed into the wall. Wang Xian and Wang Taizhang, witnessing the 4 elders defeated by Chinu with a single strike, gasped in astonishment. All 4 peak Tongshan realm experts were no match for a single spear thrust. Chinu pointed his spear at Hua Si-ren. "Do you have any other tricks? Use them now." The corners of Hua Si-ren's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha. Chinu, do you know that the most powerful technique of our corpse man sect is puppet manipulation? No matter how strong you are, what can you do against so many puppets?" Hua Si-ren then extended his hand forward, commanding the puppets to attack Chinu. Chinu stood calmly, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, then closed his eyes and entered his divine sense to control Nit, capturing the puppets one by one. Nit continued to crush them, even playfully kneading them like dough. Then it rolled them into balls. Chinu also spoke. "Immortal and indestructible, huh? Take this." Chinu continued to have the illusory Nit throw Hua Si-ren's puppet balls at the wall. The 4 subordinates were thus rolled into spheres and then thrown past Hua Si-ren's face. Hua Si-ren's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "No! Do you know how much effort I put into refining these puppets?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chinu quickly rushed in front of Hua Si-ren, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Blood flowed from his nose, and several teeth were knocked out, causing him to scream in pain. Chinu then grabbed Hua Si-ren by the collar, lifting him up. "Effort? What you put in wasn't effort, but countless innocent lives." After speaking, Chinu delivered another punch to Hua Si-ren's chest. "Hua Si-ren, you cultivate evil techniques. Cultivating evil methods, using the blood essence of living people to refine demonic puppets. Your crimes are heinous, and everyone resents you." As soon as Chinu finished speaking, he beat Hua Si-ren to a pulp, leaving him half dead. Chinu then raised the war god spear, thrusting it straight into Hua Si-ren's chest. "Today, I will avenge those wronged souls." The war god spear, impaling Hua Si-ren, slammed into the wall, accompanied by an eruption of Chinu's divine power. Hua Si-ren, severely beaten and pierced through the chest by the war god spear, slumped to the ground. Thinking he had finished off Hua Si-ren, Chinu turned to the father and son of the Wang family. Your successor is so weak. The Wang family, witnessing this scene, cried out in fear. Suddenly, Hui Siren's body began to move, slowly rising to his feet. Chinu, you dare to humiliate me like this? He roared furiously, his body constantly twisting. Then, from his mouth poured countless dark red threads of divine power, converging in midair, forming the limbs and facial features of a giant demonic puppet. Its entire body radiated an evil aura and the stench of blood. Chinu stared at the demonic puppet. Look at your current state. You've refined yourself into a demonic puppet. How pathetic. Hui Siren, transformed into a demonic puppet, glared at Chinu. To die at the hands of this old man's demonic puppet, consider yourself fortunate. Hui Siren roared as he leaped into the air, extending sharp claws towards Chinu. Die. Chinu gripped the war god's spear, counterattacking. Hui Siren struck at Chinu, the immense pressure and dark red, evil aura filling the entire secret passage. Chinu couldn't resist and was knocked back. Hui Siren, after refining the demonic puppet, his strength has reached the first level of the Shi main nascent soul realm. Chinu thought to himself. Hui Siren continued his attack, repeatedly striking out bloody shadows slashing towards Chinu. Chinu struggled to defend, his eyes searching for an opening. Hui Siren, having gained the upper hand, proudly shouted, "Brat, let's see what other tricks you have." Then Hui Siren kicked towards Chinu, causing a burst of bloody energy that swept through the entire area. Hui Siren landed gently on the ground, glaring at Chinu. "Brat, I want to refine you into a puppet possessing the 9-grade Saint Fire." This old man has never tried this before in his entire life. Chinu looked directly at Hui Siren. The power of the Shimei realm can no longer support your body, can it? Chinu sneered. Hui Siren, don't blink. Next I'll show you something interesting. After that, Chinu began to summon Ao, Xie, Niti, and Jiu Woo, using Niti's illusory image to absorb all the refining energy, strengthening his power. A domineering aura radiated from Chinu's body, his bones also being strengthened. Hui Siren stared at Chinu and shouted, "Brat, you even have a bone-strengthening secret technique?" Hui Siren seized the opportunity, clasped his hands together, and struck Chinu hard, "But you no longer have a chance." Having said that, he slammed down hard on Chinu. The shockwave spread, sending the Wang father and son flying as well. Hui Siren slowly raised his hand amidst the dust and smoke, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect dealing with this brat would be more troublesome than I thought. Oh well, although it's a waste of this demonic puppet body, obtaining Chinu's body isn't a loss." Suddenly, he saw Chinu's figure in the dust and smoke and exclaimed in shock, What is this?" Chinu stood amidst the smoke, his whole body enveloped by Niti's divine power, also wearing a sturdy wild beast armor. Chinu glared at Hui Siren. "What do you think of this move of mine? Cool enough?" Hui Siren was terrified. "You're not human. Are you a demon?" The Wang father and son also began to tremble, shouting, "Demon! So Chinu is a demon." Chinu continued to raise his hand, empowered by Nit. "This is Niti's body. I can only borrow a limited amount of its power." Borrowing the power of Jiu Woo and Ao Xie, I can only exert the strength of one arm. But even with the power of this arm, it's no less than the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. After saying that, Chinu threw a punch straight at Hui Siren. Niti's illusory image also lunged towards Hui Siren's chest with that punch. The attack power amplified by Nit reaching its limit. One punch easily sent Hui Siren, who was in his demonic puppet state, flying, reverting him back to his original form, causing him to fall to the ground in pain, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. "I've lost." The demonic puppet, which took so much effort for the human race to create, couldn't even withstand one of his attacks. Chinu walked step by step towards Hui Siren, reaching out his hand, preparing to finish him off. Suddenly, Huasiren shouted. Chu Lin, quickly, help me. Hearing Huasiren call Chu Lin's name, Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Chu Lin's voice came from the darkness. Huasiren, you have disappointed me greatly. Qin Yu, you could go ahead. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Chu Lin also escaped through the secret passage. The Wang father and son stared wide-eyed, extremely worried about the situation before them. Huasiren yelled in despair. You dare to scheme against me. Qin Yu stared coldly at Huasiren. Humph. Huasiren, I never thought you would see this day. With no way out, Huasiren resorted to a ploy to save his life. Qin Yu, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll never be able to avenge yourself against Zhao Dian in this lifetime. Qin Yu was taken aback by Huasiren's words and stared at him, asking, What are you talking about? Huasiren continued, Don't you know yet? Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme immortal inscription, and the Zhao immortal clan is on the path to Ascension. With your abilities, finding the path to Ascension isn't difficult, but it will take a lot of time. By then, Zhao Dian will have long since returned to the immortal realm. If you don't kill me, I can tell you its location. Qin Yu looked at Huasiren with a dangerous smile. You have no choice but to tell me, because this can truly save your life. Huasiren, having achieved his goal, gave a sinister smile, pointing at Qin Yu and stating his condition. I need you to swear an oath to heaven and earth with your soul that you will spare my life. Qin Yu agreed to the deal, raising his hand to the sky. Fine, I swear with my soul to heaven and earth that I will absolutely not kill you. Huasiren breathed a sigh of relief and said with satisfaction, According to our corpse man's sect's intelligence, the Zhao immortal clan will descend the heavenly path at Wife Peak Mountain, located 100 miles southwest of the Divine Spear Dynasty. Qin Yu, you have almost 10 days. If you don't catch up to them within these 10 days, Zhao Dian will return to the immortal realm, and you will lose your chance for revenge. Qin Yu suddenly gave a wicked smile and reached out, grabbing Huasiren by the throat and lifting him up. Since you've revealed such important information, I can grant you a quick death. Huasiren looked at Qin Yu in horror. Qin Yu, you're breaking your promise. You swore an oath with your soul. If you dare to kill me, heaven and earth will punish you, scattering your soul. Do you want to defy the will of heaven? Qin Yu didn't want to hear another word. With a snap, he broke Huasiren's neck, leaving him no time to say anything more before dying. Then, Qin Yu viciously tossed his corpse aside, his eyes cold and merciless. I won't keep my word with scum like you. At this moment, a heavenly tribulation descended from the sky, striking directly where Qin Yu stood. Wang Xian, who was beside him, cried out excitedly, Excellent. Qin Yu will be annihilated immediately. However, after the heavenly tribulation struck, Qin Yu still stood calmly in place. The tribulation had been completely blocked by the Ao Xia arm, causing no harm to Qin Yu whatsoever. Qin Yu gently raised his head towards the Ao Xia arm in a gesture of thanks. Ao Xia, thank you. Then, Qin Yu turned to look at Wang Xian, hand over the remaining token. Wang Xian was terrified and panicked, hastily taking the token from his person and handing it to Qin Yu while crying and pleading. Here you are. I willingly give it to Master Qin Yu. I absolutely won't breathe a word about what happened today. No one will know you are a demon. Please spare me. Wang Xian's father also hastily knelt down and pleaded, Young Master Qin, it's all my fault. I'm willing to die. I only ask that you spare my son, Wang Xian, and leave a little bloodline for the Wang family. Qin Yu snatched the immortal inscription token and said to the father and son, Have you said enough? Every other word out of your mouths is demon race, demon race. I've heard Niti's inner thoughts, and it's incredibly furious. Qin Yu's gaze became fierce as he shouted, How could I possibly spare you? With that, Qin Yu struck out with a palm, obliterating Wang Xian's father and him. Qin Yu then picked up the two immortal inscription tokens and examined them carefully. Let me see what grade these immortal inscriptions are. Qin Yu used his divine power to bring the two tokens together and began to refine and merge them. An extremely powerful energy appeared before Qin Yu. which was then absorbed by his arm. Chinu was somewhat surprised to see Niti absorbing the energy of the immortal inscription. Chinu asked, Niti, do you want to absorb the immortal inscription? Niti's illusory image appeared and nodded repeatedly in front of Chinu. Seeing this, Chinu also extended his hand and began to absorb the energy of the immortal inscription. After absorbing the immortal inscription, Niti's arm was once again brimming with energy, its flesh and bones strengthened to a new level. Chinu opened his eyes excitedly and said, unexpectedly, this is a 7th layer immortal inscription. Niti can't absorb it all. The remainder will be refined into spiritual energy within my body. During the absorption process, Chinu's entire body also experienced a breakthrough, constantly emitting powerful shock waves. Then, Chinu raised his Niti arm and observed. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the 7th layer immortal inscription, the power of Niti's arm has grown even greater, twice as strong as before. And my current cultivation has also reached the peak of the divine perception realm. Having reached the peak of the divine perception realm, my full combat power can be unleashed. Now I can kill opponents at the 3rd level of the Shattered Hope realm. With the addition of Niti's arm, I can even kill opponents at the 5th level of the Shattered Hope realm. Xiaoen, although I don't know what immortal inscription you've awakened, the next time someone like you meets me, you're definitely going to die. From here to the Wife Peak mountain range, it will take 9 days. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Tianhe City in time. I can only go to the Wife Peak mountain range first. Afterward, Chinu used his divine power to write a letter and send it to the 2 Wu sisters. Time is of the essence. I must go ahead and find Xiaoen for revenge. After I kill those immortal clan bastards, I will return to Tianhe City. Wu, please send my regards to the Zhen Nan King. Chinu finished writing the letter, opened his eyes, and said, You dog, Xiaoen, I'm coming for you. The scene shifted to the Wife Peak mountain range. On a towering stone peak, the adulterous couple, Xiaoen and Li Qinghua, along with Xiaoan, were standing on the summit, waiting for the path to the immortal realm to open. Li Qinghua stared at Xiaoen and said, Xiaoen, if I ascend to the immortal realm, won't I be ridiculed by everyone? Xiaoen glared forward. With me protecting you, who would dare to laugh at you? After I become the immortal clan chief, the position of human empress will be yours. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghua immediately embraced Xiaoen gratefully and said, Xiaoen. Standing behind them, Xiaohuan continuously glared, his expression full of discontent. A moment later, a brilliant light bloomed in the sky, and the stairway to the immortal realm appeared. Xiaoen and Li Qinghua looked up at the path to ascension before them, their hearts filled with excitement. High above, a man and a woman watched Xiaoen intently. From the Xiao immortal clan, Xiao Xuani had come to escort her master back. Xuani's cultivation was too powerful, descending to the mortal realm at what would cause chaos. Therefore, please forgive Xuani for not being able to personally welcome you. Zhao Huan frowned at Zhao Xuani, showing impatience. What nonsense, as if she could cause spatial chaos. She's just trying to deceive you. This is infuriating. Zhao Jian walked calmly. No need to be so angry. They're already dead anyway. Let's go. Please take me to the immortal realm quickly. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, which startled him. Then, Zhao Dian, Li Qinghua, and Zhao Huan turned around, their eyes wide with surprise. Qin Yu also rushed in front of them. Zhao Dian glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, it's you again. Qin Yu, holding the god-slaying spear, glared at Zhao Dian. The debt between us should be settled today. Why are you in such a hurry to run away? Zhao Xuani, standing high above, carefully assessed Qin Yu. So this young man is Qin Yu. Seeing him in person today, he truly has an extraordinary aura. Zhao Fengsheng also spoke up. It's him. Do you need me to take action? Xuani observed the situation below, then said, if Zhao Jian has awakened the supreme immortal inscription, then dealing with a mere mortal should be as easy as lifting a finger. There's no need for us to intervene. If Zhao Dian can't even kill a mortal, how can he have the ability to lead the Zhao immortal clan and rule the world? Zhao Fengsheng understood and followed the instructions. Chinu, amidst the white mist, slowly walked forward, staring at Zhao Dian and Li Qinghua before him, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. Seeing Chinu, Li Qinghua was terrified and stammered. Chinu. Zhao Dian glared at Chinu. I didn't expect you to break through to the peak of the divine perception realm in such a short time. I must say, you've truly surprised me. Chinu looked at Zhao Dian with disdain. Zhao Dian, I still relish the memory of you crying and begging, pleading with your second uncle to save you. Zhao Dian laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Chinu, I won't be trampled under your feet anymore. You think breaking through to the peak of the divine perception realm allows you to show off your martial prowess in front of me? I admit there was once a connection between us, and I even had feelings for you. But now everything you've achieved is nothing but trash to me. Zhao Dian glared and began to order Zhao Huan. Quickly, kill him. Zhao Huan immediately obeyed the order and charged towards Chinu, his entire body enveloped in immortal energy, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Chinu. I spared your life last time. You should have scurried away like an insect, not come here with this arrogant attitude, seeking your own death. Chinu took a fighting stance, frowning at Zhao Huan. Seeking my own death? Aren't you a little too confident? Then the two collided, creating a massive explosion, countless lightning bolts shooting out in all directions. Zhao Fengsheng and Zhao Xuani carefully observed the battle from above. Zhao Xuani spoke. Zhao Fengsheng, how many moves do you think Zhao Huan can withstand against Chinu? Zhao Fengsheng coldly replied, not even one. Not to mention Zhao Huan. I'm afraid even Zhao Jian wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Chinu. Zhao Xuani turned to stare at Zhao Fengsheng. Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme divine inscription and is now in the void severing realm. Even if he was weak before, he can't be so weak that he can't even withstand one move from Chinu. Zhao Fengsheng calmly analyzed. Although Chinu is only at the peak of the divine perception realm, I can sense a powerful force within him. This power belongs to the depths of the great wilderness. Even you, miss, wouldn't be able to kill him. Zhao Xuani was startled upon hearing this. What? At this moment, Zhao Jian hurriedly stepped onto the ascending sky gourd. Zhao Huan has used his full strength in this attack. This time, Chinu will definitely die. Qinghua, let's go. Suddenly, Chinu's voice came from within the dust and smoke, greatly surprising him. Zhao Jian, where are you going in such a hurry? At the same time, Zhao Huan, covered in wounds, was lifted up by Chinu, who had him by the throat. Chinu, you hid your strength. You're not at the peak of the divine perception realm. You've already entered the void severing realm. Damn it, I should have killed you directly from the start. Chinu glared at Zhao Huan. Unfortunately, not everyone can grasp their only opportunity. Off you go, Zhao Huan. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinu tightened his grip, snapping Zhao Huan's neck, killing him instantly. After killing Zhao Huan, Chinu turned to Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian, your second uncle isn't very capable. Zhao Dian turned and glared at Chinu, roaring furiously. Then the power of the supreme divine inscription erupted from his entire body. Spiritual energy and blood qi surged within him, radiating a monstrous killing intent. Chinu, holding the god-slaying spear, looked at Zhao Dian and said, come on, let me see what this divine inscription you're so proud of is all about. Zhao Dian immediately summoned his azure flame blade, looking at Chinu with murderous eyes. Chinu, today is not the same as that day when you defeated me. Chinu carefully observed and analyzed Zhao Dian's power. Zhao Dian's strength had surpassed the divine perception realm, reaching the void severing realm. Moreover, his immortal weapon was enhanced by the divine inscription, allowing it to unleash its full power. Zhao Dian was indeed much more difficult to deal with than Huasi Run. Then Zhao Dian leaped in the air, exploding with power as he charged towards Chinu, shouting, take this, Chinu. Chinu, his entire body enveloped in divine power, met the attack with his god-slaying spear, executing the nine heavens' divine thunder spear. The two collided, unleashing earth-shattering power that shattered the mountain. Chinu, slightly disadvantaged, observed Zhao Dian and thought, that strike was truly heavy. In my first battle against him, I was indeed at a disadvantage. Zhao Dian continued to swing his blade towards Chinu. See, Chinu? Today, I am no longer someone you can trample on. Chinu noticed an opening beneath Zhao Dian's feet, immediately grabbed his leg, and fiercely threw him to the ground. Isn't boasting a bit premature? The two continued their fierce battle in the air, shaking the entire Defeng mountain. Chinu found an opportunity, using his knee to strike Zhao Dian, sending him flying into the air. Then he shouted, Zhao Dian, receive my second move. Nine heavens divine thunder spear, wrathful soul. Chinu began to gather divine power, lightning flashing continuously, then struck Zhao Dian hard, causing him extreme terror. In an instant, the wrathful soul strike of the war god spear illuminated the entire sky, its powerful force slamming Zhao Dian into the ground. Another loud explosion echoed, shaking all directions, dust and smoke billowing. Chinu gently landed, glaring towards the front. Come out, I know that move couldn't kill you. Suddenly, a surge of blood-red energy erupted from where Zhao Dian had been struck. Zhao Dian sneered, Ha, you're wrong. Not only did you fail to kill me, you didn't even harm a single hair on my head. Chinu, although I've never defeated you before, I never expected the supreme divine inscription could make me this powerful. Chinu stared at Zhao Dian with some surprise, thinking, Astra's supreme divine inscription. This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems to be an existence that surpasses even immortal inscriptions. Asterisk. In a flash, Zhao Dian suddenly appeared behind Chinu, catching him off guard. What? Zhao Dian slashed at Chinu's back with the azure flame blade, then unleashed countless blood-red slashes in a continuous assault. Chinu was sent flying, and Zhao Dian followed up with a punch to Chinu's dantian. Chinu, this punch is for you. Chinu was knocked back again, domineering aura exploding around him. Zhao Dian glared triumphantly, saying, This is my endless power. Chinu, the game should be over. It's time for you to leave this world. Cough, cough. Zhao Dian, your arrogant demeanor is truly nauseating, Chinu said. Zhao Dian continued gloating. Actually, I do feel a bit sorry for you. You could have had a bright future, but unfortunately, you offended the wrong person. Zhao Dian revealed a sinister smile and declared, You are destined to become my stepping stone. His hand began to condense an energy sphere, which instantly swelled, his entire body enveloped in blood-red energy. Zhao Dian glared, striking fiercely towards Chinu, shouting, Die. A massive energy sphere flew towards Chinu. Zhao Dian gnashed his teeth, staring intently at Chinu. You're going to be my stepping stone anyway. There's no need to be too ashamed. How many people in this world can become a subordinate of me? Zhao Dian. From above, Zhao Xuani and Zhao Fengsheng had witnessed everything. Zhao Xuani frowned, looking down below. It's over just like that? How boring. Zhao Fengsheng, you overestimated Chinu. Then, she turned to look at Zhao Fengsheng, finding him extremely shocked and worried. Zhao Fengsheng was drenched in sweat. He's doing it again. Zhao Dian confidently turned around, thinking he had finished off Chinu. Chinu is dead. The cycle of reincarnation ends here. In this world, only I, Zhao Dian, remain as king. Suddenly, the image of Niti's arm began to appear, followed by his entire body, materializing behind Zhao Dian, startling him. Chinu slowly spoke. Trying to leave just like that? Chinu, with Niti's arm and flesh, stared at Zhao Dian. Come back. Round 2 begins. Zhao Dian was instantly terrified, his whole body trembling as he muttered, What in the world is going on? Are my hands shaking? I've awakened the supreme divine inscription. How can I be frightened by a weak mortal? Zhao Xuani, from above, also felt the pressure, his body trembling. Is my immortal inscription trembling? Even if he possesses the power of the great wilderness depths. Zhao Fengsheng. How can this be possible? Zhao Fengsheng gritted his teeth. The immortal clan and the great wilderness beasts are mutually generative and destructive, but simply possessing the power of the great wilderness absolutely cannot shake the immortal inscription. That brat must have obtained the flesh of a great wilderness beast, perhaps even the strongest beast of the great wilderness. This brat cannot be spared. Let me kill him. Otherwise, if we wait for him to mature, all of us, the immortal clan, will face the calamity of extinction. Zhao Xuani excitedly stopped Zhao Fengsheng. The grudge between Zhao Dian and Chinu is their own affair. Our immortal clan has always craved talent. How can we suppress such a talent when we encounter one? I believe Zhao Dian will die by his hand today. To me, this is an excellent outcome. Zhao Fengsheng then raised his hand in objection. Please don't act on impulse. What you say may be true, but Zhao Xuani immediately glared, his tone somewhat stern. Zhao Fengsheng, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm telling you. Zhao Fengsheng, intimidated by Zhao Xuani's words, immediately hesitated and obeyed. At this moment, Chinu slowly walked toward Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian seemed terrified. Chinu sneered. Both your hands are shaking. Zhao Dian immediately gripped his azure flame blade, then unleashed the full power of the supreme divine inscription. Less nonsense. Chinu, do you really think changing your form can allow you to oppose me? The supreme divine inscription is the strongest power of the immortal clan, possessing unparalleled power throughout the ages. Anyone, anything before the supreme divine inscription can only kneel. Having said that, Zhao Dian charged towards Chinu with extreme speed. You are no exception. Then he punched Chinu directly in the face. He then swung his blade, unleashing countless bloody afterimages to attack Chinu. Zhao Dian, as if crazed, slashed and roared. Chinu, you are no match for me. You're not. Zhao Fengsheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, said, He looks like a babbling clown. Standing beside him, Zhao Xuani laughed loudly. Haha, if I want to take him as a subordinate, what price should I pay? At the same time, Zhao Dian was still in a frenzy, his eyes wide as he roared. Chinu, the victor is me. It's Zhao Dian. It's me. He then raised his blade straight at Chinu. A burst of black blood splattered. Zhao Dian revealed a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he felt a surge of intense pain. His eyes widened, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Chinu used Niti's arm to pierce through Zhao Dian's heart. Zhao Dian trembled in pain and said, Chinu. Chinu grabbed the heart, which contained the immortal clan's bloodline, and pulled it out of Zhao Dian's chest. Zhao Dian slowly collapsed in front of Chinu. Chinu held up the golden orb and observed it. Now I understand a lot of things. Why those in positions of power enjoy toying with the weak, so this is how it feels. Chinu continued to tighten his grip on the orb, crushing it. The energy within radiated outwards, then condensed in midair. Zhao Dian lay on the ground like trash, continuously muttering, I lost. Possessing the supreme divine inscription, I actually lost? Lost. He reached out, pleading with Zhao Xuani and Zhao Fengsheng. Save me. I order you to come down and save me. Chinu also stood beside him, rolling his eyes upwards. Zhao Xuani and her subordinates looked at Zhao Dian and smiled. Zhao Xuani said, Zhao Dian, even if I wanted to save you, I'm powerless. I'm sorry. Zhao Dian screamed in pain and anger. Finding him noisy, Chinu walked over and kicked Zhao Dian's throat 20 times. He then coldly stared at Li Qinghua. Li Qinghua suddenly collapsed, crawling backwards, her face filled with terror as she looked at Chinu. Chinu began to walk towards Li Qinghua, step by step. Chinu said, Li Qinghua, do you regret it now? Li Qinghua tearfully cried out in fear. I don't regret it. I don't regret it. Everything I did was to become stronger. I want to become a powerful figure in this world, someone who can control everything. Chinu closed his eyes and sighed. You're right. Everyone has the right to choose. Your choice wasn't wrong. You even succeeded, becoming the queen of the real world. Li Qinghua, as if driven mad, widened her eyes and looked to the sky, laughing loudly. Queen. I became the queen? I chose correctly. I chose correctly. Ha 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 ha. Then her eyes rolled back. And Chinu ended her life with a lightning-fast move, causing her to fall to the ground. Chinu stood before Li Qinghua's corpse, lost in thought. Everything is over. Then, Chinu looked up at Zhao Xuani. Zhao Xuani sat on the steps, resting her chin in her hand, and looked at Chinu, saying, Chinu, you killed Zhao Dian. Do you know the consequences? Chinu raised his head and looked at Xuani, a smile playing on his lips. Tell me. Zhao Xuani sighed, looking at Chinu with a dejected expression. Zhao Dian possessed the supreme divine inscription and was the destined master of our Zhao immortal clan. I am a member of the Zhao immortal clan. I should avenge him. Chinu glared at Zhao Xuani. Besides me, the person who wanted Zhao Dian dead the most was you. Zhao Xuani, don't hold back anymore. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Zhao Fengsheng angrily roared. Arrogant. Chinu, there are some things you shouldn't say. Chinu raised his head and looked at Zhao Fengsheng. Zhao Fengsheng, you're just an old man. Putting on this unsightly expression isn't a good look for you. Hearing this, Zhao Xuani and Zhao Fengsheng were both astonished. Zhao Xuani rested her chin in her hand and began to think. How did he know Zhao Fengsheng's name? Could it be he overheard my conversation with Zhao Fengsheng? But that's absolutely impossible. Our conversation was protected by the Immortal Clan's barrier. Strange, how did he know? Zhao Fengsheng was also bewildered, thinking this guy is really bizarre. Why does he seem so familiar to me? Chinu also sank in a deep thought. It was truly fortunate that I could easily kill Zhao Dian today. If those two hadn't arrived, I'm afraid I would have had to endure another bloody battle. This is Zhao Xuani, the young mistress of the Zhao Immortal Clan, possessing immortal markings of no less than the 8th level. There aren't many people in the Immortal Clan with a nature as kind as hers, and she wouldn't intentionally slaughter innocent people. In my past life, it was thanks to Zhao Xuani's secret help that I was able to compete with Zhao Dian. But unfortunately, in the end, Zhao Xuani also died tragically at the hands of Zhao Dian. As for Zhao Fengsheng, in my past life when you were about to die, you implored me to kill Zhao Dian. I couldn't do it then, but in this life, consider this my repayment to you. Chinu stood at the end of the path of Ascension, lost in thought. Zhao Xuani frowned, staring at Chinu. What an interesting young man. Zhao Fengsheng, let's go down. A moment later, Zhao Xuani and Zhao Fengsheng also descended to the lower realm, slowly walking toward Chinu. Chinu reached out and grasped the supreme divine marking, declaring, I killed Zhao Dian, and I'm taking this supreme divine marking as well. Zhao Fengsheng appeared furious, shouting, What did you say? Zhao Xuani, however, said cheerfully, The supreme divine marking is useless to you. Ordinary people can obtain immortal markings through secret techniques, but the supreme divine marking is different. Divine markings are superior to immortal markings. You could say they are a supreme existence. And this supreme divine marking is one of the most powerful among divine markings. Except for the Zhao Immortal Clan, no one can absorb and cultivate it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Hearing this, Chinu raised the marking and attempted to absorb it. A burst of red energy erupted, then gradually dissipated. The divine marking showed no reaction. Zhao Xuani crossed her arms and continued. Go ahead and try. I'm not lying. Chinu held the supreme divine marking, lost in thought. It seems I can't cultivate this supreme divine marking right now. If I could break the seal on that monster and borrow its power, I might be able to enhance my absorption ability. But to break the seal, I need peak Shattered Hope Realm cultivation, which I haven't achieved yet. Zhao Xuani stood before Chinu and made an offer. Chinu, give me this supreme divine marking. Of course, I won't just take it for nothing. I'll trade you 3 third-grade immortal artifacts and a 7th-grade immortal marking. What do you think? Chinu carefully assessed Zhao Xuani. All of these things combined aren't worth as much as the supreme divine marking. Zhao Xuanyi continued to speak to Chinu. Chinu, I know all about the grudge between you and Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian stole your fiancé and even slaughtered your entire Qin family. Zhao Xuanyi stepped closer, standing before Chinu and striking a pose. What do you think of me? Chinu glanced over and gave a cold assessment. A favored child of heaven. Zhao Xuanyi put a hand to her lips, then extended it towards Chinu. Not bad eyesight. In that case, I'll compensate you with a fiancé. From today onwards, I, Zhao Xuanyi, am your fiancé, Chinu. Chinu froze for a moment, seemingly unable to process her words. Then, a look of disgust appeared on his face as he looked at Zhao Xuanyi. No thanks, even if you offered. Zhao Fengsheng, who was standing beside them, suddenly jumped up, waving his hands and saying, My lady, I can't bear this. Then he turned and shouted at Chinu. And you brat, what was that look just now? Our lady is so noble, and you dare to show such disgust. Chinu stretched, placing his hands behind his head. Are you saying I'm obligated to accept? Zhao Fengsheng shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. Zhao Xuanyi continued to walk towards Chinu. Chinu, I'm serious. You possess the energy of the great desolate depths. Although your status is far beneath mine, your potential is considerable. I will devote all my efforts to nurturing you. Once you have sufficient strength, I will marry you. Rest assured, before we marry, I won't hide our relationship. I will tell the entire Zhao immortal clan. Zhao Fengsheng, standing beside her, continuously tried to dissuade her. My lady, Zhao Xuanyi raised her head and stared at Chinu, losing a Li Qinghua, yet gaining me. Zhao Xuanyi, Chinu, you're not losing out. Chinu looked intently at Zhao Xuanyi, thinking to himself, as expected of Zhao Xuanyi, she's truly willing to offer such conditions to win me over. Having thought this, Chinu reached out and took Zhao Xuanyi's hand. I'm really sorry. Your offer is very tempting, but I must refuse. Zhao Xuanyi frowned at Chinu. Chinu, I know you're still worried, but with me here, you don't need to worry about anything. Chinu shook his head, looking at Xuanyi and saying, I'm not worried at all. I'm just not interested in you. Zhao Xuanyi glared at Chinu. Chinu, I've already shown this much sincerity. My patience is wearing thin. Although you are strong, do you really think you can defeat both Zhao Fengsheng and me? Chinu's divine power erupted as he clenched his fist. In an all-out fight, I guarantee I can kill both of you. Zhao Fengsheng also furiously shouted, You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you won't give us face, then leave your life here. Chinu glared at the two members of the Zhao immortal clan. You know very well in your hearts that you can't kill me. Even if you have a trump card, I naturally have one as well. If I don't die today, your Zhao immortal clan will invite a huge hidden danger upon yourselves. Zhao Fengsheng gnashed his teeth, furious but helpless. Chinu, his hand gripping the supreme divine marking, continued, I also possess the supreme divine marking. If I give it to other great clans in the immortal realm, what would that mean for your Zhao immortal clan? I believe you both understand very well. Zhao Fengsheng said angrily. Are you threatening me? Chinu smiled at Zhao Fengsheng. No, I'm reasoning with you. Zhao Xuanyi, standing beside him, was also furious and said, Speak. What price do you want to hand over the supreme divine marking? Chinu extended a hand. First, I want a set of 4th grade immortal weapons. Secondly, I want 10 9th grade pills. The supreme divine marking is just an external object that helps me increase my strength. Instead of risking waiting until later to try and refine it using the beast's power, it's better to prioritize exchanging it for as many cultivation resources as possible. That's the most important thing right now. Thirdly, I want 3 7th grade immortal inscriptions. Zhao Fengsheng pointed at Chinu. You're extorting us. Chinu covered his ears, pretending not to hear. It's enough to understand each other. Why do you have to say it out loud and make things awkward? Zhao Xuanyi carefully assessed Chinu and began a bargain. I can give you 4 sets of 4th grade immortal weapons, but 9th grade pills are too precious. I don't have that many. I'm willing to substitute with 1 ninth grade pill, 10 eighth grade pills, and 50 seventh grade pills. I can also agree to the 3 7th grade immortal inscriptions. Zhao Fengsheng, standing beside her, continued to try and dissuade Zhao Xuani. Zhao Xuani continued, "These are all external possessions. Don't worry too much about them." She frowned and glared at Chinu. "Chinu, do you agree to the price I offered?" Chinu excitedly extended his hand to agree to the transaction. Xuani also hurriedly extended her hand, happily saying, "Happy cooperation." Chinu felt something was amiss and retracted his hand, saying to Zhao Xuani, "You have to give me the items first. What are you thinking?" After both sides completed the transaction, Zhao Xuani and Zhao Fengsheng stepped onto the path of Ascension, returning to the immortal realm. Zhao Xuani held the supreme divine marking, feeling extremely excited. Zhao Fengsheng was somewhat dissatisfied with Chinu. "Miss, that brat Chinu is too arrogant. I can't swallow this anger." Zhao Xuani turned to look at Zhao Fengsheng. "Even if you can't swallow it, you have to endure it. Compared to the supreme divine marking, what are those things?" Zhao Xuani suddenly glared at Chinu's direction. "Didn't you notice? That Chinu is a seasoned person. His trump card isn't bad either. Even if he obtained great opportunities, do you really think those opportunities could make an ordinary person behave like that?" Zhao Fengsheng had a puzzled expression. "Miss, what do you mean?" Zhao Xuani frowned, looking into the distance where Chinu was. That Chinu is probably no longer the same Chinu as before. Zhao Fengsheng gasped. Could it be body-snatching rebirth? Zhao Xuani voiced her thoughts. If Chinu truly underwent body-snatching rebirth, the current clues suggest he possesses 9th grade Saint Fire and a desolate body. Combining these signs, it's possible that some desolate beast in the Great Desolate snatched Chinu's body. Of course, this is just my speculation. But in any case, we've already made an agreement with him. In short, don't mind him, let's go back. Afterwards, the two used a teleportation technique to return to the immortal realm. On a high mountain not far from Chinu, the female desolate tribeswoman had been observing the entire process from the beginning. "It seems I've witnessed something earth-shattering. Chinu actually has the flesh of a desolate beast, and even made an agreement with that Zhao Xuani girl. Father will definitely like him very much. It seems our tribe has another super expert. Hee. Chinu, we'll meet again in Sacred Heart City." After that, the female desolate tribeswoman also used light body technique to leave Wife Peak mountain range. 10 days later in Tianhe City, the saintess of the Sacred Heart Palace, Lung Tianshuang, was standing at the city gate, waiting for Chinu's return. Not long after, Chinu's figure could be seen in the distance, heading towards Tianhe City. As soon as Lung Tianshuang saw Chinu, she excitedly welcomed him back. She approached him and said happily and respectfully, "Young Master Qin, congratulations on your return." Chinu looked at Tianshuang and said, "These matters are finally over. Tianshuang, let's go. It's time to return and bid farewell to the Zhunnan King." A melancholic expression immediately appeared on Lung Tianshuang's face. The Zhunnan King and Yu Hua have already left. Qin Yu's eyes widened upon hearing this. Have the demon clans attacked the border again? Lung Tianshuang took out a letter from Princess Yu Hua and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu blankly reached out to take the letter and then opened it to read. "Qin Yu, congratulations on killing Zhao Dian. I originally planned to wait for your return and personally cook you a delicious meal, but unfortunately, the war on the border is urgent, and grandfather and I cannot delay our journey. Qin Yu, I've decided to join the Divine Might Army, you know. My spear skills are no worse than your war god spear. Once you arrive at the Sacred Heart Palace, you must cultivate diligently. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have become even stronger. I will also become stronger. There's no time for more. I must leave now. Take care, Qin Yu." Qin Yu felt a pang of sadness. "You were Zhunnan King. You both must return safely." Lung Tianshuang also spoke up to comfort Qin Yu. "Young Master Qin, you and the Zhunnan King will definitely repel the demon clan successfully." Qin Yu nodded and said to Tianshuang, "Let's prepare to depart as well." Lung Tianshuang bowed respectfully and withdrew to prepare the carriage. Inside the carriage, Chinu, Ji Ryu, Duga Wanner, and Lung Tianshuang were seated and chatting. Chinu looked towards Wanner. "Miss Wanner, I didn't expect you to be going to Sacred Heart City as well." Wanner explained, "Our Tianhe auction house is also preparing to establish a new branch in Sacred Heart City. It just so happens that we're going the same way." Chinu folded his arms and nodded repeatedly. "Oh, that's how it is." At this moment, Jiryu tugged on Chinu's clothes. "Master, where did Sister Wu Yu and Sister Wu Si go?" Chinu smiled and patted Jiryu's head. "They will meet up with us in Sacred Heart City." Half a month later, Chinu's group arrived at Sacred Heart City. The carriage sped along the main road of Sacred Heart City, and Jiryu excitedly poked her head out to observe. Wanner also exclaimed, "Sacred Heart City is truly vast. It's indeed worthy of being the inner main city of the Sacred Heart Palace. Its scale far surpasses Tianhe City." Lung Tianshuang began to speak. "Let's rest in Sacred Heart City for a bit, and then travel to the Sacred Heart Palace in a few days." Just then, the carriage passed by a bustling area, and Chinu curiously asked, "It seems like something is happening up ahead." Lung Tianshuang pondered, "They are rogue cultivators, recruiting allies to compete for natural treasures." Chinu glanced at Lung Tianshuang. "But this shouldn't affect us, right? They are rogue cultivators recruiting teammates. These cultivators don't have the backing of a sect or power. If they want to obtain natural treasures quickly, they can only venture into the great wilderness." Lung Tianshuang stared at Chinu, young Master Qin. Chinu turned his head and said, "If they want to leave, let them leave. Let's continue." Not long after, the carriage arrived in front of Lung Tianshuang's enormous mansion. Chinu and the others got off the carriage one after another. Jiryu, upon seeing it, excitedly said, "Wow, this mansion is huge." Lung Tianshuang smiled and said, "Just showing off a little, Chinu. This is my private property. Let's stay here for the next few days." Chinu turned to look at Lung Tianshuang. "Get some good rest these next few days. We'll go out for a stroll tomorrow." That evening, in Chinu's room, Chinu was using some immortal artifacts obtained from Zhao Xuani to refine a weapon. Following that, Chinu summoned his war god spear, and then used the Nine Heavens' profound destruction fire, combined with divine power, to refine and upgrade the war god spear. A brilliant light flashed, and the immortal artifact's aura radiated out, illuminating the entire area. After that, the war god spear was successfully refined. Taking on a new appearance, its power also increased. Chinu held the war god spear in his hand, carefully appraising it, as expected of a level 4 immortal artifact. After the fusion, the war god spear has also reached level 4. Chinu took out 3 refined immortal inscriptions and summoned the giant illusory image of Niti behind him. Chinu observed the 3 immortal inscriptions and smiled. Niti, these 3 level 7 immortal inscriptions. Before he could finish his sentence, Niti rushed forward and swallowed all 3 in one gulp. After swallowing them, Niti raised its head, looking around with a dazed expression, then swallowed again, and gave Chinu a strange burp. Chinu sighed helplessly. "Niti, couldn't you leave even a little for me?" Niti just grinned, then vanished from Chinu's sight. Chinu could only shake his head in exasperation. So heartless. Next, Chinu widened his eyes, looking forward, and began to break through, consecutively absorbing the power of the 3 level 7 immortal artifacts. At that time, I will be able to pull out an ITI's second arm. Next, I must raise my own cultivation level and truly break through to the void interpretation stage. Chinu then used his divine power to spread out countless medicinal pills, which he had exchanged from Zhao Xuani. Then he began to absorb them all at once. Chinu's entire body emitted a golden light, illuminating the entire room. Ordinary 7th-grade medicinal pills can help martial artists break through the 9th level of the divine perception stage and enter the peak of the divine perception stage. I have 50 of them here, which should be enough to help me reach the void interpretation stage. Chinu absorbed all the medicinal pills, his entire body radiating a halo. Then a powerful shockwave erupted, and the halo illuminated the entire Sacred Heart City. After absorbing everything, Chinu let out a long breath. Void interpretation stage, level 1, finally achieved. Entering the void interpretation stage can also be said to be truly stepping onto the path of cultivation for the strong. The 7 major realms of a martial artist are divine perception, void interpretation, shattered void, unity, divine ascension, saint, and supreme. After entering the void interpretation stage, the body will form a spiritual sea star stone. The spiritual sea star stone can store spiritual energy. At the first level of the void interpretation stage, the stored spiritual energy can be 10 times that of the divine perception stage. Every time one advances a level, the amount of spiritual energy increases tenfold. But that's only for ordinary martial artists. For me, it should be at least 100-fold. Now that my body and Niti's arm are combined, the 5th level of the void interpretation stage is mere child's play to me. Even against a peak void interpretation stage cultivator, I have the power to fight. In a true death match, I even have enough power left over to kill a first-level shattered void stage expert. With this increase in cultivation, I can hold my head high and walk throughout the Tianhe dynasty. In my past life, I reached this level of cultivation at 40 years old, but now I'm only 18. Once I reach the shattered void stage, I can go to the Great Wilderness again. The Great Wilderness is divided into 7 regions. The first region is the border of the Great Wilderness, where wild beasts live. The strongest are at the peak of the divine transformation stage, but typically the beasts are only at the 1st to 3rd levels of the divine transformation stage. The second region is called the depths of the Great Wilderness by most martial artists. It's laughable that I used to think so too. Unexpectedly, the Great Wilderness is so vast, its dangers basically beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. In my past life, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I fell into a fissure between the 7 regions of the Great Wilderness. I fell directly into the 7th region, the very heart of the Great Wilderness. There, I picked up the Desolate Heaven scripture, which helped me obtain this inheritance of the Great Wilderness. My brothers, wait for me. I will awaken each of you soon. I also want to see with my own eyes what the last 8 desolate beasts I couldn't awaken in my past life are. With the combination of the Desolate Heaven scripture and Chinu's memories from his past life, countless ancient desolate beasts clearly appeared. Suddenly, Wui came and knocked on the door. Chinu hurriedly stored the Desolate Heaven scripture within his body, then let Wui in. As soon as Wui entered, Chinu asked, "How did the task I gave you go?" Wui bowed and replied, "I have completed the task you entrusted me with. I have finished taking inventory of the remaining treasury of the Purple Human Sect and also eliminated all of Huasi Ren's subordinates. Not a single one escaped, including those who were beheaded." Then Wui presented the 9-footed golden crow and the ring. "Please inspect them, young master." Chinu extended his hand and retrieved the 9-footed golden crow's power. "I will reclaim this power of the 9-footed golden crow. As for the Purple Human Sect's treasury, you and Wu Si can keep it." Wui bowed her head joyfully. "Thank you, young master." Chinu then inquired about Wu Si's situation. "How is Wu Si?" Wui looked intently at Chinu. "My younger sister has contacted Li Qingdao and has now entered the secret concealment phase." Chinu stared at Wui. "Very good. Remind Wu Si to always be careful. Although the concealment technique I passed on to her is powerful, her cultivation is still low, and she cannot fully utilize this secret technique yet. So she cannot be careless. If she's exposed, she will certainly die." Wui cupped her hands, immediately obeying Chinu's order. Afterward, Chinu let Wui retire to rest, and he looked up at the ceiling alone. The next morning, on a bustling street in Sacred Heart City, Chinu, along with Lung Tianchuang, Ji Ryu, and Wu Yu, strolled down the main street of Sacred Heart City. Chinu nodded in agreement. Sacred Heart City's wine is the most famous in the Tianhe Kingdom. Since we're here, how can we miss it? Jiru suddenly spoke up. I want to drink too. Chinu immediately reprimanded her. Wait until you're older before you touch alcohol. Jiru then ran to Wu Yu and hugged her, crying loudly. Not long after, Lung Tianshuang led everyone to the Sacred Heart Tavern. Suddenly, Lung Tianshuang realized something and widened her eyes, saying, Why is he here? Seeing Lung Tianshuang staring at something, Chinu asked, What's wrong? Lung Tianshuang glared at the person in front of them and said, A nuisance has appeared. The person in front was from the Ice-Fire Profound sect, named Chin Shien. He continued walking towards Chinu and said arrogantly, You're the brat who possesses the 9th grade Saint Fire, aren't you? Your aptitude isn't bad. The Sacred Heart Palace can't contain you. Follow me. Lung Tianshuang smiled and said to Chin Shien, Young Master Shun, my father and master both think highly of young Master Qin, so? Chin Shien glared at her, looking very angry. Lung Tianshuang, I hate it most when people interrupt me. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide this time. If there's a next time, you'll know the consequences. Lung Tianshuang also started to get angry because of his arrogance. Chin Shien continued forward and extended a hand to Chinu. Follow me. Then he turned and left. Chinu looked on blankly, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Chin Shien stopped, turned around, and said to Chinu, Right? I'm just someone from the backwoods. It's normal that you don't know me. My name is Chin Shien, and I'm a core disciple of the Ice-Fire Profound sect. The corner of Chinu's mouth twitched upwards as he stared at the person in front of him and said, So, it's the Ice-Fire Profound sect. I've heard of it. Chin Shien started to boast. It seems you're not completely blind and deaf. You actually know of our Ice-Fire Profound sect. Since you know, then follow me. Our sect has reserved a core disciple position for you. A talented young man like you, staying in a small place like the Tianhe Kingdom is a waste. Join our sect, and with your abilities, you could probably become a steward in just a few years. Chinu stared at Chin Shien and said, You really think that highly of me? As for the reputation of the Ice-Fire Profound sect, I've heard a few things. Just to cling to the immortal clans, your sect even offers up their own wives and children. Such noble self-sacrifice really makes me admire you. Chin Shien was humiliated and flew into a rage. Lung Tianshuang couldn't help but laugh. Chin Shien, enraged, erupted with divine power and roared, Chinu, do you want to die? Suddenly, Chinu placed his hand on Chin Shien's shoulder and said, Your Ice-Fire Profound sect has no backbone at all. Having reached this point, aren't you just living a life of bowing and scraping? At this moment, Chinu's eyes widened as he forced Chin Shien to kneel before him. An illusory image immediately appeared. Chinu put on a frightening expression and said to Chin Shien, Moreover, I hate those weaklings who rely on the immortal clans the most. Chin Shien knelt under the immense pressure, thinking to himself, I've already reached the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, so why can't I withstand this guy's pressure? Chinu then let go of Chin Shien, turned around, and walked into the tavern. Let's go. No need to ruin our drinks because of a useless person. Lung Tianshuang, Wu Yu, and Jiru followed him inside. Chinu left the useless Chin Shien kneeling on the ground. Powerless, Chin Shien could only sit there, gnashing his teeth and glaring, yelling, Chinu, you're dead. The scene shifted to the 2nd floor of the tavern. Chinu was enjoying his wine. This fine wine truly lives up to its reputation. Lung Tianshuang spoke pensively about Chin Shien, young Master Qin, that Chin Shien has a vicious personality. Perhaps we should hurry to Sacred Heart Palace. Otherwise, I'm worried that. Chinu raised his wine cup and began to reply. He's just from the Ice-Fire Profound sect. There's no need to pay him any mind. Lung Tianshuang seemed worried, thinking, Unexpectedly, young Master Qin has already attracted the attention of the Ice-Fire Profound sect. I only hope that my father and master can withstand the pressure at that time. Suddenly, a girl screamed, startling Chinu and Lung Tianshuang. From downstairs, the sound of a girl shouting and cursing a lecher continuously echoed. Lung Tianchuan glared, looking furious. How dare he harass a decent girl in Sacred Heart City? What audacity! Young Master Qin, I'll go down and have a look. Upon hearing this, Chinu also wanted to go down and see. The scene shifted to the main hall of the tavern. A vulgar old man was openly molesting a girl in front of everyone. The girl looked at the old man in front of her and yelled, You shameless old man. You clearly said you were reading my fortune, so why are you touching my butt? The shameless old man chuckled and said, Little girl, precisely because I'm reading your fortune, of course. The more detailed, the better. Otherwise, if there are any mistakes, how can I explain myself to a fairy Guindao like you? The old man continued to reach out and lift the girl's chin. Trust this old man. I never deceive anyone. No one here would dare bully such a beautiful young lady. I've been subjected to quite a bit of gossip just passing by, but I've never regretted it, because I'm an upright man with a clear conscience. The shameless old man lifted the girl's chin and leaned in close, saying, I only want to help young ladies like you lead happy and fulfilling lives. But the world just doesn't understand. Oh well, how many people can understand a virtuous man like me, who sacrifices himself for others? Chinu was speechless at this shameless man, giving a thumbs up. This guy's shamelessness is truly unparalleled. Lung Tianshuang, standing beside him, was also extremely indignant at this behavior. The old man continued to reach out and grope the plump melon before him. Wearing a lewd expression, let's go somewhere else. Suddenly, Lung Tianshuang stepped out from behind, angrily shouting, Situ Zhengwu. This startled the old man, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly turned around, forcing a smile as he looked towards Lung Tianshuang. Oh my, isn't this my little Tianshuang? The old man walked up to Lung Tianshuang, his hands still restlessly groping. It's been a while. Let this old man read your palm. Chinu immediately extended his hand. Why not read mine first? The old man quickly retracted his hand, waving it repeatedly. Go away, young man. This old man's mouth is clumsy. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and hurriedly wiped his hands. You're still young. You're probably mistaken. Lung Tianshuang was a little disappointed. This is Situ Zhengwu, the ritual master invited by the Sacred Heart Palace. This guy is good in every way except. Chinu crossed his arms. Situ Zhengwu. Huh? Seeing is believing, as they say. Situ Zhengwu is the second most important figure in the Situ clan. He's possessed astonishing talent since childhood, breaking through to the void interpretation stage at the age of 18. With a boundless future ahead of him, he volunteered to join the Sacred Heart Palace as a ritual master. Situ Zhengwu once said that only a place where beautiful women gather, like the Sacred Heart Palace, could fully utilize his value. This guy is lecherous and shameless, and his favorite thing is to use fortune-telling as an excuse to grope others. But he's also known as a great hero of the human race. In the previous life, when the demon race invaded, Situ Zhengwu repelled 70,000 demons, protecting the Sacred Heart Palace for 10,000 years. In the end, although he couldn't defeat the demon queen, he managed to grope her, but before he died. This act made the demon queen remember Situ Zhengwu for the next 10,000 years. This guy's a bit unscrupulous, but he can be considered a true man with backbone. Stared at by Chinu, Situ Zhengwu was a little scared. Young man, don't stare at me like that, I'm scared. Lung Tianshuang also started to speak. Situ Zhengwu, my father and master have repeatedly emphasized that you shouldn't harass other people's daughters. When I return to the Sacred Heart Palace, I will definitely report these matters to the higher-ups. Situ Zhengwu was terrified and hurriedly pleaded with Lung Tianshuang. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Lung Tianshuang repeatedly shook her head. No way. Chinu also turned to look at Lung Tianshuang. Tianshuang, let it go this time. But if there's a next time, I definitely won't forgive him. Lung Tianshuang also said, all right, I'll help you this once, for Qin Gongzi's sake. Situ Zhengwu looked at Chinu with grateful sparkling eyes, and gave him a thumbs up. Good brother. Then, Lung Tianshuang invited Chinu back to the table to enjoy fine wine. Situ Zhengwu also took the opportunity to follow. Hey, take me with you. I've spent all my salary this month. I'm broke. Back at Chinu's table on the second floor, Situ Zhengwu started drinking heavily, putting his arm around Chinu's shoulder and saying, Brother, let me tell you, if you join the Sacred Heart Palace, it will definitely be the best decision of your life. You definitely don't know. All the female disciples of the Sacred Heart Palace are fair and delicate. Speaking of this, Situ Zhengwu saw Lung Tianshuang's angry expression and felt scared. He pretended to cough a few times. Cough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Situ Zhengwu continued to look at Jiruyu and asked, By the way, is this girl your servant? Chinu glanced sideways at Situ Zhengwu after hearing this. Yeah, so what? Situ Zhengwu started speaking with a serious expression to Chinu. You must protect this girl well. Otherwise, a lot of trouble will come looking for you. Chinu lowered his head and smiled in response. That's a given. Chinu glanced at Situ Zhengwu, thinking to himself, he can actually see this girl's bloodline. The Situ clan is truly not simple. Situ Zhengwu continued with a lecherous expression. This girl will definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty. There will definitely be a lot of lecherous and shameless guys coming after her. It'll definitely be troublesome. Of course, not everyone is as upright as me. Hearing this, Chinu almost rolled his eyes. I overestimated him. Lung Tianshuang glared and said, There's one more thing. I might need your help. No, it should be mutual help. Situ Zhengwu stared curiously at Lung Tianshuang, waiting to see what help she needed. Lung Tianshuang began to speak. From the Ice Fire Profound sect, Chen Shien has arrived, and he wants young Master Chinu to join the Ice Fire Profound sect. Situ Zhengwu frowned at Lung Tianshuang. The Ice Fire Profound sect is considered a decent backer, but compared to our Situ clan, it's nothing. Do you need my help with such a small matter? Chinu turned to look at Situ Zhengwu, but I just made Chin Shien kneel before me. Hearing this, Situ Zhengwu was startled and repeatedly patted Chinu's shoulder. Well done, kid. Those Ice Fire Profound sect people are all arrogant and conceited. Being able to teach them a lesson must have been very satisfying. Little brother, don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you. Chinu sneered. Thank you, Situ Zhengwu. Situ Zhengwu raised his hand and called for the waiter. Waiter, bring the wine. Tonight, I won't go home until I'm drunk. Jiruyu, feeling bored, said to Chinu, I don't want to wait here anymore. I want to go out and play. Chinu readily agreed. In that case, would you mind if Sister Tianshuang and Sister Wui take you out to play? Jiruyu cheered happily, yay. Then Jiruyu was escorted out by the two sisters. Lung Tianshuang glanced at Chinu. Young Master Chen, sending me away, you must have something private to discuss with Situ Zhengwu. I can't stay and disturb you. Watching Lung Tianshuang's back disappear, Situ Zhengwu also spoke. Kid, what do you want to say? Chinu replied, Yes, I want to borrow something from you like this. Then Chinu dipped his finger in some wine and drew on the table. Seeing what Chinu drew, Situ Zhengwu exclaimed in astonishment, Impossible. That thing is like my life to me. How can I give it to you? 3 hours later, Chinu and Situ Zhengwu left the tavern. By this time, Situ Zhengwu was completely drunk and kept shouting, Drink more, drink more. Little brother, from today onwards, you're my closest brother, Situ Zhengwu. What can't be borrowed between brothers? I'll just give it to you. Chinu sighed beside him. Tianshuang can call me uncle now. Suddenly Chinu realized something. His eyes widened in anger. Seeing Chinu's murderous look, Situ Zhengwu asked anxiously, What's wrong, Chinu? Chinu turned to look at Situ Zhengwu, his eyes full of killing intent. Something happened to Tianshuang and my people. Situ Zhengwu asked suspiciously, Is it the people from the Ice Fire Profound sect? Chinu shook his head and looked at Situ Zhengwu. I don't know yet. I'll go save them first. Brother Situ, wait for me here. Situ Zhengwu also expressed his desire to go along. Chinu said in a deep voice, I just received a voice transmission from Wui. The other party only wants me to go alone. Don't worry, brother Situ. I can handle it. Situ Jingwu stared at Chinu. Don't be careless, brother. Chinu quickly turned and left, his whole body enveloped in golden light. Then, with a leap, he soared into the sky. The scene shifts to a mountain near Sacred Heart City. Lung Tianshuang, Ji Ryu, and Wui are all unconscious, lying beside a boulder. The Demon Empress is sitting on a large rock, waiting for Chinu. This Chinu is so slow. The Demon Empress suddenly sees a figure. Chinu gradually appears, his eyes filled with murderous intent, an overbearing aura surrounding his entire body. The Demon Empress cries out joyfully. He's finally here. She stands up and waves her hand. Chinu, hurry up and come over here. Suddenly sensing a powerful surge of energy, Chinu raises his war god spear and charges forward to attack. A wave of divine fire sweeps across, illuminating the entire forest. The Demon Empress leaps back to dodge, and seeing the power erupting before her, she becomes enraged. My God! In the blink of an eye, Chinu extends his hand and quickly rushes towards the Demon Empress, grabbing her by the throat and pinning her to the ground. Chinu raises his spear and shouts, "You dare touch my people? Are you looking for death?" The Demon Empress stares at Chinu and shouts, "Chinu, it's me." Chinu forces himself to calm down and look closely, finally recognizing her. The Demon Empress continues, "It's you? Chinu, let me go. I mean no harm." Humph. Why is this kid suddenly throwing a tantrum? We've met once before. Do you really want to kill me like this? Chinu glares at the Demon Empress. You're with the Ice Fire Profound sect. The Demon Empress waves her hand dismissively. Ice Fire Profound sect? What insignificant sect is that clinging to the immortal clan? Do they even deserve to be associated with me? Chinu looks up at Wu Yu, Lung Tianshuang, and Ji Ryu, then glares back at the Demon Empress. Then why did you call me here? The Demon Empress looks at Chinu impatiently. She says anxiously, "Can you let me go first?" Chinu slowly releases his grip. The Demon Empress stands up and says to Chinu, "I brought you here hoping you would join our clan. You have the blood of a desolate beast within you." Hearing desolate beast, Chinu's eyes widen in surprise as he stares at the Demon Empress. "Who are you?" Chinu frowns, thinking to himself, how does she know I can control the Niti's body? The Demon Empress grins, saying to Chinu, "Chinu, don't be so tense. Since you have the blood of a desolate beast, you share the same origin as me. I don't mind telling you, my father is the Black Dragon King who guards the Great Desolate." Chinu listens with both surprise and curiosity as she mentions the Black Dragon King, but he doesn't understand what's going on. The Demon Empress stares at Chinu, thinking to herself, he doesn't seem to be faking it. He really doesn't know my father's identity. As expected, Chinu isn't a desolate beast reborn through possession. Chinu, do you know how vast the Great Desolate truly is? Chinu shakes his head repeatedly. I don't know. The Demon Empress begins to explain. Our Great Desolate stretches for tens of billions of miles, even larger than the immortal realm. The Great Desolate is also divided into 7 heavenly firmament rainbow bridges. Each bridge is guarded by a desolate beast king. My father, the Black Dragon King, is the being guarding the 7th rainbow bridge. In terms of status, my father is no less than the ruler of the immortal realm. In terms of cultivation, even the strongest experts of the immortal clan cannot pose any threat to my father. Chinu listened and gave a thumbs up. Truly impressive, Black Dragon King. I lived in the Great Desolate for 15 years in my past life, yet I never met him once. Little Rice, do you know the Black Dragon King? Little Rice's illusory image appeared and began to tell Chinu about the Black Dragon King's background, even whispering in Chinu's ear that he was the Black Dragon King's older brother. Chinu chuckled inwardly. You're saying the Black Dragon King was once your little brother? Little Rice, don't try to fool me. Chinu looked at the Demon Empress with a sly smile. The Demon Empress smiled back at Chinu. Chinu, since you have obtained the flesh and blood of a desolate beast, you should naturally join our clan. Prepare yourself quickly. I will take you to meet my father. Chinu stared at the demon empress and said, I'm sorry. I'm used to being free. Thank you for your kind offer. The demon empress frowned, her expression displeased. Chinu, do you think I'm deceiving you? Or do you have other concerns? Chinu looked at the demon empress with a firm gaze. I'm simply not interested. The demon empress stood up angrily and said loudly, Chinu, you don't belong to the human clan. You belong to our great desolate. Join our clan, and you will enjoy all the benefits. Are you rejecting me because you have fallen for that Xiaoen? Chinu's eyes widened. So that day when I killed Zhao Dian, she was hiding nearby. How careless of me. I didn't even notice any trace of her. Chinu stared at the demon empress and affirmed once more, I have no interest whatsoever in Zhao Xiaoen, but I also will not join your desolate clan. The demon empress sighed. Chinu, you are truly too stubborn. Very well, the doors of our clan will always be open to you. Chinu quickly turned around. In that case, I'll see you off. Also, I don't like your methods. If there's a next time, I absolutely will not show mercy. The demon empress curled her lip. You have a terrible temper. The demon empress mentioned Ji for you. By the way, can I take this little girl with me? She has the blood essence of an ancient demonic clan within her. No matter how high her future achievements, she will ultimately only be a minor demon. If you let me take her, I will use black dragon blood to cleanse her marrow, allowing her to escape the demonic clan and become a desolate beast of our clan. Chinu rested his chin on his hand, thinking. The demon empress's words made sense. Although the demonic clan was strong, they were indeed far inferior to the desolate beasts. Chinu pondered for a moment and then asked, How can I trust you? The demon empress smiled. This is not a simple matter. Our clan has a secret technique requiring us to form a pact with you. From now on, we will advance and retreat together, our fates intertwined. If one betrays the other, they will die a gruesome death. Chinu communicated with Little Rice using his divine sense. Little Rice, what do you think? Little Rice appeared, nodding repeatedly. With guidance from his advisor, Chinu confidently said, Then let's make the pact. Seeing Chinu agree, the demon empress stepped forward and embraced him tightly, giving him a deep kiss. Chinu was utterly astonished, unable to react, and stared wide-eyed at the demon empress. At this moment, a barrier appeared beneath Chinu and the demon empress's feet, began to connect the two of them. Little Rice watched the contract in front of him from the side. Little Black Dragon, Big Brother can only help you this far. Chinu and the demon empress kissed for a long time, and marks gradually appeared on both of their hands. The contract was complete. The demon empress slowly left Chinu's lips. Chinu, from now on, we share life and death. If one day you change your mind, just call me in your heart, and I will know. If you encounter any difficulties, my clan will wholeheartedly help you. Chinu felt puzzled by this method of signing the contract, and said, Your desolate clan's way of making a contract is really... The demon empress laughed loudly. To make a contract, you only need to touch each other's skin. Then, the demon empress carried Jiruoyu on her back and turned to leave. I'll be going now. Chinu watched the demon empress leave, scratching his head repeatedly. It seems I've been tricked. Could Little Rice be the one who betrayed me? On this side, Lung Tianshuang and Wu Yu gradually woke up. Wu Yu said in a panic, How is the girl? Chinu stood in front of Tianshuang and said, Wu Yu, don't worry, she's fine. Wu Yu looked at Chinu with a sad expression. I'm sorry. Lung Tianshuang also looked at Chinu sorrowfully. Young Master Chinu? Chinu, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked towards Tianshuang. This isn't your fault. Let's go. That little girl has found a better opportunity. After saying that, Chinu turned and left. Lung Tianshuang and Wu Yu looked at Chinu's back, feeling guilty. Wu Yu clenched her hands tightly. How could I make such a mistake? Wu Yu, oh Wu Yu, you must learn from this. You absolutely cannot make the same mistake twice. Lung Tianshuang looked at Chinu's back. That girl has a greater opportunity? Young Master Chen, is truly a person who hides his abilities. That evening, before Chinu left the inner courtyard, everyone gathered in the main hall to chat. Situ Jingwu patted Chinu's shoulder. "Brother, are you all right?" Chinu forced a smile and replied to Situ Jingwu. "It was just a misunderstanding. I'm fine." Lung Tianshuang stared wide-eyed at Situ Jingwu. "Brother?" Situ Jingwu laughed loudly. "Huh. Little Tianshuang, Chinu and I may not be blood brothers, but we've sworn brotherhood. From now on, you can call him uncle." Lung Tianshuang was speechless towards this Situ Jingwu. Chinu suddenly stood up and glanced at Lung Tianshuang. "Tianshuang, don't listen to his nonsense. Everyone has rested enough. In a few days, we will set off for the Sacred Heart Palace." Lung Tianshuang placed her hand on her chest and said happily to Chinu, "The Sacred Heart Palace is ready to welcome young Master Chen." Chinu glanced at Tianshuang. "Then I'll have to see how they will treat me." At the Sacred Heart Palace, everyone waited to welcome Chinu. Beside them was a thin and frail person with a haggard face, whose eyes stared straight ahead. Elder Tai Ning stroked his beard and said, "Bringing the 9th grade holy fire into our Sacred Heart Palace, we must win him over." The two burly men nodded repeatedly. "Father is right." The thin and frail person, upon hearing 9th grade holy fire, thought to himself, "9th grade holy fire. Ha! I want to see what kind of person he is." Elder Tai Ning excitedly went out to greet them. They're here! Come with me to welcome them." Chinu lifted the carriage curtain to look ahead, and suddenly saw Situ Jingwu running away. He asked Lung Tianshuang, "Tianshuang, we're almost at the Sacred Heart Palace. Why is Brother Situ abandoning the carriage and running?" Situ Jingwu was running and yelling awe. Tianshuang cheerfully replied to Chinu, "Because the one welcoming us is Grand Elder Tai Ning. Every time he sees Situ, he beats him up." Chinu nodded in understanding. "So that's why." The carriage stopped in front of the Sacred Heart Palace. Chinu slowly got out and looked around. Elder Tai Ning saw Chinu and said, "You are Chinu." He then placed his hand on Chinu's shoulder. "Good, strong physique, sturdy bones, truly a fine seedling." Two tall figures also spoke. "Chinu, you possess the 9th grade holy fire. If honed well, you will definitely have a bright future. The title of Chi God will be uncontested by anyone." Chinu forced a smile, thinking to himself, if you knew that refining with the 9 heavens' profound exterminating fire is but an instant's work, I wonder how much more delighted you would be." Lung Tianshuang gestured towards Tai Ning and said, "Uncle Tai is too enthusiastic." Tai Ning smiled at Lung Tianshuang. "It's nothing. An outstanding genius, possessing the 9th grade holy fire, naturally deserves such treatment. Tianshuang, your father and I, the sect master, should have come personally today, but something unexpected came up." Lung Tianshuang said casually, "It's all right." Bai Fifan walked step by step to Chinu. Brother Chinu, the Sacred Heart Palace welcomes you." Lung Tianshuang stepped forward to introduce him. "This is Bai Fifan, my senior brother, and also one of the most outstanding individuals in the Sacred Heart Palace. Although he only has the 7th grade holy fire, his refining skills are extremely high, especially in the area of alchemy, where he is exceptionally brilliant, a once-in-a-millennium talent. What's even more unexpected is that senior brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Tongshan realm. Senior brother is amiable and open-minded. Young Master Chinu and senior brother will definitely become good friends." Bai Fifan scratched his head, embarrassedly saying, "Junior sister, you overpraise me. Senior brother is just a nobody, not worth mentioning." Chinu extended his hand and cheerfully said to Bai Fifan, "Brother Bai, don't be so modest." Chinu widened his eyes, staring at Bai Fifan. He smelled the scent of the extreme sun sect on him. Bai Fifan looked intently at Chinu. "Brother Chinu, I made preparations for you today. I'm only a few years older than you. If you need any pills refined in the future, I will definitely assist you with all my might." Chinu crossed his arms and looked at him. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai." Bai Fifan said as he walked, Just call me Big Brother Bai. Lung Tianshuang looked at the backs of Fifan and Chinu. Looking at young Master Qin and senior brother, they will surely become close friends. Elder Tai Ning also looked at them and started laughing loudly. Ha! Our Sacred Heart Palace is truly harmonious and joyful, unlike other sects where there is constant fighting. Then Elder Tai Ning gave the order to enter the main hall. The two sons started glancing at each other, seemingly with some tension. The scene shifted to inside the Sacred Heart Palace. Chinu had just stepped inside when he was greeted by the female disciples of the Sacred Heart Palace. Chinu blushed as he looked at the beautiful faces before him, thinking to himself that senior brother Sidu was indeed right. Bai Fifan continued, Junior brother, the Sacred Heart Palace is very peaceful and secure. You don't need to be so restrained here. But there are a few things I must tell you. Lung Tianshuang is the sect master's personal disciple, and her father, Lung Ningpo, is the one with the highest cultivation level. It can be said that marrying Lung Tianshuang is equivalent to controlling the entire Sacred Heart Palace. Countless people covet her. So in the future, Brother Qin, every action you take must be careful. Don't carelessly bring disaster upon yourself. Qin, you glanced at Bai Fifan. Brother Bai, do you also have feelings for Tianshuang? Bai Fifan repeatedly shook his head and said to Chinu, I don't have any feelings for Tianshuang. I see her as my own sister. I am wholeheartedly focused on refining weapons and pills, and I don't care about matters between men and women. Chinu's eyes kept paying attention to every one of Bai Fifan's gestures. If you are so dedicated, Brother Bai's future is certainly limitless. By the way, does the Sacred Heart Palace allow the cultivation of external martial arts techniques? Bai Fifan looked intently ahead and said, As for personal disciples, they're absolutely not allowed to cultivate external martial arts techniques. At this point, Bai Fifan's expression turned serious. But if it's a martial arts technique cultivated before joining the Sacred Heart Palace, then of course you can continue to cultivate it. Chinu kept glancing at Bai Fifan. So that's how it is. Chinu sank into deep thought. This Bai Fifan, is a bit interesting. Bai Fifan also secretly thought, this kid is not simple. Could he have discovered it already? Bai Fifan hurriedly pointed to the main hall and said, Over there is the main hall of the Sacred Heart Palace. Let's go in quickly. Inside the main hall, everyone had already arranged a welcoming banquet for Chinu. A subordinate stepped forward to report, Greetings, Grand Elder, Saintus, Senior Brother Bai. The banquet is ready. Please take your seats. A moment later, Chinu also sat down at the table with everyone. Lung Tianshuang asked the subordinate, Where did the other elders and senior brothers go? The subordinate bowed respectfully and said, Some went out with the sect master and will be back later. The others are on their way. Grand Elder Tai Ning looked intently at Chinu and laughed heartily. Chinu, eat and drink to your heart's content today. Tomorrow I will hold a grand entrance ceremony for you. Chinu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this and said loudly, Good, good, good. After a long time, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and the effects of the alcohol began to set in. Tai Ning stared at the wine cup on the table, pondered for a moment, then picked up the wine cup and said with some worry, Why haven't they returned yet? Lung Tianshuang looked at Tai Ning with some concern. Uncle, what mission did the sect master and my father go to carry out? Grand Elder Tai Ning began to frown and said seriously, A demon beast has appeared in the back mountains of the Sacred Heart Palace, and the cultivation level of their leader is at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Although it's not very strong, that demon beast is extremely cunning and incredibly fast. It has appeared and disappeared many times recently, so the sect master and your father personally went to deal with it. Chinu opened his eyes wide, listening attentively as Tai Ning continued. Even the fastest 7th stage destructive vision demon beast wouldn't be a match for the Saint Heart Palace master. Moreover, Tianshuang's father went with her. That's why I felt at ease. There must be something delaying them. Then Elder Tai Ning placed his hand on the table, inviting everyone to continue drinking. Come, let's continue drinking. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall as someone entered. Following this, a jovial figure carrying a wild beast appeared. Hoisting the beast onto his shoulder, the large man called out, "Tian Shuang, your master is back." The Saint Heart Palace master also entered, beginning to greet everyone. Lung Tianshuang's master approached her, observing her closely. "Look at you. You've gotten thinner recently, haven't you?" He then abruptly tossed the carcass of a demon ape onto the ground, exclaiming, "We're all family here. No need for formalities." His gaze then shifted to Chinu. "You must be Chinu." Good, not bad. A dignified appearance." Chinu frowned, staring at the demon ape's carcass, lost in thought. Lung Tianshuang's master scratched his head, saying awkwardly, "Haha, Tianshuang, young brother Qin seems a bit cold, doesn't he?" Seeing this, Tianshuang called out Qinyu's name. Qinyu stood up and said in a low voice, "This is the body of a four-eyed scarlet ape, a vanguard of the demon clan." Tianshuang's master looked puzzled. "A four-eyed scarlet ape? What's that? I've never seen that kind of demon." Young brother Qin is truly knowledgeable. It's very fast, but not very strong. Nothing to worry about. The Saint Heart Palace master walked over, carefully observing Qinyu. "Qinyu, today is a welcoming banquet for you. Just drink to your heart's content. Don't worry about this seventh-stage destructive vision demon." Lung Tianshuang stepped forward and introduced Qinyu. "Young Master Qin, this is Palace Master Fuyao of our Saint Heart Palace." Qinyu immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said to the Palace Master, "Greetings, Palace Master Fuyao. Greetings, Elder Lung." He then opened his eyes wide, his expression serious. "Although this four-eyed scarlet ape isn't strong, it shouldn't have appeared here. Palace Master Fuyao, perhaps we should find a quiet place to talk." Palace Master Fuyao of the Saint Heart Palace observed Qinyu for a long moment, sensing the gravity of the situation. She then gestured for Qinyu to follow as she walked away. Elder Tai Ning and Lung Tianshuang pensively watched Qinyu's retreating figure. Elder Tai Ning rubbed his head and looked at Tianshuang. "Tianshuang, why is this young brother Qin so mysterious?" Lung Tianshuang, gazing at Qinyu's back, explained, "If it can cause young Master Qin to have such an expression, this four-eyed scarlet ape is definitely not simple." Bai Fifan, sitting to the side, widened his eyes and thought to himself, "What tricks is this Qinyu playing now?" The scene shifted to Palace Master Fuyao's room, where the two sat opposite each other, discussing the matter of the four-eyed scarlet ape. Palace Master Fuyao began, "Qinyu, now that it's just the two of us, speak frankly." Qinyu looked at Palace Master Fuyao with a serious gaze. "The four-eyed scarlet ape is strong, has sharp senses, and a cunning mind. It's one of the few demon beasts with intelligence. The four-eyed scarlet ape was appointed as a general by the demon clan, responsible for patrolling the human clan's territory and gathering intelligence. Its purpose was to collect a large amount of information for the Crimson Flood demon clan." Palace Master Fuyao expressed surprise upon hearing about the Crimson Flood demon clan. Qinyu looked intently at Palace Master Fuyao, recalling his previous life. In his previous life, before the demon clan appeared, many four-eyed scarlet apes continuously appeared in the human clan's territory. Initially, the human clan was not wary, considering them ordinary demons. But as the number of four-eyed scarlet apes increased, the human clan gradually realized the seriousness of the issue. After the four-eyed scarlet apes appeared in the human clan's territory, many powerful demons began to emerge. And eventually, the Crimson Flood demon clan swept across the land, causing heavy losses to the human clan. Only this time, the four-eyed scarlet ape appeared much earlier than in his previous life. Qinyu stood up and began to explain to Fuyao. The so-called Crimson Flood demon clan is a countless number of demons surging forth together. They sweep across the human clan's territory. These demons are innumerable and extremely cunning. If the Crimson Flood demon clan arrives, I fear the Sacred Heart Palace will be awash in blood, with bones piled high. Palace Master Fuyao was somewhat doubtful. "How do you know these things?" Qinyu looked at Fuyao with a firm and serious gaze. "I absolutely would not deceive you." Within a month of the four-eyed scarlet ape's appearance, the vanguard of the Crimson Flood Demon Clan will arrive. Palace Master Fuyao, please prepare early. Fuyao looked at Chinu with a mixture of belief and doubt. How can I trust you? Chinu didn't want to explain further. Looking directly at Fuyao, believe it or not, it's up to you. Fuyao pondered for a moment. Tianchuang had also said that this Chinu had countless unrevealed trump cards and was very mysterious. If what he said was true, after thinking for a while, Fuyao stood up and said, I believe you. Follow me quickly. Fuyao walked straight to a corner of her room and pressed her hand firmly against a crystal stone on the wall. Immediately afterward, a secret door opened. A moment later, all the high-ranking elders of the Sacred Heart Palace were summoned to the secret chamber to discuss this matter. Grand Elder Tai Ning was there, as was Second Elder Lung Ningpo. Opposite them were Fourth Elder Rin Qingfeng and Third Elder Mo Linfeng. After introductions were made, Palace Master Fuyao gestured for Chinu to speak. Chinu, please elaborate on the specific intelligence regarding the Demon Clan's vanguard. Chinu solemnly agreed and opened the Sacred Heart Palace map, pointing to a corner of the map and beginning to summarize the Demon Clan's movements. At this time, in the back mountains of the Sacred Heart Palace, Bai Fifan was sitting in deep thought. This Chinu is so mysterious. Could he have discovered my identity? Is he planning to tell Palace Master Fuyao about this? Suddenly, his eyes seemed to notice something. Glancing behind him, Sun, I told you, you're not allowed to come see me without permission. Suo Lin appeared and spoke. Second Divine Son, please don't be angry. I used the concealment technique Master taught me to hide myself very well. My presence absolutely wouldn't be detected. Second Divine Son, are you very worried? Bai Fifan glared at Suo Lin. Slightly angered, he said, You best tell me the most important thing, otherwise I won't hesitate to kill you. A cunning look appeared on Suo Lin's face as he stared at Bai Fifan. Second Divine Son, don't be angry. Are you worried about Chinu discovering your identity? I came to tell you that you don't need to worry. I just received news from Rin Qingfeng. Chinu secretly meeting with Fuyao wasn't because of you, but because of a very important matter. So, that old man Rin Qingfeng is also a planted spy. Bai Fifan was curious about the important matter Suo Lin mentioned, and asked, what is it? Suo Lin gave a sinister smile and began to tell Bai Fifan. The Crimson Flood Demon Clan is about to appear at the Sacred Heart Palace. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our Extreme Sun sect. When the Demon Clan arrives, the Sacred Heart Palace and the Demon Clan will have a fierce battle. And our Extreme Sun sect just needs to stand by and watch. If the Sacred Heart Palace suffers heavy losses, they will actively merge with the Extreme Sun sect. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Fifan reached out and grabbed Suo Lin's neck. His face filled with rage. Rin Qingfeng is your man? Suo Lin, I've already said, the Sacred Heart Palace is mine, and you dare to scheme for yourself here? Are you trying to provoke me? Suo Lin gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Fifan. If the Sacred Heart Palace is destroyed, the credit will belong to you, Second Divine Son. I only want that Chinu. Bai Fifan glared, tightening his grip on Suo Lin's neck. Just for that 9th grade sacred flame? Suo Lin stared at Bai Fifan. I don't have the refining talent like the Second Divine Son, nor the martial arts talent like the First Divine Son. For me, if I miss this 9th grade sacred flame, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to turn things around in my life. Bai Fifan frowned and stared at Suo Lin. If the 9th grade sacred flame falls into your hands, wouldn't I have another powerful enemy, Suo Lin? Suo Lin gritted his teeth, struggling to breathe. I can swear to the heavenly Tao. After I obtain the 9th grade sacred flame, I will immediately leave and go directly to the Ziyin Empire. Second Divine Son, are you satisfied now? Bai Fifan glared, then threw Suo Lin to the side. If that's the case, after everything is over, the 9th grade sacred flame will belong to you. Suo Lin stared at Bai Fifan. Thank you, Second Divine Son. Suo Lin congratulates the Second Divine Son on obtaining the Sacred Heart Palace. I will secretly assist you. Farewell. Bai Feifan looked at the distant waterfall in deep thought. Then a sinister and evil smile appeared on his face. Ninth grade, sacred flame. Does a piece of trash like you even deserve it? Ha ha ha. A few days later, after Qin Yu explained the situation of the Crimson Flood Demon Clan to Fuyao, Fuyao immediately ordered the soldiers to focus on defensive vigilance day and night. Several tired soldiers sighed and said, just because of Qin Yu's words, our entire palace is on high alert. Crimson Flood Demon Clan? I've never even heard of it. This is truly suffering. Inside the main hall of the Sacred Heart Palace, Qin Yu also went to see Palace Master Fuyao. Qin Yu respectfully cupped his hands and said, Palace Master Fuyao, have you made the necessary arrangements? Fuyao looked intently at Qin Yu. I have notified all the forces and set up defensive lines around the sect. If what you said is true, I'm afraid news will arrive very soon. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in from outside and shouted, reporting to Palace Master. Elder La sent a message. Demonic beasts have been discovered northwest of the Sacred Heart Palace, 100 miles away. They're all at the 3rd level of the Tongshan realm, nearly 100 of them. It matches the intel perfectly. Fuyao's eyes widened slightly with worry. Have they really appeared? Order Elder Lung to strengthen the defenses and inform the major sects that the first wave of demonic beasts has arrived. We can expect more severe trials to follow. The subordinate acknowledged the order and hurried off to relay the message. Qin Yu turned to Fuyao. In that case, I should also take action myself. Palace Master Fuyao bowed her head and said, Qin Yu, I have one more thing to ask of you. Qin Yu stood up and looked attentively at Palace Master Fuyao. Please, speak freely. There's no need for formalities. Fuyao rubbed her forehead, her expression weary. I have a daughter named Yi Tong. I hope young Master Qin, you can take her with you. My daughter is quite talented, but she has a fiery temper. She only enjoys fighting and dislikes peace. I hope young Master Qin can help her restrain her temperament. Qin Yu smiled and agreed. I accept Fuyao's request. Fuyao continued to look at Qin Yu and said, Thank you, young Master Qin. I entrust my daughter, Yi Tong, to your care. Actually, I know that young Master Qin doesn't truly wish to join our Sacred Heart Palace. Qin Yu thought to himself after hearing this. As expected of Palace Master Fuyao, she's figured it out. Fuyao stared intently at Qin Yu. Young Master Qin has obtained a great opportunity in the Grand Desolation. The Sacred Heart Palace could never truly contain you. Your true purpose in joining the Sacred Heart Palace is likely the Sacred Heart Pool, isn't it? Qin Yu looked intently at Fuyao. Palace Master Fuyao is indeed perceptive and intelligent. Your reputation is well-deserved. I need to cultivate in the Sacred Heart Pool for 3 months. I will leave after 3 months. The Sacred Heart Pool can strengthen a cultivator's meridians and bones, and it's greatly beneficial for increasing physical strength. Although my body is strong, my tendons and bones are quite loose. Palace Master Fuyao focused her gaze on Qin Yu. Therefore, I hope that during this time, young Master Qin can do your best to help Yi Tong. Qin Yu confidently said to Palace Master Fuyao, Before I leave, I will impart a martial art to Yi Tong. If she can cultivate it to completion, she will certainly achieve great things in the future and will definitely not disappoint you. Fuyao looked at Qin Yu and continued, Even I am envious of the Grand Desolation opportunity. Young Master Qin, Yi Tong is already waiting for you at the training grounds. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately turned and went to meet Yi Tong. A short while later, Qin Yu arrived at the training grounds and waited for Yi Tong. Qin Yu looked up, seemingly sensing Yi Tong's arrival. The girl suddenly launched a red hidden weapon from afar, which swiftly flew towards Qin Yu. It was then easily caught between 2 of Qin Yu's fingers. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he saw countless hidden weapons flying towards him. He leaped into the air, and the incoming hidden weapons immediately caused a large explosion. Immediately afterward, another wave of hidden weapons flew towards Qin Yu, and another explosion rang out. Qin Yu continuously dodged and then lightly landed on the ground. Following this, countless hidden weapons surrounded and pressured Qin Yu. Yi Tong also appeared, staring intently at Chinu, possessing the ninth grade sacred flame and having the grand desolation opportunity. Is this all the skill you have? Chinu glanced at Yi Tong and said, Are you trying to test me? My mother said I should learn more from you, but it seems you're much weaker than I imagined. Chinu glared, beginning to teach Yi Tong her first lesson. Yi Tong, the first lesson I'll teach you is to never let your guard down. In an instant, a magic array appeared, and several binding threads restrained Yi Tong's entire body. Yi Tong struggled, but couldn't move. Chinu turned and walked in front of Yi Tong, staring at her and saying, You lose. Yi Tong frowned, looking at Chin Yubu Fu cheated. You knew from the beginning those previous moves were just a pretense, so you set up a restraining formation behind me, waiting for me to fall into the trap, right? Chinu cheerfully reached out and rubbed Yi Tong's head. What an easy child to teach. Yi Tong stared at Chinu and said, I lost. You're very strong. Can you undo the seal now? Then Chinu snapped his fingers, immediately undoing the seal, making it disappear without a trace. A few seconds later, Yi Tong started walking, turning her head to look at Chinu. Let's go. Chinu nodded and followed behind Yi Tong. Walking beside Chinu, Yi Tong started asking, Chinu, I heard you and Sister Tianxiang have a very good relationship. Is that right? Chinu responded thoughtfully. Are you also going to advise me to stay away from her? Yi Tong glanced at Chinu and said, No, I think you're a good match for Sister Tianxiang. Suddenly, Yi Tong's eyes widened, but you need to be wary of someone. Chinu turned his head, looking at Yi Tong questioningly. Wary of whom? Yi Tong continued, That by Fifan. Chinu's eyes widened as he asked, Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with him? Yi Tong stared at Chinu. By Fifan can fool others, but he can't fool me. Every time I stand next to him, I can sense a very sinister aura. He's definitely not a good person. It's just that I don't have any proof yet. Chinu crossed his arms, speaking with some admiration. Your intuition is quite accurate. Yi Tong said proudly, Of course. So if you want to succeed with Sister Tianxiang, you must be wary of By Fifan. Chinu leaned close to Yi Tong's ear. What about you? Do you have someone in your heart? Yi Tong replied coldly, No. Chinu continued. Then what do you think of me? Yi Tong turned her head and laughed loudly, saying to Chinu, Very good. My intuition about people is very accurate. Your heart is righteous. You're someone trustworthy. If Sister Tianxiang doesn't mind, I could also become your Tao companion. Chinu was startled. He scratched his head and pretended to cough a few times. Cough, cough, I was just joking. Let's go, ha ha ha. Looking at Chinu's back, Yi Tong thought to herself, You're still too young to try and joke with me. After Chinu and Yi Tong had walked for a while, someone approached them and bowed respectfully, cupping their hands in greeting. Isn't this Miss Yi of the Sacred Heart Palace and young Master Chen? I am Chin Shien, the chief disciple of the Black Tiger sect. The area around the Bitter Heart Forest has been completely secured. There are absolutely no gaps. Yi Tong looked at Chin Shien, appearing very pleased. Chin Shien, I know you, the once-in-a-century genius of the Black Tiger sect. I'm very relieved to have you here. Chinu stared at Chin Shien in front of him. Asterisk, he started thinking asterisk Chin Shien. Why does that name sound so familiar? I can't quite place it right now. Chin Shien, praised by Yi Tong, scratched his head bashfully. A genius? I'm far inferior to Miss Yi and young Master Chen. Chin Shien turned again, still facing away as he spoke. Follow me. I've arranged accommodations for the two of you. Yi Tong replied and hurried after him. Chinu stood there, lost in thought, trying to recall Chin Shien from his previous life. This Chin Shien seemed honest and refined, but his scheming was no less sharp. Every word he spoke established his leadership position, and this Yi Tong girl really isn't shrewd at all. That evening, Chinu sat grilling meat beside the resting spot Chin Shien had arranged. After finishing, he handed Yi Tong a fragrant, cooked chicken drumstick skewer. Yi Tong took the skewer, eating and chatting with Chinu. Chinu, do you think any demon beast will appear tonight? Chinu chewed on his chicken, shaking his head in reply. What's coming will come. Even if it doesn't come tonight, it will definitely appear in a few days. All right. Tell me more about this Zhang Xian. Yitong looked intently at Chinu. Zhang Xian is the chief disciple of the Black Tiger sect, only 20 years old this year. Originally, Zhang Xian was just the son of an ordinary farming family. 5 years ago, he joined the Black Tiger sect. Thanks to his astonishing talent, he has developed rapidly. He possesses the 7th grade Saint Fire, and his sword body talent even surpasses mine. I'm afraid his cultivation has already reached the earth-shattering realm. It's a pity that 5 years ago, Master wanted to recruit him, but he refused. For such a genius to remain in the Black Tiger sect is truly a waste. Chinu started thinking again. A farmer's son. How could he suddenly join the Black Tiger sect? Why don't I remember him? At this moment, Yitong remembered something about Zhang Xian and said to Chinu, "All right, a year ago, Zhang Xian, with only peak body refinement realm cultivation, killed an earth-shattering realm, 3rd-level demon beast. It was because of this that his reputation rose." Chinu suddenly remembered something and abruptly stood up, shouting loudly, startling Yitong and causing her to drop the chicken drumstick skewer she was holding. Yitong angrily pointed at Chinu and yelled, "Chinu, what are you shouting about? Replace my chicken drumstick." Chinu, resigned, handed his own skewer to Yitong. Yitong snatched it and stuffed it in her mouth, glaring at Chinu. Chinu also remembered Zhang Xian from his previous life. "I remember now. In my past life, after repeated sweeps, the demon beast floods caused heavy losses to the human race. Consequently, powerful demon beasts became more numerous, and those demonic monsters began bribing humans to become spies. The demon beasts promised many benefits, inciting quite a few people within the human race. Not only that, some demon beasts even used young humans as pawns from the very beginning, planting them within the major sections. In my past life, there was a most notorious human traitor called the Demonic Sword Human Slayer. This demonic sword human slayer's whereabouts were very mysterious in my past life. His cultivation was powerful, his methods cruel, and the number of humans who died at his hands was at least 1 million. But because he's so good at hiding it, the world knows very little about him. I only remember a few scattered pieces of information. Humble origins, sudden rise to power, born in the Tianhe dynasty, possessing the sword body talent. It was him. This Zhang Xian is the demonic sword human slayer, a farmer's son who suddenly rose to prominence. Zhang Xian is a pawn planted by the demon race. Or maybe at this time, Zhang Xian hasn't betrayed humanity yet. Chinu was pondering when a loud explosion startled him. He looked up, his eyes widening in alarm as he shouted, "The demon race is here." The incident occurred on the other side of the Bitterheart Forest. Countless demon beasts suddenly emerged from the ground, and a large number also appeared in the sky, quickly rushing towards the Sacred Heart Palace's defense line. The soldiers shouted in unison, beginning to form formations, repelling the demon beasts in front of them. In the blink of an eye, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A giant demon beast appeared, opening its wide mouth as if to swallow the defending guards. The soldiers stared helplessly at the monster's gaping maw. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, transforming into a giant sword, stabbing straight into the demon beast's mouth, splitting it in two. At the same time, Zhang Xian also appeared, sitting atop the giant sword, majestic and imposing. After dealing with the demon beast, Zhang Xian frowned and shouted, "Despicable demons, I've been waiting for you." Seeing Zhang Xian's might, his subordinates cheered in unison. "It's Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian is here. Brothers, charge. Kill all the demon beasts." Another wave of demon beasts appeared, beginning to roar. Zhang Xian, from above, waved his hand, unleashing the flowing light sword technique. Countless sword energies flew out simultaneously, annihilating all the demon beasts within the Sacred Heart Palace's territory in mere seconds. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, observing the scene, and said, "As easy as flipping my hand." Yitong watched Zhang Xian from afar. Zhang Xian's cultivation has indeed improved again. Standing from above, Zhang Xian also noticed Chinu and Yi Tong and used his light body technique to approach and greet them. Yi Tong, amused, gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up. Well done. Zhang Xian looked seriously at Yi Tong and Chinu. They were just a few weak monsters, nothing worth mentioning. Young Master Chen, will we continue to be stationed in the Bitter Heart Forest next? Chinu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before the main demon horde arrives, there should be at least a few dozen more vanguard waves. The things that just burst out of the ground were earth-burrowing armored beetles, nothing to worry about. The monsters to come will be even more terrifying and powerful. Zhang Xian sighed in disappointment. It seems the coming days won't be leisurely. Yi Tong joined the discussion. With me here, the demon horde won't be able to sweep through the Sacred Heart Palace. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's eyes rolled back. He felt a pain. He immediately raised his hand and observed it. Strange, when did I get injured? Yi Tong reached out and instructed Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, quickly go and treat your wound. Don't wait until it's too late and it heals. Zhang Xian scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Missy is right. Before leaving, Zhang Xian turned his head and said, I'll return to the stronghold first. You two take your time. Rest well. Hearing this, Yi Tong turned to Chinu and said, Let's go. We should go back and rest. Chinu stared at Zhang Xian, thinking to himself, as expected, Zhang Xian has fallen into the demon race's trap. Certainly due to the Scarlet Refining Scorpion. The Scarlet Refining Scorpion is a special existence within the demon race, with a human body and a scorpion tail, very skilled at concealment. Because they are naturally born with supernatural abilities, they can control human souls. They often infiltrate the battlefields between humans and demons, secretly attacking human experts, causing them to hallucinate and mistakenly believe they have joined the demon race. Behind every Scarlet Refining Scorpion is a strategist, helping to plan for the demon generals, holding all the information about the Crimson Stream Demon Clan. It can be said that finding the strategist is equivalent to finding the headquarters of the Crimson Stream Demon Clan. In my past life, I heard that a demon strategist general once appeared in the Bitter Heart Forest of the Sacred Heart Palace. I just wanted to try my luck. I didn't expect it to be true. The strongest one in this Crimson Stream Demon Clan should not exceed the peak of the Shattered Hope Realm. Even if it's a demon strategist, I can still eliminate them. I absolutely will not allow you to destroy the territory of humanity, to destroy the soul of our human race. The scene shifted to an underground cave at the edge of the Bitter Heart Forest. A tiger-headed demon kept sniffing the air. It's done, so what's next? The Scarlet Refining Scorpion looked up at the Sky Tiger. Zhang Xian has fallen for my innate divine ability. Next, we just need to patiently wait for the opportunity. The Sky Tiger demon stared at the Scarlet Refining Scorpion. Zhang Xian is an innate sword body. He can bring many benefits to the demon race. You've done this very well. After conquering the Sacred Heart Palace, I will report to the Queen and reward you based on your merits. The Scarlet Refining Scorpion bowed its head to the Sky Tiger. Thank you, General Sky Tiger. The Sky Tiger raised its claws, its eyes bloodshot as it said, I heard that there is also someone named Chinu who possesses the 9th grade Saint Fire. I want to have him. The Scarlet Refining Scorpion also spoke. The 9th grade Saint Fire is naturally able to counter my innate divine ability. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Sky Tiger grinned, staring at the Scarlet Refining Scorpion. Even if it's the 9th grade Saint Fire, Chinu's own cultivation is not high. He basically can't unleash the true power of the Saint Fire. This will definitely succeed. Moreover, I already have a plan. I will send an elite squad to assist. A while after the Sky Tiger finished recounting his plan to the Scarlet Refining Scorpion, the Scarlet Refining Scorpion stared at the Sky Tiger and said, General Sky Tiger is truly resourceful. This will definitely succeed. After that, the Sky Tiger raised its hand, ordering the Scarlet Refining Scorpion to withdraw. Watching the Scarlet Refining Scorpion's back gradually disappear, the Sky Tiger thought to itself, this time, the Crimson Stream Demon Clan's arrival in human territory is a perfect opportunity for me to seize power. I want to use this opportunity to prove to the queen that I, Sky Tiger, am the one capable of becoming one of the 4 heavenly demon generals in the future. A few days later, the Bitterheart Forest was attacked by the Crimson Stream demon clan again. A domineering aura controlling dark energy constantly annihilated the demonic beasts. Was Yi Tong. Chinu observed carefully, thinking to himself that Yi Tong's skills had improved a lot. The second time she dealt with the demonic beasts, she was still a bit clumsy, but by this 4th attack, her technique had clearly become proficient. Yi Tong reached out to sense her own imposing aura, curiously asking Chinu, "Chinu, the martial skill you taught me, is it also from the great wilderness?" Chinu, holding a chicken leg, gnawed on it as he said, "As long as you cultivate this martial skill to completion at the Sacred Heart Palace, no one will be able to match you." Yi Tong slowly approached Chinu and said, "You underestimate our Sacred Heart Palace. But I still have to thank you. Let me think about how I should thank you." Yi Tong reached out and touched Chinu's chin. "How about I repay you with my body?" Chinu, holding the chicken leg, gave a forced laugh and said somewhat nervously, "No need, really no need." Yi Tong looked at Chinu, smiling and squinting, and said, "Chinu, you're so cute. How about we become sworn siblings? What do you think? From now on, you'll be my good little brother." Chinu, looking at Yi Tong like this, didn't know what to say. Yi Tong then sat down and began to ask for details about the Crimson Stream Demon Clan situation. "Chinu, how long until the Crimson Stream Demon Clan launches their all-out attack?" Chinu stroked his chin and began to analyze. "Before the Crimson Stream Demon Clan's all-out attack, there will be 7 feigned attacks. After luring out the enemy, the real flood of invaders will arrive. Calculating by days, it's probably about half a month away." Chinu sat down, pondering the matter of the scarlet refining red pellet. "Strange, it's already the 4th time. Why haven't I found any trace of the scarlet refining red pellet? I have a 9th grade Saint Fire, and I'm staying at the Sacred Heart Palace. The scarlet refining red pellet absolutely can't just sit still and ignore me. Strange, could it be that my attractiveness has decreased?" Suddenly, Zheng Xian ran over, shouting, "Miss Yi, young Master Qin, something's happened." Qin was startled, and his eyes widened. Zheng Xian continued, 30 miles away, an elite Demon Clan squad has suddenly appeared. The cultivation levels of this Demon Clan squad are all at the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Currently, they're stationed near the Iron Fist sect. More than 50 disciples of the Great Sword sect have been almost completely annihilated. Chinu asked in shock, "How many are there?" Zheng Xian frowned and said, "A dying disciple of the Great Sword sect brought news of this demon squad. Please take a look, young Master Qin." Zheng Xian immediately took out the Great Sword sect's intelligence scroll. According to the intelligence, this demon squad has a total of 16 members. Currently, this demon squad has split into 2 groups, advancing in 2 different directions. We are closest to them, so we need to quickly go and eliminate them. Miss Yi, young Master Qin, I can't eliminate both squads at the same time alone. So, I will take care of 1 squad, and the rest can only be left to the 2 of you." Yi Tong stared at Zheng Xian and said, "Zheng Xian, you can rest assured and leave it to us. If it's only 8 demonic beasts at the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, Chinu and I can completely handle them." Chinu crossed his arms and began to think they're here. This elite demon squad must be the demon general's personal guard. At this moment, Zheng Xian took out a command token from his body and pointed it at Yi Tong. "Miss Yi, the location of the other demon squad is in this token. I'll go first. Please be careful, both of you. Once we've repelled the demons, I'll definitely treat you both to a 3-day, 3-night victory celebration." Yi Tong accepted the command token, excitedly agreeing to the offer. After that, Zheng Xian soared into the sky, flying towards where the demons were attacking. Yi Tong glanced at Chinu. "Chinu, let's set off as well." Chinu and Yi Tong then landed on a vast battlefield plain. Smoke and fire filled the air, and corpses were piled up like mountains. Yi Tong slowly walked forward, observing the surroundings, and angrily shouted, "Damn demons!" Seeing this, Chinu also thought to himself, "In my past life, the devastation caused by the Crimson Stream Demon Clan was 1,000, 10,000 times more tragic than this." Yitong took out the command token to check the demon's location. "Let's set off quickly. We must hunt down every last one of those demons." Chinu took the command token and used his divine power to start searching for the demon's position. They're in the mountain range ahead. Having pinpointed their location, Chinu and Yi Tong slowly entered the mountains to track the demons. Yi Tong's eyes widened as she looked ahead. The demonic aura is so strong, they must be close. Chinu scanned the surroundings with murderous eyes and suddenly yelled, "Careful! We've been ambushed!" Yi Tong also cried out in alarm, "What?" At the same time, the ambushing demons began to appear from all directions, surrounding Yi Tong and Chinu, cutting off all escape routes. Seeing the tiger-like demons, Yi Tong gasped. These tiger demons aren't at the 7th stage of the divine transformation realm. They're at the peak. Chinu glanced behind them and said, "Not only that, there aren't just 8 of them, there are 10. And there are at least 1,000 lower-level demons behind them." Yi Tong's eyes widened in worry as she shouted, "Damn it, we've been tricked. These despicable demons. If there were only 8, we could definitely kill them. But now there are so many." Yi Tong stared at Chinu, her mind racing. Although Chinu can kill Chi Tian, a peak divine transformation realm cultivator, facing 16 peak divine transformation realm demons, plus thousands of divine transformation realm demon beasts. Even with all his strength, he won't be able to retreat safely. It seems this is the only way. After thinking it over, Yi Tong unleashed her divine power, her entire body radiating a domineering aura. "Chinu, I'll clear a path for you. You go and relay the latest information. If I die, you must kill all these demons and avenge me." With that said, Yi Tong prepared to charge into the horde of demons, but Chinu stopped her with an outstretched hand. Chinu stared at Yi Tong and said, "They're just a bunch of scum. There's no need for such a dramatic farewell." Yi Tong stared wide-eyed at Chinu. "Chinu, I know you're strong, but facing so many demons, no matter how strong you are." Chinu took a step forward. "You haven't seen my true strength yet. Watch closely." Chinu began to circulate his divine power, summoning the war god spear, a domineering aura filling the surroundings. Gripping the war god spear tightly, he declared, "I'm about to become very handsome. Don't fall in love with me." The tiger demons began their attack, and the surrounding demons also pounced, their numbers seemingly endless. Chinu spun his spear, staring at the horde of demons, then leaped into the air, his entire body ablaze with divine fire. He then swung his spear, striking powerfully at the demons. 9 heavens divine thunder spear, 3rd stance, god and demon. The surrounding ground cracked into 1,000 pieces. The horde of demonic beasts cowered under Chen Yu's imposing aura. With a single swing of his weapon, the surrounding beasts instantly dispersed. Shockwaves rippled outwards, and a brilliant light enveloped the area. A massive energy sphere instantly reduced the remaining demonic beasts to ashes. Yi Tong, standing nearby, struggled to withstand the shockwaves and the immense pressure emanating from the attack. Then, Chinu gradually emerged from the dust cloud, his demeanor noble and imposing. Yi Tong, still stunned by the scene, stammered, You did that with just one move." Chinu replied with a straight face, "I told you this move was handsome." Chinu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 9 heavens divine thunder spear from the 3rd stance onwards is already low-grade heaven rank. Too handsome. In the sky, Chi Lian Hong Ha had been observing Chinu from afar. "My clan's elite soldiers lost just like that? 16 heavenly tiger generals and over 1,000 demon beasts, all killed by a single move." Chi Lian Hong Ha raised its scorpion tail, shooting a venomous needle towards Chinu with lightning speed. The needle pierced Chinu's knee. After the attack, Chi Lian Hong Ha sighed in relief. "Phew, success. I didn't expect Chinu to be so powerful, but I've completed my mission. The stronger you are, the more beneficial it is to our clan. Ha! When your spear is finally turned against your own people, and mountains of bones pile up beneath your feet, Chinu, you will become one of our clan's most powerful weapons. Having achieved its goal, Chi Lian Hong Ha returned to report to the Heavenly Tiger. At this moment, Chinu turned his head and squinted his eyes, revealing a satisfied smile, complete. Yitong stared at Chinu wide-eyed. Chinu, what's wrong with you? Chinu glanced at Yitong. Let's go. We should head back. Yitong watched Chinu's retreating figure, a sense of suspicion growing within her. Oh, strange. That night, inside a tent at the Bitterheart Forest encampment, Yitong slammed her hand on the table and yelled, Zhang Xian. Next time, your intel better not be wrong. Do you know how dangerous it was today? Zhang Xian scratched his head and gave an embarrassed laugh. My fault. I guarantee it won't happen again. He then turned to Chinu. Brother Chin, can you forgive me? Chinu patted Zhang Xian's shoulder. Don't mention it. From now on, you and I are brothers, as close as hands and feet. Building our future depends on our cooperation. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly. Brother Chin, you're absolutely right. Yitong watched the two become friendly. Speechless, you guys. Really? Zhang Xian exchanged a look with Chinu, suggesting a private conversation later that night. Chinu responded with a look of agreement. Late at night, on a large mountain peak, Zhang Xian stood waiting for Chinu's arrival. Turning to face Chinu, Zhang Xian said, Brother Chin, from now on, we are the Heavenly Tiger General's most trusted aides. Chinu cupped his hands in a respectful gesture that I hope to receive much guidance from big brother Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian stared at Chinu and said, Well said indeed. Chinu extended his hand. I wonder when big brother Zhang Xian will take me to meet the general. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Xian's lips. Don't be hasty, I have my arrangements. The Heavenly Tiger General will be launching a large-scale attack soon. By then, as long as we repel this horde of demonic beasts, we can establish great merit. Our reputation within the human race will also quickly rise. Once we have an important position within the human race, we will naturally be summoned by General Heavenly Tiger. Chinu stared wide-eyed at Zhang Xian, thinking to himself, this Heavenly Tiger General is indeed a strategist, truly cautious. It seems I can't just rely on this Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian continued to put his arm around Chinu's shoulder and began to detail the next plan. Come, let this older brother tell you in detail about the next plan. In a corner not far away, Chu Lin emerged from the water using a concealment technique. Staring at Chinu, unexpectedly, besides Chinu, this Zhang Xian is also a demon. But the heavens are truly helping me. I never thought this demonic flood would actually be plotted by these two. Initially, I planned to use By Wui to seize the Sacred Heart Palace, but now it seems there's no need for such complications. After obtaining this crucial intelligence, Chu Lin once again used the concealment technique to disappear. Not long after, in the Bitterheart Forest camp, at Chinu and Yitong's resting place, Yitong was still sound asleep, while Chinu sat quietly by the corner of the fire, deep in thought. To find General Heavenly Tiger's location, I must break through to the second level of the Fa Vong Can and awaken the Kuei Nyo within a short time. Only the Kuei Nyo can use its divine ability to locate General Heavenly Tiger, allowing me to directly eliminate him. Then Chinu extended his hand, circulating his energy, his entire body radiating golden light. Chinu began to enter his spiritual sea, entering a state of inner vision. In front of Chinu were countless purple spirit stones, one of which was glowing. It's time to consume these 8th-grade pills. Chinu immediately unleashed his full divine power. These 10 8th-grade pills are enough for my cultivation to reach the 3rd level of the Fa Vong Can. I originally planned to wait until my tendons and bones were further strengthened before consuming them. But now it seems I can't wait any longer. Then Chinu began to absorb the pills in front of him. After forcibly breaking through, Chinu's entire body tendons and bones suffered a powerful impact. His arms, legs, and wrists were painfully contorted. Chinu widened his eyes, trying to endure the pain in his tendons and bones. Is this the side effect of forcibly breaking through? Chinu then summoned Niti to strengthen his tendons and bones. In an instant, a surge of Niti's divine power enveloped Chinu's hand, then his entire body. An armor helped Chinu restore his tendons and bones. Chinu entered his spiritual sea again. Within the space of inner vision, he began to continue absorbing the medicinal power within his body. With the continuous strengthening and restoration of his tendons and bones by Niti, Chinu's breakthrough became a little easier. A few seconds later, his entire body was enveloped in golden light, successfully breaking through. Niti's armor gradually shattered, slowly disappearing. After the breakthrough, Chinu was panting, somewhat exhausted. I've reached the next level of the Fa Vong Kin. Chinu used his divine power to open the Hong Thien Kin and examine it, then extended his hand and pointed at the Kuan Yo. Immediately, a bull-headed monster appeared, bowing its head before Chinu. Chinu stared at the Kuan Yo and said, "Long time no see." Then, absorbing the Kuan Yo's spiritual power into his entire body, his glabella flickered. The Kuan Yo's mark gradually appeared. Chinu immediately activated Kuan Yo, observing the entire strange land cave, searching for General Heavenly Tiger. After searching for a while, Chinu finally found General Heavenly Tiger's lair. Chinu's eyes widened. He began to withdraw all his spiritual power, then went to Yi Tong's side, shaking her awake. "Wake up." Yi Tong drowsily opened her eyes. Is it time to change shifts? Chinu turned to Yi Tong and said, "I have to go out for the night. I'll leave the rest to you." Yi Tong, still half asleep, nodded repeatedly, then continued to sleep. The scene shifted to General Heavenly Tiger's underground base, where Heavenly Tiger was constantly praising Qi Lian Hong Ha. "Good. Our clan has obtained 2 seeds. The Heavenly Sword Body and the 9th grade Saint Fire, which are crucial for the development of our great cause." Qi Lian Hong Ha also began to congratulate General Heavenly Tiger. "Here, I congratulate General Heavenly Tiger. This attack on the human race, General Heavenly Tiger has taken all the credit." General Heavenly Tiger revealed a sinister smile smugly. "If I become the new 4 Heavenly General, there will definitely be a reward for you." General Heavenly Tiger propped his chin with his hand and laughed loudly. "As a military advisor, I, General Heavenly Tiger, am many times stronger than others." At this moment, Chinu also appeared, replying to General Heavenly Tiger, "Strong, but not by much." Hearing Chinu's voice, General Heavenly Tiger and Qi Lian Hong Ha turned around in astonishment. Qi Lian Hong Ha turned towards the entrance of the cave and asked loudly, "Who is it?" Chinu slowly walked in, standing in front of General Heavenly Tiger. "We just met yesterday. Have you forgotten already?" Qi Lian Hong Ha stared at Chinu. "Chinu, you." General Heavenly Tiger also silently looked at Chinu. "It seems I miscalculated. The power of the 9th grade Saint Fire exceeded my calculations. Chinu, you pretended to be controlled, but in reality, you used some divine ability to find my location." General Heavenly Tiger slowly stood up. "I must say, you are much stronger than Chin Shien." General Heavenly Tiger, with his large physique and bloodshot eyes, stared at Chinu. "Chinu, you dare to come here alone. It seems you are confident of victory. Can you kill me?" Chinu glared at General Heavenly Tiger, his tone extremely confident. "It's in the bag." General Heavenly Tiger nodded, appraising Chinu. "Chinu, I know all about you. The Qin family dedicated themselves to the human race until death, their entire bloodline extinguished. Is such a human race worth protecting? The nature of the human race is greedy, despicable, and filthy, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Such a collective can never be strong, only decaying over time, continuously degenerating. In the end, only disaster will remain on this land. But our clan is different, united from top to bottom. One day, They will unify the land, bringing true peace to this world. Chinu, abandon the human race and join our clan. Our clan will not despise you for your human identity. Once you join our clan, we will be brothers and friends, a true family. Join us, and let's build a great cause together. Chinu coldly shook his head and said, "Are these your last words? I must admit, they're quite touching. But there is an irreconcilable enmity between me and the demon race. Today I must kill you." General Heavenly Tiger sighed. "Humans are truly stubborn, utterly incurable. Since you're so bent on dying, I shall fulfill your wish. It's a pity that our clan will lose an excellent warrior from this day forward." As soon as he finished speaking, General Heavenly Tiger fiercely launched a kick towards Chinu. The power of this kick made the entire cave seem as if it would collapse, shaking the whole forest. As the dust settled, Chinu was still able to withstand it. With just one kick, Chinu could sense General Heavenly Tiger's immense power. He truly was at the peak of the void interpretation stage. General Heavenly Tiger continued his assault, kicking directly at Chinu. "Your skin is tough, but that's all it is." Heavenly Tiger created a shockwave, causing the blood vessels in Chinu's ears to rupture, causing him immense pain. Chinu gritted his teeth and endured, glaring at Heavenly Tiger. General Heavenly Tiger's foot slowly pressed closer, then he kicked Chinu directly, sending him flying. Following that, General Heavenly Tiger landed another punch. The sound of impact with the ground echoed everywhere, and dust and smoke filled the air. Chinu, struck by General Heavenly Tiger's punch, lay motionless in the rubble. General Heavenly Tiger turned and said to Chi Lian Hong Ha, "Such an excellent warrior must be killed by my own hands. Chi Lian Hong Ha, this kid is quite the man. Bring him back to our clan to be eaten. Consider it the highest treatment for him." Chi Lian Hong Ha obeyed the order and approached Chinu, revealing a greedy smile as she looked at him. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. General Heavenly Tiger also sensed something and immediately turned to look. Chi Lian Hong Ha's eyes were wide, and she said in horror, "Savage. Savage race. You're not human. Are you a savage?" Chinu slowly rose from the rubble, his entire body covered by the Niti's fleshy armor. "Now, do you still want me to join your demon race?" General Heavenly Tiger stared at Chinu. "Savage race. You actually left the great savage lands." Chinu advanced, casually swinging his hand and slicing Chi Lian Hong Ha in half, then glared at General Heavenly Tiger and said, "Even if I left the great savage lands, what can you do about it?" General Heavenly Tiger thought with some anxiety. Unexpectedly, this Chinu is from the savage race, and he's even cooperating with humans. I must quickly inform Her Majesty the Queen. He thought to himself, if the savage race and humans join forces, our clan will face the calamity of extinction. I must quickly report this news to Her Majesty. As General Heavenly Tiger thought, he created a teleportation portal, preparing to flee. Until we meet again, Chinu. A murderous smile appeared on the corner of Chinu's mouth, and he immediately leaped up, directly attacking General Heavenly Tiger, forcing him to jump aside to dodge. Chinu glared at General Heavenly Tiger. "What's wrong? Try to run." While dodging, General Heavenly Tiger said, "I didn't want to waste time with you, but it seems I can't leave smoothly unless I thoroughly eliminate you." General Heavenly Tiger decided to stay and fight Chinu to the death, summoning his divine weapon. Then General Heavenly Tiger roared, wielding his divine weapon and charging towards Chinu. "Come here." From afar, Chinu focused all his chi, empowered by Niti and further strengthened by divine power. Chinu gritted his teeth, glaring at General Heavenly Tiger. The two forces collided, emitting a dazzling light with countless electric sparks shooting out in all directions. With a single swing of his hand to block the attack, Chinu cracked General Heavenly Tiger's divine weapon. Seeing this, General Heavenly Tiger cried out in astonishment. "What?" After the collision, both of them jumped back. Chinu stared at General Heavenly Tiger. General Heavenly Tiger, now knocked back, looked at his divine weapon. The divine weapon bestowed by the queen, completely shattered with just one move. General Heavenly Tiger stared at Chinu in disbelief. In a flash, Chinu leaped into the air, drawing his hand back in preparation. Heavenly Tiger, it seems you underestimate me. Getting distracted at a time like this isn't a good habit. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinu unleashed a powerful punch at General Heavenly Tiger, sending him crashing painfully into the wall. Suddenly, Chinu seemed to sense something. Unexpectedly, it was General Heavenly Tiger's divine power, striking Chinu hard, sending him flying into a cloud of dust and smoke. General Heavenly Tiger's figure gradually reappeared, his entire body empowered. Glaring at Chinu and roaring, "Damned savage!" Chinu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking towards Heavenly Tiger, as expected of a peak Fa Vong expert, Heavenly Tiger immediately charged forward to counterattack Chinu. Their fists collided repeatedly, and Chinu's Niti armor gradually shattered. Heavenly Tiger also sustained several injuries, gritting his teeth as he looked at Chinu. Chinu once again gathered all his strength and threw a punch straight at Heavenly Tiger. Heavenly Tiger didn't show any weakness, swinging his fist towards Chinu. Their fists collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the surroundings. Both were once again knocked back. Chinu, bleeding and covered in wounds, stared at General Heavenly Tiger. Heavenly Tiger, it seems you're at your limit. One of General Heavenly Tiger's arms had been severed. He looked at his arm and gave a sinister smile. I'm afraid it's not that simple. If I only had this much ability, how could I become the military strategist general of our demon race? He began to roar, the royal seal on his forehead shining brightly. His severed arm began to regenerate, the blood vessels and tendons gradually recovering. In an instant, his arm was restored to its original state. This is my divine ability, Tiger's Might. It can instantly triple my cultivation level. Although your combat power is no weaker than mine, this time, Heavenly Tiger shot towards Chinu like an arrow, punching him in the dantian. You are absolutely no match for me. Chinu painfully endured the blow, vomiting blood repeatedly. Tian who bit into Chinu's shoulder again. Chinu winced in pain, his eyes widening. He headbutted Tian who hard, sending him staggering back. Blood spraying from his mouth. Chinu followed up with a punch, unleashing a powerful force. Tian who quickly dodged, leaping to the side. He then began a primordial spirit attack, roaring a tiger's howl. Chinu's entire body was bound by illusory restraints, rendering him immobile. Damn it, why can't I move? This technique is troublesome. Tian who charged forward, swinging his fist directly at Chinu, roaring, "Die, you wretched Hong Tak!" At this moment, Chinu hastily activated the 9-footed golden crow. The illusory image of the 9-footed golden crow appeared, radiating light in all directions, breaking Tian who's control. Tian whose eyes widened in astonishment. Distracted, he was caught by a kick to the face from Chinu, sending him flying. Tian who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Chinu, "I can't believe I still haven't killed you. If that's the case, my demon queen, please lend me your strength." He raised his hand, and the illusory image of the demon queen gradually appeared, granting him invincible power. Tian who gritted his teeth, staring at Chinu, his entire body brimming with domineering aura. Let this attack decide the victor. Chinu also summoned his war god spear. Looking towards Tian, who point one attack to decide the victor? Suits me fine. Then, Chinu fused the full power of the 9-footed golden crow. Tao Tai and Kuei Yo. On the other side, Tian who focused all his power, condensing it into a massive energy sphere. In an instant, the energy sphere grew to 100 times his size. Chinu, having fully fused his energy, glared at Tian who. Tian who, glaring back, launched his attack towards Chinu. The energy sphere flew rapidly towards Chinu. Chinu is not to be outdone. Aiming directly at Tian who, thrusting his war god spear towards him, .9 Heaven's divine thunder spear, fourth stance, breaking fire. A spear beam instantly flew towards Tianhu. The two massive energies collided, creating a shockwave that destroyed everything around them. Tianhu continued to pour energy into his attack. Yelling die. The energy sphere instantly slammed into Chin Yu's location, detonating the entire area in a cloud of dust and smoke. After this attack, Tianhu breathed heavily, then laughed loudly. Victory is finally mine, Tianhu. Hearing Chin Yu's voice, Tianhu was utterly shocked. What? Then, Chin Yu rapidly charged forward, piercing Tianhu's chest with a war god spear. Tianhu roared in pain, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Chin Yu continued to press him down into the ground, a divine light illuminating the entire cave. Finally, Chin Yu gently lifted the war god spear, staring down at Tianhu. Covered in wounds, Tianhu looked at Chin Yu, cough, I lost. Then, he slowly turned to dust. Chin Yu looked ahead wearily. Peak Desolation Realm demonic beasts are truly difficult to kill. Having said that, Chin Yu collapsed from exhaustion, falling unconscious. Chin Yu remained in a coma. Several days later, sunlight filtering through a crack in the cave awakened him. He tiredly opened his eyes and rubbed his head. To think I was in a coma for 3 whole days. But thankfully, General Tianhu is dead, and the Crimson Stream Demon Clan has been destroyed along with him. The human clan is safe now. Chin Yu then took out his spatial ring, retrieving a few medicinal pills and a new set of clothes. After recovering with the pills, Chin Yu put on his battle armor and went outside. I have to hurry back to the base. I've been gone for so long. That girl Yitong must be worried sick. Having said that, Chin Yu used his lightness skill and flew off. Not long after, Chin Yu returned to the Bitter Heart Forest base. Looking around, it seems everyone has left to search for me. Suddenly, countless people rushed towards Chin Yu. Upon seeing Chin Yu, they shouted, "Found him!" Then they surrounded Chin Yu, pointing their swords at him and yelling, "Seize him!" Chin Yu glared coldly, staring at the crowd before him. "Who are you?" One of them spoke up. "Chin Yu, you can't escape. The entire Bitterheart Forest is completely surrounded. Surrender obediently and come with me." Chin Yu looked at the speaker, replying, "I don't know what's going on, but you think you can capture me?" The man continued to shout, "Brothers, Chin Yu colluded with demonic beasts. He's a traitor to the human clan. Everyone hates him. Help me capture him alive." With that, he charged forward. The entire crowd then attacked Chin Yu simultaneously. Chin Yu stood still, summoning Niti and unleashing his power, easily repelling them. He dealt with them effortlessly with a single move. Chin Yu sighed. Looking ahead, what in the world is happening? Another group of people came running, shouting, "Capture Chin Yu alive." Chin Yu summoned the war god spear, starting to get angry, glaring at them. Then, with a single swing of his spear, he sent them all flying. At this moment, By Fan appeared before Chin Yu. "Chin Yu, my dear brother, you have truly disappointed me. I thought you were an upright and honorable man, but I never expected you to betray the human clan for a little profit, daring to collude with that despicable Crimson Stream Demon Clan. No wonder you were the only one who knew about this so-called Crimson Stream Demon Clan. Now everything is clear. It was all a plot you concocted yourself. However, you reap what you sow, justice will prevail, and your scheme has finally been exposed. Chin Yu, surrender now. Out of respect for our shared sect, I will try to spare your life." Chin Yu smiled. "You say I colluded with demonic beasts?" By Fan continued. "The evidence is clear. Do you still want to deny it? No wonder you possess the 9th grade Saint Fire at such a young age, not to mention such powerful cultivation. The Great Wilderness Opportunity was just a pretense, a lie you used to deceive everyone. Everything you have today was given to you by the demonic beasts, wasn't it? Chin Yu, I'll say it again, surrender now." Chin Yu started laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha. So, I should surrender because I supposedly colluded with demonic beasts? I'll also say it again. I, Chin Yu, am a member of the human clan. I live for the human clan, and I will die for the human clan. Is this the Sacred Heart Temple's doing?" Bai Fei Fan glared at Chinu. Not only the Sacred Heart Temple, but even experts from the Extreme Sun sect have arrived. Chinu looked at Bai Fei Fan, thinking to himself, so it's true. Suddenly, from above, Yi Tong shouted, "Watch your mouth." Then, appearing alongside Palace Lord Fu Yao and Lung Tianshuang, Yi Tong stepped forward, looking at Bai Fei Fan. Bai Fei Fan, Chinu isn't that kind of person. You say he betrayed the human race? I absolutely don't believe it. Palace Lord Fu Yao also spoke up. I also believe in Chinu's character. Lung Tianshuang also stood up to defend Chinu. Senior Brother Bai, I remember Master clearly said that any matter must be thoroughly investigated first. Chinu is already a member of our Sacred Heart Palace. What right do you have to speak to him in that tone? Bai Fei Fan looked towards Fu Yao. The evidence of Chinu's betrayal of the human race is clear as day. I'm only doing this to protect our Sacred Heart Palace. Otherwise, the world will think that Chinu's affair is a conspiracy of Master Fu Yao. Bai Fei Fan started looking at Fu Yao with sinister eyes. Fu Yao glared at Bai Fei Fan. Master, could it be that you? Fu Yao stared intently at Bai Fei Fan. Fei Fan, do you know what you're saying? Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared in the sky, then stood beside Bai Fei Fan. See, this is all instigated by you, Fu Yao. At the same time, Chu Lin also appeared, along with the Extreme Sun sect's sect master, Pan Chao, and the Extreme Sun sect's first divine son, and the Extreme Sun sect's first divine son. As soon as Pan Chao landed, he stared at Fu Yao, to think that the Sacred Heart Palace would collude with the demon race. Humph. The girl beside him is the first divine daughter, Yin Ruo Bing. Chu Lin stared at Chinu with a cold laugh. Pan Chao continued to glare at Fu Yao. Fu Yao, your Sacred Heart Palace betrayed the human race. I hope you can give me a perfect explanation. The rogue cultivators also began to gather behind Pan Chao, starting to murmur amongst themselves. I really thought he was some amazing genius. Turns out he's just a demon race lapdog. At 18 years old, possessing 9th grade Saint Fire, and even able to kill the peerless genius, Chi Immortal Patriarch, that damn dog, the thing I hate most in my life, is a traitor to the human race. Palace Lord Fu Yao was somewhat angry, turning to ask Chinu, if you have joined our Sacred Heart Palace, then I will naturally trust you. But now you need to tell me, where have you been this whole time? Chinu looked at Fu Yao and replied, behind the Crimson Stream Demon Clan is the demon race's strategist general, in charge of command. 3 days ago, I secretly attacked the strategist's position and even killed him, which is why I was seriously injured and only recently regained consciousness. Bai Fei fans started laughing strangely. Chinu, do you think we're fools? Just you alone wanting to kill the demon race's strategist. Bai Fei Fan continued to order his subordinates. It seems you haven't shed tears until you see the coffin. In that case, bring Zheng Xian here. Then Zheng Xian was escorted before everyone. Bai Fei Fan glanced at Zheng Xian. You'd better tell the truth. If you do, I will definitely spare your life. Then he pushed Zheng Xian forward. Zheng Xian, tell us everything you know. Zheng Xian stood in front of Chinu and opened his mouth to speak. I indeed betrayed the human race. Zheng Xian, apologized to everyone. Chinu, the truth is he's just like me. He also secretly relies on the demon race. Hearing Zheng Xian's words, Chinu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. The rogue cultivators began to clamor. Zheng Xian has confessed. What else can you deny? This Chinu deserves to die. He's a viper I nurtured. I'd have been better off raising a dog. This hatred is hard to swallow. Chinu clenched his fists, thinking furiously to himself. I've been framed. It seems I can only play the villain. A bloody battle is unavoidable. Yitong also stepped forward to defend Chinu. This is all nonsense. Chinu would absolutely never betray the human race. There must be some kind of conspiracy. Bai Fei Fan, I've felt something was off about you for a while now, and now I finally understand. You're one of the Extreme Sun sect. You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? Bai Fei Fan gave a forced laugh. Junior's sister is simply bewildered by that Chinu and is speaking nonsense. He then cupped his hands and bowed to Fu Yao. Master, Chinyu's betrayal of the human race is a clear fact. Please, Master, make a decision. Palace Lord Fu Yao looked at the situation before her, deeply troubled. Pan Chao began to speak loudly. What decision is there to make? I believe the Sacred Heart Palace is undeniably involved in this matter. Fu Yao, I'm taking Chinu with me today. In a few days, I will summon the various sects to issue a judgment on him. And your Sacred Heart Palace will also be investigated. During this period, all resources managed by the Sacred Heart Palace must be handed over. If the Sacred Heart Palace is proven innocent, they will be returned. Chulin also chimed in. Chinu, oh Chinu, you reap what you sow? Knowing this day would come, why did you still do it? Chinu glared at Chulin. Chulin, you're behind all of this, aren't you? I must say, you planned this quite well. But do you really think you can capture me? Chulin looked at Chinu smugly. Chinu, do you really think you can still escape from here? Yin Ruo Bing walked up to Chinu. Chinu, I am Yin Ruo Bing, the first divine daughter of the Extreme Sun sect. Surrender now, and you can lessen your suffering. The rogue cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves as they saw Yin Ruo Bing appear. So it's the first divine daughter of the Extreme Sun sect. I hear she possesses the innate blazing sun body and the 7th grade sacred fire. Furthermore, she broke through to the 3rd level of the Shattered Void Realm at just over 20 years old. If the first divine daughter makes a move, I'm afraid, Chen, you won't even be able to withstand a single blow. In front of the first divine daughter, Chen Yu is practically an ant. Yin Ruo Bing shouted, silencing the surrounding rogue cultivators. Fu Yao spoke up. Chen Yu has now joined my Sacred Heart Palace, so this matter is naturally our responsibility. I will take Chen Yu back to investigate this thoroughly. If he truly betrayed the human race, I absolutely will not shield him. Pan Chao glared at Fu Yao. Palace Lord Fu Yao, you have a convenient way of thinking. If you take Chen Yu back, won't it be your word against everyone else's? Even if I agree, will the martial artists here agree? The surrounding rogue cultivators began to shout, we absolutely will not agree. Palace Lord Fu Yao glared at Pan Chao. What if I insist on taking Chen Yu back today? Pan Chao revealed a sinister smile. Then let's see if your Sacred Heart Palace can withstand the Extreme Sun sect and the other sects here. Chen Yu coldly stepped in front of Palace Lord Fu Yao. I appreciate your kindness. There's no need for the Sacred Heart Palace to intervene. Leave this battle to me. After speaking, Chen Yu thought to himself, Palace Lord Fu Yao is under such immense pressure, yet she still spoke up for me. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person. Chen Yu pointed his war god spear at Yin Ruo Bing. If you can withstand one spear strike from me, my fate will be in your hands. Yin Ruo Bing stared intently at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, you're quite arrogant. Pan Chao spoke up provocatively with a smug look. Chen Yu, oh Chen Yu, you truly are ignorant and arrogant. You don't take our Extreme Sun sect seriously at all. Hearing this, Chen Yu roared, shut your dog's mouth. You're next. Seeing Chen Yu insult her sect master, Yin Ruo Bing glared at him furiously and shouted, how dare you be so disrespectful to the sect master? I will make you pay for your arrogance. With that, Yin Ruo Bing unleashed a divine sword aura that scattered in all directions, shaking the surroundings. Chen Yu easily dodged to the side, carefully observing Yin Ruo Bing, which took Yin Ruo Bing by surprise. She hurriedly activated her protective aura and raised her sword to block the great sun shadow. Chen Yu's attack headed straight for Yin Ruo Bing's face, with lightning constantly exploding. Yin Ruo Bing's defenses couldn't withstand the pressure and instantly shattered. With just one strike, Chen Yu easily defeated Yin Ruo Bing, sending her flying amidst a cloud of dust and smoke. Pan Chao was startled and cried out in astonishment. What? Chu Lin, witnessing this scene, was also worried and looked at Chen Yu with some fear. Then Chen Yu slowly approached, his spear pointed at Yin Ruo Bing. You lost. With just one spear strike, I haven't even begun to display my true power. Pan Chao glared at Chen Yu. How could a demon possibly possess such immense power? This Chin Yu previously struggled to kill a Qi immortal ancestor, and it hasn't been long since then. What kind of tricks do these demons have? Chu Lin, beside him, also exclaimed in surprise. Yen Ruo being lost so easily? Useless. Lung Tian Shuang stared intently at Chin Yu, utterly astonished. Yi Tong, standing behind, jumped up and shouted, Chin Yu, that was amazing. Palace Lord Fu Yao was also taken aback. Chin Yu, oh Chin Yu, have you become this powerful? Then Chin Yu pointed a spear at Chu Lin, and the phantom image of Niti also erupted with power. Chin Yu, filled with killing intent, roared, Chin Yu am standing right here. If you dare, come at me together. What's there to be afraid of? The surrounding rogue cultivators were instantly frightened, their faces pale. Chu Lin continued to incite the rogue cultivators to attack. Chin Yu has betrayed the human race and dares to provoke us. Let's all join forces and eliminate him. He provokes us. How can we tolerate this? Everyone, quickly seize this Chin Yu. After this battle, all of you will be recorded in history. Hearing Chu Lin's words, the rogue cultivators resolutely charged towards Chin Yu, intent on killing him. Chu Lin glared triumphantly at Chin Yu. No matter how strong you are, you're still flesh and blood. I don't believe your power won't eventually run out. Pan Chao revealed a sinister smile. I also want to see how long you can hold on relying on that bit of spiritual energy. Chin Yu pointed the god-slaying spear towards the sky, a surge of power merging with the divine spear. The rogue cultivators charged towards Chin Yu, but with a single sweep of his spear, he easily repelled them. A group of rogue cultivators attempted a sneak attack from above, but Chin Yu, noticing them, summoned He Yu and sent them flying with a single punch. He then retrieved the god-slaying spear, merging the power of the wild beast within his body, and unleashed the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, creating an explosion with a single strike. None of the rogue cultivators could react. Pan Chao was terrified by the overwhelming pressure before him. Suddenly, he saw hundreds, thousands of rogue cultivators falling at Chin Yu's feet. Chin Yu glared at Pan Chao. Is this all the strength you have? The remaining rogue cultivators, panicked, fled while shouting. He's not human. He's a demon. He's a devil. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Pan Chao stared at Chin Yu, thinking to himself, this guy's spiritual energy is so abundant, it's bottomless. No, he's not even using spiritual energy at all. He's fighting purely with physical strength. Pan Chao roared in fury. Chin Yu, you cruel and violent beast. You've disgraced our human race. I will take your life myself. Palace Lord Fu Yao moved to intervene, but Chin Yu coldly stopped her. Palace Lord Fu Yao, I've already said, this battle belongs to me alone, Chin Yu. The two who had been fleeing earlier, seeing Pan Chao step forward, hurriedly returned to flatter him. Chin Yu, no matter how strong you are, you're just an ant before the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect. Chin Yu, you're worse than an animal. Once sect master Pan makes his move, today will be your death day. Chin Yu sneered, staring at Pan Chao. At this moment, Pan Chao, consumed by rage, unleashed all his spiritual energy and martial skills, glaring at Chin Yu and roaring, Chin Yu, your death day has arrived. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and countless crimson clouds gathered in an instant. As an evil aura spread, both Pan Chao and Chin Yu were astonished by this phenomenon. He Yu also appeared beside Chin Yu and cried out. Chin Yu quickly turned to He Yu and said, He Yu, are you telling me to run? At this moment, a blood moon appeared in the sky, and within the crimson clouds, countless chains descended, emanating a dense demonic aura. The rogue cultivators below stared, wondering what it was. Then, their life force was drained, turning them into lifeless husks in the sky. A demonic woman gradually materialized within the blood moon, absorbing the life force of all the rogue cultivators below. Chin Yu observed carefully, trying to get a clear look at the demonic woman's face. The demonic woman revealed her true appearance, tracing her finger across her lips and saying, "How interesting." Seeing this, Pan Chao shouted, "Demon, you dare come here." Before he could finish speaking, the demonic woman appeared behind Pan Chao, whispering in his ear, "You're too ugly. I don't like you. I can only send you to meet King Yama." Then, with a single palm strike, she obliterated Pan Chao, not even leaving a trace of bone. Her body wreathed in demonic energy. She effortlessly sent Pan Chao to hell. Chu Lin and Bai Fei Fan were hit by the demon woman's attack, immediately becoming immobilized. Palace Lord Fu Yao sensed this oppressive aura and thought that this must be a realm above the broken void. Chinu glared at the demon woman, thinking that she was one of the 4 heavenly demon generals. How could she appear here? The demon woman then turned to look at Chinu. "Little brother, the aura on your body is very familiar. Did you kill the heavenly tiger general?" Chinu looked at her and thought, the first generation of the 4 heavenly demon generals, known as the Netherworld Blood Raven, Lord of the Dark Wilds. If she stares at me, with my current cultivation, I won't be able to move. She's probably reached the Unity Realm. Even if I use my trump card, I won't be able to withstand a single blow from her. It seems I can only gamble. He then summoned Niti, hoping to threaten the demon woman. The demon woman walked towards him step by step, and with a wave of her hand, instantly dispersed Niti's illusory image. She then lifted Chin Yu's chin with her hand. "What's wrong? You have the guts to kill, but not the guts to admit it? I like upright humans. Your current behavior is making me a little unhappy." Chin Yu glared at the demon woman and provocatively said, "Humph, I'm not afraid of you. It's just that you look so ugly, it makes me feel nauseous, so I couldn't speak for a moment." The demon woman carefully sized up Chin Yu. "You say I'm ugly, but I find you quite handsome. Such fresh blood must be very delicious." Chin Yu's eyes widened, and he roared, his entire body erupting with power. "Despicable demon! Even if I die, I won't let you have my blood. You're not worthy of speaking to me any further." Chin Yu erupted with all his might, causing the ground around him to tremble. Chin Yu raised his hand and instantly condensed spiritual energy. In a flash, the demon woman extended her hand and quickly tapped Chin Yu's forehead, causing Chin Yu's entire body to become paralyzed and powerless, his weapon falling to the ground. Then, she bared her fangs and fiercely bit into Chin Yu's shoulder, using her spiritual power to drain his life force, causing Chin Yu to scream in pain as he turned into a withered corpse. After draining Chin Yu's life force, she looked up to the sky and laughed with satisfaction. "Wonderful." Chin Yu lay there motionless, his life force completely depleted. Yi Tong, filled with rage, shouted tearfully, "I said it from the beginning. Chin Yu didn't betray the human race." Lung Tian Shuang struggled to move, continuously calling Chin Yu's name. Palace Lord Fu Yao collapsed to the ground, laughing despairingly. "Ha ha! In the end, it's all our human race's fault." Bai Fei Fan turned to look at Chu Lin, discovering that he had used a clone technique to feign death and escape. Bai Fei Fan glared furiously and roared. "Chu Lin!" The rogue cultivators cried out in regret. "It's over. It's all over. It's all because you kept saying Chin Yu betrayed the human race. If not for that, why would I have come here? It's all that damn jinx Chin Yu's fault. It's all because of him. He's the one who led the demon woman here." The demon woman turned to look at the remaining rogue cultivators. None of you interest me. I'll just kill you all directly." With that said, she flew into the air, her body radiating demonic energy, condensed into a demonic sphere. With a ferocious expression, she pointed forward. "Farewell, weak humans." Zhang Xian below looked up at the demonic sphere. So this is one of the 4 heavenly demon generals of the demon race. The demon race is actually this powerful. My choice was not wrong, absolutely not wrong. Seeing the demonic sphere before them, Palace Lord Fu Yao, Lung Tian Shuang, and Yi Tong could only sit and endure, powerless. Suddenly, the demon woman detected an anomaly. Her body was in intense pain, as if being burned. She began vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, and the demonic sphere dissipated as a result. The pain was so intense that she lost control of herself, plummeting from the sky. She writhed in agony on the ground, gasping and screaming. Then she lashed out, sending Chin Shien, who had approached to check on her, flying through the air, yelling, "Get lost!" Then Chinu recovered, staring at the demon woman before him. The demon woman glared back at Chinu and shouted, "What did you do to me?" Chinu stared at the demon woman. "How does it feel? Does the primordial blood taste good?" The demon woman said in a panic, You're primordial." Chinu grinned widely. Demons and primordials are mutually generative and destructive. You've absorbed so much primordial blood. Your internal organs, bones, and soul are now being burned. Not a bad flavor, is it? The demon woman glared at Chinu and shouted, "Primordial, how dare you betray your oath? Aren't you afraid of the demon race's revenge?" Chinu immediately reached out and tightly gripped the demon woman's neck, lifting her up with force. "Primordials have never broken an oath because I am human. What does any of this have to do with the demon race?" The demon woman looked at Chinu in confusion. Chinu glared at the demon woman before him. "I'm guessing you want to ask how I, a human, have primordial blood, right? But unfortunately, you won't get the chance to know." Chinu continued to tighten his grip on the demon woman's neck. The demon woman's eyes widened in fury. "I never thought that I, a dignified heavenly demon general, would fall for the tricks of a despicable villain like you. But even if I die, I will drag you all down to hell with me. With my last breath, I curse everyone here. As long as they are human, they will all die from my resentment. Brat, the deaths of these people are all because of you. I want you to live with this regret for the rest of your life." She continuously released resentful energy, cursing. Chinu glared and flung the demon woman's corpse aside. "Live with regret?" Chinu scoffed. "Haha, I won't regret it." Having finished off the demon woman, Chinu raised his head and walked with his chest held high through the thick, resentful energy. The rogue cultivators who had wanted to kill Chinu earlier were now tormented by the resentful energy, screaming in agony. Palace Lord Fu Yao looked intently at Chinu. "Chinu, today's events have nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. Leave here quickly." Lung Tianshuang had also accepted her fate. "Young Master Qin, farewell." Yitong also looked at Chinu with a forced smile. "Chinu, go quickly. Don't worry about us anymore." Chinu stared blankly at the three of them. "But this is just resentful energy. You don't have to be like this." At this moment, Chinu raised his hand, utilizing the power of the nine-legged golden crow. With one punch, he activated the nine heavens' profound annihilation fire, dispelling the resentful energy surrounding the three of them. The three of them stared at Chinu in astonishment. Chinu turned to them and said, "In a moment, we can leave together." The rogue cultivators, wanting to save their lives, continuously changed their attitudes and pleaded with Chinu for help. "Chinu, save us. Quickly save us, Chinu. We were wrong, but we were also tricked. If you're not a demon, please don't abandon us. Chinu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, we're in so much pain." Chinu shook his head repeatedly and said coldly, "We are all of the human clan. I certainly won't let you be buried in this resentful energy." The rogue cultivators, thinking that Chinu would help them, said loudly, "Chinu, what are you waiting for? Quickly help us dispel this resentful energy." Chinu sneered, staring at the rogue cultivators in front of him. "Everyone, I think you've misunderstood me. Or do you really think that I, Chinu, would help you?" The rogue cultivators stared at Chinu with wide eyes, their expressions filled with shock. Chinu looked at them with eyes full of murderous resentment. "I haven't forgotten how you looked, how you, without distinguishing right from wrong, decided I was a demon, wanted to kill me, wanted to step on my corpse to ascend. Don't joke around. Now you want me to save you? Do you deserve to be saved?" The rogue cultivators cried out in despair. "Chinu, what do you mean? Chinu, there are so many lives here. Can you bear to watch us die?" Chinu revealed a malicious smile. Ha ha! I, Chinu, can overcome any trial for you. But for spineless people like you, who only care about yourselves, death is a relief. I, Chinu, don't feel the slightest bit of pity. The rogue cultivators continued to scream in pain, eventually dying where they stood. Chinu coldly turned and left. I originally intended to let you die quickly, to let you suffer less torment, but now it seems you don't even deserve that. Having dealt with the rogue cultivators, Chinu turned to Fu Yao, Palace Lord Fu Yao. Bring in Ruo Bing and let's leave. Just like that, Chinu and his companions left the forest, heartlessly abandoning the tragically screaming rogue cultivators. Chinu said, I, Chinu, have told the descendants of all the sects about what happened today. Soon, you will definitely follow me to the Yellow Springs. Chinu, I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. Looking at Zhang Xian before him, Chinu was very surprised. Zhang Xian also looked at Chinu with anxious, fearful eyes. Chinu sighed, I almost forgot about you. Then, Chinu gently extended a finger, using holy fire to burn Zhang Xian to ashes. He then decisively turned and walked towards Palace Lord Fu Yao. Seeing the expressions of Lung Tian Shuang and Yi Tong, Chinu said, What? Do you think I went too far? Lung Tian Shuang shook her head repeatedly. They brought this upon themselves. I'm just a little good. I never thought those hypocrites from before would betray their beliefs so easily. Yi Tong raised her hand and said loudly, I don't think it was excessive at all. Those people deserve to die. Chinu closed his eyes in thought for a moment and was about to speak when he suddenly felt dizzy and weak, then collapsed. Seeing this, Lung Tian Shuang hurriedly ran to Chinu's side and asked loudly, Young Master Chin, what's wrong? Chinu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to speak. That demon race absorbed too much of my blood and energy, so I'm a little tired. Let's leave this place quickly. After saying this, Chinu gradually lost consciousness and fell asleep. At the same time, in the deepest part of the great wilderness, a black dragon coiled within a cave. Countless wild beasts roamed around. Another black dragon, carrying Ji Ruiyu on its back, slowly landed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into the form of a female wilderness race member, standing beside Ji Ruiyu. The female wilderness race member spoke to the giant black dragon. Father, I have returned. The black dragon turned its head to look at its daughter. You've finally returned. Ji Ruiyu, seeing the enormous black dragon before her, felt extremely frightened. The black dragon stared intently at Ji Ruiyu. There's high-level demon beast bloodline within your body. My daughter is truly thoughtful. Father won't stand on ceremony. As it spoke, the black dragon opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow Ji Ruiyu. But the female wilderness race member stopped it with her hand. Father, what are you thinking? This isn't for you to eat. I brought her back for you to help her undergo a bloodline and marrow transformation, so she can become one of our blood race. The black dragon looked at the female wilderness race member in astonishment. What did you say? The surrounding wild beasts all widened their eyes, staring at the female wilderness race member. Ji Ruiyu, seeing so many wild beasts staring at her, felt afraid and hid behind the female wilderness race member. Seeing this, the female wilderness race member glared and shouted, All of you, go to sleep. You're scaring my little sister. The wild beasts were immediately terrified, lowering their heads and closing their eyes, lying still and not daring to move. The black dragon looked at his daughter. Do you think transforming a demon race's bloodline and marrow is an easy task? You've just returned and already brought me such a difficult problem. The female wilderness race member said, Old man, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Oh, right. There's one more thing I want to tell you. This time I went to the mortal realm and met a very interesting human. Hearing this, the black dragon curiously asked, How interesting? The female wilderness race member revealed an excited expression. He has the body of the wilderness race. Hearing this, the black dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? The old black dragon stood up abruptly, spreading its wings, scaring the surrounding wild beasts into scattering. Then, it slowly transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, walking in front of the female wilderness race member. How can a human have the body of our wilderness race? The female wilderness race member continued. This person is named Chinu. He possesses the 9th grade Saint Fire. Although he is young, his strength is incredibly formidable. I once invited him to join our great wilderness, but unfortunately, he refused. However, this young man is definitely a valuable asset to our wilderness race for our future return to the outside world, so I signed a symbiotic contract with him. The old black dragon's jaw dropped in astonishment. Reckless. How can a symbiotic contract be signed so casually? Next, the old black dragon reached out to check the female wilderness race member's contract. A world-devouring divine power erupted. And Niti's illusory image gradually appeared before the black dragon. The old black dragon's jaw dropped once again in astonishment. Elder brother. The female wilderness race member asked in confusion, Old man, what are you talking about? The old black dragon calmed down. It's nothing. I've thought it through. The most important thing is that the contract has been signed. Let be. Then the old black dragon pointed at Jiruyu, ordering her to follow. Seeing Jiriyu's slight fear, the female wilderness race member comforted her. Don't worry, the old man has agreed. Hurry up and go. The old black dragon reluctantly moved aside, then teared up and cried, Big brother, that human is your final entrustment. Rest assured, I, little black dragon, will definitely take good care of him. From now on, Chinu is my own son. The old black dragon hurriedly wiped the tears on his face. Turned to look at Jiru. 7 months from now is the auspicious day of Huang Tian. Let's choose that day for the wedding. The old black dragon said, revealing a smug smile. Jiriyu's eyes widened in shock as she said, What? Wedding? What does that mean? The scene shifted to deep underground, the palace of the demon race. A group of bull-headed, horse-faced demons, with limbs like beasts, were kneeling before the demon queen. She sat there, holding 2 glowing fireballs in her hands. This was the demon queen. A dragon-headed demon spoke up. Your Majesty, I said it long ago, Shuebai was nothing more than a low-level demon, with inferior bloodline. How could he become one of our 4 heavenly demon generals? As expected, a bunch of trash. Not only did they fail the mission, but they also died at the hands of a group of humans. A bull-headed demon with a nose ring also spoke up. Your Majesty, I have a general under my command, originally a green-tusk fireball, who is qualified to become one of the 4 heavenly demon generals. A strategist wearing a turtle shell and a bird's beak began to mock the bull-headed demon. That green-tusk fireball is both reckless and stupid. I'm afraid he's not even a fraction as good as Shuebai. The demon queen revealed a sinister smile. Haha. As soon as Shuebai died, your minds started working, didn't they? The group of bull-headed, horse-faced demons with limbs like beasts immediately looked a little frightened after hearing this. The demon queen continued, I've already considered the new 4 heavenly demon generals. Right now, I want to know who exactly killed Shuebai. Although Shuebai was a bit weak, he was still a peak Unity Realm expert. The human territory Shuebai was in charge of. The strongest human was only at the 7th level of the Unity Realm. Even if he couldn't win, he definitely had the ability to escape. The dragon-headed demon with a cool hairstyle offered his opinion. It's possible a hidden expert appeared among the humans, and Shuebai's arrogance led to his defeat. The demon queen said again, I remember that place is the Tianhe dynasty, right? In that case, the 3 of you go there yourselves and see if you can recruit that so-called expert. The demon queen glared and continued, If not, then kill him. The dragon-headed demon said confidently and smugly, It's just a small Tianhe dynasty. Do we need 3 of us? How cautious. I alone am enough. The demon queen was about to say something when she noticed the arrival of the immortal race and ordered the bull-headed, horse-faced demons with limbs like beasts to retreat. In an instant, The bull-headed, horse-faced demons with limbs like beasts used teleportation and disappeared. At the same time, a beam of light appeared in front of the demon queen. It turned out to be Zhao Fengsheng using an illusionary image to meet with the demon queen. Seeing this, the demon queen hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to greet the immortal race envoy. Zhao Fengsheng opened his mouth and said, "From today onwards, the heavenly and earthly treasures that the demon race delivers to the immortal race must be doubled." The demon queen's eyes widened, somewhat dissatisfied. "Doubled? What's going on?" Zhao Fengsheng stated sternly, "I'm informing you, not negotiating with you. My master says this is the demon race's own doing. Chinu is not someone you can provoke." After speaking, Zhao Fengsheng also departed with the light. The demon queen gritted her teeth in fury and roared, "Chinu? Who is this Chinu?" The scene shifts to the immortal realm, the celestial landscape of the immortal race. In a celestial forest, Zhao Xuanyu was playing, her toes lightly tapping the water as she swung. At this time, Zhao Fengsheng, having finished speaking with the demon race, had returned. Zhao Fengsheng stood before Zhao Xuanyu and said, "Miss, wasn't this a bit excessive?" Zhao Xuanyu looked coldly at the lake's surface. "Anyone who dares to bully my fiancée, I, Zhao Xuanyu, will give them a small warning. But this Chinu is becoming more and more interesting." He. Zhao Fengsheng was stunned. "Miss, Chinu and the Great Wilderness have too close a relationship. This cannot go unmentioned. If the immortal lord finds out..." Zhao Xuanyu glared, angrily staring at Zhao Fengsheng. "I possess the supreme divine inscription. The next immortal lord will naturally be me. Who dares to gossip behind my back?" The immortal race and the Great Wilderness have long had a feud. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If we can subdue the wilderness race through Chinu, it would be a good thing. After hearing this, Zhao Fengsheng could only sigh helplessly. Zhao Xuanyu continued, "Don't worry too much. Oh right, from today onwards, you will descend to the lower realm and secretly protect Chinu. Chinu is lucky this time. Next time he might not be so fortunate." Hearing Zhao Xuanyu's command, Zhao Fengsheng's entire body stiffened, feeling somewhat dejected. The scene shifts to the secret realm of the Holy Heart Palace. Within the Holy Heart Pool, Chinu, after being exhausted, was brought here to recover. Seeing no improvement in Chinu, Palace Master Fuyao appeared somewhat weary. It's been 10 days, and Chinu still hasn't woken up. Lung Tian Shuang also flew over and bowed to the Palace Master. "Master, young Master Qin still hasn't awakened?" Lung Tian Shuang continued to report as Palace Master Fuyao continuously observed Chinu. "It seems we'll have to wait a bit longer. Have the matters within the palace been handled?" Lung Tian Shuang's eyes widened, and she began her report seriously. "Everything has been thoroughly investigated. It turns out By Wui was a pawn planted within the Holy Heart Palace by the Extreme Sun sect. His true identity is the second prince of the Extreme Sun sect. Currently, both of them have returned to the Extreme Sun sect, with By Wui temporarily assuming the role of sect master." Palace Master Fuyao's eyes widened upon hearing this. Extreme Sun sect, those bastards have long known their path leads to death. Lung Tian Shuang continued her report. And after returning, the Extreme Sun sect twisted the facts, claiming the Crimson Flood of Demons was a plot by our Holy Heart Palace to eliminate opposing factions. Quite a few powers have believed the Extreme Sun sect's lies. This Extreme Sun sect has colluded with the Jade Maiden sect and numerous smaller sects, preparing to attack the Holy Heart Palace. As for the Unfeeling Sword sect, they are unwilling to assist. Hearing this, Palace Master Fuyao became somewhat enraged, twisting the facts, despicable and shameless. If they want to fight, our Holy Heart Palace isn't afraid. Following this, Palace Master Fuyao commanded Lung Tian Shuang, "Send out a notice, summon all elders and official disciples of the Holy Heart Palace, contact the surrounding powers, and immediately prepare to deal with the Extreme Sun sect." Lung Tian Shuang solemnly accepted the order. "Master, I understand." Palace Master Fuyao continued. This might also be an opportunity for our Holy Heart Palace. The four great sects have been equals for many years. It's time for a change. 5 days later, within the Holy Heart Pond's secret realm of the Holy Heart Palace, Chinu maintained his previous posture. Suddenly, Chinu woke up with a start, his whole body burning, the water in the Holy Heart Pond churning violently. Then, Chinu took out the desolate heaven scripture, opening it to envelop his entire body. A golden light continuously emanated from him. Chinu examined his body. As expected of the Holy Heart Palace, the bone-nourishing effect is better than I imagined. This body can completely withstand stronger power. Chinu raised his storage ring, taking out the tiger bones and medicinal pills. I want to break through to the 5th level of the Shattered Hope realm. 9th grade pills, plus the tiger bones of this tiger general, are enough. Chinu continued, using the holy fire 9 heavens profound annihilation flame to begin absorbing and cultivating for his breakthrough. At this time, Chinu's body was enveloped by the holy fire, and the Holy Heart Pond was in a state of violent turmoil. Chinu calmed his mind and slowly entered his consciousness sea, awakening the crystal within his mind. The crystal immediately condensed power, transforming and penetrating into Chinu's body. After a series of movements, Chinu opened his eyes, a beam of light shooting towards the sky, successfully breaking through. At that moment, the golden light gradually dissipated, and Chinu, covered in sweat, revealed a look of joyful excitement on his face. I've broken through to the 6th level of the Shattered Hope realm. Chinu opened the desolate heaven scripture again. Reaching out to touch the moving image of Ying Long immediately appeared in its true form, opening its mouth and rushing towards Chinu. Immediately afterward, it transformed into new energy that was absorbed by Chinu, whose whole body radiated Ying Long's power, officially activating his 5th desolate beast. 6th level of the Shattered Hope realm, plus the power of 5 desolate beasts. From now on, I have battle strength comparable to the 3rd level of the Void Shattering realm. Next is to strengthen my cultivation in the shortest time possible, completely break through to the peak of the Shattered Hope realm, and awaken Tao Tai. As long as I have Tao Tai, the subsequent increase in my cultivation speed will be as fast as an arrow. After the breakthrough, Chinu stood up and stretched. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong with his surroundings. Turning his head to look around, he discovered that the spring water of the Holy Heart Pond had been completely dried up by him. Chinu sighed in panic. How am I going to explain this to Palace Master Fuyao? At this moment, Palace Master Fuyao also arrived and discovered the state of the Holy Heart Pond, exclaiming, "What happened here? Chinu, are you awake?" Then, seeing that the pond was completely dry, Chinu greeted the Palace Master with an embarrassed laugh. "Ha! Hello, Palace Master Fuyao." The Palace Master cried out in shock, her voice echoing throughout the Holy Heart Pond. "Ah, my Holy Heart Pond." The scene shifted to the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace. After Chinu woke up, he was checked on by Lung Tian Shuang and Yitong. The Palace Master, however, was disappointed and depressed over the loss of the Holy Heart Pond. Yitong stood in front of Chinu, repeatedly asking, "Chinu, are you truly fully recovered?" Lung Tian Shuang also chimed in, "Young Master Qin, do you need to rest a bit more?" Palace Master Fuyao spoke up in disappointment. "Why is no one concerned about our Holy Heart Pond?" Chinu stretched, sighed, and said, "I've fully recovered. Not only that, but my cultivation has also increased by a realm. It's just cough. I feel a bit sorry about the Holy Heart Pond." Palace Master Fuyao sighed, looking at Chinu. "So you're aware of it then?" Chinu looked towards Palace Master Fuyao. "This wasn't what I intended, but I absolutely won't let the Holy Heart Palace suffer any losses." Chinu then took out 30 lower-grade martial skill books and placed them in front of the Palace Master. These 30 books are heaven-grade lower-grade martial skills. Consider them my compensation. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Fuyao's eyes widened in surprise. Heaven-grade lower-grade. Lung Tian Shuang stared wide-eyed at the martial skill books. Heaven-grade lower-grade? Even the precious holy heart pond can't compare to these. Yitong stood beside them, carefully assessing Chinu. Chinu said, "You're too kind." Palace Master Fuyao. The palace master hurriedly took out a storage ring and collected the 30 martial skill books, feigning indifference as she said, "Cough, cough. Chinu, you're too polite. I can't very well refuse your goodwill, so I'll reluctantly accept these." Seeing the palace master reluctantly accept the books with an excited expression, Yitong and Lung Tianshuang both remained silent. Chinu crossed his arms and watched the palace master, thinking to himself, "This palace master Fuyao is quite adorable." At this moment, Lung Ningpo slowly entered the main hall, and upon seeing Chinu, asked, "Chinu, you're awake? It seems your recovery went well." After inquiring about Chinu's health, Lung Ningpo walked up to the palace master and bowed. "Palace master, everything is prepared. We can engage in the decisive battle with the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect at any time. However, I'm unsure what methods the Extreme Sun sect used, but they've managed to invite old ghost Inshan to assist them." The palace master lowered her head, somewhat worried. Old ghost Inshan has been in seclusion for several decades and hasn't emerged. I hear he has an eccentric personality and focuses solely on his cultivation. How could the Extreme Sun sect have possibly convinced him to come out? Lung Tian Shuang, slightly puzzled, asked the palace master, "Who is this old ghost Inshan?" The palace master began to speak seriously about old ghost Inshan. Old ghost Inshan is a rogue cultivator. No one knows his origins. 40 years ago, he emerged from Een Mountain, his cultivation earth-shattering. When he emerged, his cultivation was already at the first level of the void-shattering realm. Although I was young at the time, I once accompanied my master to meet him. On that occasion, old ghost Inshan defeated my master with a single move. Not only that, but old ghost Inshan also challenged the 4 great sects, defeating the sect masters of the Extreme Sun sect, the Heartless Sword sect, and the Jade Maiden sect, all with single moves. Chinu stroked his chin, deep in thought. "I see. So Palace Master Fuyao is over 50 years old then." Fuyao glared at Chinu. "I'm only over 40. After that battle, old ghost Inshan entered the great wilderness alone. Although he returned covered in wounds, it seemed he had also encountered some fortuitous opportunities. After that, old ghost Inshan continued to challenge the various sects of the Tiana dynasty, never once defeated. In the end, our Holy Heart Palace was forced to invite the Grand Ancestor to defeat him. After that battle, old ghost Inshan returned to Een Mountain and focused on cultivating for 40 years, never leaving the mountain. Chinu pondered. "In my past life, I heard stories about old ghost Inshan. He's a typical martial artist. In his world, there is no black and white, no good and evil, only the relentless pursuit of increasing his cultivation, for which he's willing to pay any price. The Extreme Sun sect must have offered him a condition he couldn't refuse." Lung Ningpo looked towards Palace Master Fuyao. "In that case, should we invite the Grand Ancestor again?" Palace Master Fuyao sighed. "The Grand Ancestor has been in closed-door cultivation for decades. It's basically impossible to wake him." Suddenly, Elder Tai Ning rushed in to report, "Palace Master, someone from the Heartless Sword sect has arrived." Elder Tai Ning hastily accepted the order and withdrew to relay the message. Following that, Chu Hanyan slowly entered the main hall. Lung Tian Shuang also recognized this person as Chu Hanyan of the Ice Soul sect. After entering, Chu Hanyan looked towards Lung Tian Shuang. "Lady Tian Shuang, it's been a while. I have officially joined the Heartless Sword sect. Greetings, Palace Master Fuyao. Greetings, elders." She then turned to look at Chinu. "Young Master Chin, it's been a while." Chu Hanyan continued, looking towards Palace Master Fuyao. "Palace Master Fuyao, today, I, Chu Hanyan, have come representing the Heartless Sword sect. Our Heartless Sword sect is willing to assist the Holy Heart Palace and together resist the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect." Palace Master Fuyao carefully assessed Chu Hanyan. "What are the Heartless Sword sect's conditions?" After the matter is settled, We hope to borrow young Master Chen for a bit. Chinu was stunned, standing with his arms crossed, unsure what to do. Palace Master Fu Yao stared at Chu Hanyin. What do you mean by borrow young Master Chen for a bit? Chu Hanyin respectfully cupped her hands and said to the Palace Master, Yes, the Heartless Sword sect needs to borrow young Master Chen's 9th grade holy flame for a bit. This is our condition for offering assistance. Palace Master Fu Yao turned to look at Chinu and said, Chinu, although you have joined our Holy Heart Palace for cultivation, I do not have the right to decide this matter. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Chinu smiled. All right, I can agree to this request. Chu Hanyin said joyfully. Really? That's great. Thank you, young Master Chen. Chu Hanyin then turned to the Palace Master. Palace Master Fu Yao, since Chinu has agreed, then from today onwards, we are officially allied. When the time comes to strike, we will follow your command. Palace Master Fu Yao carefully assessed Chu Hanyin. With the upcoming great battle, having the Heartless Sword sect's assistance, even if the Extreme Sun sect manages to invite old Ghosteen Shan, they might not necessarily win. Chu Hanyin continued to bow to Fu Yao. I have completed my mission and will take my leave now. As Chu Hanyin left, she said to Chinu, I'll be waiting for you in Holy Heart City tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Chinu turned to watch Chu Hanyin leave, thinking to himself, this young lady in Holy Heart City tonight? Chinu went to Holy Heart City as promised, and suddenly saw Chu Hanyin already waiting under the shade of a tree ahead. Chinu carefully observed Chu Hanyin, opened her mouth and said, Speak, what do you want to discuss? Chu Hanyin turned around to look at Chinu. Follow me quickly. Chinu scratched his head, looking at Chu Hanyin in confusion. What's going on? So secretive. Afterwards, the two arrived at the Holy Heart City Inn. Chu Hanyin stopped in front of a room and invited Chinu to enter. Chinu, bewildered, turned to Chu Hanyin. Why did you bring me here? Chu Hanyin blushed and turned away, embarrassed. I'm not the one who asked to meet you. But rest assured, this person won't harm you. Chinu crossed his arms, curious. Who could it be? Then he slowly pushed the door open and entered. An elderly woman was already sitting there waiting. Seeing Chinu, she opened her mouth. My child, you're here? Chinu, unsure of who the person before him was, carefully assessed the elderly woman. With tears in her eyes, she said, Chinu, you look just like him. After a moment, Chinu recognized her and cupped his hands in greeting. Junior Chinu greets Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao placed her hand on Chinu's shoulder. All right. It's good that you recognize me. Your father and I were childhood sweethearts. It's a pity that times have changed, and the Chen family has encountered such misfortune. Chinu, I know about your situation. Your father in the afterlife, knowing this, would surely be proud and comforted. Chinu raised his teacup. Aunt Xiao, rest assured, I will not disgrace the Chen family. Aunt Xiao beamed. Good, you have great ambition. By the way, Chinu, I met with you today because I have something important to tell you. Chinu stared at Aunt Xiao in surprise. What is it, Aunt Xiao? Aunt Xiao stared at Chinu and said, Don't trust the Heartless Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Chinu's expression immediately darkened, suspicion arising within him. Aunt Xiao continued, looking at Chinu. The Heartless Sword sect outwardly agreed to help the Holy Heart Palace, joining forces against the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. But in reality, this is their conspiracy. The Heartless Sword sect has long reached an agreement with those two sects. They are all in cahoots. They want to take advantage of a crucial moment to betray the Holy Heart Palace. Chinu stroked his chin in thought. This does seem very much in line with the Heartless Sword sect style. Aunt Xiao looked towards Chinu. They thought this was a perfect plan, but I saw through it. Aunt Xiao then took out a jade ring and placed it in front of him. But Chinu, rest assured, although our Ice Soul sect is small, we also possess a hidden strength. When the time comes, we will help you restrain the Heartless Sword sect. Chinu, this is a small token of my regard. Inside is a 9-revolution heart pill, which may be of use to you. More importantly, it contains the soul mark of the war god spear. Chinu gripped the jade ring, looking at Aunt Xiao in astonishment. The soul mark of the war god spear? Aunt Xiao stared at Chinu and continued. Actually, the Qin family's misfortune in entrusting you with the war god spear's soul mark isn't entirely a good thing. If it weren't for the achievements you've made in such a short time, I wouldn't give it to you. But now I believe you have the ability to control it. Chinu looked intently at Aunt Xiao, thinking to himself, so the war god spear's soul mark was in Aunt Xiao's hands all along. In my past life, when I returned from the great wilderness, I couldn't find anything. So I assumed the war god spear's soul mark had long since dissipated, along with the passing of my father and grandfather. In my past life, when I returned from the great wilderness, Xiao Di had already died in the demonic beast tide. Aunt Xiao stared at Chinu. Chinu, the world is dangerous, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Even an upright man like your father ultimately couldn't avoid dying from treacherous schemes. Although you've obtained a great opportunity, you still can't let your guard down. The Qin family now only has you left as the sole descendant. Chinu spoke to Aunt Xiao in a confident voice. Aunt Xiao, please rest assured, absolutely nothing will happen. Not only that, but one day, I will make the Qin family's prestigious name resound throughout the world. Seeing Chinu's firm resolve, Aunt Xiao was overjoyed. Good. Chinu, with such determination, I feel much more at ease. Don't let anyone know about today's events. Quickly refine the war god spear soul mark. It will definitely be of great use in the next battle. Yes, I'll take my leave now, Aunt Xiao. Please take care. Restraining the Heartless Sword sect is a small matter, but your safety is paramount. If you encounter danger, prioritize your own safety. Aunt Xiao looked at Chinu and smiled. You still care about me so much? Don't worry, I won't easily meet with misfortune. You go on ahead. After bidding farewell to Aunt Xiao, Chinu left the room and closed the door. Aunt Xiao, I'm leaving now. Seeing that Chinu had finished talking, Chu Hanyin spoke. Go back to the Holy Heart Hall yourself. I won't see you off. Chinu immediately agreed without hesitation, turning around and leaving in a flash. Chu Hanyin looked at Chinu's retreating figure in disappointment. He really left just like that, this fool. That night, at the dried-up Holy Heart Pond of the Holy Heart Hall, Chinu looked up at the sky, standing there in a daze. Then Chinu took out the jade ring Aunt Xiao had given him, the war god spear's soul mark. Chinu opened his eyes wide and began to open the ring, allowing the war god spear's soul mark to appear. A beam of light instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Chinu looked at his war god spear's soul with great excitement. Such powerful battle intent. Such heavy killing intent. It truly lives up to its reputation as the soul mark of our Qin family's war god spear. A golden vortex began to condense, and the soul form of the war god spear gradually materialized, standing before Chinu. Seeing the soul form of the war god spear approach him, Chinu murmured, all things of souls and magical weapons are no exception. The so-called weapon spirit is the will born from the connection between the weapon and its owner. In this mortal world, it's rare for ordinary people's weapons to give birth to a weapon spirit, and even rarer for a soul mark to merge with the continent. There can't be more than 100. When I was young, I only heard my father mention that the war god spear had a soul mark, and in my past life, I only saw it a few times. The war god spear's soul, standing before Chinu, spoke. Descendant of the Qin family, on what basis does the human race stand tall between heaven and earth? Chinu stared at the war god spear's soul and said loudly, on a proud backbone and a passionate heart. The war god spear's soul asked again, on what basis does the Qin family stand tall between heaven and earth? Chinu placed his hand on his chest and shouted, the Qin family possesses an unyielding spirit, superior character, unafraid of bloodshed, unwavering will. Descendants of the Qin family, willing to die for the great cause of humanity, determined to suppress the demon race and protect the purity of this world. The war god spear's soul looked at Chinu and laughed loudly. Good. The Qin family descendant speaks truly. But if you want to wield me, you must first prove your ability. Chinu confidently said to the war god spear's soul, I know subduing a war god spear like you isn't simple. Chinu gripped his war god spear tightly, his eyes cold as he looked at the war god spear's soul. If that's the case, then come on. The two began to fight, like two arrows colliding, shaking the heavens. Chinu stared at the war god spear's soul, a smug smile on his face, before being sent flying by the war god spear's soul. Chinu immediately looked back at the war god spear's soul. Oh, you're quite interesting. Chinu then began to use the Chen family's ultimate technique, the first stance of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. The war god spear's soul also used the first stance of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear to attack Chinu. The two clashed again, shouting, "Divine Thunder Spear, destroy the demons." A loud explosion erupted, lightning flashing in all directions. Chinu then flew out of the explosion's range and continued with the second stance. The second stance of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear flew towards the war god spear's soul. A wave of energy surged forth, causing the war god spear's soul some surprise. Next, the Phantom of the Niti reached out and grasped the war god spear. Chinu glared at the war god spear's soul and shouted, "Third stance of the spear technique. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, Divine Demon." A massive surge of energy slammed directly into the war god spear's soul. The war god spear's soul then spun its spear, easily deflecting Chinu's attack, causing him to stare at it in astonishment. The war god spear's soul then used the same technique, shouting, "Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, third stance Divine Demon." Chinu dodged to the side with some difficulty, his eyes wide. In an instant, the war god spear's soul appeared behind Chinu, swinging its spear and shouting, "Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, second stance." Chinu spun around in surprise, raising his war god spear to block, but he was still easily sent flying by the second stance. Chinu then stood facing the war god spear's soul. "Kid, you're not holding back at all." The war god spear's soul stared at Chinu. "I am the war god spear's soul. With a single glance, I can see through all the spear techniques you use. If you want to subdue me, I advise you to give up now. You are not worthy of possessing me." Chinu glared, raising his war god spear, his entire body radiating a domineering aura. "Don't be so hasty. I was just probing you. The real fun starts now." Chinu then leaped into the air, thrusting his spear towards the war god spear's soul repeatedly with incredible speed. The war god spear's soul looked at Chinu smugly. "Humph, no improvement at all." It continued to use the same techniques as Chinu. Chinu laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha." The two spears clashed continuously. Suddenly, Chinu threw a punch forward. Seeing Chinu's fist coming towards it, the war god spear's soul cried out in surprise. "What's this?" It was then struck by Chinu's punch, sent flying into the distance, crashing into a pile of rocks and debris, creating a cloud of dust. The war god spear's soul glared angrily at Chinu and roared, "You cheated." Chinu, shouldering the war god spear, looked directly at the war god spear's soul. "Why are you so talkative? If you think I'm not worthy of winning, then let's continue. However, my next move is renowned throughout the land. It's the fourth stance of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, its power reaching the high-grade heaven level. You are the war god spear's soul, but your level is limited. Are you afraid you won't be able to learn this move?" The war god spear's soul lowered its head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Descendant of the Chen family. I yield. From now on, I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse." Having said that, the war god spear's soul transformed into soul essence, all its spiritual power pouring into the war god spear. Chinu raised the war god spear, carefully observing the spear that now possessed a spear soul, signifying its acquisition of limitless potential. "I have the nine-footed golden crow, and I can freely refine immortal artifacts and strengthen the war god spear. With the addition of the spear soul, it can easily rival a ninth-grade immortal artifact." Chinu opened his spatial ring and took out the 9 transformations heart core, carefully observing it. Although it's only a 5th-grade medicinal core, it possesses an incredibly special ability. Chinu absorbed the heart core into his heart meridian. Thinking to himself, this 9 transformations heart core can attach itself to a martial artist's heart meridian, protecting them at critical moments and helping them revive. Chinu continued to brandish the spear, glaring forward. Preparations are complete. It's time to destroy the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. The scene shifted to the Iron Sword sect, a small sect within the Heavenly River dynasty. The crowd of disciples and the sect leader were kneeling and kowtowing to the ox-head and horse-faced demons before them that I truly don't know what happened that day in the Bitterheart Forest. Ox-head and horse-face angrily roared. That's all you ever say. The Iron Sword sect leader trembled in fear. Your Excellency, my disciples who went there that day returned on the verge of death. Currently, only the Extreme Sun sect and the Holy Heart Palace know what happened. The demon with the cool dragon hairstyle frowned, looking disappointed. The Extreme Sun sect, is it? In that case, I'll go myself. The Iron Sword sect leader's whole body trembled as he looked up. Then I'll wait. The demon with the cool dragon hairstyle glared. Roaring, keeping you useless trash alive is pointless. With that, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, spewing forth a torrent of energy, intending to annihilate the Iron Sword sect. Seeing this, the sect leader and the disciples panicked, scattering in an instant. The energy exploded within seconds, completely destroying the entire Iron Sword sect. He turned his head, satisfied, and said to his companions, "Let's go." The demon beside him nodded, and then the group, including Oxhead and Horseface, flew like arrows towards the Extreme Sun sect. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Extreme Sun sect's sect leader. By Fiefin held a teacup, feeling satisfied. Holy Heart Palace. Holy Heart Palace, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have temporarily taken over the position of sect leader? Suddenly, 3 demon teleportation portals appear before him, causing him to become anxious and immediately on guard. Demons. Oxhead and Horseface also immediately appeared in front of By Fiefin. Are you the sect leader of the Extreme Sun sect? By Fiefin thought in terror. This power is overwhelming. What realm has this demon beast reached? I can't stay here. Running is my only option. The dragon-headed demon immediately glared, using a pressure technique on By Fiefin, immobilizing him. By Fiefin trembled in fear. It's over. I'm definitely going to die today. The dragon-headed demon stepped forward, glaring at By Fiefin. Such a low cultivation level. Tell me, who killed our 4 heavenly demon generals in the Bitter Heart Forest that day? By Fiefin said in a panic. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. The dragon-headed demon glared and roared. Lies. With your meager cultivation, you're not worthy. Confess. Tell us everything that happened that day. By Fiefin immediately said in fear. Actually, I don't really know what happened, but it was all related to Chinu. It was all Chinu's doing. The ox-head with the nose ring said. Chinu? I've never heard of that name. The bird-beaked, turtle-backed demon also said, I didn't expect a new peak Unity Realm expert to appear in the Tiana Kingdom. By Fiefin continued fearfully. Chinu is only at the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, the oxhead and horseface glared in astonishment. What did you say? Human, are you playing with us? The dragon-headed demon, feeling enraged. Prepare to use a killing move to end By Fiefin's life. By Fiefin cried out in utter terror. I'm telling the truth. That Chinu really is only at the nascent soul realm. That day, that demon general arrived and killed everyone in the Bitterheart Forest, but suddenly he was in immense pain, and then his whole body burst into flames. I don't know what method Chinu used in the end. The oxhead and horseface sighed, looking somewhat disappointed. The bird-beaked demon stared at By Fiefin. He doesn't seem to be lying. The oxhead with the nose ring added. But even if that nascent soul realm ant possesses some divine ability, there's no way he could kill our 4 heavenly demon generals. The dragon-headed demon began to speak. Perhaps this Chinu is just a puppet. There must be another expert behind him. But in any case, as long as we find this Chinu and interrogate him, we'll know. The dragon-headed demon turned back to By Wui and glared at him. By Wui immediately knelt and kowtowed, trembling. If you demons spare my life, I'm willing to serve you with utmost loyalty, devoting myself to you until death. The dragon-headed demon nodded, staring at By Wui. If all you humans were this obedient, our great undertaking would have nothing to worry about. The bird-beaked demon stroked his beard. Keep him alive. This person might still be useful. The dragon-headed demon grinned, staring at By Wui, and extended a hand, transmitting a surge of demonic energy into him. By Wui's eyes began to change color. The dragon-headed demon looked at By Wui. From now on, you are one of us. Then, the demons opened a portal and left the Extreme Sun sect. Now enveloped in demonic energy, By Wui began to grin grotesquely, his eyes wide. Ha ha, I've broken through. So gaining power was this simple. I don't know what method Chen you used to kill the demon general, but this time, no matter how powerful your tricks are, I don't believe you can resist the 3 demon generals. Once that Chinu dies, how can the Holy Heart Palace possibly resist me? Ha ha ha. By Wui stretched out his hand and shouted. Where are you all? Several disciples guarding outside immediately ran in. Sect Master. By Wui glared and ordered. Pass on my command. Gather all our forces and surround the Holy Heart Palace. Inform our allies. Depart immediately. The subordinate, sweating profusely, hastily accepted the order. The scene shifts to the Holy Heart Palace's training grounds. Chinu, holding the war god spear, stood in the middle of the arena. Lung Tianshuang and Yi Tong stood beside him, panting from exhaustion. Chinu looked at the two of them and began to speak. So, giving up already? Yi Tong stared at Chinu. Chinu, I really don't understand how you're so strong. It seems like after every battle, you're able to break through in time. Lung Tianshuang sighed. Looks like I won't be able to catch up to young Master Qi in this lifetime. Chinu withdrew the war god spear, crossed his arms, and began to explain. Everyone has talent. As long as you diligently train hard, you will definitely improve in the future. Yi Tong stared at Chinu. Sometimes I feel like you're not like a young person. The way you lecture is more like an old man. Chinu scratched his head and chuckled. Ha. Suddenly, a Holy Heart Palace disciple ran in to deliver a message. Young Master Qin. Holy Maiden, Senior Sister Yi. The Palace Master is urgently summoning you to meet him. Chinu looked seriously at the Holy Heart Palace disciple. Is it because of the Extreme Sun sect's actions? The Holy Heart Palace disciple nodded repeatedly. That's right. Chinu walked forward excitedly. This moment has finally arrived. Let's go. The scene shifts to the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace. The elders and sect members were all gathered. Chinu also arrived and stepped forward to bow to the Palace Master. Palace Master Fuyao immediately spoke. It seems everyone has arrived. My spies report that the Extreme Sun sect has set off, and they will arrive at the Holy Heart Palace in 3 days at most. 3 days from now will be our final battle. Elder Lung, what are the arrangements? Lung Ningpo looked at the Palace Master. We definitely won't lose. Our allies are already on their way. This time, we must make sure the Extreme Sun sect doesn't return. That's right, and the Jade Maiden sect as well. Elder Mo Lin Feng also spoke. Very good. I will make the Jade Maiden sect disappear from this place forever. Suddenly, a Holy Heart Palace disciple ran in and shouted, It's not good. It's not good. Palace Master, something big has happened. Palace Master Fuyao immediately glared at the disciple. Palace Master Fuyao looked towards the disciple. What happened that's causing such panic? Speak slowly. The Holy Heart Palace disciple immediately said, The sects in our alliance have successively sent news that they want to withdraw from the alliance. All the elders present immediately widened their eyes in worry and astonishment upon hearing this news. What? Elder Lung Ningpo began to speak. These fair-weather friends, they must have been threatened by the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. Elder Tai Ning stared at Palace Master Fuyao. Palace Master, Even without the alliance, I am determined to live and die with you. Lung Ningpo stared, continuing Elder Tai Ning's words. Yes, heads may roll, and blood may flow, but that doesn't mean we can't win. Palace Master Fu Yao looked at the elders. Indeed, our Holy Heart Palace will absolutely not cower in fear. I'm counting on you, elders. All the elders present immediately bowed, accepting the Palace Master's command. A moment later, Qin Yu, along with Yi Tong and Lung Tianshuang, returned to the training grounds within the Holy Heart Palace. Disciples were practicing on both sides. Lung Tianshuang, walking from the main hall, felt a persistent unease in her heart. Seeing this, Qin Yu comforted Tianshuang. There's no need to be so tense. We will definitely win this battle. Lung Tianshuang looked intently at Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? A faint smile played on Qin Yu's lips. It's nothing. It's just that in 3 days, only the Extreme Sun sect might arrive first. As for the Jade Maiden sect, don't worry, they won't be able to come. Having said this, Qin Yu used his light body technique and flew away. Lung Tianshuang and Yi Tong were astonished and somewhat angry. He definitely is hiding something from us. That night, the 3 demon generals also arrived at a mountain near the Holy Heart Palace to observe. The dragon-headed demon general stared intently at the Holy Heart Palace. So this is the Holy Heart Palace, ha. But it seems there are no powerful human cultivators here. The bird-beaked demon general said, Let's go. Once we meet Qin Yu, everything will become clear. Suddenly, a celestial light appeared in the sky. Zhao Fengsheng stepped out from the portal. What are you doing here? The demon generals, seeing Zhao Fengsheng, turned around in surprise and, realizing he was a celestial, immediately knelt down and bowed. We pay our respects to the celestial. Zhao Fengsheng immediately issued a stern warning. You are not allowed to approach the Holy Heart Palace. Get out of here. The dragon-headed demon general risked asking the reason. May we ask the celestial envoy to clarify? Zhao Fengsheng roared angrily. You dare to talk back? With that, Zhao Fengsheng slapped the dragon-headed demon general across the face. The dragon-headed demon general, having been slapped, looked back at Zhao Fengsheng. Celestial envoy, you haven't finished explaining. Before he could finish his sentence, he received another resounding slap from Zhao Fengsheng. The dragon-headed demon general didn't dare to speak again and retreated. Zhao Fengsheng warned the demon generals again. I don't want to say this a second time. Although furious, the dragon-headed demon general didn't dare to resist and hastily accepted Zhao Fengsheng's command, using instantaneous teleportation to leave the Holy Heart Palace. Zhao Fengsheng looked at the Holy Heart Palace and sighed. Oh, young miss. 3 days later, not far from the Holy Heart Palace, By Wui had led the forces of the Extreme Sun sect, preparing for battle. Sitting on the back of a demonic beast, By Wui thought to himself, after today, the Holy Heart Palace will be mine. I can't sense the auras of those 3 generals. Could it be they haven't arrived yet? It's just as well. Once I capture that Qin Yu and hand him over to the generals, I can save them some trouble. By Wui looked down at his subordinates and asked, Why haven't our allies appeared yet? A subordinate cupped their hands in salute and announced loudly, The Jade Maiden sect has encountered an attack from a mysterious force and has been temporarily delayed. The other sects are on their way and will converge with us shortly. By Wui appeared furious, staring at the subordinate. Where are the divine envoys of the Extreme Sun sect? As soon as he finished speaking, 7 divine envoys of the Extreme Sun sect teleported to him and bowed. Greetings, sect master. By Wui glared and said, Go tell Palace Master Fu Yao. I'm giving them 1 day to cease resistance. Otherwise, in 1 day, the Holy Heart Palace will be awash in blood and piled with bones. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a figure's voice echoed. In that case, allow me to handle this alone. The figure gradually materialized, their body covered in talismans. He continued, There's no need for such trouble. This old man will go first. Dealing with the Holy Heart Palace, This old man alone is enough. Bai Fifan immediately cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Then I'll have to trouble old Ghost Shan. In a short time, old Ghost Shan arrived at the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace. He stood in the air and proclaimed confidently, "This old man doesn't wish to create more karmic debt. Today, the fate of the Holy Heart Palace is sealed. I hope you can be wise and not throw your lives away." On the other side, the elders of the Holy Heart Palace and Chinu were already standing in front of the main hall, looking up at old Ghost Shan. Palace Master Fuyao stepped forward, representing the Holy Heart Palace, and said to old Ghost Shan, "Senior, you jest. How could the Holy Heart Palace be handed over to another? Even if blood must be shed, our Holy Heart Palace will absolutely not retreat." Old Ghost Shan glared at Fuyao. "I met you 40 years ago. We can be considered to have a connection. Listen to this old man's advice. Don't be foolish. Furthermore, with this old man's current cultivation, even if your Holy Heart Palace invites Supreme Elder Yili, it will be useless." Lung Ningpo angrily shouted, "Nonsense! If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much failure?" Old Ghost Shan stared at Lung Ningpo. "Your cultivation is not bad, but unfortunately, this old man's current cultivation is far beyond what you can handle." After speaking, old Ghost Shan swung his staff towards the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace, unleashing a strike that created a beam of spiritual energy, pulverizing the ground in front of the main hall. Everyone below was unable to withstand the pressure exerted by old Ghost Shan and knelt on the ground. Lung Ningpo's eyes widened, and Fuyao also struggled to raise her head, thinking to herself, "This pressure has at least reached the 6th level of the Tai Su realm." Old Ghost Shan looked down at the Holy Heart Palace smugly and said loudly, "Can't even withstand a single blow?" Suddenly, he looked towards Chinu with great surprise. Chinu's entire body was surrounded by the illusory image of a powerful physique, standing behind the others. Both of them struck a heroic pose, staring directly at old Ghost Shan. Old Ghost Shan was taken aback and laughed loudly. "You little brat, ha, very good, very good. It seems the Holy Heart Palace has produced another chosen one." He continued, pointing his staff at Chinu and shouting, "Boy, what's your name?" Chinu, his entire body brimming with power, coldly replied, "I'm not in the habit of speaking from the executioner's block." Old Ghost Shan laughed loudly, then landed on the ground facing Chinu. "You little brat are quite interesting. For this old man to personally come down here, I'm giving you some face." Chinu looked directly at old Ghost Shan and began to state his name. Old Ghost Shan extended a hand toward Chinu and said, "6th level of the Void, Severing Realm, and yet you can withstand this old man's pressure. Not bad, not bad at all. The Holy Heart Palace will certainly be destroyed today. How about you become my disciple? With your talent here, it's truly a waste." Chinu, feeling a bit curious, asked old Ghost Shan, "Old Ghost Shan, I want to know, what conditions did the Extreme Sun sect offer you to help them?" Old Ghost Shan, hearing Chinu's question, immediately replied, "This old man finds you pleasing to the eye, so I don't mind telling you. The Extreme Sun sect promised to find me a disciple to inherit my medical arts after this is all over. But now that I've met you, what need do I have for other disciples? Just join my sect, and I'll take you away from here, guaranteeing your safety. What do you say?" In the distance, Bai Fifan gnashed his teeth, glaring, "Damn it, that old Ghost Shan." A divine envoy of the Extreme Sun sect walked over and looked at Bai Fifan. "Sect Master, what should we do next?" Bai Fifan continued to gnash his teeth, furiously staring at Chinu. Meanwhile, old Ghost Shan stared at Chinu, waiting for his answer. Chinu didn't answer, but directly took out the God War Spear. Pointing it directly at old Ghost Shan, "What do you think my answer will be?" Old Ghost Shan's eyes suddenly widened, seeing the God War Spear, and roared, "The God War Spear!" Chinu was also quite surprised that the old ghost in front of him recognized the God War Spear. "You recognize the God War Spear?" Old Ghost Shan glared and roared. You're a descendant of the Qin dynasty's divine sword royal family. Good, very good. He then charged towards Chinu. You must die. Chinu stared at old ghost Shan, speaking as he also charged to attack. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The two of them charged towards each other, their energies constantly colliding. The God War spear continuously flashed, leaving afterimages. And old ghost Shan was no slouch either, blocking all of Chinu's attacks. The nimble old ghost, after blocking a spear thrust, swung his hand, sending Chinu flying. Chinu, knocked back, stared at old ghost Shan. Such powerful strength, even a level above mine. After the palm strike, old ghost Shan pondered. This kid's cultivation is clearly only at the void-severing realm, yet he can withstand a palm from me without dying. It seems he possesses innate divine strength. Old ghost Shan dismissed the thought and stared at Chinu. Being able to withstand a palm from me, you could be considered a talent among the younger generation. It's a pity you were born in the wrong place. The old ghost then summoned a phantom beast with both hands, striking towards Chinu with a fist. Chinu's eyes widened as he shouted, Niti. Two arms appeared, and Niti materialized from the void, unleashing a punch that shattered the old ghost's phantom beast. Old ghost Shan, knocked back in an instant, pondered, what's going on? How could this kid break the fortuitous encounter I obtained in the great wilderness? Could it be that he also... Could the fortuitous encounter he obtained in the great wilderness be the power of a wild beast? Old ghost Shan stared intently at Chinu and said loudly, Kid, it seems your father and grandfather treat you very well, bringing you into the great wilderness to seize opportunities. That old man Qin must have gained quite a few opportunities himself. After I kill you today, it will be his turn. Palace Master Fuyao, standing outside observing the battle, pondered as expected. He doesn't know what happened within Chinu's body. Hearing old ghost Shan mention his father and grandfather, Chinu's fury ignited. You're not even worthy of mentioning their names. Take this. Old ghost Shan glared at Chinu. Childish tricks. He then swung out a dense wave of resentment to counter Chinu's attack. Chinu glared and roared. Then what about this? Chinu summoned countless soul auras of the God War spear from the void, charging towards old ghost Shan. Old ghost Shan's resentment was easily pierced by Chinu's soul auras. Old ghost Shan cried out in astonishment, pushing your luck. He then waved his hand, and a shockwave instantly pushed Chinu back. Chinu struggled to swing his spear and retreat to avoid the shockwave. The countless shockwaves created by the old ghost collapsed the Holy Heart Palace. From within the smoke, old ghost Shan pulled out a saber and looked towards Chinu. Unexpectedly, a true dragon has appeared in the Qin family. Chinu stood lightly atop the ruins of the Holy Heart Palace, carefully observing heaven-grade saber techniques and a second-grade immortal weapon. This old man isn't bad. Old ghost Shan pointed his resentment-filled saber at Chinu and roared, Is that all you've got, brat? This move will send you to the west. Chinu smiled confidently at old ghost Shan. Don't boast. Old ghost Shan glared at Chinu and roared back, Boast? A brat like you is the one boasting. Boy, let's see how you handle this saber strike. With that, old ghost Shan swung his saber down. The saber chi formed a phantom beast arm, rushing towards Chinu with terrifying speed. Chinu also began to counterattack, summoning Ying Long. The spear tip pointed directly at old ghost Shan. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, fourth stance. The phantom Ying Long charged forward. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear clashed with old ghost Shan's saber technique. Old ghost Shan glared at Chinu. Kid, even if your martial arts can rival mine, with just your God War spear. Then, empowered by the soul God War spear, Chinu charged towards old ghost Shan. Seeing this, old ghost Shan cried out in alarm, What is this? Just like that, Chinu pierced through the phantom beast with his spear, and immediately after, pierced through old ghost Shan's chest. He cried out in pain, unable to believe what had happened. How? How is this possible? A loud explosion immediately rang out, echoing in all directions, illuminating the entire Holy Heart Palace. The battle ended. Amidst the rubble, Chinu slowly descended and stood facing old Ghosting Shan. Badly wounded, old Ghosting Shan looked at Chinu in pain and coughed, coughed, coughed. How? How is this possible? How could you break through my second-grade immortal weapon? Chinu stared coldly at old Ghosting Shan. It's just a second-grade immortal weapon. Old Ghosting Shan looked at Chinu, unresigned. How? How is this possible? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Defeated by Chin back then, and now defeated by his descendant today. Why? Why? Is the Chin family my lifelong tribulation? Old Ghosting Shan reached out a hand towards Chinu and cried out, Fate. Ah, fate. It's unavoidable. Then he gave up and left. Chinu was a little puzzled. This old Ghosting Shan was once defeated by my grandfather, but my grandfather's cultivation. Could it be that in just a few short years, old Ghost Inshan's cultivation has increased this much? But why did old Ghost Inshan leave the great wilderness for so many years and never come to the Chin family for revenge? What's going on? By Fifan, on the other side, gnashed his teeth in anger. Even old Ghost Inshan is no match for that Chinu. A divine envoy of the extreme Sun sect, somewhat worried, ran up and reported, This Chinu is too strong. Why don't we retreat today? Immediately, By Fifan struck him with a palm, shattering his dantian, killing him instantly. When was it your turn to speak? Chinu, so what if you defeated old Ghost Inshan? I'm absolutely no weaker than you now. By Fifan roared, using all his demonic power. Chinu, I'm next to deal with you. Chinu glared at the good-for-nothing in front of him and sneered inwardly. It seems you've also joined the demon race, huh? Lung Ningpo also sneered inwardly at the good-for-nothing in front of him, saying nothing. By Fifan charged towards Chinu. Chinu, stop with the nonsense. Just obediently accept your death. Chinu gave him a cold look and, in the blink of an eye, moved close and punched him. By Fifan felt a pain that made him want to die, and blood continuously gushed from his mouth. Just like that, he was easily dealt with by a single punch from Chinu. By Fifan struggled painfully, trying to get up, but Chinu stepped forward and pressed his foot onto By Fifan's face, pinning him down. The likes of you who join the demon race, your intellect also declines greatly, to the point where you can't even accurately judge the difference between us. Killing you is like killing an ant. By Fifan suddenly yelled, My lords, save me. Quickly save me. Chinu thought in surprise. Are there other demons nearby? But why can't I sense them? Damn it, could it be the 4 heavenly demon generals? After a long while, following By Fifan's cries for help, no demons dare to show themselves. By Fifan cried out in despair, Why? Why won't anyone come save me? Chinu sighed and sneered, crushing the good-for-nothing's head under his foot. The people of the extreme Sun sect were terrified and knelt down. Everyone's dead. Chinu sighed. I didn't expect this battle to be easier than I imagined. Palace Master Fuyao carefully observed the extreme Sun sect. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. The elders of the extreme Sun sect are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. People of the extreme Sun sect, don't panic, don't be afraid. Fate has been arranged. This battle, our extreme Sun sect will win. Everyone from all the sects looked up at the sky. At this moment, 2 dark figures appeared, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. The 2 old men gradually revealed their forms, appearing before the Holy Heart Palace. One old man said, I thought the juniors were playing around, but I didn't expect them to be so useless. The other old man added, At the critical moment, we 2 brothers still have to step in. Chu Lin hid for a while, finally seeing his saviors appear. He went out, knelt and bowed. Greetings, Grand Elders. Looking at the 2 old men before him, he thought to himself, These are the Grand Elder and Second Grand Elder. They're personally taking action. The Grand Elder sneered. I knew that brat By Fifan wasn't diligently cultivating. Clearly, his talent isn't bad, but he spends all day scheming and neglecting his cultivation. A martial artist must rely on their own strength to win. The second grand elder beside him continued, however, we've lost in terms of Qishu. What was originally a fight between juniors has now become a fight between elders. The grand elder looked towards Qin Yu and said, according to Chu Lin, this Qin Yu could be a demon. But judging by the previous battle, he's not a demon. That power comes from the great wilderness, similar to old ghost Inshan. Staring intently at Qin Yu, the grand elder thought, how can such a small fry obtain such an opportunity? Palace Master Fu Yao felt that this was no longer a battle between juniors. She thought to herself, it seems the battle between the juniors is about to end. Fu Yao knelt and bowed, shouting the incantation, Unfilial Descendant. Fu Yao requests the presence of the Supreme Elder. A whirlwind accompanied by lightning appeared, and a white-haired old man instantly appeared in midair. The old man turned to Qin Yu, stroking his beard and saying, young man, you're not bad. Qin Yu glanced at him and smiled. You flatter me, senior. Then, the Supreme Elder of the Holy Heart Palace landed opposite the two elders of the Extreme Sun sect and said, it seems the agreement between us must be broken today. The oath that unless it's a matter of life and death, even if our sect is destroyed, we wouldn't interfere. It seems to hold no weight. The Grand Elder replied to the Supreme Elder, the agreement between us has been maintained for many years, and now it indeed needs to be broken. The two elders stared at the Supreme Elder of the Holy Heart Palace and said, this time, our Extreme Sun sect is slightly weaker. So from today onwards, our Extreme Sun sect will not annex your Holy Heart Palace. We only want Qin Yu. The second Grand Elder pointed at the Supreme Elder and shouted, you and I, one-on-one. If I lose, the Extreme Sun sect will hand over 9/10 of its assets. If you lose, I take Qin Yu. The Supreme Elder immediately nodded. All right, I agree. At this moment, Chu Lin shouted loudly, Grand Elders, don't let the tiger return to the mountain. There will be endless trouble. Qin Yu also shouted loudly, indeed, you shouldn't. Because the Extreme Sun sect will be destroyed today. Chu Lin glared angrily at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, is there a place for you to speak here? You want to destroy our Extreme Sun sect? I must say, you are indeed much stronger than me. Even among the younger generation, you could be called the Supreme. But in front of our Extreme Sun sect's Grand Elders, you're nothing but an ant. Qin Yu glared back at Chu Lin. Comparing yourself to me won't make me happy. It only makes me feel disgusted. You're not even worthy of comparing yourself to me. Your life-saving tricks are indeed numerous, so I've learned my lesson. Today, I absolutely will not let you leave here alive. The two elders of the Extreme Sun sect landed, standing opposite Qin Yu and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. It's good for young people to be arrogant, but you must also see reality clearly. You, this little brat, can't even withstand a single blow from us. The Supreme Elder also spoke. Young Qin Yu, leave the rest to me. Qin Yu suddenly raised the god-slaying spear, planting it in front of the two Extreme Sun sect elders, his whole body radiating a domineering aura as he glared and said, no need. Today, this is my battle. I will personally destroy the Extreme Sun sect. The two Extreme Sun sect elders appeared furious, staring at Qin Yu and saying, you brat, this old man has lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die. The Supreme Elder tried to dissuade Qin Yu. Young Qin Yu, having pride is a good thing, but this isn't something you can participate in. Qin Yu turned to look at the Supreme Elder. Senior, just trust me. The Supreme Elder stared at Qin Yu, feeling troubled. In that case, this battle is yours. Palace Master Fu Yao looked towards the Supreme Elder. Qin Yu is young and impulsive. How can you let him do as he pleases? What's more, there are two Supreme Elders of the Extreme Sun sect. The Supreme Elder frowned and said, let him handle it. This kid's cultivation is no weaker than mine. Fu Yao was astonished by the Supreme Elder's words. What are you saying? This is no time for jokes. The Supreme Elder glared and explained. How could I lie to you? Not only is he stronger than me, the power within this kid's body is truly like a bottomless abyss. At this moment, Chinu walked to the god-slaying spear, lifted it, and carried it on his shoulder, glaring at the two old men in front of him. The two of you can make your move. Let me see how much skill you possess. The two elders felt uneasy and glanced at each other. The Grand Elder hinted to the other. That old dog, Yili, has let down his guard. There must be a great secret on this kid. Let's do things the usual way. After the two old men finished their discussion, they turned around and said, "All right, but this place isn't suitable for battle. If you want to fight, follow us." Chinu glared at the two old men. Then Chinu followed the two old men and flew away. The scene shifted to a vast mountainous region. A moment later, Chinu was also brought here by the two old men. The three of them landed together, standing facing each other. Having achieved their goal, the two old men revealed sinister smiles. Then, the two old men launched attacks towards Chinu from both sides. Chinu lightly spun his spear, creating a defensive layer. The two old men were like two whirlwinds surrounding Chinu. Then the two old men retreated to the side. Chinu successfully blocked the attack, glaring at the two old men in front of him and laughing loudly. The two old men began chanting, "Heaven rank martial skill, profound gloom decree. Heaven rank martial skill, crimson fire decree." The two old men summoned a pair of twin dragons, attacking Chinu. Chinu also executed the fourth stance of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, Destruction, to meet the attack. After the exchange, Chinu was knocked to the side, sliding a distance across the ground. Chinu glared and said, "That move was somewhat interesting." The Grand Elder of the Extreme Sun sect stared at Chinu and said, "Although you only have the cultivation of the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, you were able to withstand the combined attack of the two of us. However, young one, just now this old man only used the strength of the nascent soul realm to fight you." The two old men glared, beginning to unleash their divine transformation power. Two rays of light bloomed in front of Chinu. "Next, we'll let you experience the terror of the shattered void realm." Chinu stared intently at the two old men in front of him. Suddenly, a mark appeared on top of Chinu's head, and a barrier began to envelop him. The two old men widened their eyes and chanted in unison, "Shattered space, form a domain, shattered void realm." The first level of the shattered void realm can control space. The third level can create a void realm. One old man pointed at Chinu and shouted, "Inside the void realm, you are nothing but an ant." A burst of energy immediately struck Chinu. After the explosion, the ground in front of them turned to ash, and smoke and dust filled the air. The old man said, "Foolish child, you think a few lucky chances give you the power to resist a higher realm? How naive." The two old men stared intently at the explosion. No cultivator in the nascent soul realm could possibly withstand the power of the third level of the shattered void realm. The Grand Elder turned his head. Old Ghost Chin Shien is truly pitiful. He died at the hands of this child before even comprehending the void realm. Chinu slowly walked out of the smoke and dust and said, "What interesting things are you two talking about? Perhaps I should join the fun." Hearing Chinu's voice, the two old men's eyes widened in shock as they looked at his figure. Chinu slowly emerged from the rubble and glared at the two old men. "Why aren't you saying anything?" The two elders turned around, feeling apprehensive. The great wilderness's fortuitous encounter truly that terrifying? How can someone in the nascent soul realm withstand the power of the shattered void realm? Just as he finished speaking, Chinu's fist arrived before their faces. The second elder hastily created a wall to block the attack, but it couldn't withstand Chinu's immense power, and he was immediately sent flying. The remaining Grand Elder, filled with fear, gathered his energy and yelled, "Don't be so arrogant." Immediately afterward, he was also sent flying 80 meters by a kick from Chinu. The two old men cried out in unison, "How can you withstand the techniques of the shattered void realm?" Chinu raised his hand, condensing energy, and aimed a palm strike at the two old men. He continued to glare, summoning the war god spear and controlling it to attack from behind the two elders. The Grand Elder began to summon an immortal weapon, shouting, "Inverse life infinity." The immortal weapon immediately sucked the two old men inside, surprising Chinu. Then, it transported them to a different location. Chinu stared at the immortal weapon. Oh, so there are artifacts like this as well? The two elders gnashed their teeth in anger. Brat, you forced us to use a second-grade immortal weapon. The Grand Elder waved his hand and shouted, but today you will die. The ground began to form a formation diagram, encircling Chinu. Chinu stood calmly in the center of the barrier and said, you used this terrain to cultivate your realm, which is why you led me here. This must be the place you prepared to deal with the elders of the Holy Heart Palace. It's just that you encountered an unexpected variable like me. I've known all this for a while now. Come on, let me see the full power of two experts at the third level of the Shattered Void Realm. The Grand Elder and Second Elder glared at Chinu. You saw through it all along? Then why did you? The corner of Chinu's mouth curled up as he summoned the image of Niti to stand beside him. He spoke coldly, just because I also want to see how much power I can unleash now. Chinu sighed and began to call the names of the desolate beasts he controlled. Nibbler, nine-legged golden crow, acidic Xiaoen, kneeling ox, and soaring dragon. Chinu's eyes pleaded for help as an immense power erupted before the two elders. At this moment, Chinu's entire body was enveloped by the desolate beast's flesh. With a single stomp, Chinu instantly shattered the shattered void realm the two elders had created. The Grand Elder cried out in shock, impossible. Chinu coldly walked closer, glaring at the two Extreme Sun sect elders. You are weaker than I imagined. Well, it makes sense. Cultivators now are probably weaker than those I faced before. No, that's not right. I'm much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, Chinu teleported in front of the Extreme Sun sect's Grand Elder, causing him to widen his eyes in terror as he looked up at Chinu. Chinu condensed energy at his fingertips and continued, let me show you the true martial arts of Chinu. Then, Chinu pointed towards the sky, and a beam of energy shot upwards from his fingertip. The two elders looked up at the sky, both astonished and terrified. In the sky, the illusory image of Taotai manifested behind Chinu's energy beam. Chinu glared at the two Extreme Sun sect elders. Desolate technique, evil beast. Taotai immediately bared its fangs and claws, lunging towards the two elders. The Grand Elder shouted in fear, Universe Realm. The Universe Realm immortal tool immediately rushed towards the two elders, but it couldn't outpace Chinu's desolate beast technique. In a matter of seconds, the two elders' souls were devoured within that energy stream. Taotai gradually dissipated in the clouds. Chinu began to revert to his original form, sighing, it's over. Desolate techniques are innate skills of some desolate beasts. Although I haven't fully awakened Taotai yet, I can still use 30% of its desolate technique. Chinu looked at the two skeletons and continued, Tao Yi's desolate technique can devour all souls. You too have been devoured, now you're just empty shells. Chinu took out his spatial ring, collected the immortal tools of the two Extreme Sun sect elders, and stored them inside. Then, the two bodies flew towards the Holy Heart Palace. The scene shifted back to the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace, where both sides were anticipating good news. Chu Lin's eyes widened, thinking to himself, what's going on? Such a strong sense of unease. What happened? Could it be that great-grandfather and his second grandfather were defeated? Impossible. There's absolutely no nascent soul realm cultivator in this world who could defeat the two grandfathers. Chu Lin's eyes widened, and then he used a substitution technique to feign death and hide. On the Holy Heart Palace side, while they were waiting, the Supreme Elder suddenly widened his eyes and then laughed loudly. Ha ha. Palace Master Fuyao asked in confusion. The Supreme Elder stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, Lad, get ready. The Extreme Sun sect is ours now. Palace Master Fuyao understood and looked excitedly at the Supreme Elder. At this moment, Chinu also returned to the main hall of the Holy Heart Palace, carrying the bodies of the two Extreme Sun sect elders. Chinu casually tossed the two bodies aside, secretly pleased as he saw the Extreme Sun sect members descend into chaos upon seeing the bodies of their two elders. The entire Holy Heart Palace erupted in cheers. "We've won. Victory!" Chinu suddenly remembered he hadn't dealt with Chu Lin yet. He swung his hand, striking Chu Lin with a palm. Chu Lin spat out blood in pain, started shouting loudly, Chin, you listen to me." Chinu glared at him coldly, finishing off Chu Lin with one move. "If I listen to you any longer, I'll let you escape." Chinu stood in the middle of the main hall and declared loudly, "From today onwards, the Extreme Sun sect no longer exists. The rest is up to you all." After saying that, Chinu turned and left, flying straight into the sky, leaving a group of dumbfounded Holy Heart Palace members. Palace Master Fuyao looked at Chinu's retreating figure. "Chinu, just what kind of monster are you?" At the same time, Chinu was crossing the forest to his destination. The token in his hand received news from Wu Si. Li Qingdao has been safely escorted and retreated. Following that, Chinu received news from Xiaoban Mu. A mysterious expert appeared in the Jade Maiden sect. "I have retreated. The Jade Maiden sect is heading toward the Holy Heart Palace. Please be careful." Chinu frowned and looked towards the Jade Maiden sect. "It's your turn." At the same time, at the foot of another mountain far away, the people of the Jade Maiden sect had gathered. By Wei said breathlessly, "This is so infuriating. If it weren't for the Ninth Prince's assistance this time, we would have been stopped." This Ninth Prince, named Chen Shien, stared at By Wei and asked, "It's all right. Past this mountain is the Holy Heart Palace, right?" By Wei looked intently at Chen Shien. "That's right, but I don't know if the Extreme Sun sect has conquered them yet." The Ninth Prince pondered for a moment, then said to By Wei, "It doesn't matter if they haven't. It would be even better if the Jade Maiden sect can handle this." By Wei's eyes widened. "If we only rely on our Jade Maiden sect, it won't be enough, but with your assistance, it will be much easier." The Jade Maiden sect master also stepped in front of Chen Shien. "Thank you, Ninth Prince. If we succeed in subduing the Holy Heart Palace this time, the Jade Maiden sect will be at your service in the future." Chen Shien looked at the Jade Maiden sect master smugly. "Well said. We should set off quickly. If the Extreme Sun sect gets there first, it's your loss." Hearing this, the Jade Maiden sect master immediately shouted, "Everyone, speed up." A moment later, everyone from a Jade Maiden sect arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chen Shien followed behind, providing support. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's subordinate teleported to him, asking in confusion, "Ninth Prince, what's going on?" "It's just a fight between sects." Chen Xiang glanced at his subordinate. "I was bored wandering the mortal world, and I just happened to encounter this. If I don't play along a bit, I won't have the chance after returning to the heavenly court." Chen Xiang's subordinate sighed helplessly. Suddenly, both of them sensed a powerful force approaching and immediately looked around vigilantly. After the impact, Chinu and the War God Spear appeared in front of the Jade Maiden sect. Seeing Chinu, By Wei's heart was instantly filled with fear and anxiety. The Jade Maiden sect master glared at Chinu, thinking to herself, "So that young man is Chinu. He's already at the 5th level of the Shattered Void Realm. How could his cultivation have increased so much in such a short time?" Chinu pointed his spear at the Jade Maiden sect master, glaring and shouting, "From today onwards, the Jade Maiden sect will vanish from this world." Chinu began to channel his energy, preparing to use the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. He suddenly realized something. Chinu stared at Chen Xiang in front of him. Why is it him? This guy is the 9th Prince of the Tianhe dynasty, the future Tianhe Great Emperor, Chen Xiang. By Wei glared at Chinu resentfully. "Long time no see. Chinu, you've changed so much. But do you think you can overthrow our Jade Maiden sect with your own strength?" Such wishful thinking. The Jade Maiden sect master stared at Chinu, somewhat worried. This brat dares to barge in here alone. He must have some scheme. Chinu looked towards Chen Xiang and began to ponder. Tianhe Great Emperor Chen Xiang is a powerhouse who conquered the entire royal family with his own strength. The Tianhe dynasty wasn't originally the leading dynasty Above it were 10 forces that far surpassed the Tianhe dynasty in strength. Whether in terms of the number of martial artists or the size of the army, they were far superior to the Tianhe dynasty. In the previous life, Chen Xiang lived in seclusion for many years, secretly improving his own strength, and finally waited for an opportunity, successfully seizing the throne. After that, his legend began. First, he allied with the Immortal Clan, obtained many immortal inscriptions, and used them to cultivate many powerful martial artists, also obtaining quite a few immortal artifacts. Thanks to these immortal inscriptions and artifacts, he unified the imperial court, becoming the first Tianhe great emperor in history. Becoming the king of the human clan, he led the human clan against the demon clan. Chen Xiang made the human clan prosperous, even capable of overthrowing the demon clan. It can be seen that he is a resilient man. Unfortunately, the immortal clan behind Chen Xiang ultimately surrendered to the Zhao clan's immortal clan. And because Chen Xiang refused to submit to Li Qinghe, he was killed. A legendary life thus perished. Chinu pondered for a while, shaking his head and sighing. Chen Xiang stared at Chinu and said, "Chinu, I know you possess the 9th grade Saint Fire, and at such a young age, your cultivation is limitless. Meeting me today, why are you shaking your head and sighing?" Bai Feifei glared at Chinu and shouted, "Chinu, you should know who is standing before you." Before she could finish, Chen Xiang glared at Bai Feifei, telling her to shut up. Seeing this, Bai Feifei fearfully shut her mouth. Chinu stepped forward and extended his hand. "Ninth Prince, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean any disrespect. I just recalled some unfortunate events." Chen Xiang was surprised, astonished that Chinu knew his identity. He said, "Such a formal address is a bit distant. I'm a few years older than you. If Brother Qin doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother." Chinu nodded and said, "Of course. But, Big Brother Chen, could you ask that senior to stop emitting killing intent?" Chen Xiang looked towards the old subordinate behind him, the old man who was staring at Chinu. Then he used telepathic communication to speak with Chen Xiang. "Ninth Master, this kid is definitely not simple. Just now, I unintentionally leaked a bit of killing intent, and he immediately noticed." Chen Xiang replied in the same manner. "I heard that this kid obtained a great opportunity after entering the great wilderness. It seems the rumors are true. If I have his assistance, I can realize my ambitions and take another step forward." Chinu looked intently at Chen Xiang. "Big Brother Chen, I don't care what relationship you have with the Jade Maiden sect." Chinu continued to point his spear at the Jade Maiden sect master, shouting loudly, "But today I must destroy her." Bai Feifei glared angrily at Chinu. "Chinu, I think you're blind. Just you?" Chen Xiang immediately interrupted Bai Feifei. "Just a chance encounter, Brother Qin. If you have a personal grudge, go ahead and settle it." Chen Xiang and his subordinates then stepped aside, leaving Chinu to deal with the matter himself. Bai Feifei glanced at Chen Xiang, thinking angrily, "This 9th prince is really something. Oh well, perhaps he's testing me." Bai Feifei continued to glare at Chinu and shouted, "Chinu, although I don't know what your scheme is." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Feifei was pierced through by the war god spear. Chinu easily defeated Bai Feifei in an instant. Chinu continued to advance, his eyes extremely cold. "The next one to die will be you." Seeing this, the Jade Maiden sect master yelled, "Shameless brat! Today, I will definitely kill you again." In the blink of an eye, Chinu ended the Jade Maiden sect master's life. With just one move, the Jade Maiden sect master continuously vomited blood in agony. All the disciples cried out in terror, "Sect master!" Chinu looked at the Jade Maiden sect disciples with murderous eyes. "Get out of here now!" The disciples immediately fled in all directions, not daring to delay. Chinu nodded and withdrew his war god spear. "My business here is done." At this moment, Chen Xiang was also quite shocked by Chinu's actions. To kill so decisively, without hesitation, spilling so much blood. Chen Xiang stepped forward, forcing a smile as he looked at Chinu. Such decisive killing, truly the mark of a man. This time, the Jade Maiden sect is also ruined. The four great sects of the Tianhe dynasty have been fighting for so long, and in the end, only the Holy Heart Palace has the last laugh. But Chinu, the Jade Maiden sect, definitely won't let this go. Even though their sect master is dead, their backing isn't bad. If you need it, I can help deal with the aftermath. Chinu looked directly at Chen Xiang. Thank you, Brother Chen, but I will deal with the Jade Maiden sect myself. Chen Xiang looked intently at Chinu. Very well. Next, Brother Chen, you want to go to the Jade Maiden sect, correct? Chinu smiled sinisterly. Weeds must be pulled out by the roots. Chen Xiang said cheerfully to Chinu. Good. Very good. I happen to be free. Why don't I go with you? I also have a few things I want to ask you. The two then walked arm in arm towards the Jade Maiden sect. The scene shifted to the Jade Maiden sect, not far away. The Jade Maiden sect's Grand Elder, who was sitting in a corner of the Holy Fire cultivation room, suddenly opened her eyes. Her face was clearly filled with anger, and she roared, "Damn it!" The door to the room slowly opened. A young woman entered and said, "Grand Elder, what happened?" The Jade Maiden sect's Grand Elder stared at the young woman in front of her. Those two bitches at Baiquan are both dead. The young woman stood pensively in front of the old woman. It seems this time the Jade Maiden sect has lost, completely lost. The Jade Maiden sect's Grand Elder stood up and slowly walked forward. Now talents are emerging in droves. Someone like Chinu of the Holy Heart Palace has broken the balance that has existed for many years among our great sections. Perhaps the Jade Maiden sect's time has truly come to an end. The young woman looked intently at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, so we can? The Grand Elder looked at the young woman. Although I no longer care about this sect, I must still fulfill my promise to you. Prepare yourself. Today we will depart and take you to the great wilderness. The young woman joyfully thanked the Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder. Following this, the Jade Maiden sect's Grand Elder also left that dark room. A few days later, Chinu also arrived at the Jade Maiden sect. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Chinu said doubtfully, "How can the Jade Maiden sect be completely deserted like this?" Chen Xiang turned his head and looked around. It seems the Jade Maiden sect has fled. Chinu glared angrily at the main hall of the Jade Maiden sect and roared, "Jade Maiden sect!" After a preliminary inspection, Chen Xiang's subordinates landed and reported. Not only that, but the entire sect is also devoid of any spiritual energy. It seems they've taken all the heavenly and earthly treasures with them. Hearing this, Chinu closed his eyes and used the Qilin's power to search for the Jade Maiden sect's heavenly and earthly treasures. Chinu activated his consciousness, and the Qilin within the barrier continuously searched everywhere. A moment later, Chinu found something and said, "I'm afraid that's not the case." Hearing Chinu's words, Chen Xiang was a bit bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Then Chinu signaled for Chen Xiang to follow him. According to my memories from my past life, the Jade Maiden sect hid an ancient emperor's tomb deep underground. Within the tomb is a top-grade immortal artifact. Just now, the Qilin also detected it. It's indeed still there. Chinu walked to the side of a well and stopped, looking ahead. Chen Xiang followed Chinu's gaze. "Brother Chen, you seem very familiar with the Jade Maiden sect." Chinu turned to look at Chen Xiang. "Brother Chen, do you dare to explore down there with me?" Chen Xiang, somewhat curious about the well, stretched out his hand excitedly and said, "What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Xiang walked to the mouth of the well and said to his subordinates, "Brother Chen asked me to go down. He must have a reason. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Having said that, he jumped down into the well, searching for the water vein. Chen Xiang looked at Chinu. "I never thought there would be another cave beneath the Jade Maiden sect." Chen Xiang's subordinates tried to sense the surrounding spiritual energy and said, "There's no spiritual energy here at all. Even I can't sense any." Chinu turned to look at Chen Xiang. "Brother Chen, could I borrow your immortal inscription?" Hearing Chinu wanted to borrow something, Chen Xiang didn't hesitate and agreed, "Ha, of course." Then Chen Xiang took out the immortal inscription and tossed it to Chinu. Chinu caught the immortal inscription and immediately brandished it forward, a surge of energy instantly illuminating the entire cave. The subordinate said in astonishment. Is this a 7th-level immortal inscription? Chen Xiang interrupted his subordinate. Looking at Chinu, a 7th-level immortal inscription is nothing. No problem at all. Suddenly, the wall in front of Chinu began to crack, revealing a triangular door. With a confident look in his eyes, Chinu stepped inside, not forgetting to say, "Brother Chen, please follow me." After that, both of them passed through the door in front of them, with the subordinates following behind. Inside, there was a coffin made of pure gold, with a pair of stone lions guarding it. The 3 men stood before the stone lions, Chen Xiang's subordinates constantly vigilant, observing their surroundings. Chen Xiang focused his gaze on the stone lions. Inside this coffin, could it be an ancient immortal emperor? Chen Xiang turned to look at Chinu. "Brother Qin, am I right?" Chinu glanced at Chen Xiang and said, "Indeed, big brother Chen. Inside this ancient coffin is an ancient human emperor, and moreover, one who possesses emperor's qi." Chen Xiang stared at Chinu in astonishment. Emperor's qi? Chen Xiang's subordinates were extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Is this true?" Chinu stepped forward, confidently saying, "True or false, we'll find out." Chinu extended his hand and immediately activated the mechanism. The stone lions immediately showed signs of cracking, their eyes glowing red as they stared fixedly at Chinu. Then, step by step, they walked towards Chinu, their eyes filled with rage. Seeing the danger, Chen Xiang cried out in alarm, "Brother Qin." Chinu glared at the stone lions. Seeing this, the stone lions cowered, curling up in a corner like small dogs. Chinu easily resolved the trouble and began to lift the lid of the coffin. Inside were stored an immortal artifact, a medicinal pill, and a martial skill scroll of the highest grade. Chinu picked up the martial skill scroll and tossed it to Chen Xiang. "Big brother Chen, this is the inheritance of the human emperor's fortune. The remaining immortal artifacts belong to me. What do you think?" Chen Xiang looked at Chinu happily. "Of course, brother Qin. You discovered this place, so it's only right that it all belongs to you." Chen Xiang excitedly opened the inheritance scroll, and a beam of spiritual light immediately radiated out, possessing the heavenly mandate of Emperor's Qi. Good, good, good. The illusory figure of the human emperor gradually appeared, and said, "I am the human emperor." "Oh, young one, are you the one who received my inheritance?" Chen Xiang cupped his hands in respect. "This junior, the 9th prince of the Tianhe dynasty, greets the human emperor." The human emperor's illusory figure looked at Chen Xiang. "Not bad, not bad. Abundant emperor's qi, surrounded by purple qi, a supreme destiny, qualified to become my inheritor. It's a pity that there's a great enemy in your fate, leading to a deadly situation." Suddenly, the human emperor's eyes widened, looking at Chen Xiang in surprise. "Oh, wait, this is strange." The old human emperor turned to look at Chinu. "Could it be? So that's it." The old human emperor laughed loudly. "Haha, indeed, all of this is heavenly will." Chen Xiang's eyes widened as he watched in astonishment at the power of the human emperor. The emperor's illusory figure transformed into a desolate beast, roaring, "Young one, accept my inheritance." Then it transformed into energy and surged into Chen Xiang's body. In an instant, Chen Xiang's entire body was enveloped in golden light, shining brightly within the secret chamber, as he began to absorb the immense power circulating within him. The old subordinate anxiously called out Chen Xiang's name. Chinu stood beside him and offered comfort. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." The old subordinate looked at Chinu and said loudly, "Chinu, who are you really? You know the Jade Maiden sect like the back of your hand, and you can even easily give up the emperor's inheritance. What is your purpose in approaching the 9th prince?" Chinu stared at Chen Xiang and said, "The emperor's qi has no connection with me. Even if it's powerful, I can't keep it. As for approaching the 9th prince, it was just a coincidence." At the same time, Chen Xiang began to erupt, his whole body constantly absorbing the old human emperor's inheritance. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide staring forward. After receiving the inheritance, his whole body became powerful as he stood before his subordinate and Chinu. The old subordinate looked at Chen Shien with a worried expression. "Ninth Prince, are you all right?" Chen Shien, both delighted and excited, raised his hand and clenched it tightly. "I'm fine." The might of the ancient human emperor truly lives up to its reputation. With this power, how can I worry about failing in my grand undertaking? He continued to walk in front of Chinu, clasping his hands in gratitude. Being able to receive such a great opportunity today is all thanks to Brother Chen. In the future, if there's anything I can help you with, Big Brother will definitely not refuse. Chinu looked at Chen Shien with a serious expression. "I hope Big Brother Chen can make good use of this power and protect our human race." Hearing Chinu's words, Chen Shien confidently patted his chest. "As long as I, Chen Shien, live for a day, I will dedicate myself to protecting our human race." The old subordinate turned and left, gesturing at the same time. "Let's leave this place." The three quickly jumped out of the well, leaving the Jade Maiden's sect's secret chamber. Chen Shien called Chinu back, seemingly wanting to say something. Suddenly, countless abnormal phenomena of the lightning Tao heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky, surprising Chen Shien. The Emperor's chi within his body suddenly began to clash, causing him immense pain. Chinu, standing beside him, couldn't help but be alarmed. "Oh no, is this a clash of Emperor's chi?" Chen Xiang's old subordinate, seeing this scene, became worried. "What's happening?" Chinu quickly explained. Big Brother Chen received the ancient human emperor's chi inheritance, but the Tianhe dynasty also has another emperor. One mountain cannot hold two tigers, so the two streams of emperor's chi will naturally struggle for supremacy. The two streams of emperor's chi transformed into the forms of ancient desolate beasts, constantly emitting fierce roars. Chinu continued to observe carefully. "I was careless. I actually forgot about this. Now that a new emperor has appeared, the Tianhe dynasty is about to fall into chaos." The power of the human emperor's cheese tiger within Chen Shien continuously surged, clashing and swirling in the clouds with the azure dragon emperor's chi of the old emperor of the Tianhe dynasty. The scene resembled a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, as the two streams of emperor's chi constantly collided violently. Chen Xiang's tiger emperor's chi, like a bolt of lightning, lunged towards the azure dragon, biting down firmly. This pain caused the azure dragon emperor's chi to gradually dissipate. After a period of earth-shattering roars, the heavenly Tao phenomenon gradually subsided. The battle for the imperial throne ended, and Chen Xiang was now somewhat exhausted, panting heavily, his face covered in sweat. At the same time, in the Tianhe dynasty, beneath luxurious buildings, within the emperor's palace, inside the palace where the royal family rested, the old emperor of the Tianhe dynasty was currently in the midst of cultivation. Suddenly, his destined emperor's chi manifested a problem, causing him such pain that his eyes bulged. In an instant, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, accompanied by excruciating pain. Sensing his emperor's chi gradually dissipating, he cried out in alarm. "My emperor's chi, why is it disappearing?" In a state of panic, the old emperor immediately called out loudly for the imperial preceptor. "Imperial preceptor, where are you?" Upon being summoned, the imperial preceptor immediately appeared beside him, his expression grave. Seeing the emperor severely injured upon arrival, he asked with some concern, "Your Majesty, what happened to you?" Hearing this, the old emperor began to frown as he explained the problem he was facing. "Imperial preceptor, my emperor's chi has vanished." The imperial preceptor was immediately astonished upon hearing this news. "How is that possible? Your Majesty is protected by the entire Xian Yuan clan. Your emperor's chi is profound. How could it dissipate so easily? Your Majesty, do not panic. Let this subject investigate." He then activated his divine vision to investigate. An intensely powerful suppressive force spread out. Within the realm of his divine vision, His body was constantly being burned by a human emperor's qi. The intense pressure caused him to bleed continuously from within his body. Sensing this ferocious emperor's qi spreading throughout the Tianhe dynasty, he began to worry. The old emperor's complexion had completely changed, and he looked anxiously at the imperial preceptor. Imperial preceptor, what in the world is going on? The imperial preceptor, his lips stained with blood, replied fearfully, "Your Majesty, I fear something truly grave has occurred. Just now, this subject used my divine vision to investigate, and within this Tianhe dynasty, a new stream of emperor's qi has appeared. Its power is incredibly formidable, far surpassing yours. Your Majesty's emperor's qi has been devoured by it. Moreover, this emperor's qi is so ferocious that even this subject cannot lock onto it." Hearing this, the old emperor revealed a disheartened and disgruntled expression. Ruined, it's truly ruined. The imperial preceptor quickly consoled him. "Your Majesty, rest assured, the tides of fortune are unpredictable. Even if a new human emperor has descended, they cannot seize your dynasty. This subject still has a method." Hearing this, the old emperor hastily asked, "What method? Speak quickly." The imperial preceptor immediately explained in detail to the old emperor. "Gather the martial artists. Cultivate their emperor's qi to serve you." At this moment, the old emperor still didn't fully understand, and asked, "Please explain it clearly, imperial preceptor." The imperial preceptor extended his hand to explain to his Majesty. The myriad energies within the world, though different, all stem from the same source, all nurtured by the heavenly Tao, ultimately sharing the same origin. By gathering martial artists with strong destinies and commanding them to battle and devour each other, seizing each other's destinies, we can continuously strengthen your destiny. Once a martial artist with an extraordinary destiny is discovered, this subject can utilize a secret technique to seize that destiny and refine it into a new emperor's qi for your use. Destruction precedes creation. Perhaps this destruction of your emperor's qi is actually beneficial to you. Hearing this, the old emperor was immediately overjoyed. Such a thing is possible? Then what should I do? A sinister smile appeared on the imperial preceptor's lips. The Tianhe dynasty has been isolated for many years. We can use this opportunity to become even stronger. Your Majesty, we can cooperate with the surrounding dynasties and organize a large-scale martial arts competition. Relying solely on the destinies of the Tianhe dynasty's martial artists is insufficient to condense a new emperor's qi for you. However, with the participation of other dynasties, this great undertaking will surely succeed. By then, your Majesty will possess an even stronger emperor's qi, and the destinies of the martial artists from the surrounding kingdoms will be completely seized. Our Tianhe dynasty can also take this opportunity to launch a war, forcing the other kingdoms to submit to us. The old emperor, completely entranced, quickly agreed. Good. Imperial preceptor, this all depends on you. The imperial preceptor looked directly at the old emperor with a sinister expression. Leave everything to this subject. The scene shifted back to the Jade Maiden sect. Chen Shien felt a bit regretful as he turned to Chinu. "Brother Qin, are you really not able to stroll through the imperial palace with me?" Chinu, with an expressionless face, continued walking forward. "Big brother Chen, the imperial capital is in chaos. It would only bring trouble. If the people of the Jade Maiden sect have all escaped, we should also return to the Sacred Heart Hall." Before leaving, Chinu carefully instructed Chen Shien. "Remember the Emperor's qi concealment technique I just taught you. Unless it's the right time, absolutely do not reveal it." Hearing this reminder, Chen Shien became confident. "Don't worry, I have my own plans." After that, Chinu directly left. "Big brother Chen, I must go now. Farewell." As soon as Chinu finished speaking, he soared into the sky, beginning his journey back to the Sacred Heart Hall. Chen Shien remained where he stood, looking at Chinu's receding figure and laughing excitedly. This trip has yielded immense fortune. Chen Xiang's old subordinate squinted. This Chinu is truly unfathomable. Does Ninth Prince want to secretly investigate him a bit? Chen Xiang immediately and decisively interrupted the old subordinate. No, if Chinu finds out, it will create animosity between us. Hearing Chen Xiang's instruction, the old subordinate immediately bowed his head in obedience, not daring to argue further. Chen Xiang, with a joyful expression, continued walking forward. Ha ha ha. All right, let's go. The scene shifted to the Sacred Heart Hall Plaza, where disciples were organizing a large quantity of resources. After dealing with the opposing forces, the areas damaged in the battle were also being repaired by everyone. Chinu returned just at this moment, after sweeping through the sects opposing the Sacred Heart Hall. Everyone warmly greeted Chinu upon seeing him. Chinu greeted everyone sheepishly as soon as he arrived. It seems that taking over the resources and reforming the sect has been quite arduous for everyone. Upon returning to the main hall, Chinu was greeted by Yi Dong and Lung Tian Shuang rushing out. Chinu, you finally returned. Yi Dong excitedly ran to Chinu's side. It seems you're all right. Chinu, did you really single-handedly destroy the Jade Maiden sect? Lung Tian Shuang smiled happily from the side. Young Master Qin, you truly surprised us all. However, doing so was still very dangerous. In the future, you should still let us assist you. Chinu then quickly entered the main hall and paid his respects to Hall Master Fu Yao. Greetings, Hall Master Fu Yao. By the way, where's Qing Dao? Hall Master Fu Yao, seated on her chair, instructed Yi Dong. Yi Dong, take young Master Qin to Qing Dao. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong immediately pulled Chinu and ran outside. All right, come with me. Hall Master Fu Yao then looked towards Lung Tian Shuang. Tian Shuang, I'm afraid Li Qing Dao has already captured young Master Qin's heart. Lung Tian Shuang looked a bit melancholic. Looking ahead with a dazed expression, Lung Tian Shuang murmured, I suppose I'm not fated to be with young Master Qin. Meanwhile, in her room, Li Qing Dao felt somewhat listless, sighing repeatedly, troubled by the worries in her heart. Just then, Chinu arrived. Opening the door and entering to find Li Qing Dao, he just walked straight into Li Qing Dao's room. The two began to chat, and Li Qing Dao asked Chinu about the Jade Maiden sect. Was the Jade Maiden sect really destroyed? Chinu, with a slightly dazed look, replied, Qing Dao, the Jade Maiden sect isn't what you think. You probably don't know how many dirty deeds they've been doing behind everyone's backs. Then, Chinu reached out and stroked Qing Dao's head. From now on, stay by my side, and I'll protect you for the rest of your life. Seeing Chinu's expression, Li Qing Dao suddenly became embarrassed. All right. I know. Don't say things like that anymore. Chinu sighed softly. It seems I need to work on our relationship. Time quickly passed, and a month went by. Within the Sacred Heart Hall's secret realm, Chinu had spent a month in secluded cultivation. At this moment, he excitedly awoke, sensing his own power. I've finally broken through. I'm only one step away from reaching the 9th level of the Breaking Through realm, and just one step away from awakening the next desolate beast. Once that beast awakens, I can prepare to enter the Great Desolation. While he was still analyzing his next plan, Yi Dong hurriedly rushed in from outside. Chinu. Yi Dong wore an excited expression. Chinu, something big has happened. Chinu was a little surprised and looked curiously at Yi Dong. What is it? Yi Dong said with a cheerful smile. It's huge. The Tianhe dynasty has announced that they want to gather all the forces of the 7 dynasties to organize a grand martial arts tournament. After hearing this, Chinu began to suspect the Tianhe dynasty's intentions. A martial arts tournament? What about it? Yi Dong continued to explain. This tournament will not only gather the peak powers of the 8 great dynasties, but the emperors will also converge their royal qi. This is an unprecedented event. Martial artists from all 8 dynasties can participate, with no limit on the number of participants or sections. The rewards are also incredibly generous. Chinu nodded at Yi Dong's words. Tell me more. Yi Dong continued to explain the details of the tournament. Those ranked within the top 100 can receive a Rank 2 Immortal Artifact and a Rank 1 Immortal Inscription. Those in the top 50 will receive a rank 3 immortal artifact. And the contestants in the top 20 can even receive a rank 4 immortal artifact. Upon hearing this, Chinu rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. A rank 4 immortal artifact? That's quite generous. Such rich rewards will attract many disciples from hidden sects and powerful rogue cultivators. Yidong continued, that's not all. In this grand tournament, the top 10 will have the right to use the national treasures of the 8 dynasties and then directly enter the Great Desolation to compete for opportunities. Hearing this, Chinu was extremely surprised. There's such a thing? National treasures converge the nation's chi. Not only can they enhance a martial artist's temperament, but they also carry supreme mystical power. If I can obtain the national treasures of the 8 dynasties, then I can also enter the Great Desolation. Chinu excitedly said to Yidong, with such generous rewards, I must participate. Yidong grew even more excited. I knew you'd participate. We can go together. It's a pity senior sister Tian Swang still has sect matters to deal with and can't join us. Then she hurriedly pushed Chinu forward. All right, Chinu, let's go. This martial arts tournament will be held in 3 months at Haoyu City. It's located northwest of here, about 3,000 miles away. If we leave now, we'll still have time to rest and adjust. Chinu looked at Yidong with some confusion. You're in a real hurry. All right, let's go say goodbye to Hall Master Fu Yao, and then we'll set off immediately. Then Chinu went to bid farewell to Hall Master Fu Yao. Hall Master Fu Yao also offered words of encouragement to Chinu. Chinu, you must win first place. The elders of the Sacred Heart Hall also excitedly cheered for Chinu. Chinu, do your best. Yidong said a little sullenly, why isn't anyone cheering for me? Seeing this, Hall Master Fu Yao reminded Yidong, take good care of young Master Chen on the road, understand? Lung Tian Swang, standing to the side, also excitedly wished Chinu well. Young Master Chen, do your best. Chinu responded enthusiastically. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it. Then he turned and headed towards Haoyu City. Fu Yao watched Chinu's retreating figure. Chinu, I'll be waiting for you to fulfill your promise. Time quickly passed to the next day, and Chinu's carriage was now speeding down the road. At this moment, Chinu complained a little. Yidong, don't we have a bigger carriage? Yidong looked a little embarrassed. It should have been enough. How do we end up with another person? C2 Zhengwu appeared at the same time, laughing heartily with a cheerful expression. Isn't this just the right time to meet the right person? Since we're all going to the tournament, wouldn't it be better to travel together as companions? Chinu and the others pondered for a moment after hearing this, staring at C2 Zhengwu. Then Chinu could only shake his head in resignation. Oh well, it's fine. C2 Zhengwu immediately stood up triumphantly and shouted, let's set off. Second place in this tournament is already mine. Yidong was a little annoyed, glaring at C2 Zhengwu. Why second place? C2 Zhengwu glanced smugly at Yidong. First place naturally belongs to Brother Chen. Yidong continued to question him. That's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is, what makes you think you can compete for second place? C2 Zhengwu's face remained expressionless as he frowned and looked ahead. Because Yidong saw him hesitate, he felt a little uneasy why. C2 Zhengwu immediately put on a lecherous expression and said loudly, because winning second place means I can marry the 2 princesses of the great dynasty. Chinu was astonished upon hearing this, his eyes wide as he stared at C2 Zhengwu. What? Upon hearing this, Yidong immediately pointed at him and scolded, you old pervert. Wu Yu and Wu Si, standing to the side, also looked helplessly at C2 Zhengwu. A while later, the group arrived at the border of the Tianhe dynasty. C2 Zhengwu immediately became vigilant. Looking around, we've reached the border of the Tianhe dynasty. This stretch of road is very dangerous, so don't let your guard down. Wu Si frowned and looked at C2 Zhengwu with some doubt. Is it because of the demon race? Chinu seriously explained from the side. It's not just the demon race. The border of the Tianhe dynasty is adjacent to countless small countries, and there are also many factions and rogue cultivators. Their threat sometimes surpasses even the demon race. These small countries and rogue cultivator factions specialize in hiding in the shadows, robbing and killing passersby. Most of them rely on these resources to survive. Si Woo, with a smug look, stepped beside Chinu. Junior brother is absolutely right. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from outside. Sensing something was amiss, both of them immediately shouted, "Not good, there's danger." In the blink of an eye, the carriage was struck and shattered into pieces. Thanks to their agile movements, Chinu and the others quickly landed safely. After observing the situation, they discovered a mysterious barrier had been set up ahead. Chinu observed for a moment, then reluctantly said, "It seems for the next part of the journey, we can only walk. Everyone, let's continue onward." Time quickly passed until evening. Everyone stopped to rest in a forest, sitting around a small fire. Si Woo also took out a map, observing the team's progress. After reviewing it, he pointed to a location on the map and said, "Tomorrow we must reach Qingfeng country. There, we can repair the carriage." While he was informing everyone, suddenly behind him, countless figures appeared, hidden among the trees. In a flash, a crippled figure stepped out. Upon appearing, he immediately shouted threateningly, "Hand over all your valuables, or I'll kill you." Chinu, sitting to the side, remained indifferent, glancing at the crippled group in front of him. After observing and assessing them, Chinu discovered they were all seriously injured, with no part of their bodies unharmed. He continued, reminding them, "Just at the broken void realm, I imagine you didn't cultivate to this realm easily. Leave quickly, or I will kill you." The old leader, hearing these words, became somewhat irritated, and shamelessly said, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." In an instant, he lunged forward, his hand tightly gripping a staff pointed directly at Chinu, shouting madly. Faced with this situation, Chinu didn't dodge, staring intently at his opponent. The old leader hesitated slightly, stopping in front of Chinu and threatening, "I'll give you one more chance. Quickly hand over all your valuables, and I won't kill you." Chinu's expression remained unchanged as he continued to question him. "Who are you? Why can you use my Qin family's techniques?" Hearing this, the old leader was startled and immediately jumped back, his face filled with terror. He turned and fled in a panic, shouting to his companions, "Retreat quickly!" The entire group of bandits, having just arrived, were recognized by Chinu and fled into the night in a panic. Si Woo, looking at Chinu's silhouette, asked, "Are you going to chase after them?" Chinu, walking forward, quickly replied, "The technique the person just used is a unique technique of my Qin family." Looking at his appearance, he seemed quite shocked to be recognized. "I've decided. We'll follow them and see what's really going on." The scene shifts to Qingfeng country, where Chinu has just arrived. Following the planned route, the scenery changes to a dilapidated temple in a deep forest. Inside the ruins are the men who originally intended to rob Chinu. A young man brings a cup of water. "Old Hu, have some water." Seeing Old Hu trembling incessantly, he asked with some doubt, "What's wrong with you?" Old Hu, weeping bitterly, recounts what he did. "We've been recognized. I've disgraced the Qin family." At this moment, Chinu walks in, causing everyone to be terrified. Upon arrival, he frowns and shouts at them, "Who are you?" Old Hu hastily replies, his expression panicked. "You? Who are you? How could you recognize the Qin family's secret technique?" Chinu introduces himself. "I am Chinu of the Qin family, from the Divine Sword Dynasty." Hearing this, Old Hu is deeply shocked, his eyes wide with astonishment. He suddenly shouts, raising his hand to strike himself. Seeing this, Chinu immediately uses an acupoint sealing technique, pointing a finger forward. A surge of internal energy directly hits an acupoint, immobilizing Old Hu. The others shout simultaneously, "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Old Hu also shouts, "Shirlang, don't be rude." Then, Old Hu orders Shirlang and the others, Lang, quickly take everyone outside. Lang replies loudly, anger on his face. I'm not going. Old Hu continues to yell. I order all of you to get out. Faced with Old Hu's resolute attitude, his subordinates immediately leave. Now, in this small, dilapidated temple, only Chinu and Old Hu remain. Chinu then releases Old Hu's acupoints. After being released, Old Hu stands blankly before Chinu, looking somewhat disgruntled. Chinu continues to question the doubts in his heart. Speak. Who are you? Old Hu hangs his head dejectedly. I am Hu Meng, descendant of Hu Lai, vanguard general of the Qin family's Ba Feng battalion. Hearing this name, Chinu is somewhat surprised. From the Ba Feng battalion? Why have I never heard of this name? He continues to question loudly. You are a member of the Qin family, so why have you drifted here and resorted to such despicable behavior? Hu Meng hangs his head powerlessly. I didn't want to, but I had no other choice. I really had no other choice. Seeing Hu Meng like this, Chinu wants to know the reason behind it. Sit down and explain clearly. There's still time to hear your explanation. Hu Meng sits by the fire, looking haggard. I have to start with the Ba Feng battalion. 30 years ago, my father, Hu Lai, was Qin Heng's bodyguard. At that time, the head of the Qin family ordered my father to lead the Ba Feng battalion to the border of Qingfeng country to carry out a mission. Hearing this, Chinu is extremely surprised. So you're a descendant of my grandfather's bodyguard. Hu Meng continues. At that time, a powerful force appeared in Qingfeng City. These people were extremely brutal, but the ruler of Qingfeng country was unable to resist them, so he asked us for help. Upon arriving there, we successfully eliminated those people. At that time, we thought the Ba Feng battalion would achieve a glorious victory. Speaking of this, Old Hu's face began to show anger and hatred. At that time, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared. He annihilated our entire Ba Feng battalion almost instantly. My father fought back desperately, finally opening a path for me to escape with my life. After escaping, I originally planned to lead the remaining Ba Feng battalion troops back to the Divine Sword Dynasty, but unexpectedly, that mysterious expert had a close relationship with the young master of Qingfeng country. That bastard sent many cavalry to pursue and kill us, searching everywhere for our whereabouts. They practically sealed off all our escape routes. With no other options, I could only lead the remaining troops into hiding, living a secluded life. The situation became even more desperate. The young master of Qingfeng country also informed the entire Qin family that the Ba Feng battalion had been annihilated. Furthermore, they sent the bodies of the Ba Feng battalion soldiers back to the Qin family. This action directly cut off any chance of the Qin family coming to our aid. These children here are all descendants of our Ba Feng battalion. Over the past 30 years, I don't know how many times I've tried to find a chance to break through, but ultimately failed. I've thought about suicide, but if I die and go to the underworld, how can I face the descendants of the Ba Feng battalion? Even if I have to change my identity and resort to robbery, it's only so that these children can survive. At this point, Old Hu immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. I have tarnished the reputation of the Qin family. I deserve to die. But these children are innocent. I am willing to use my death to wash away this stain for the Qin family. I only ask that you find a way for the Qin family to send someone here to take these children back. Chinu, seeing this scene, was somewhat moved, looking at Old Hu with pity. Suddenly, Lang ran in from outside, his face filled with terror. It's bad. Many martial artists have appeared outside. Old Hu, upon hearing these words, immediately widened his eyes in astonishment and said, What? He immediately turned his attention to Chinu, shouting, You dared to trick me. You're not from the Qin family at all. Chinu's face was cold. Glancing at Old Hu, Why would I trick you? Let's go. I just happen to want to know who has been pursuing and killing members of my Qin family for the past 30 years. I want them to pay in blood. Afterwards, everyone left the temple to confront the pursuers of the Qin family. Old Hu's subordinates, upon seeing the figures before them, trembled uncontrollably in fear. The androgynous-looking man glanced at the Qin family members and sneered loudly. A bunch of crippled freaks. You could have chosen a quick death, but instead you waste my time. How unlucky. Chinu stepped forward, his face expressionless, along with old Hu. The androgynous person looked at Hu Meng with murderous eyes. Hu Meng, I've finally found you. They also looked at Chinu and began to sneer. A new face today, huh? You look quite handsome. Want to flirt with Big Sister? Chinu remained expressionless, continuing to walk forward. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he steadily walked to the androgynous person's front. He coldly questioned, "The one who has been hunting you down for the past 30 years, is it you?" The eunuch sneered, uttering arrogant words. "Many have hunted them down. I'm just one of them. But today it's my turn," he said as he reached out and stroked Chinu's hair. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. You seem all right. Why don't you come play with me?" Chinu swiftly reached out and directly grabbed the eunuch's throat. This was Chinu's ultimate move. A single grip meant certain death. He glared at the eunuch with intense, killing intent. "You'd be better off dead now." Everyone present who saw this scene wore expressions of astonishment. Suddenly, the eunuch's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of terror. Peak of the 8th stage of the Shattered Void Realm? Who are you? What did that Hu Meng offer you? I'll give you double, no, 10 times that. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. He frantically screamed, his eyes rolling back as he felt excruciating pain. Chinu used his deadly technique, instantly snapping the eunuch's neck, ending his life. Seeing their master killed, the surrounding subordinates panicked. He killed the crown princess's consort. Run! Chinu immediately unleashed his domineering aura, summoning the abyssal devourer and beginning the slaughter. Chinu continued to glare at the people before him with eyes full of hatred. "None of you will escape my grasp today." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the monstrous power of the abyssal devourer, completely annihilating everyone present. This single move instantly obliterated them, leaving no corpses behind. Hu Meng, seeing this scene, was incredibly excited. Dead, they're all dead. Serves them right, those damn beasts. Having dealt with all the enemies, Chinu looked towards Hu Meng. "Hu Meng, according to what they just said, there are others who have been hunting you down all these years. Who are they?" Hu Meng's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock. "See, could it be you think?" Hu Meng then shook his head repeatedly, speaking in a panic. "No way. Although the Qingfeng country is just a small country, it has many powerful individuals. Killing this person will definitely expose us. They'll quickly come here." Hu Meng then pointed toward Shirlang and the others. "I'll stay here and block them. Please take these children back to the Qin family." Hearing this, Chinu revealed a contemplative expression. "From now on, follow me. The Qin family of the past no longer exists." Hu Meng was stunned by Chinu's words. "What do you mean?" Chinu's gaze was firm as he continued to gesture with his hand. "I'll explain later. Now, tell me who the others are." Hu Meng's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed on Chinu. "They are all descendants of the young master of Qingfeng country. He is the current ruler of Qingfeng country." After hearing Hu Meng's answer, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Chinu's mouth. "Good. I will completely destroy this Qingfeng country." At that moment, a golden barrier appeared beside Hu Meng's group. Then, C2 Zhengwu and the others also appeared. As soon as C2 Zhengwu arrived, he looked at Chinu with a deep gaze. "To think I would encounter the last bloodline of the Qin family here." He and his people then stepped forward, causing Hu Meng to become slightly wary. Hu Meng anxiously shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Chinu quickly raised his hand, signaling and comforting him. "They are all on our side." Before leaving, Chinu coldly instructed, "Please ensure their safety. I'll be back shortly." Hearing this, Hu Meng immediately protested loudly. "No. The most important thing now is to return to the Qin family and report the situation." Chinu's expression changed, and he coldly replied, "I already said, the Qin family of that time no longer exists." Receiving such an answer, Hu Meng couldn't help but wonder. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu turned to leave again, simultaneously gesturing to the Wu sisters. The Wu sisters will explain everything to you clearly. You'll understand soon. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Qin Yu, surprising him. Wait! Shi Lang hurriedly chased after him, falling to his knees in a panic and pleading with Qin Yu. Please take me with you. Although I can't help much, I definitely won't hold you back. I just want to see them get killed with my own eyes. Hearing this, Hu Meng shouted at Shi Lang. Shi Lang, be quiet. Qin Yu agreed to let Shi Lang follow him. If you hinder me, I will abandon you without hesitation. Shi Lang, with a determined look, immediately went towards Qin Yu. Everything is as you command. Qin Yu quickly pulled Shi Lang along. Then, he took Shi Lang to Qingfeng country for revenge. Hu Meng could only turn his head and watch Qin Yu's retreating figure with worry. The scene shifted to Qingfeng country, where those who pursued the Qin family were located. Upon entering, Qin Yu immediately surveyed the surroundings. We've arrived at Qingfeng country. Do you know where their city lord mansion is? Shi Lang pointed towards the tower in the center of Qingfeng country. That's it. Qin Yu looked forward resolutely. Let's go. At the same time, inside the tower, the country lord of Qingfeng country was leisurely soaking in a hot spring. A woman then appeared and respectfully said, Country lord, we still haven't found any trace of Hu Meng and his group. The country lord said with an enraged expression, What a bunch of useless fools. After so many years, they can't even catch a few cowards with nowhere to run. The woman opposite him frowned and replied, This Hu Meng is very cunning. But rest assured, country lord, I will definitely bring you his head. Hearing this, the country lord roared, I don't just want his head, I want all their lives. The woman respectfully acknowledged his command. Qin Yu arrived at this very moment. Stepping into the country lord's mansion, those who pursued my Qin family, prepare to die. Today, your Qingfeng country will be destroyed. Hearing these words, the country lord and his subordinates were startled. Who is it? In an instant, his tower was pierced through by Qin Yu, causing a tremor. Then, Qin Yu and Shi Lang appeared, their faces filled with hatred. Shi Lang pointed at the country lord who pursued the Qin family for years. It's him. The country lord's female subordinate's face paled in fear, and she hurriedly called out to the country lord. He's the kid who was with Hu Meng. After hearing this, the country lord revealed a sinister and arrogant expression. You didn't go to heaven, but you dare barge into hell. Ha ha ha, good, very good. He roared frantically, his face full of rage. Kill them all for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates, who had been lying in ambush, immediately appeared and surrounded Qin Yu. At this moment, the country lord laughed triumphantly. You dare come before me to assassinate me alone? This tactic isn't bad, but you underestimated my vigilance. Facing the encirclement of the Qingfeng country lord's subordinates, Qin Yu immediately called out to Niti. In an instant, Niti appeared, emanating a terrifying aura, blasting away all those surrounding Qin Yu. This oppressive power directly sent countless of the country lord's subordinates flying. This scene caused the country lord's expression to become one of extreme shock as he stared wide-eyed at Qin Yu. Then Qin Yu gently landed on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stepped forward, standing before the country lord. At this moment, the country lord began to tremble, looking at Qin Yu in terror. I don't know from where Hu Meng invited such a skilled expert, but no matter how much he paid, I can double it. Seeing Qin Yu continue to approach, the country lord cried out again, No, I can pay 10 times more. Qin Yu coldly stared at the trembling country lord in front of him and said, My surname is Qin. Hearing this answer, the country lord panicked even more. You're from the Qin family? How is that possible? Then Qin Yu sat down in front of the country lord and began to tauntingly question him. Are you trembling because you're afraid? When you harmed my Qin family, did you ever think this day would come? The country lord looked at Qin Yu in horror. I have my difficulties. I was forced. As long as you spare my life, I will tell you the whole truth. Qin Yu's expression was furious. and he roared at the country lord of Qingfeng country. "You have no right to bargain with me." The country lord's face was contorted with fear, and he kept yelling, "If you kill me, you will never know the truth. You'll never know the person behind all of this, not in your entire life." Then Chinu agreed to his proposal. "All right, as long as you tell me. Truthfully reveal the truth, and I won't kill you." Hearing Chinu's words, Shilang immediately protested loudly. No, he must die. Chinu glared at Shilang with a stern expression. Seeing this, Shilang was also a little afraid, and didn't dare to say anything more. The Qingfeng country lord continued to propose. "As long as you make an oath, I will immediately tell you the whole truth." Then Chinu made an oath. "All right, I swear, as long as you tell me the truth, I will not kill you." In an instant, Chinu unleashed his power, making the oath before the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Chinu had finished his oath, the Qingfeng country lord laughed excitedly. Then he revealed a sinister expression. "Boy, you actually know? My Qingfeng country is just a small country. Without someone's instructions, how would I dare to deal with the prestigious Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty?" Seeing the other party rambling, Chinu immediately shouted, "I don't like to hear nonsense." Hearing this, the Qingfeng country lord started trembling again. "Someone gave me the task. That person told me to plan the elimination of the Qin family's Bafeng battalion. At that time, I was only the crown prince of Qingfeng country. That person promised me that if I could do this, they would make me the country lord." Chinu, enraged, loudly questioned the enemy's identity. "Who are you?" The country lord trembled even more in fear. I truly don't know." Chinu, furious, reached out and choked him, his domineering aura overwhelming. "It seems you don't care about your dog life anymore." The country lord, struggling to speak, replied, "That person never revealed their face. I only know their cultivation is very strong, and I truly don't know their identity. Although their movements were very secretive, I haven't lived my life just eating and waiting to die. Judging from their behavior and attire, this person is most likely from the Haoyu kingdom." Chinu was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. The Haoyu kingdom? He continued to ponder. Why would the Haoyu kingdom be involved in this? In my past life, I never heard of the Haoyu kingdom having any connection to my Qin family. The country lord continued to plead pathetically. "Everything I've said is true. If I've uttered a single lie, let heaven strike me down. May I die a gruesome death." After receiving this information, Chinu coldly tossed him aside. He immediately turned. Glancing back at him, "I won't kill you myself." Facing Chinu's expression, the country lord was overjoyed, breathing a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Chinu's face turned cold again, but you just wait. In an instant, he used his cultivation technique to tightly restrain the country lord, leaving him utterly astonished. Only then did the country lord come to a sudden realization, his face filled with terror. "What?" Chinu continued, walking towards Shilang. "Shilang, what are you waiting for?" Hearing these words, Shilang's face immediately contorted with rage. His eyes filled with a frenzied hatred as he charged forward. As he approached, he fiercely punched the Qingfeng country lord in the face. "This is for old Hu." He then threw another punch, yelling, "This is for third Lang. This is for seventh Lang." He continued to unleash punch after punch, avenging his family and the Bafeng battalion. "This is for little Wu. This is for 17th. Finally, he landed one last punch, filled with immense power. "And this punch is for myself." After the barrage of punches, the country lord lay sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds, moaning and groaning, his face bruised and battered. He trembled as he spoke. "I was so foolish. From the very beginning, I should have realized you would never let me go." The country lord continued, his eyes wide. "But do you think you've won? You haven't won yet." He pointed at Chinu and began to threaten him. "I still have a son. He will avenge me. He will definitely kill all of you." Having said this, the country lord let out a sinister, triumphant laugh, his face twisted with malice. Lang, standing beside him, immediately delivered a punch that broke the country lord's neck, officially ending his life. The country lord's corpse was then directly thrown into the nearby lake by Lang. After taking his revenge, Lang cried out, "Everyone, I've avenged you all." After Chinu had dealt with everything, he took Lang and left Qingfeng City. Meanwhile, in the forest beside Qingfeng country, Situ Zhengwu had recounted everything that happened to the Qin family to Old Hu. Old Hu began to weep in sorrow, his tears flowing endlessly. So our Qin family has suffered such a great calamity. Fortunately, we still have young Master Qin. At this time, Qin had also brought Lang back, reuniting with Situ Zhengwu and the others. Seeing Qin Yu's return, Old Hu was overjoyed. "Young Master, Lang, you've returned." He knelt down before Qin Yu and kowtowed. Old Hu pays his respects to young Master. Lang, standing beside him, excitedly recounted his accomplishment. "Old Hu, I killed the country lord of Qingfeng country. I killed him with my own hands, avenging the Qin family and our Ba Feng battalion." Qin Yu helped Old Hu up. "Get up, there's no need for this." Old Hu stood up with a grateful expression. "Thank you, young master. This vendetta has finally been avenged." Then Qin Yu replied, "No, the true mastermind still hasn't appeared. According to the country lord of Qingfeng country, this matter is very likely connected to the royal family of Haoyu Kingdom." Situ Zhengwu, standing beside him, looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. "Haoyu Kingdom? Isn't that?" Qin Yu frowned, looking seriously at Situ Zhengwu. "Yes, but soon we will uncover the truth." Old Hu, filled with vengeful determination, stepped forward and patted his chest. "Young master, please let us follow you." At this moment, Qin Yu shook his head at Old Hu's words. "I have a more important task that requires your assistance." Hearing this, Old Hu immediately waited with enthusiasm. "Please instruct us, young master. Whatever you need us to do, we will give our all to accomplish it." Qin Yu, with a composed demeanor, raised his head and looked into the distance. "If our Qin family still has a single bloodline sprouting, then the divine sword dynasty will naturally not fall." He turned around excitedly and looked at Old Hu and the others. "Ba Feng battalion, hear my order. I command you to quickly return to the divine sword dynasty, revive the Qin family, and revitalize the divine sword dynasty." Everyone in the Ba Feng battalion accepted the mission just like that, their blood boiling with fervent cries. Old Hu, with a determined expression and unyielding spirit, "For the bloodline of the Qin family, we will face life and death without fear, and swear to never retreat." Then, Old Hu looked up at the sky, full of hope, thinking of his father. "Father, Hu Meng will definitely restore the glory of the Ba Feng battalion." Time flew by. 2 months later, the scene shifted to Haoyu City of Haoyu Kingdom, before the majestic and fortified city walls. Fully equipped soldiers were valiantly guarding the city gates. At that moment, a carriage arrived, stopping before the gates of Haoyu City. Qin Yu's carriage stopped beside the stream of people pouring into the city gates. Qin Yu quickly disembarked from the carriage, carrying himself with confidence. He excitedly turned his head to observe the scene of Haoyu City. The people following Qin Yu also got out of the carriage, revealing expressions of surprised delight. "Haoyu City is really this big? It's so prosperous." Qin Yu, standing beside them, was a little dissatisfied. "Can you guys compose yourself a bit?" Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, astonishing everyone. Qin Yu couldn't help but look around in surprise. From the sky, a dragon with a ferocious form descended straight towards the city wall. A man beside him also exclaimed excitedly, "That's the Haoyu strange woman." From the back of the wild dragon, the figure of a remarkable woman appeared, striding forward. She was Xian Yuan Haoyu, standing gracefully before the noisy crowd below. Recalling the wild dragon, she stepped off the city wall, accompanied by the royal guards. Qin Yu observed with sharp eyes, "Haoyu strange woman. Is she also from the Haoyu royal family?" Just then, a man appeared behind him and said, "Younger brother, The Hallyu strange woman is one of the 4 great beauties, ranked second in our Hallyu city. Countless martial artists yearn to approach her. I advise you to give up the thought. This man who just appeared is named Dan Yen. Then he stepped forward, stood in front of Chinu, and greeted him cheerfully. Looking at you, you must be from a small country. Your cultivation isn't bad, already at the breaking dawn stage. But the power behind you is probably far inferior. Chinu looked at Dan Yen doubtfully. This brother, how do you know I'm from a small country? Dan Yen pointed to the crowd in front of them. Based on my ability to judge people, those who bring guards and attendants are the ones from large countries. Then Situ Zheng Wu ran over, stood in front of Dan Yen, and said excitedly, This brother, you said the Hallyu strange woman is only ranked second in Hallyu City? Then who is ranked first? Seeing someone on the same wavelength as himself, Dan Yen replied enthusiastically, Come, follow me into the city. I'll tell you all about it slowly. Hearing this, Situ Zheng Wu excitedly followed Dan Yen into Hallyu City. Important matters can't be delayed. Let's go in. Then Dan Yen quickly led Chinu and his group to an inn in Hallyu City. Seeing the distinguished guests, the waiter enthusiastically ran out to greet them. Master Dan, you're here again. Dan Yen immediately waved his hand excitedly. As usual, bring out the strong wine and delicious food. Just like that, Dan Yen led Chinu and his group into a room. Situ Zheng Wu turned to Dan Yen with an excited smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Situ Zheng Wu from the Tianhe dynasty. Dan Yen was a little surprised by Situ Zheng Wu's background. So you're for the Situ family? Situ Zheng Wu shook his head repeatedly with a smug look. It's nothing to mention, nothing to mention. Then Dan Yen showed an excited expression. It seems I have eyes but cannot see. The Tianhe dynasty may not be large, but your Situ family, haha. Then Situ Zheng Wu patted Dan Yan's shoulder. Let's talk business, talk business. Quickly tell me about the 4 great beauties of Hallyu City. Dan Yen quickly replied. The 4 great beauties of Hallyu City, let's start from the 4th. They are, in order, the sect master of the divine refining sect, known as the #1 refining genius, Wei Yiren. When Situ Zheng Wu heard this name, he showed an interested expression. Oh, a refining genius. Dan Yen continued to talk about the 3rd-ranked beauty. 3rd is the powerful woman of the Hallyu wolf pack, Tuoba Yen Yen. This Tuoba Yen Yen is the most peculiar among the 4 great beauties. Situ Zheng Wu was a little curious about this person and wanted to ask more clearly. Tell me more. Just then, the waiter outside brought in the wine and food. Food is here. Food is here. Then, a man from the Hallyu royal family appeared and walked over. Seeing this person, Dan Yen was a little surprised and became cautious. Then he enthusiastically greeted the other person. Isn't this His 3rd Highness, the 3rd Prince? The 3rd Prince, upon arrival, immediately expressed his disdain. Your meager family fortune will be squandered by you sooner or later. He then turned to look at Chinu. Even if you want to invite guests, you should invite those with some power to back you up. Situ Zheng Wu, with an embarrassed expression, quickly replied, Well, then that wouldn't be us. Then Dan Yen, with a worried look, looked at the 3rd Prince. I wonder what instructions His 3rd Highness has for me today. The 3rd Prince tossed Dan Yen a storage ring. After handing over the ring, he turned and left. My elder sister has returned. I want your divine mechanism 100 transformations as a gift for my elder sister. Also, I remember you seem to have a remaining desolate beast. I want it too. Yin Yan's birthday is in a few days, and I want to use it as a gift for her. Dan Yen sighed. Your 3rd Highness, the divine mechanism 100 transformations is certainly fine, but as for the desolate beast, its wild nature is too strong. It has been locked up in our house for nearly 100 years, and no one can tame it. Could you reconsider this matter? The 3rd Prince then glanced at Dan Yen. Just prepare it. You don't need to worry about anything else. He then continued to leave, not allowing Dan Yen to refuse. Before tomorrow, I want to see you bring the gifts I've requested. Chinu was a little surprised when he heard this name and looked at Dan Yen with wary eyes. Is this person Dan Yin? He then recalled images from his previous life. In his past life, Dan Yin was the culprit who burned down the entire Haoyu city, known as the Scourge of Haoyu. He never expected to meet him here. After Situ Zheng Wu saw the third prince of Haoyu city leave, he expressed his curiosity. Was that just the Haoyu royal family? Dan Yin, somewhat dejected, with a disgruntled expression, replied, "That was the third prince of the Haoyu royal family. He possesses outstanding cultivation talent. He's only 25 years old this year, but he has already reached the 5th level of the Void Disruption realm." Dan Yin poured some wine and continued. It's likely that before he turns 30, he will break through the Void Disruption realm and enter the Broken Void realm. Not only that, but this Xian Yuan, he has also entered the Great Wilderness and seems to have obtained some special opportunities. Just last year, he broke through to the 4th level of the Void Disruption realm. Relying on that strength, he defeated a 7th level Void Disruption realm expert. Currently, I'm afraid even a 9th level Void Disruption realm expert would have difficulty defeating him. Situ Zhengwu looked at Qin Yu smugly. Is such talent considered outstanding in Haoyu City? If you place him within the entire world, I'm afraid he's just a grain of sand in the vast desert. Am I right, Brother Qin? Qin Yu maintained his indifferent expression, exuding a solemn aura. Seeing this, Situ Zhengwu changed the subject. So, Brother Dan, let me ask you, among the 4 great beauties, who is ranked first? Upon hearing this, Dan Yin beamed. The top-ranked is, of course, my younger sister. His words startled Situ Zhengwu, causing him to spit out the wine in his mouth. Seeing this, Dan Yin angrily shouted, Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Do you? Then Dan Yin stood up. Pointing forward, he said, I know you don't believe me. So how about this? From today onwards, you can all stay at my house. I'll let you see with your own eyes. Situ Zhengwu immediately agreed. In that case, I'll respectfully obey. A moment later, Dan Yin led Qin Yu and his group back to the Dan family estate. As he opened the door, Dan Yin enthusiastically announced, We're here. This is my home. Please come in. Before them stood a dilapidated, ancient mansion located right in the heart of the city. Seeing this, Situ Zhengwu's expression immediately changed. Brother Dan, this is your home? Dan Yin maintained his enthusiastic smile. MY estate hasn't been renovated in a long time, but it's still livable. Please don't laugh. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. Dan Yin hurriedly reassured everyone. That's the desolate beast I mentioned earlier. Don't be afraid. Qin Yu was a little curious. Brother Dan, could you let me see this desolate beast? Dan Yin, with a look of delighted excitement, led the way. Of course. Let's go. Dan Yin led Qin Yu and the others straight to the back courtyard, where he had confined the desolate beast. At this moment, the desolate beast was staring out with a pair of fierce, glowing red eyes. Situ Zhengwu, standing beside them, trembled slightly. Its aura is truly ferocious. Qin Yu, observing it, recognized its nature. Indeed, it's quite violent. Yi Dong and Li Qingdao, standing next to them, were slightly dazed under the pressure of the desolate beast. Qin Yu cautiously warned, the aura of this desolate beast is extremely violent. Your cultivation levels are insufficient, and the spiritual energy within your bodies will be thrown into chaos. You two should leave here first. Dan Yin, standing beside them, realized his oversight and reproached himself. Oh dear, I wasn't thorough enough. Then, Dan Yin immediately called over one of his servants and instructed Xiao Chuzi, take these gentlemen outside and arrange accommodations for them. Be sure to treat them well. Xiao Chuzi accepted the task and quickly agreed, then carried out the order, leading Li Qingdao and Yi Dong away from the back courtyard. Next, Dan Yin quickly reached out and opened the desolate beast seal. Dense talismans became clearly visible, opening the space confining the desolate beast. From within the desolate beast's dark and stuffy cave, a continuous stream of energy poured out. Immediately afterward, the desolate beast, with its half-dragon, half-ox form, appeared and let out a loud roar. Situ Zhengwu, witnessing this oppressive aura, was extremely shocked. This little beast is truly ferocious. Dan Yen, while continuously using spells to suppress the desolate beast, explained this desolate beast has been imprisoned here by my ancestors for several hundred years now. In recent years, we've tried several methods to eliminate the violent aura within its body, but unfortunately, they've all failed. Not only that, but with the accumulation of time, this desolate beast's power has continuously increased. It's only thanks to the Dan family's expertise in talismans and various confinement and control techniques that we've been able to keep it locked up here. Suddenly, Dan Yen was startled, seeing Chinu approaching the desolate beast. Brother Chin, what are you doing? At this moment, Chinu was walking alone towards the ferocious and violent desolate beast. Upon arriving, he felt a bit of sympathy for it. A desolate beast, imprisoned like this, its heart must be filled with rage and helplessness, filled with hatred. I can understand this feeling. The desolate beast's entire body radiated electricity, baring its fangs and glaring at Chinu. Then Chinu said to Dan Yen, Brother Dan, can you give me this desolate beast? Dan Yen scratched his head, a little embarrassed. This is a bit inconvenient, I'm afraid. Situ Zhengwu also stepped forward, patting Dan Yan's shoulder. Brother Dan, if it's a matter of money, then don't worry. Just name your price. Dan Yen sighed, revealing a look of displeasure and disgust. It's not a matter of money. It's just that His Highness the Third Prince already wants this. If I give it to you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to face His Highness the Third Prince. Situ Zhengwu laughed after hearing this. Turning to look at Chinu. Brother Chin, what Brother Dan said is true. If you really want it, you can only go and discuss it with His Highness the Third Prince. Then Chinu stared blankly at the desolate beast towering before him. Then he sighed, saying wearily, then there's no other way. I'll have to go discuss it with His Highness the Third Prince. Situ Zhengwu became excited again, mentioning Dan Yan's younger sister. By the way, Brother Dan, where's your younger sister? While the two were chatting, a figure appeared behind them, intently watching the desolate beast. Yen, with a blank expression, turned to look at the woman beside her. Is this where the Dan family keeps desolate beasts? Shuang smiled and said, Yen, you'll definitely like this desolate beast. Dan Yen heard the commotion behind him and turned to look. Oh, it's Sister Shuang. Shuang looked forward in surprise. Brother, you're back. Who are these people? Dan Yen stepped forward to introduce them. Let me introduce you. These are my new friends. This is Situ Zhengwu, who shares the same interests as me. This is Chinu, also a new friend of mine. Dan Yen also introduced his younger sister and Yen to the two. Let me introduce you. This is my younger sister, Shuang. The person next to her is the one I just mentioned. I didn't expect we'd meet so soon. She is Tuaba Yen. Situ Zhengwu put on an excited expression, gesturing towards Tuaba Yen, his eyes fixed on her. Not bad, not bad, truly a beauty. Her reputation precedes her. Yen, seeing his behavior, showed disgust. You're truly a frivolous speaker. Situ Zhengwu immediately puffed out his chest. With a smug look, frivolous or not, it's not a problem, Miss Yen. Would you spend the night with me? I'll let you know I'm not frivolous at all. Tuaba Yen found him more and more repulsive, and in anger, raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Shut up. Then Yen stepped forward, grabbing Situ Zhengwu by the collar and threatening. If you dare speak nonsense in front of me again, I'll kill you. Situ Zhengwu, with blood streaming from his nose, stared at Yen. What a fierce woman. I like this type. Dan Yen, standing beside them, hurriedly rushed over to mediate. All right, Brother Situ is not a philanderer at all. By the way, Miss Yen, what brings you here today? Shuang, beside him, excitedly and quickly replied, Brother, tomorrow is Yen's birthday. Shuang also pointed at the desolate beast that Dan Yen was controlling. So, I want to give her the desolate beast in our house as a gift. Dan Yen, hearing this, was a little flustered and bewildered. No way. Seeing Dan Yan's expression, Shuang looked displeased. Brother, what's with that look? Tuoba Yin Yin politely clasped her hands. Brother Dan Yin, if it's too inconvenient, Yin Yin absolutely won't force you. Dan Yin sighed. It's not inconvenient. It's just that this desolate beast has caught the eye of too many people. I don't want to hide anything from you, Mississippi. I just met His Highness the Third Prince. He asked me about this desolate beast, wanting to give it to Miss Yin Yin as a birthday present. Tuoba Yin Yin frowned in displeasure upon hearing this. That pale-faced guy again? Then, Brother Dan, you don't need to deal with him anymore. Just deal directly with me. Name your price. I can definitely meet it. Dan Yin hesitated, turning to look at Chinu. Chinu, beside him, quickly nodded in agreement. Then Chinu walked up to Tuoba Yin Yin. Miss Yin Yin, could you yield this desolate beast to me? Yin Yin smiled and said, Of course. Faced with her response, Chinu was surprised, not encountering any refusal. Really? Even Dan Yin and Situ Zhengwu beside him couldn't help but feel surprised. Then Yin Yin struck a proud and heroic pose. If you can defeat me, I will immediately yield this desolate beast to you. Chinu, hearing this, excitedly and quickly replied, All right. So how would you like to compete, miss? Yin Yin pointed at the desolate beast. If our goal is this desolate beast, then why don't we compete to see who can tame it? What do you think? Chinu glanced at Yin Yin. Then let's do as you say. Shuang, beside them, laughed excitedly. Brother Chen, you're definitely going to lose this competition. When it comes to taming desolate beasts, the people in this world who can beat Yin Yin can be counted on one hand. Chinu, beside her, couldn't help but reply with arrogance and pride. If they can be counted, then that means I still have a chance. Maybe the one who can beat her is me. Hearing this, Shuang gave a thumbs up, her expression amused. I admire your confidence, but Yin Yin definitely won't lose. Yin Yin possesses countless family-inherited methods for taming desolate beasts. Moreover, in terms of talent, perhaps no one in the past 1,000 years can compare to her. Shuang paused, her words filled with implication. Furthermore, Yin Yin was raised by desolate beasts. It's been that way since she was little. Hearing this, both Chinu and Situ Zhengwu were extremely astonished. Raised by desolate beasts? Tuoba Yin Yin quickly stepped forward to explain Shui Ying's words. That's right. I was indeed raised by desolate beasts. She then looked at Chinu. So, Brother Chen, to be fair, you can go first. Chinu maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Raised by desolate beasts? That makes me a little curious. I wonder how you will tame this desolate beast, Mississippi. You can go first, so I can broaden my horizons. Yin Yin, hearing this, stepped forward and glanced at Chinu. If I successfully subdue it, then you won't have a chance. After saying that, Yin Yin arrived in front of the soon-to-be tamed desolate beast. Seeing Yin Yin, the desolate beast roared, letting out fierce growls. The pressure emanating from its breath made Yin Yin very excited. This one is really fierce. She then immediately took out a fragrant medicine bottle to begin the taming process. Desolate beast, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Smelling the fragrant medicine, the desolate beast's emotions began to change, and it obediently withdrew its violent aura. Its eyes were gradually captivated by this mysterious fragrance. Just like that, it obediently lay down like a puppy, attentively looking at its master. Yin Yin approached and reached out to stroke it. I know you've been locked up here, your heart full of resentment and hatred. Yin Yin continuously used a gentle tone, while stroking and making intimate contact with the desolate beast. Trust me, I'll get you out of here. I was raised by desolate beasts since I was young. I believe you can sense the aura on me. Am I right? Shuang, seeing that the desolate beast had submitted to Yin Yin, became excited. It seems Yin Yin has successfully tamed that desolate beast. Situ Zhengwu, seeing this situation, became a little worried. Brother Chen, it seems this desolate beast has submitted to Yin Yin. Chinu smugly glanced at Situ Zhengwu. How could that be? Yin Yin, while continuously stroking the desolate beast, glanced at Chinu. Brother Chinu, you've definitely lost. The next second, Yin Yin opened a blood pact, preparing to claim the desolate beast. Are you willing to follow me? She then took out a drop of her own blood essence to initiate the pact. During the pact's formation, Yin Yin continuously spoke of the conditions she would fulfill. From now on, your life and mine will be one. The desolate beast opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Yin Yan's drop of blood essence. Seeing this, Xiaoen made a judgment. It seems the result of this competition was decided long ago. Situ Zhengwu beside her also sighed dejectedly. How boring. At this moment, Chinu snorted disdainfully, then called out loudly, Hey you, why haven't you made your move yet? Just as he was summoned, Heiyu's phantom appeared with a fierce and violent posture. Before letting Heiyu go tame the desolate beast, he carefully reminded him, This all depends on you. Hearing Chinu's instructions, Heiyu glared, baring his fangs, staring at the desolate beast in front of him. In an instant, it released a wave of aura, suppressing the small desolate beast. This fierce power caused the surrounding scene to tremble continuously. The small desolate beast, upon seeing Heiyu, became frightened and trembled incessantly. Under this terrifying, immense pressure, the small desolate beast broke out in a cold sweat, its eyes wide, not daring to move. Its gaze also shifted towards Chinu. When Chinu exuded Heiyu's aura, it couldn't help but be astonished. What's going on? Yin Yin, standing nearby, also stared at Chinu in astonishment. Brother Chinu, what did you do? Then Chinu walked, step by step, towards the desolate beast, carrying Heiyu's domineering aura with a determined gaze. Hey, are you willing to follow me? Heiyu, with its ferocious form, firmly restrained the desolate beast. Under this pressure, the desolate beast submitted at Chinu's feet. Xiaoen couldn't help but be astonished. Yin Yin actually lost to someone else in her specialty of taming desolate beasts. Dan Yin, beside her, stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, This Chinu seems to be quite extraordinary. Seeing Chinu subdue the desolate beast, Situ Zhengwu excitedly ran over and clasped his shoulder. Brother Chin, you're truly amazing. Yin Yin also conceded, I never thought the beast-taming technique I've always been proud of would be defeated by you. But I'm very curious, what method did you use? I didn't detect even a hint of warning. Chinu patted the desolate beast's head repeatedly, then turned to Yin Yin with a smug look. A magician never reveals his secrets. Xiaoen looked at Chinu with some bewilderment. Truly a mysterious person. So frightening. In this competition, Yin Yin was completely and utterly defeated. Brother Chin, I truly admire you. She also expressed her desire to invite Chinu to her birthday celebration the next day. Chinu had no reason to refuse. Since Miss Yin has extended the invitation, I naturally have no reason to decline. Yin Yin was delighted by Chinu's attitude. That's wonderful. Tomorrow, I'll await young Master Chin at my residence. After that, Yin Yin quickly departed, waving goodbye. Shuang, Brother Dan, I'll be going now. Situ Zhengwu, standing beside them, waved enthusiastically at Yin Yin. Hey, you haven't said goodbye to me yet. Hearing this, Yin Yin glared at Situ Zhengwu with a look of annoyance. Get lost. Being dismissed by Yin Yin, Situ Zhengwu felt even more excited. Is this the feeling of love at first sight? Then, Dan Yin walked up to Chinu. Congratulations, Brother Chin. It's getting late. You should rest early. There's sure to be a fierce battle to watch tomorrow. Chinu looked bewildered, showing a puzzled expression. Fierce battle? What fierce battle? Dan Yin, not wanting to reveal anything, smiled enigmatically. Brother Chin will know tomorrow. The next morning, at Tuaba Yin Yan's residence, shouts rang out from Yin Yin. You can't handle this already? She held 2 large jars of wine in her hands, constantly urging the person opposite her. Why are you acting like a woman? Drink up. Chinu was somewhat surprised by this scene. So, the fierce battle refers to this? At the same time, Yin Yin spotted Chinu. Brother Chin, Why are you only here now? She immediately ran over and stuffed a large jar of wine into Chin Yu's hands, then struck a heroic pose. Here's to you. With that, she raised the large wine jar and began to drink wildly. Seeing this, Chin Yu also raised his jar. Today, I'll drink with you to our heart's content, and then we'll rest together. The third prince arrived and shouted angrily, If you dare to drink that wine, I'll make sure you don't leave here alive. He strode towards Chin Yu and Yin Yin and smashed the large wine jar in front of them, gnashing his teeth. Return that desolate beast to me immediately. Chin Yu was stunned. Seeing this, Tuaba Yin Yin stepped forward and questioned, Xin Yuan Yu, Chin Yu is my guest today, and today is my birthday. Are you here to cause trouble? Faced with Yin Yan's anger, the third prince became flustered. No, Sister Yin Yin, you misunderstand me. It's this brat who's being unreasonable. That desolate beast was originally a gift I wanted to give you, but in the end, Yin Yin immediately interrupted him loudly. That desolate beast was obtained by Brother Qin through his own abilities. Xin Yuan Duk, if you have nothing else to do, then leave. Don't bother me while I'm drinking. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Duk took out a small box and offered it to Yin Yin. This is a small token of my regard. I wonder if you like it, little sister. Yin Yin immediately ignored him. Forget it, I'm not interested. Why haven't you left yet? Xin Yuan Duk continued to stare at Yin Yan's back. This is the imperial soul incense that my father has kept in the treasury for many years. It has an extremely important effect on the path of beast taming. Yin Yin grew increasingly angry, turned around, and said loudly, I've already said so. Why haven't you left yet? You're really annoying me to death. Chin Yu stood to the side, lost in thought. This kid really is. A carriage appeared in front of the mansion, speeding towards them, followed by the appearance of Saintess Hao Yu. Yin Yin happily rushed to greet her. Sister Hao Yu, you came at the perfect time. Hao Yu replied, I came in such a hurry that I didn't prepare a gift. Please don't blame me, little sister. Yin Yin continued, Sister Hao Yu, I'm already very happy that you could come. What need is there for gifts? Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Qin, who comes from the Tianhe dynasty. Hao Yu's eyes widened in surprise as soon as she saw Chin Yu. A moment later, she hesitantly greeted him. Chin Yu observed that Xin Yuan Hao Yu's attitude was a bit strange. Their eyes remained fixed on each other while Yin Yin was introducing the others. Then Chin Yu also greeted her. I have long heard of Saintess Hao Yu's reputation, and it truly lives up to its name. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chin Yu of the Qin family, belonging to the Qin clan of the Divine Sword Dynasty, and also a member of the Ba Feng Battalion. Hearing this introduction, Saintess Hao Yu's expression turned to shock. In the next second, she began to stammer, her body trembling as she said, Chin Yu truly is a talented individual. I have something to attend to and must leave now. Xin Yuan Duk quickly asked curiously, Sister, what matter could be more important than Yin Yan's birthday? Hearing this, Saintess Hao Yu glared angrily at Xin Yuan Duk. Facing this angry gaze, Xin Yuan Duk fearfully retreated. After Hao Yu left, Xin Yuan Duk approached Chin Yu and looked at him. Are you really from the Qin clan, belonging to the Ba Feng Battalion? In response to this question, Chin Yu nodded, confirming his identity. Indeed. Xin Yuan Duk immediately displayed a welcoming attitude toward Chin Yu. We've truly met too late. As expected, it seems we had a clash to get acquainted. I have a very close relationship with the Ba Feng Battalion. Seeing Xin Yuan Duk's sudden change in attitude, Chin Yu glanced at him with some suspicion. I wonder just how close your relationship with the Ba Feng Battalion is? Xin Yuan Duk put his arm around Chin Yu's shoulders and led him inside. Today is Yin Yan's birthday. You and I should drink to our heart's content. Tomorrow, I'll tell you just how close our relationship is. Inside the banquet hall, the guests raised their glasses together, cheering boisterously. Xin Yuan Duk drained a large jug of wine, then looked at Chin Yu's group. Have you all come here to participate in the competition as well? Chin Yu quickly replied, Indeed, we are here for that battle. Xian Yuan Duk wore a dejected expression. The chance to compete with the experts of the 8 kingdoms is truly enviable. I also want to go, but unfortunately, only my eldest sister and 9th brother from the Hao Yu royal family are qualified. Enough about that. If you guys want to participate in the competition, I know some information about the other kingdoms. How about I share it with you? Hearing this, Qin Yu's group was extremely surprised, their gazes shifting towards Xian Yuan Duk. Sitting amidst the banquet, Xian Yuan Duk revealed the information he knew. Based on your cultivation levels, even if you know this information, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Yi Dong, hearing this, retorted excitedly, "Don't underestimate us." Situ Zheng Wu also quickly clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Just consider it as learning about the strength of the talented disciples from the other great kingdoms." Xian Yuan Duk continued, "Talented individuals from the 8 kingdoms emerge constantly, but there are 3 people you need to pay special attention to. My eldest sister's cultivation and talent are considered high level, but compared to these 3, I'm afraid she wouldn't last 100 moves. These 3 people are Jiang Fei Yi of the Xian Shui sect from the Si Shui kingdom, Crown Prince Chu Tianlin of the Dechu kingdom, and lastly, the rogue cultivator Chen Xie of the Luo Ri kingdom." Upon hearing this, Situ Zhengwu recognized one of them. Jiang Fei Yi is said to be a once-in-a-century genius from the Si Shui kingdom. Both her talent and appearance are considered top-notch. Chinu then returned to the main topic. "I wonder what the cultivation levels of these 3 are." Xian Yuan Duk continued to explain. Jiang Fei Yi of the Xian Shui sect is only a little over 20 years old this year, but she has already broken through to the peak of the Breaking Dawn realm. She possesses many 3rd-grade or higher immortal artifacts and is also supported by the Immortal Clan. As for Chu Tianlin, this person is ruthless and unscrupulous. He's 35 years old, and it's unclear whether he has broken through to the Breaking Dawn realm or not. Although he doesn't have the support of the Immortal Clan, his talent is exceptional, and he has created his own cultivation technique. It can be said that Chu Tianlin is the most formidable of the 3. The most formidable. As for Chen Xie, he's very mysterious. He rose to prominence many years ago, defeating experts from various major sections. Chen Xie's character is excellent, and his cultivation is also at the peak of the Breaking Dawn realm. From what I've seen, this person is definitely not simple and might be the ultimate dark horse. Chinu then pondered, "I've never heard of these 3 in my past life. They must all be people with short lifespans." Xian Yuan Duk raised a large wine jar in his hand. "If Brother Qin truly has the opportunity to meet these 3, I will give you a magical artifact to increase your chances of victory." Qin Yu excitedly accepted the large wine jar and said proudly, "All right." Then, the 2 raised their wine jars together and shouted, "We won't go home until we're drunk tonight." That night, as darkness fell, Qin Yu looked around and then turned to ask Xian Yuan Duk, "Can you tell me about the close relationship between you and the Bafeng battalion now?" Xian Yuan Duk pondered and recounted, "It happened 20 years ago. The Hao Yu kingdom dispatched an army to the Qing Feng nation, helping them resist the nearby demon clans. During this time, we fought alongside the Bafeng battalion's troops." Hearing this, Qin Yu was a bit suspicious. This is different from what the Qing Feng nation's ruler said, and Hu Meng never mentioned this either. According to Hu Meng, when Xian Yuan Duk arrived in Qing Feng City, the Bafeng battalion should have already been annihilated. Xian Yuan Duk continued, "At that time, I was still too young and acted impulsively, ending up accidentally surrounded by the demon clan. Fortunately, the Bafeng battalion's army arrived in time to rescue me. Otherwise, I would have died there. The Bafeng battalion is my lifesaver." After listening, Qin Yu glanced at Xian Yuan Duk with confusion. What exactly happened? Xian Yuan Duk stared blankly at the night sky. The strange thing is, after I returned to the Hao Yu kingdom, everyone seemed to have forgotten about that incident. I also sent people with letters many times, hoping to repay this kindness, but received no reply. Fortunately, this time I met Brother Qin, a member of the Bafeng battalion. Qin Yu smiled in response. Perhaps this is fate between us. At this moment, he was still pondering his suspicions. Which one of you is lying? Xian Yuan Duk turned and walked into the room. That's good. Brother Qin and I get along very well. I'll stay here tonight to chat. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you on a tour of the How Yu Kingdom, and then I'll personally introduce you to my younger brother and the royal family. With a cautious look, Chinu thought to himself, all right, let's wait until tomorrow to see what secret Xian Yuan How Yu is hiding. The next morning, at the How Yu Imperial City, Xian Yuan Duk led Qin Yu to the palace. Brother Qin, what do you think of the How Yu Kingdom's guards? Qin Yu observed and replied, their cultivation is very strong. Their blood and qi are abundant. They are all valiant men. Xian Yuan Duk was very pleased to hear this. Indeed, these are the Imperial Guards. I won't hide it from you. They have all fought against the Demon Clan. Afterward, Xian Yuan Duk led Qin Yu to meet his older sister. Let's go, elder sister is waiting for us. As soon as they reached the door, they heard shouting from inside. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you to me? At this moment, Xian Yuan How Yu was angrily scolding her subordinates. You are all a bunch of useless fools. Then Xian Yuan Duk stepped forward with a bewildered expression. Elder sister How Yu, what happened? Xian Yuan How Yu waved her hand, signaling to her subordinates. You may leave. All of you leave first. As the subordinates left, Qin Yu also glanced around, observing her appearance. Xian Yuan How Yu gave Qin Yu a forced smile. I apologize for making you see this, young Master Qin. Please have a seat. After saying that, she used her magic power to summon 2 chairs. Qin Yu reached out and touched the chair, exclaiming, how impressive! Even first-grade immortal artifacts are used as furniture. Then Xian Yuan How Yu also sat down and welcomed Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, you are truly a joker. Please have some tea. She continued as Qin Yu drank his tea. I was dealing with some trivial matters yesterday and couldn't arrive in time to express my sincerity to the Bafong Battalion. Please forgive me, young Master Qin, and don't blame me. Xian Yuan Duk, who was beside them, laughed heartily. Brother Qin is not a petty person. He won't mind. Qin Yu smiled gently and glanced at Xian Yuan Duk. Xian Yuan How Yu said, that's good then, young Master Qin. I have prepared some gifts. Before she could finish her sentence, a guard rushed in from outside, reporting in a panic, Your Highness. Your Highness. Seeing the guard's panicked expression, Xian Yuan How Yu became slightly worried. What is it? The guard then calmed down, extended his hand, and reported, Chen Xie, young Master Chen has arrived. Xian Yuan How Yu frowned in displeasure. What is he doing here? Quickly invite him in. Qin Yu thought to himself, I just heard Xian Yuan Duk mention Chen Xie, and he's already here. Afterward, Chen Xie appeared with a cheerful smile, beside him the figure of Chen Xiang. As soon as Chen Xie arrived, he cupped his hands in greeting. Chen Xie, rogue cultivator of the Luo Ri Kingdom, greets everyone. Seeing Qin Yu, Chen Xiang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Brother Qin. Chen Xiang ran over to chat with Qin Yu. I never thought I'd meet you here. At this moment, Qin Yu looked towards Chen Xie and thought to himself, Chen Xie, Chen Xiang, could it be? Chen Xiang also gave Qin Yu a serious look. Xian Yuan How Yu stepped forward and asked, Brother Chen Xie, I wonder who this is? Then Chen Xiang quickly cupped his hands in greeting. This humble one is the 9th prince of the Tian He Kingdom. Greetings to Saints How Yu. Hearing Chen Xiang's identity, Xian Yuan How Yu smiled and welcomed him. So it's the Tian He royalty. Please have a seat. After they sat down, Chen Xie began to speak. Saints How Yu, I have come here today with a request. Xian Yuan How Yu looked seriously at Chen Xie. I wonder what young Master Chen would like to request. Chen Xie quickly replied. It's about the ancient demonic mountain that the How Yu royal family has been suppressing. Recently, it seems to be restless. Xian Yuan How Yu looked at Chen Xie with surprise. Chen Xie continued. I have no other intentions. I just need the heart of a demon. According to the information I have, this demon is being suppressed within the ancient demonic mountain. So, I am willing to assist the How Yu Kingdom in resolving the turmoil within the ancient demonic mountain. In return, I only ask for one demon from within. Hearing Chen Xie's proposal, Chinu thought, no wonder Xian Yuan Hao Yu is so angry. It's because of this. Xian Yuan Hao Yu calmly extended her hand in a gesture. If young Master Chen is so confident, then I'll leave it to you. One demon beast is nothing to our Hao Yu kingdom. Hearing the Saintess's words, Chen Xie was immediately overjoyed. Then, I thank Saintess Hao Yu. Suddenly, Chen Xiang spoke up. By the way, I wonder if Brother Qin could lend us a hand? Hearing this, Chen Xie was immediately surprised. Ninth Prince, this is? Qin Yu quickly agreed. Since Big Brother Chen has spoken, of course I can't refuse. Chen Xiang laughed heartily. Good, good, good. He stood up. This matter shouldn't be delayed. It's best to set off quickly. Xian Yuan Duke looked at Chen Xiang with some surprise. So urgent? Xian Yuan Hao Yu quickly added. This matter cannot be delayed any further. It's best to set off quickly. I will send someone to guide you to the ancient demonic mountain. Will trouble you all. Chen Xie and Chen Xiang cupped their hands in greeting. Upon leaving the main hall, Chen Xiang put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder. Brother Qin, what a coincidence that we could meet here. Qin Yu replied meaningfully. Big Brother Chen, I also have some questions I want to ask. Chen Xiang had already realized. I understand. Wait until we arrive at the ancient demonic mountain, and I'll explain it to you. Situ Zhengwu, seeing the two's close interaction, found an excuse to leave. Haha, two old friends reunited. I'll go ahead first. I won't disturb you two any longer. Facing Situ Zhengwu's actions, Chen Xiang was quite respectful. People from a Situ family truly know how to advance and retreat. They can achieve great things. The scene shifts to the ancient demonic mountain where the Hao Yu kingdom is suppressing demonic beasts. After guiding Chen Xiang and his group here, the Hao Yu kingdom's subordinate requested to take his leave. This is the ancient demonic mountain of the Hao Yu kingdom. Due to my low cultivation level, I can only lead you all here. Please be careful on the next part of your journey. Qin Yu turned his head and looked towards Chen Xiang. Big Brother Chen, can you tell me what's going on now? Chen Xiang began to answer Qin Yu's doubts. Chen Xie is a rogue cultivator of the Luo Ri kingdom, but his true identity is the 17th prince of our Tianhe kingdom. Chen Xie, who was beside them, cheerfully added, We are all blood brothers. Qin Yu, after hearing this, understood the other party's identity. So that's how it is. Chen Xiang, with a serious expression, continued to explain. From the moment he was born, 17th was sent to the Luo Ri kingdom, so the people who know his identity can be counted on one hand. Then Chen Xiang looked over at Chen Xie. 17th, Qin Yu is our brother. You can rest assured and tell us your purpose. Chen Xie, heeding Chen Xiang's words, stepped forward and said, Big Brother Qin, the cultivation technique I practice is called the sun-devouring heaven scripture. It can devour all things, helping me increase my cultivation. If I devour a wild beast, I can obtain its bloodline. If I devour a demonic beast, I can obtain its demonic core. Speaking up to this point, he hesitated, appearing apprehensive. If it's devouring a person, then it will. This is the biggest limitation of the sun-devouring heaven scripture. It cannot devour people. Chen Xiang was dissatisfied. You're already this old and still don't understand things. Quickly get to the main point. Qin Yu began to ponder. This cultivation technique is truly powerful. It seems that this could be the reason why Chen Xie remained unknown in his past life. Truly a genius who died young. Chen Xie began to point his finger at his forehead. Recently, my cultivation has encountered a bottleneck, so I need some powerful demonic or wild beast to break through this bottleneck. Qin Yu inquired. The chaos at the ancient demonic mountain, wasn't it caused by you? Chen Xie was startled upon hearing this. What? Ninth brother, it wasn't me. Chen Xiang looked at Chen Xie smugly. Whether it was or not, what does it matter? Following this, Chen Xiang took the lead and entered the ancient demonic mountain. Chen Xiang led Qin Yu and Chen Xie deeper into the ancient demonic mountain. After exploring for a while, he stopped and pointed directly at the scene ahead. It was the heart of the ancient demonic mountain, formed by the combined efforts of several hundred of the Hao Yu kingdom's most powerful mages. But now it was worn down, Repairing it would be very costly. Suddenly, a great demon appeared, and it began to corrode and gnaw at the ceiling formation before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, this ceiling formation was completely destroyed by it, resulting in the collapse of the formation. The exploding shockwave caused the surrounding space to continuously tremble violently. Then the great demon quickly charged out, accompanied by a ferocious roar and intense lightning. Chen Shien, with an arrogant expression, he immediately glanced at the great demon before him. Peak stage destructive intent, great demon, I've been looking for you. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shien unleashed his power. The other demons are too much of a hindrance. Ninth brother and Chinu, please help me hold them back for a bit. He then took out his sun and moon twin axes, a 4th grade immortal weapon. With a smug look, he charged directly at the great demon, wielding the sun and moon axes. Chinu stood to the side, looking at the immortal weapon with astonishment. A 4th grade immortal weapon? Chen Shien, while charging, excitedly replied, when roaming the world, how can one not have a couple of decent weapons? I'll go first. As he charged, he immediately unleashed 2 heaven-splitting attacks. Chinu, standing below, immediately took out his war god spear, unleashing his power. With a similarly ferocious aura, he gripped the war god spear tightly. In the next moment, he executed the 9 heavens divine thunder spear technique. A devastating attack swept across, forming a thunderous wind that tore the demons into shreds. Chen Shien, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed. Brother Chinu, your cultivation is much stronger than before. You dealt with those demons with just one move. Chinu, with a heroic air after finishing off the demons, landed gently on the ground, because those demons were too weak. Chinu glanced towards the great demon. Chen Xien's fight should be over soon. On that side, Chen Shien continuously hacked at the great demon's body with his sun and moon axes. After a series of attacks, the great demon's body didn't show any signs of injury. This made Chen Shien extremely frustrated. This great demon's body is too tough. Immediately, Chen Shien unleashed his domineering aura once more, directly merging his twin axes into one. Try this move of mine. In an instant, the twin axes formed the shape of a large immortal weapon, carrying an incredibly powerful force. Sun and Moon Thunder Pursuit. Chen Shien, with a murderous aura, held the Sun and Moon axe, his body constantly radiating a powerful domineering aura. Immediately afterward, he quickly charged towards the great demon, launching his ultimate attack. Seeing this imposing force approaching, the great demon couldn't help but be scared witless, letting out a beast-like howl. Ayu. In that instant, overcome by fear, it immediately looked for an escape route. Chen Shien, with a look of excited smugness, laughed loudly. Trying to run? Too late, my friend. Take my full-powered attack. In a flash, Chen Shien struck down, directly towards the great demon. The surrounding space immediately became chaotic, with residual immortal energy constantly exploding. Chinu, standing to the side observing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. This pursuit technique is terrifying, at least a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill. After a moment of analysis, Chinu quickly made his judgment, but this technique still has some flaws. Chen Shien, with a serious expression, glanced at Chinu. Brother Chinu, does this pursuit technique have flaws? Chinu, based on his judgment, explained to Chen Shien, if I'm not mistaken, this pursuit technique requires dual pursuits to be used, and moreover, each use will cause a certain amount of damage to the user. Although the recovery time is short, using it frequently will leave behind quite a few aftereffects. But don't worry, I can see through it. This tracking spell can naturally be improved. Chen Shien, upon hearing this, immediately became excited. Then I'll have to rely on Brother Chen. After the great demon was dealt with, its heart core directly fell out, catching Chen Xien's eye. Chen Shien quickly stepped forward, his face filled with joy. With his heart core, I can definitely break through. After saying that, he immediately reached out and placed his hand on the great demon's heart core, preparing to absorb it. As soon as he touched it, a strange lightning phenomenon appeared in the sky, constantly striking down. Chen Xie screamed in pain throughout his body. Chinu and Chin Shien, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. "What's going on?" Chin Shien, standing beside them observing, cried out. "How is this possible? I clearly only destroyed a small part of it, but the entire formation has been broken." At this moment, a large demon dragon appeared in the sky, its face full of rage. "You all must die here." Chinu's expression began to change, glaring at the demon dragon in front of him. "We've been set up." Chin Shien, hearing these words, was a little surprised, turning his gaze towards Chinu. "What do you mean, Brother Chin?" With a serious expression, Chinu observed the situation and offered his judgment. In this competition, among the 8 kingdoms present, the one who would benefit the most from this is Chen Xie. If Chen Xie dies here, then Chin Shien, with a furious expression, glanced at the demon dragon in front of him. "Damn it, the Hao royal family is truly insidious." The demon dragon continuously roared, creating an overwhelming pressure and domineering aura. Facing this pressure, Chinu felt somewhat irritated. Pressure like this isn't just at the Shattered Void realm. I'm afraid this great demon has already reached the Unity realm, even exuding a pressure no less than the Netherworld blood python I encountered before. Based on his judgment, Chinu called for Chin Shien and Chen Xie to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, countless powerful great demons appeared beside them. In an instant, Chinu and the others were completely surrounded by the great demons of the ancient demonic mountain. These newly appeared great demons had extremely peculiar forms, and their cultivation realms were terrifyingly high, each one possessing a cultivation level surpassing Chinu's. As soon as they appeared, they proudly unleashed their demonic power, putting pressure on Chinu and the others. Chinu's expression was extremely grim. Looking at the demons in front of him, it seems we're too late to escape. Chen Xie gripped his sun and moon axes tightly. "Damned demon race, you shall all die." As soon as he finished speaking, the attack before him caused Chen Xie's face to reveal an expression of extreme terror. In a short time, Chen Xie's entire body was trampled under the feet of a great demon. Seeing this scene, Chen Shien was extremely worried, shouting Chen Xie's name loudly. Just as Chen Shien was calling out, the demonic beast in the air began to launch its attack. Chinu, observing the dangerous situation from the side, immediately ran over and pulled Chen Shien away. In the blink of an eye, Chinu had successfully saved Chen Xien's life. Facing the ferocious might of the great demon, its gaze now focused on Chinu. It let out a cold snort. The demonic force was incredibly fierce, releasing a powerful killing intent, wanting to kill Chinu and everyone else. Chen Shien looked at Chinu with a dazed expression. "Brother Chin, I've implicated you in this. If you have any trump cards, use them quickly to get out of here. We don't want to drag you down." At the same time, the great demon glared and roared. "Today all of you will die here. None shall escape." After uttering these vicious words, it swung its axe towards Chinu and Chen Shien. Chinu also began to execute the Nine Heavens technique. Thunder God Spear. Facing the opponent's incredibly powerful force, Chinu used all his strength to resist with the War God Spear. The continuous onslaught of powerful pressure surprised and unsettled Chinu. The great demon, seeing Chinu's strength, said with some disbelief, "How can such a weak human possess such strength?" Then, the great demon glanced at its companions. "You don't need to interfere." Saying this, it turned its head and stared intently at Chinu. "I want to see just how far this human's limits can go." Chinu coldly looked at the great demon in front of him. This great demon's strength isn't particularly formidable. Even without transforming, I'm only slightly weaker. But there are still 4 other great demons lurking around. That peak-level great demon in the sky is the most troublesome. Asterisk the great demon Qin Yu was facing directly swung its axe towards him. Die, weak human. Qin Yu used his Nine Heavens technique, quickly launching an attack to suppress his opponent. This power startled the great demon. What is this? Qin Yu's attack successfully forced it back, his aura aggressive. The opposing great demon displayed a look of fury. Are you truly human? In its rage, after its demonic energy erupted, it gripped its axe tightly. In the next moment, it charged towards Qin Yu with a frenzied look. Let's see how you handle this axe of mine. Seeing this, Qin Yu began to worry. Asterisk, not good. It's using its ultimate move. It seems I have to use my full strength. Asterisk, as Qin Yu gathered his power. The great demon's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Qin Yu gradually unleashed his powerful strength, preparing to transform. Suddenly, a powerful pressure appeared from behind him. What is this? Even the great demons in front of Qin Yu were terrified and forced to their knees by this pressure. Even the demon dragon in the sky trembled uncontrollably. Stammering, "Fo, fourth heavenly general." Then, a handsome figure with parted hair appeared. Ao Long, carrying a fierce aura, a heavenly general of the demon clan, walked step by step towards Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but be astonished. Is that a fourth heavenly demon general? Although he hadn't released any power fluctuations, a vague pressure. This pressure far surpassed that of the other great demons. Even the netherworld blood gecko probably couldn't compare. The heavenly demon general stomped his foot powerfully upon arrival, creating a terrifying pressure. Under this pressure, Chen Shien helplessly knelt, fear evident on his face. Then, the fourth heavenly demon general reached out towards Qin Yu, much to his surprise. In the next instant, he was even more astonished when the other party placed a hand on his shoulder without any malice. The next moment, the fourth heavenly demon general revealed a joyful, excited expression. Brother Qin Yu, I've finally found you. Hearing this, Chen Shien was stunned. Surprised, what? I didn't mishear, did I? The surrounding demons, hearing this, their eyes widened, utterly astonished by these words. They trembled incessantly, their gazes darting back and forth between Qin Yu and the fourth heavenly demon general. The great dragon demon in the sky couldn't help but be surprised. Fourth heavenly demon general, what is going on? The fourth heavenly demon general enthusiastically invited Qin Yu to follow him. Haha, please come with me. A bewildered Qin Yu thought to himself. Asterisk, why does this fourth heavenly demon general know me? He looks as if he's been very familiar with me for a long time. What in the world is going on? Asterisk. Then Qin Yu remembered Zhao Xianer. Asterisk, could this all be her doing? Could it? Asterisk, after pondering and analyzing for a while, he agreed to follow the fourth heavenly demon general. All right, I'll go with you. Qin Yu quickly pointed to Chen Shien. But before I go, I want to bring this person with me. The fourth heavenly demon general immediately turned his head, wearing a fierce expression. Fine, whatever you say. The great dragon demon, somewhat angered by this situation, yelled, Fourth heavenly demon general, wait a moment. Hearing this, the fourth heavenly demon general turned his eyes back and glared furiously at the great dragon demon in the sky. With an indignant posture, the great dragon demon continued forward, shouting, This human killed my most beloved child. I cannot let him leave. Upon hearing these words, the fourth heavenly demon general immediately swung his hand, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. The pressure from the energy surged skyward, creating an incredibly powerful phenomenon. Facing this attack, the great dragon demon roared in agonizing, furious rage. The other demons below witnessed this scene in terror. As soon as the fourth heavenly demon general's attack ended, the great dragon demon's head separated from its body. Qin Yu, who had been watching the whole time, looked towards the fourth heavenly demon general. This guy is much stronger than I imagined. The fourth heavenly demon general then led Qin Yu and Chen Shien to a towering rock. Then, he opened a teleportation portal before Qin Yu and Chen Shien. Before stepping into the portal, The fourth heavenly demon general reminded them. Let's go. Our queen awaits you. The fourth heavenly demon general then pointed at Chin Shien. As for you, wait here. Chinu, his eyes constantly observing, pondered for a moment before stepping into the teleportation portal. Chin Shien, bewildered by the situation, stared intently at the portal. Chin Shien thought to himself about Chinu. Astra's queen? The demon queen? Could Brother Chen be a member of the demon clan? Asterisk on the other side. After passing through the teleportation portal, the fourth heavenly demon general and Chinu arrived in the demon clan's territory. Upon arrival, both were somewhat surprised, as many demons were already waiting. Even the ox-head and horse-face, the four-limbed beasts, were present, their expressions serious as they glanced at Chinu. As soon as they arrived, the demon guide reported to their queen, "Your Majesty, Chinu has been brought here." Seeing Chinu, the demon queen said, "Chinu, come here." Chinu, somewhat bewildered, looked around cautiously. Then, he ascended the steps and approached the demon queen. The demon queen observed Chinu's appearance and continued, "You truly are a handsome human. No wonder that woman favors you so much." She then gestured for Chinu to sit beside her throne. "Come sit." Chinu, unafraid, immediately walked to the throne and sat down, a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing that Chinu had taken a seat beside her, she continued to approach him. "Finding you wasn't easy. Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Demon Queen, and my true form is the Black Blood Phoenix." Chinu, beside her, put on a pleased expression. "As a human, I am truly honored to be sought out by the Demon Queen." The Demon Queen then waved her hand, ordering her subordinates, "Bring what has been prepared." Obeying the Demon Queen's command, all of her subordinates quickly brought forth many chests of varying sizes that had been prepared beforehand. Chinu was somewhat surprised by these actions. What is the meaning of this? Before him now appeared countless immortal artifacts and treasures, prepared by the Demon Queen. After the display of treasures she had arranged was complete, the Demon Queen spoke, "This is a token of my goodwill. These are all things I meticulously selected. Inside, there are many ninth-grade Niao, as well as great demon cores and numerous immortal artifacts. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Chinu, somewhat taken aback, turned to question her. "You went through so much trouble to find me, and now you give me these treasures. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" The Demon Queen quickly replied, "What I want you to do is very simple for you, but something we could never accomplish in our lifetimes." She paused and glanced at Chinu. "This is the difference between you and me. You not only have blood ties to the Zhao immortal clan, but you can even associate with the Black Dragon King's daughter." As she spoke, she moved closer and closer to Chinu. "Therefore, I want you to relay some information to the Black Dragon King." Chinu, his face expressionless, replied directly, "You are the Demon Queen. If you wish, you can go to the Black Dragon King yourself. Why do you need my help?" Hearing this, the Demon Queen furrowed her brows in surprise. "Oh, you truly know nothing." Chinu was puzzled by her reaction. "No, what?" The Demon Queen then began to explain. Since ancient times in the Great Wilderness, the Demon Clan and the Immortal Clan have been forbidden from entering. You're currently favored by Zhao Xian, and you don't know about this. Chinu, after listening, was a bit curious. "Demon Queen, could you tell me more?" The Demon Queen was somewhat suspicious of Chinu's attitude. Does he really not know, or is he trying to trick me? But what benefit would he gain from deceiving me about this? After thinking for a moment, she quickly recounted every detail she knew. "Very well. I will tell you why the Demon Clan and the Immortal Clan are forbidden from entering the Great Wilderness." Time passed quickly. After recounting the details about the Great Wilderness, the Demon Queen looked coldly to the side. "Do you understand the situation now?" Seeing Chinu's reaction to the story of the Great Wilderness, the Demon Queen was a little surprised. What does that expression mean? Chinu's face lit up with excitement. "So that's it. So that's how it is." Then Chinu quickly stood up, his face flushed with excitement. "All right. I agree to your request. Now, what message do you want me to deliver to the Black Dragon King? After Chinu agreed, the Demon Queen immediately glanced at her subordinate. Seeing this look, the subordinate immediately understood and left the Demon Clan's main hall. Only then did the Demon Queen begin to relay the message she wanted to convey. Please tell the Black Dragon King that I am very willing to have the Savage Clan and the Demon Clan unite as one, to jointly resist the Immortal Clan. Chinu was a little surprised by this news. You're saying you want to join forces with the Savage Clan against the Immortal Clan? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Xiaoen about this? Hearing this, the Demon Queen appeared calm. I'm sure you won't reveal this. But if you really want to tell Xiaoen about this, she glanced at Chinu. Then consider me mistaken about you. Faced with the Demon Queen's response, Chinu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Interesting, truly interesting. Your Majesty, I will deliver this message to the Black Dragon King for you. The Demon Queen continued to express her desire to help Chinu. I know the human clan is about to hold a martial arts tournament. I know you're participating in this tournament. I can also help you eliminate all your opponents. Chinu then directly left. There's no need for that. I don't care about those people. At the same time, Chinu quickly used his spatial ring to collect all the treasures the Demon Queen had prepared. In an instant, all the immortal artifacts, pills, and treasures were stored in Chinu's spatial ring. After that, he coldly walked straight through the teleportation portal. As soon as Chinu left, she gasped, panting under the heavy pressure. Ancestor, I have fulfilled your request. The powerful pressure gradually spread throughout the Demon Clan's main hall. In the blink of an eye, it formed a scroll of the classic of mountains and seas, brimming with demonic power. At the same time, this mysterious ancient power began to respond. You did well. The scroll containing the power of the savage beasts constantly emitted a ferocious aura. The tyrannical pressure hung in the air before the Demon Queen. At this moment, beads of fearful sweat continuously dripped down her face. A moment later, Chinu quickly returned to the ancient demonic mountain of the Haoyu Kingdom. Seeing Chinu like this, Chen Shien couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Chen, are you all right? Chinu, with an excited expression, continued walking, glancing at Chen Shien. Big brother Chen, let's go. Then A.O. Long, one of the 4 heavenly demon generals, also quickly appeared as he stepped through the teleportation portal. He also brought Chen Xie with him and said, Chinu, consider this person a gift for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Chen Xie towards the open area ahead. Chen Xiang was overjoyed to see Chen Xie. A.O. Long continued, pointing at Chinu. Chinu, this is a gift I personally prepared for you. With that, he retreated towards his teleportation portal until we meet again. Chinu then quickly turned around and walked towards Chen Xiang. At this moment, Chen Xiang began to voice his doubts. Brother Chen, what exactly is your background? Faced with Chinu's reluctance to speak, Chen Xiang sighed. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. It's best not to ask. Chinu looked at Chen Xiang with a determined gaze. Brother Chen, you only need to know one thing. No matter what, I will resolutely protect the human race. That's enough. Then Chen Xiang helped Chen Xie up. I will definitely avenge my brother. Chen Xiang then revealed a look of indignation. I also definitely won't let the Haoyu Kingdom off the hook. Chinu looked at Chen Xiang with a determined gaze. That goes without saying. But Brother Chen, it's best to wait until this tournament is over, then we'll settle the score with this Haoyu Kingdom together. Chinu continued, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Haoyu Saintess is quite secretive. It was really difficult to get anything out of her this morning. Chen Xiang tried to suppress his anger. Brother Chen, I understand. Just as you said, I will try to restrain this anger. The scene shifted to the discussion hall of the Haoyu Kingdom. After Chinu and Chen Xiang returned, they went to find the Haoyu Saintess. Inside the hall, the Haoyu Saintess revealed a look of excitement. This time, I must thank you too for helping me resolve the chaos at the ancient demonic mountain. At this moment, Chen Xiang also gave a deep smile. I must also thank the Haoyu Saintess. Then the Haoyu Saintess quickly ordered someone to bring gifts. I prepared some gifts for the two of you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Chen Shien glanced behind him. It would be rude of me to refuse. Thank you. After Qin Yu and Chen Xiang finished speaking with her, they turned and left the hall. Hao Yu also gave a sinister smile, watching their backs as they left. In the next moment, a mysterious figure appeared beside her. This person wore a black cloak, constantly emitting a violent aura. Upon appearing, he spoke excitedly. Saintess, Chen Xia has been seriously injured and can no longer participate in this tournament. Your plan has succeeded. The Hao Yu Saintess maintained her cruel expression, glancing at the mysterious person. Don't be careless. You still have to keep a close watch on them. Hearing this, the mysterious person seriously agreed with Hao Yu's opinion. Time quickly passed to the next day. Qin Yu was starting to reinforce his war god spear. He then took out the items he had obtained from the Demon Queen and solemnly summoned the nine-legged golden crow to utilize its flames. Upon appearing, the nine-legged golden crow immediately spewed a fierce stream of fire towards the war god spear. The fierce flames enveloped Qin Yu's war god spear. He then opened his eyes wide, taking out the wilderness heaven scripture that stored the desolate beasts. This scroll immediately opened in front of Qin Yu, constantly swirling before him with overbearing power. Along with the violent power, upon reaching its limit, it stopped at the location of a desolate beast. Next, Qin Yu would proceed to subdue it. Qin Yu then quickly unleashed his full power, unlocking his strength. At this very moment, he broke through to the peak of the Shattered Hope Realm. Facing the powerful strength emanating from the desolate beast, Qin Yu continuously unleashed his power, causing countless powerful tremors. Qin Yu, Azure Dragon, Qin Yu, nine-legged golden crow. The Azure Dragon instantly appeared, assisting Qin Yu in his breakthrough. 5 streams of great desolate power merged into his body, creating a heaven-shaking force. He continued to point at the desolate heaven scripture and began to receive the power. Come forth, Tao Tai. The image of Tao Tai immediately appeared before his eyes. Along with Qin Yu's tyrannical aura, it manifested as a colossal figure. It immediately let out a loud roar, carrying a terrifying power. Qin Yu was slightly astonished by this power. His eyes intently focused on Tao Tai. At this moment, Tao Ye's body suddenly and strangely shattered into pieces. A moment later, Qin Yu quickly began to absorb Tao Ye's power. After absorbing 7 parts, Qin Yu felt a bit regretful. Unexpectedly, I could only absorb 7 parts. It seems I still need a little more time to break through to the peak of the Shattered Hope Realm. Let's stop here. Water dripping wears away a stone. I'll achieve it someday. Qin Yu quickly put away the desolate heaven scripture. Tao Tai, believe me, I won't make you wait long. Just then, Yi Tong ran over from the side, surprising him with her words. Qin Yu, the date for the tournament has been set. Qin Yu was a little surprised, turning to look at Yi Tong. Calm down. Can you control yourself a little? Yi Tong continued to walk towards Qin Yu. You have the personality of an old man. No more joking, let's talk business. In 20 days, there will also be a grand banquet. On that day, all the experts participating in the tournament will gather there. Qin Yu, do you want to go? Qin Yu pondered, his expression calm. I'm not interested in this banquet. If you want to go, you can go yourself. Just be careful. Yi Tong laughed at Qin Yu excitedly after hearing this. You really are boring. I'm leaving. Then Yi Tong directly turned and left, under Qin Yu's watchful gaze. At this moment, Qin Yu began to contemplate, his expression serious. Time is getting closer and closer. Time quickly passed to 20 days later. In Hao Yu City of the Hao Yu Kingdom, many experts were bustling about, gathering on the main streets of Hao Yu City. At this time, Yi Tong was pulling Qin Yu forward. Hurry up, hurry up. It seems that most of the experts participating in this tournament are here. It's so lively. Li Qingdao, beside them, also excitedly replied, Of course. All the geniuses from the 8 great kingdoms have arrived. I'm getting more and more excited. Yi Tong laughed loudly and said, Indeed. A moment later, Qin Yu began to observe the surroundings, checking. Why don't I see Situ Zhengwu? Yitong quickly replied. He's probably off somewhere flirting with some girls. Don't mind him. Suddenly seeing something lively up ahead, Yitong couldn't help but say curiously, Chinu, it seems like something's happening up ahead. Let's go take a look. She then ran to squeeze into the crowd, poking her head inside to look. Hey, make way. Before them was a small stall selling some strange items. Everyone coming by. These are all things I risked my life to obtain. If you like something, just name your price, and we can negotiate. Chinu looked everything over, but didn't see anything of value. There's nothing useful here. The man finally spoke up. Brother, could it be that none of these catch your eye? I happen to have an exceptionally special treasure. Would you like to take a look? He then took out an orb radiating a mysterious aura. What do you think of this? Chinu, intrigued, stared intently at the mysterious item before him. Just then, a powerful expert leaped from the crowd into the air and, under the astonished gazes of everyone, shouted, I want this. Seeing the newly arrived female expert, the crowd erupted in discussion. Isn't that Jiang Fei? A man appeared immediately after. I never expected Jiang Nuxia to be so domineering. Do you really think this is the territory of the Shui kingdom? Don't assume you can always get what you want. The martial artists nearby trembled at the sight of this man. It's Zhou Tianlin. He's Zhou Tianlin. Two geniuses from two great kingdoms are facing off. This is sure to be a spectacular battle. Jiang Fei coldly retorted, Zhou Tianlin, this isn't the territory of your great Chu kingdom either. Besides, I saw it first. Zhou Tianlin's face twisted into a sinister expression. Then let's see if you have the ability to take it. While the two were arguing, Chinu continued towards the stall owner, his gaze fixed on the item. Chinu stepped forward, head held high. Is this a fragment of a third-grade immortal tool? He then swiftly picked up the treasure from the stall owner. First come, first served. This belongs to me now. Jiang Fei looked surprised. You want this too? Zhou Tianlin frowned at Chinu. Do you really not know who we are? And you dare to fight us for this? Chinu, seemingly deaf to their words, continued to address the stall owner. Name your price. I want this. Jiang Fei also spoke up. Brother, I am Jiang Fei. Surely you've heard of this name before. Zhou Tianlin also gestured to Chinu. I'm Zhou Tianlin, brother. I really like this item. Could you perhaps yield it to me? Chinu glanced coldly at them. I don't like either of your proposals. The stall owner, caught in the awkward situation, spoke up. Perhaps the three of you could discuss this amongst yourselves? The surrounding people gossiped about Chinu. Who is this kid, daring to fight with those two geniuses for this treasure? Another disagreed. I don't think so. This kid has an extraordinary aura. The power behind him is probably not small. He might be a powerful expert from some small country, ignorant of the world. Chinu then tucked the immortal tool fragment into his robes, his expression calm. First come, first served. Since I arrived first, there's no need for discussion. Jiang Fei angrily shouted, Young man, are you deliberately provoking me? Her eyes glared at Chinu with a chilling intensity. I understand. You want to use me, Jiang Fei, to make a name for yourself, don't you, kid? If that's what you're thinking, let me tell you, you've chosen the wrong person. Zhou Tianlin also shouted nonstop from the side. As a martial artist, you actually use others as a stepping stone to enhance your reputation. If you continue to use these kinds of tricks, it will only make us despise you even more. Then Jiang Fei began to threaten loudly. I'm saying this one last time, this thing belongs to me. If you don't hand it over quickly, don't blame me for being impolite. Chinu then glanced sharply at her. Do you think you have a right to stop me? Jiang Fei immediately unleashed her power, shouting loudly, Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Li Qingdao looked worriedly towards Chinu. Chinu, are you sure you can handle this? Chinu calmly replied, Of course I can. Don't worry. Yitong from the side excitedly cheered, Go! Go! Chinu, beat her until she cries and begs for mercy. Hearing these words, Jiang Fei became even angrier. You still dare to say such things? Who do you think I am? Chinu stared at her with a determined expression. I will give my all. Then Jiang Fei waved her hand, summoning her sword intent. I won't use any magical artifacts against you, to avoid you saying I'm bullying the weak. Chinu continued to mock and provoke her. You'd better use a magical artifact. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll cry miserably. As soon as Chinu finished speaking, Jiang Fei launched her attack. Streaks of sword intent shot straight towards him. If you want to be reincarnated so soon, I'll grant your wish. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd of martial artists exclaimed, "This power is terrifying. Is this the power of an immortal tool?" Chu Tianlin watched from the side, thinking to himself, Jiang Fei's cultivation has improved compared to before. Facing Jiang Fei's attack, Chinu calmly used a single finger to neutralize her attacks. Almost every strike was unable to break through his defense. Chinu stared coldly at her. Is this all you've got? After holding her off for a moment, Chinu quickly flew upwards, catching her somewhat off guard. Facing Chinu's counterattack, Jiang Fei hurriedly retreated to dodge, then quickly summoned her immortal tool and continued her attack, that earth-rank martial skill. Having grasped her opponent's strength, Jiang Fei then used the blood-flower sword technique to suppress him. The observing experts around were astonished by this. This is the blood-flower sword that made Jiang Fei famous. It seems she started using her ultimate move. That kid being able to withstand one of Jiang Fei's attacks is already quite impressive. It's a pity he'll be meeting his maker soon. Sensing Qin Yu's strength, Chu Tianlin frowned. Just what is this kid's background? Is he also a martial artist participating in the competition? How can his strength be so monstrous? This is bad. I have to go back and report to Master immediately. On the other side, facing Jiang Fei's ultimate move, Qin Yu still appeared arrogant and confident. Then he aggressively advanced, neutralizing her attack. Next, he stomped on the ground and quickly rushed towards his opponent. In a flash, he swung his hand and slapped her hard across the face. A swift, decisive blow. With a single slap, Qin Yu easily defeated Jiang Fei, sending her tumbling to the ground. Jiang Fei clutched her face in pain and humiliation. In the blink of an eye, tears welled up from the force of Qin Yu's slap. Qin Yu stepped in front of Jiang Fei. So you're crying now, are you? Jiang Fei immediately wore a look of astonishment. I actually lost. I lost so easily. How is this possible? I'm a genius, a great genius. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu began to ponder. No wonder I've never heard of her in my past life. A martial artist who can't handle a little setback won't go far on this path. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing the current situation, continued to murmur amongst themselves in bewilderment. Jiang Fei was actually beaten to tears by this guy. Just who is this kid? To be able to defeat Jiang Fei in an instant, he's definitely going to be the leader of this tournament. Yitong at his side excitedly clapped her hands. Qin Yu, you did great. We have to let this kind of person know there's always someone better out there. Then, Qin Yu turned to the stall owner. Now, can you tell me the price of this item? The stall owner wore an awkward expression. Just consider this treasure a gift from me, sir. Qin Yu immediately tossed out a high-grade medicinal pill. I don't accept handouts. Consider this pill an exchange. Its value is only higher, not lower, than your treasure. Qin Yu and the others quickly left. A young woman who had been secretly observing Qin Yu's fight spoke up. Master, it seems this tournament is full of hidden talents, with quite a few prodigies competing. The old master, with a stern gaze, began to reply. This world is vast, and the worst thing for a martial artist is to be arrogant and narrow-minded, like a frog in a well. Jiang Fei considers herself a genius, yet she hasn't seen how vast the outside world truly is. In my opinion, she's nothing more than a frog in a well. He then began to think about Qin Yu. As for that young hero from just now, even I couldn't see through him. He turned to look at his disciple. My child, you should learn from that young hero. Who knows, he might just polish you into a fine jade. The young woman beside him beamed with delight upon hearing this. Polished into a fine jade? I really hope this older brother can bring me some surprises. The master and disciple then quickly walked forward, their demeanor relaxed and carefree. Let's go. As for Chinu, he continued to stroll down a main street with Li Qingdao and Yitong. Just then, a stranger appeared behind him. Brother, please wait a moment. Chinu glanced at the stranger with a hint of indifference. What is it? The handsome young man who had just appeared introduced himself. Big brother, I finally caught up to you. My name is Feng Tsonglang, a nameless, insignificant rogue cultivator. Chinu stared at him with some surprise. Brother Feng, is there some connection between us? Feng Tsonglang quickly replied. We've never met. Chinu was even more surprised. Then why are you chasing after me? Feng Tsonglang spoke up, his eyes looking towards Chinu. Big brother Chin, you specialize in spear techniques, right? Chinu looked at Feng Tsonglang with some surprise. That's right. Is there a problem? Feng Tsonglang then sighed. I also use spear techniques. Actually, I arrived in Haoyu City quite early and have sought guidance from many martial artists, but they've all disappointed me. Their spear techniques look dazzling, but are essentially useless. None of them have made me feel excited to spar. He hesitated, then looked intently at Chinu. But, big brother, you're different. He pointed at Chinu and exclaimed, From what I just saw, I can see the talent within you and the powerful aura of your spear technique. From that, I guess you're a martial artist on par with me. Having said this, he expressed his desire to spar with Chinu. Therefore, I want to request your guidance in spear techniques. What do you think? After hearing this long speech, Chinu revealed a bewildered expression. So you chased after me just to spar? A moment later, feeling that the other party was quite tedious, Chinu turned to leave. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Facing Chinu's reaction, Feng Tsonglang was extremely surprised. What an unapproachable person. Immediately afterwards, Feng Tsonglang called out to his subordinate, Hey Lang. As soon as he was called, Hey Lang appeared and saluted. Young master, what are your orders? Feng Tsonglang then ordered Hey Lang, quickly go investigate this person's background. Hey Lang looked at his young master with some worry. Young master, can't you be more realistic? Why do you always have to find people to spar with? Haven't you realized how extraordinary you are? Who can compare to you? Feng Tsonglang immediately revealed an angry expression. This tournament is meant for me to seek guidance and understand the will and mentality of others. As for cultivation level, I don't want to use mine to suppress others. Hey Lang looked at Feng Tsonglang helplessly. Yes, you're always right. I'll go investigate immediately. Feng Tsonglang then quickly added, Wait a moment, prepare a gift for me. After you've investigated his background, give it to him on my behalf. He excitedly and carefully reminded He Lang. It doesn't need to be too extravagant, just find me a 4th-grade immortal artifact. After that, the scene shifted to the rear city of the Haoyu Kingdom. At this time, the martial artists had gathered in one place, engaged in lively discussion. Suddenly, a martial artist rushed in from outside, panicked. Everyone, something big is about to happen. Having just arrived, the man hurriedly exclaimed, Just now, Zhang Fei was beaten to tears by a young hero. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this news. What? How could such a thing happen? A burly man in the crowd also spoke up in rebuttal. Brother, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Who is Zhang Fei? Don't we all know? She's one of the 4 great prodigies and also the most likely to win this tournament. Do you think we'll believe you? Those beside him echoed in agreement. That's right. Brother, are you confused? If Zhang Fei was beaten to tears, I'll acknowledge you as my father. Amidst the noisy crowd, Chinu sat calmly in a corner with Yitong and Li Qingdao. Chinu, seeing Yitong and Li Qingdao's smug expressions, felt a bit exasperated. This news is spread too quickly. Why did you two have to attend this banquet? I'm afraid it will cause some trouble. Just then, a stranger approached him. Upon arriving, she pointed at Chinu with a stern expression. Are you Chinu? Chinu, somewhat surprised, replied, Yes, I am. Is something the matter? She then bowed. I am Jiangli. I've come to pay my respects to young hero Qin. Yi Tong, hearing this, became a little worried. Jiangli? What's your relationship with Jiang Fei? Could it be? Jiangli replied amiably. Yes, Jiang Fei is my older sister. Upon hearing this confirmation, Yi Tong and Li Qing Dao hurriedly excused themselves. Brother Chinu, Qing Dao and I are going out for some air. Chinu then turned his gaze towards her. Have you come here to vent your sister's anger? Jiangli sat opposite Chinu and spoke reasonably. To be fair, my sister was the one at fault. However, she is still my senior sister. If young hero Qin caused her trouble, it can be considered as making an enemy of our Xian Shui sect. Chinu immediately fixed her with a cold stare. So what? Jiangli stood up as she spoke. My sister has always stood out due to her talent since childhood, so she still doesn't understand the rules of the outside world. Therefore, she isn't worthy of young hero Qin's humiliation. I also happen to have a gift to repay young hero Qin's kindness. As she said this, she immediately unleashed her power and launched an attack. I must regain face for my senior sister. Only by defeating you in front of everyone can I wash away the humiliation our Xian Shui sect has suffered. Immediately afterward, her oppressive aura shattered the table Qin you was sitting at. With her powerful might and strength, Jiangli challenged Qinu. Qinu, young hero Qin, do you dare accept my challenge? The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. Unexpectedly, this Qinu not only defeated Jiang Fei, making her cry, but he also dares to be so arrogant here. He's truly audacious. At this moment, Qinu arrogantly reminded her, what I want to say is, don't end up crying excessively like your sister. Jiangli had already condensed her sword intent. Young hero Qin, you should be more concerned about yourself. Facing Jiang Li's might, Qinu quickly created a powerful defensive barrier. The great wilderness power within his body was continuously unleashed, spreading outwards. After receiving the attack, Qinu praised her, facing her ferocious strength. Your swordsmanship is indeed much stronger than Jiang Fei's, but I'm afraid you still don't have enough strength to deal with me. Then, Qinu swiftly waved his hand, striking out with a force carrying dazzling golden light. Jiangli was sent flying by this power, skidding across the ground. Then she continued to gather power in her magical weapon. With earth-shattering force, she loudly reminded Qinu, you'd best be careful when facing this sword of mine. Powerful energy erupted like that before the shocked and bewildered expressions of the numerous martial artists. Condensing a large amount of true qi, she used sharp eyes to observe Qinu. In the next second, she directly charged forward, launching an attack with terrifying power. She rushed forward and then directly stabbed hard into the defensive layer that Qinu had created. From the opposite side, two hard fingers suddenly appeared, clamping down on her magical weapon. This caused Jiang Li to be startled and shocked. Her technique was neutralized so easily. Qinu, seeing the stranger appear, also began to be wary of the other party's power. The Imperial Preceptor then appeared and spoke up to suppress the situation. Today is a banquet to welcome the martial artists participating in the tournament. I ask all of you to cease fighting. A martial artist beside them, seeing this, immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, is that the Tianhe Imperial Preceptor? I heard he is the most trusted aide of the old emperor, the pillar of the Tianhe dynasty. He has never personally taken action before. Seeing him today, his cultivation is indeed terrifying. Jiangli immediately restrained her true qi and withdrew her magical weapon. I am a guest. Naturally, I must abide by the host's rules and obey his majesty's orders. Then she glanced over at Qinu. Qinu, we will meet again in the tournament matches. Qinu continued to respond arrogantly. I don't care too much about that. In any case, I intend to win first place. You can also meet me there. The Imperial Preceptor beside him lowered his voice and reminded Qinu, I know you are exceptionally talented, but don't be too arrogant. A martial artist shouldn't be too proud on the path of cultivation. He said this, and then revealed a sinister expression as he glanced at Qinu. You should also know, there are heavens beyond heavens. This world is vast. There are many geniuses far surpassing you. Chinu, still with a smug expression, walked away. If you truly believe that, then you shouldn't casually lecture others. You should clarify your own viewpoint first. A mysterious martial artist nearby also began to take issue with Chinu. What an arrogant brat. He doesn't even put the Tianhe Imperial Preceptor in his eyes. Chinu walked while exuding his powerful great wilderness aura, provoking the other party. The old Imperial Preceptor continued to watch Chinu's retreating figure. This brat is a bit mysterious. Even I can't see through him. His eyes suddenly widened with excitement. But I'm certain you absolutely cannot win first place in this tournament. The scene then shifted to the main street of Haoyu City. Yi Tong and Li Qingdao then returned with excited expressions. Has the banquet started? I heard that today all the imperial chefs from the 8 great dynasties have come to showcase their culinary skills. I'm eagerly anticipating the delicacies. Then Chinu appeared with a majestic air, walking towards Yi Tong and Li Qingdao. Yi Tong, with a questioning expression, stepped forward and asked, Chinu, have you taken care of everything? Chinu replied indifferently. The Imperial Preceptor showed up and stopped the fight, so there wasn't one. As for the banquet, it's just ordinary food with a huge crowd. What's so exciting about that? Just then, countless birds with brilliant 5-colored plumage appeared in the sky, flying towards the banquet. Everyone who saw them was a little surprised. A flock of birds flew past, and a resounding voice announced, the manor is too crowded. The Imperial Preceptor has arranged another banquet at the City Lord's mansion. Now, among these 10 5-colored feathers, any martial artist who can obtain one will be able to attend the banquet and enjoy wild beast meat. Hearing this, the martial artists were incredibly excited. How generous! Wild beast meat, I hear it has many benefits. I never thought it would be served at this banquet. I naturally want to seize this opportunity to enjoy some. The martial artists below immediately abandoned their meals and flew into the air, scrambling for the 5-colored feathers with excited expressions. Wild beast meat, here I come. Chinu, with a smug look, observed the lively scene before him. So that's how it is. I was wondering how so many martial artists from the 8 great kingdoms would compete. It turns out the arrangements began right from the first banquet. Yi Tong beside him also quickly flew into the air, excitedly snatching a 5-color bird. Look, I caught one. Yi Tong caught one and lightly landed back on the ground. This selection is too simple. Suddenly, the 5-colored bird in Yi Tong's hand disappeared. Facing this situation, Yi Tong revealed a bewildered expression in front of her astonished look. Where did it go? What happened? Chinu quickly explained in detail. These birds are formed from spiritual energy, so they dissipate immediately when touched. Li Qingdao immediately recognized the situation. I remember now. The martial artists were also incredibly shocked, exclaiming, What happened? Where's my 5-colored feather? Did you steal it? Are you so blind you didn't even see my feather disappear? Yi Tong sighed in dissatisfaction beside him. If we can't use spiritual energy, how are we supposed to catch them? Forget it. It's better to go back to the manor and eat the imperial chef's food. Chinu stood in place, his eyes sharp, and began observing the flight path of the flock. Looking up at the sky, he shot out like an arrow in an instant, straight towards the incoming flock. In the blink of an eye, Chinu successfully caught a bird and firmly grasped it in his hand. After catching a bird, Chinu had a sudden realization and lectured Yi Tong. As a martial artist, if you lose your drive and your daring spirit, you will naturally be eliminated as useless. Once you return to the manor, you will most likely lose your qualifications to participate. After Chinu obtained the feather, he quickly released the bird. Let's go. At this moment, Yi Tong couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Why didn't the bird you caught disappear? Chinu smirked confidently. It's simple, because when I catch the birds, I don't use my spiritual power. He immediately flew back into the air, snatching feathers from the other birds. In a short time, he had collected a large number of 5-colored feathers. Yi Tong watched, a puzzled expression on her face. I can't believe this monster can leap through the air using only his physical strength. Meanwhile, on the high walls of Haoyu City, Tuo By Yin was using her flute to lure the flock of birds. Her beautiful figure and melodious flute music attracted a large number of five-colored birds. Feng Songlang beside her remained calm, looking at the bowl in front of him. Then he dripped his lifeblood into the bowl. In an instant, a fierce flame erupted within the bowl. A bird immediately fell down beside his bowl. As expected, even spiritual entities like you cannot resist the temptation of my bloodline. The scene quickly shifted to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Haoyu Shengnu was also stepping inside with an arrogant expression. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix diagram is a sacred artifact of our Haoyu kingdom, so naturally, it has a connection to me. Logically speaking, I should be the first to arrive at the city lord's mansion for the banquet. Suddenly, just as she reached the door, she unexpectedly heard a commotion inside. Chinu is inside too? She quickly stepped forward to greet him. Young Master Chin, you arrived quickly as well. With a hint of envy, she looked Chinu up and down. Even if he's faster than me, he definitely couldn't have obtained so many feathers. At that moment, Chinu erupted with an extremely ferocious aura. Beside him, Yitong and Li Qingdao were still dumbfounded, marveling at how they had obtained feathers for the banquet without doing anything. Seeing the large quantity of feathers, Haoyu Shengnu's eyes widened, her jaw dropping. What's going on here? At the same time, at the main gate of the city lord's mansion, Yin Yin and Feng Songlang arrived together. Upon arrival, Feng Songlang laughed loudly. Ha! As expected of Big Brother Chin, you didn't disappoint my expectations, arriving at the banquet even before me. Tuo By Yin beside him laughed excitedly. Before, I thought his talent for taming wild beasts was inferior to mine, so I'm a bit surprised. The two Jiang sisters, Jiang Fei Yi and Jiang Li, also appeared at the same time, with displeased expressions. Chinu, you're truly something special. I eagerly anticipate competing with you. Meanwhile, shouts continuously rang out from outside. No entry. Those without five-colored feathers are not allowed to enter. Situ Zhongwu was currently arguing outside. Are you talking about me? An old woman appeared beside Situ Zhongwu at the same time, looking smugly at the guard at the door. Are you blind? Can't you see we're together? I gave him his feather, what's the problem? Before Situ Zhongwu entered, he reminded the guard. Let me leave you with a piece of advice. Never judge a book by its cover. Afterwards, Situ Zhongwu quickly arrived at Chinyu's table. Haha, I'm here. Chinyu was a little surprised by Situ Zhongwu's companion. Situ Zhongwu, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be accompanied by such a charming young lady. Situ Zhongwu continued to act intimately with the beautiful woman. Love knows no age, only talent. Most importantly, she has wealth. Li Qingdao and Yitong, standing nearby, wore troubled expressions. I thought he was here to flirt with a young girl, but I didn't expect him to be after the brothel madam just for some five-colored feathers. Brother Situ has truly fallen. Just then, Chinyu looked at them suspiciously, observing the spores on Situ Zhongwu's clothes. Chinyu thought to himself smugly, this is getting more and more interesting. A man nearby, seeing an old woman appear, called out loudly, isn't that the Grand Princess of the Qing Mu dynasty, Grand Scholar Tam Hoa? Because her cultivation of the heavenly ranked, withering glory divine art was incomplete, she suffered backlash, and her body is constantly aging. In reality, she's not even 100 years old yet. I didn't expect her to be here. Tam Hoa glared at the man with sharp eyes. The 8 Dynasties Conference is a major event. If one wins, they can even borrow the sacred artifacts of the 8 dynasties. Even a demon like you can come. So why can't I? Then, the Tianhe Imperial Preceptor appeared, clapping his hands in welcome. Upon arrival, he announced loudly, the elite experts from the 8 dynasties have gathered here, truly making this conference even more magnificent. Congratulations to all of you for passing the preliminary rounds. One of the experts, overcome with excitement, stood up and slammed the table, shouting towards the nobles. "I don't care about you nobles. I came here because you said there would be wild beast meat. If you dare to deceive me, I'll destroy this place immediately." The Tianhe Imperial Preceptor continued to laugh smugly. Of course there is. I will offer the wild beast meat to all you experts." As soon as he finished speaking, Imperial chefs brought out large platters piled high with wild beast meat. Then, it was all ceremoniously placed on the tables in front of all the experts. "Please enjoy the wild beast meat." The expert who had shouted earlier, upon seeing the wild beast meat, excitedly took a large bite. Very good, very good. This conference wasn't a waste of time. Even if I go back now, I've still gained quite a bit. Chinu, sitting nearby, was a little surprised. He glanced at the wild beast meat on his own table. After observing it, Chinu made his own judgment. Something's not right. This meat doesn't appear to have any spiritual energy, yet it emits an alluring aroma. How strange. Tamhua also quickly used the Qing Mu dynasty's secret technique to investigate, but unexpectedly, upon touching it, her technique was absorbed and dissipated into dust. Faced with this strange phenomenon, she was extremely surprised and shocked. Interesting. Tuo Ba Yin Yin, sitting beside her, was also puzzled, staring intently at the meat. Qin Yu suspiciously summoned Niti. "Trying to pull a trick in front of me? Niti, come out here." As soon as he was summoned, Niti appeared, looking towards the large piece of meat in front of Qin Yu. In an instant, it brought the meat up to its nose, probing the true nature of its scent. After investigating, it whispered into Qin Yu's ear, "This thing is nothing special. Although it's real, it's hollow inside. It expands in water and melts in fire. In short, it's just worthless trash." The expert who had just started enjoying the meat was still eating heartily. "It's truly fragrant." Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from his throat, causing him to scream in agony. The experts beside him panicked. "Are you all right?" Then, the expert's body began to erupt, swelling violently. In an instant, his entire body exploded, leaving only splattered blood. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were horrified and quickly threw away the wild beast meat. The Tianhe Imperial Preceptor revealed a cunning expression. "As martial artists, how can you not inspect your food? This is the second trial. I'd like to invite everyone to try the meat of this mysterious wild beast. I encountered this beast by chance while traveling in the outskirts near the mountains. Ordinary people who eat this beast's meat, even a small piece, will instantly swell up and die. If one can successfully refine it, their cultivation will increase significantly. If anyone can finish the wild beast meat on their plate within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they will be considered to have passed the trial. The fastest eater will have the right to ask me 3 questions." Chu Tianlin, upon hearing this, began to calculate. That guy just now ate too much too quickly, which is why he swelled up and died. With my strength, I can definitely solve this problem by eating slowly. After formulating his plan, he tore off a small piece and put it directly into his mouth. But very quickly, his body was subjected to a terrifying surge of energy. To stabilize himself, he began to refine it internally. The Great Chu Imperial Heaven technique operated at full power. A moment later, the absorbed energy was refined within his body. He had successfully ensured his own safety. Seeing Chu Tianlin's method, the surrounding experts immediately followed suit. So it turns out that as long as you eat slowly, you can steadily pass the trial. He continued to put the meat into his mouth, chewing voraciously. But immediately afterward, his body swelled up and then exploded before Chu Tianlin's cold gaze. Chu Tianlin then began to mock him. "Just a bunch of stray cats and dogs, daring to compare yourselves to me." Afterward, he stood before everyone, proudly proclaiming, "Please forgive my presumption. I sincerely advise that if you only know Earth-rank martial skills, give up immediately. This trial is meant to test the level of your martial skills. If your refinement speed is even slightly slow, you will certainly lose your life." The surrounding experts, hearing this, anxiously requested to leave. "This is too unfair." How can we have the opportunity to learn Earth rank martial skills? Forget it. We have no chance of winning even if we continue. Then Chu Tianlin turned to look at Qin Yu. In terms of physical prowess, I am indeed inferior to you. But in terms of noble birth, I am the prince of the great Chu dynasty. I don't believe you can use other high-level martial skills. Qin Yu, while continuing to cultivate his technique, said, since you can't digest it internally, why don't you try refining it externally before consuming it? After speaking, he used the nine-legged golden crow's fire energy to refine the wild beast meat. The surrounding martial artists, hearing this, excitedly followed suit. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Many thanks to young hero Qin for the guidance. Chu Tianlin was both furious and astonished upon hearing this. Seeing Qin use actions, Yi Tong and Li Qing Dao couldn't help but praise him. Brother Qin Yu always has a solution, truly a top-notch expert. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu successfully refined the wild beast meat into a medicinal pill. This refining process greatly astonished the Tian He Imperial Preceptor. Qin Yu revealed an arrogant expression and said to the Tian He Imperial Preceptor, let me ask Imperial Preceptor a question. Am I the top scorer in this trial? Faced with Qin Yu's arrogance, the Tian He Imperial Preceptor was somewhat annoyed. Unexpectedly, it's the 9th grade Saint Fire. Just how many secrets does this brat have? Afterwards, he looked at Qin Yu and smiled. Truly talented at such a young age. Because you're the top scorer, you have the privilege to ask me 3 questions. Qin Yu looked at the Tian He Imperial Preceptor with a disgusted expression. You'll honestly answer my questions now, won't you? Jiang Fei Yi immediately flew into a rage and shouted, Qin Yu, what do you mean by that? The Tian He Imperial Preceptor possesses profound cultivation and a noble status, yet you dare to doubt him? You truly are a foolish brat. Qin Yu quickly retorted, you outwardly doubted me, and then I beat you until you cried. I'm not like you. I don't doubt myself. The surrounding people began to murmur and discuss Qin Yu's words. Jiang Li felt a pang of jealousy. This brat is truly too arrogant. Feng Songlang, upon hearing this, became quite interested. This is indeed the indomitable will that someone with extraordinary spear skills should possess. Then Qin Yu stood up and looked triumphantly towards the Imperial Preceptor. I don't have any questions today, but Imperial Preceptor can keep these 3 questions. I'll ask you when I have questions. Is that all right? The Tian He Imperial Preceptor was somewhat irritated but held back, of course. Today's trial concludes here. Those who passed, please gather tomorrow at Haoyu City Square. Qin Yu, with an arrogant attitude, turned and left the mansion. All right, see you tomorrow then. The Tian He Imperial Preceptor, with a sinister expression, thought to himself, Qin Yu, tomorrow's competition is the official start, and it will surely be your burial ground. The scene shifted back to the Tian He dynasty's imperial palace. The old emperor was still sitting on his throne, nodding. Then the Tian He Imperial Preceptor appeared, walking step by step towards the old emperor, and upon arrival, bowed and reported, Your Majesty, the competition between the 8 dynasties has proceeded according to plan. The mediocre ones have been eliminated. Tomorrow is the official competition, so I respectfully request Your Majesty's presence tomorrow to offer a few words of encouragement and boost morale. The old emperor looked down at the Tian He Imperial Preceptor. No problem. The Imperial Preceptor has worked hard. How is the selection process going? Are there any outstanding talents? The Tian He Imperial Preceptor quickly reported from below. This competition has attracted many talented martial artists, all possessing powerful dragon bone martial artist fortune, which will then be transformed into Dragon Emperor fortune, allowing Your Majesty to advance further. The old emperor, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. Ha. You know, that's precisely what I didn't need to ask. To organize this competition, we've expended a great deal of resources to exchange for these 7 portions of destiny. This opportunity comes but once. The old emperor suddenly rushed towards the Imperial Preceptor, grabbing him by the collar. The reward for the top scorer, as we announced, absolutely cannot be carried out. What I want to ask now is, besides the individuals we've arranged, has anyone else achieved the top position? The Tianhe Imperial Preceptor then began to use his divine vision, unleashing his domineering aura. This power grew increasingly stronger, causing the old emperor to be apprehensive. "Your Majesty, calm down." Seeing the Imperial Preceptor's reaction, the old emperor fearfully retreated. Afterward, he helplessly sat back on his throne. "I apologize for doubting you. Ever since my Imperial Dragon aura collapsed, my state of mind has become increasingly unstable. If someone outside our arrangements truly achieves the top position in this competition, my plan will surely be exposed. Even if I succeed in refining the Imperial Dragon aura, I worry it will dissipate again because of the common people." The Tianhe Imperial Preceptor looked at the old emperor with a sinister expression. "Your Majesty, please rest assured, the person we arranged will definitely secure the top position. Except for Chinu, no one can threaten us this time. As for that little brat Chinu, tomorrow's competition will certainly be his death day. We planned everything." The old emperor's expression turned serious, slightly intimidated by the Tianhe Imperial Preceptor's demeanor. With the Imperial Preceptor managing things, I'm much more at ease. Having finished discussing with the old emperor, the Tianhe Imperial Preceptor bowed and excused himself. "Then I shall take my leave." The old emperor continued to watch the Tianhe Imperial Preceptor's retreating figure. "Haha, Chinu. Chinu. Could he be someone from the Divine Sword Dynasty, the Qin clan? A long night brings many dreams. Chinu, your fate is sealed. Death awaits you. Tianhe Imperial Guards, come here at once." The summoned Imperial Guards immediately appeared before the old emperor and saluted. "Your servant is present." With an extremely sinister expression, the old emperor began to give his orders. "Kill him, kill Chinu." The scene shifts to a bustling service station near Haoyu City. At the same time, several martial artists are shown discussing. Haoyu City is indeed very strict. The competition officially starts tomorrow. Tonight, we must maintain tight control. A martial artist beside him sighed in response. "Just try to comply. Don't you know how large-scale this competition is? Moreover, the victor gains the right to use the 8 sacred artifacts. If I could achieve the top position, I'd be willing to sleep in the stables for the rest of my life."